You are listening to Supreme Magus, Chapter 351, Abyss Part 2. Last but not least, the difference between a good and an expert swordsman lies in the footwork. Tepper ignored Lith's words and performed a feint to the face before sidestepping to stab at his exposed shoulder. Unfortunately for the sergeant, footwork was something Lith had learned back on Earth, and it was the first thing he had practiced as soon as his body allowed him to. Tepper's blade hit only air. Lith had sidestepped too, and his blade was barely an inch away from the opponent's leg. The sergeant inwardly cursed at himself for performing such an ample movement to impress the unit. Lith and Tepper were too close. At such distance, even a small opening was the difference between victory and defeat. In the next 5 months, you'll either become good swordsmen or you'll start searching for a new job. Tepper's voice was perfectly relaxed, not revealing the surprise nor the anger he was feeling. As for you, maggot, get down and give me 40. During the following months, the training involved getting accustomed to use several magical tools and to use chore magic for tactical purposes. Lith already knew most of the tools thanks to his forgemastering lessons or Solas's alchemy. They were the magical equivalent of sniper rifles, grenades of all kinds, and climbing suits. There were no such things as boots of flight or levitation. Long-lasting spells required to be controlled by their caster's will, but magical items had no will of their own. They could only turn on and off the spells they were imbued with. Much to Lith's comrades' dismay, chore magic became more and more relevant over time. Earth magic was crucial to cross quagmires or walk through muddy fields without leaving traces. Water magic allowed to more easily wade rivers, or in Lith's case to walk on water, and could be used as an invisible umbrella offering protection against rain, snow, or hail. Soon Lith's skills in both hand-to-hand combat and swordsmanship were outmatched by his instructors. He wasn't surprised nor disappointed by finding himself lacking. He had joined the army to learn how to fight, and it was finally starting to teach him something. The worst part for him was the team exercises. They were meant to build trust and teamwork between the members of the same unit, but they only resulted in Lith drifting more and more apart from the others. He didn't trust them and they didn't trust him. Lith was like the moon to them, cold and distant, something they could look at but never reach. He had no weakness the unit could help him overcome. When units competed against each other and he received the role of scout, Lith would single-handedly wipe out the enemy team. If he was assigned the role of rearguard instead, even if the unit made grave mistakes, he would be the sole survivor. The drill sergeant soon considered him a scourge rather than a monster. He was the living proof that everything they taught to the other cadets was a lie. Teamwork, trust, and hard work were useless against an overwhelmingly strong opponent. Life vision allowed him to spot his opponents, no matter how good they were at hiding. Magic wands and chore magic were more than enough to snipe enemies from a distance before they even understood what was happening to them. He has no care for the unit nor for the lives of his teammates, Sergeant Tepper explained to Burian, the boot camp commander. I think he is a liability, a dangerous individual that has nothing to offer to the kingdom. I swear it on my stripes, sir. To watch into his eyes is like staring into the abyss. There's nothing inside. My opinion is that Lith 1416 should be deemed unfit for service. Burian sighed. He liked people like Tepper, honest, hard-working men that put their country above everything else, yet they failed to see the bigger picture. Does he get the job done? Unlike the sergeant, the commander had access to Lith's personal file. He liked it, a lot. Sir, it's not a matter of success or failure. Really? Burian cut him short. He pinched his nose, trying to stop the migraine he experienced every time someone spouted bullshit too big for him to bear with a smile on his face. So if tomorrow the royals are in danger, it's not a matter of success or failure. If we find Bulker's hideout, it's not a matter of success or failure. Are you insane, Sergeant? I asked you a question, does he get the job done or not? The commander didn't stand up dramatically. He didn't even raise his voice. He simply stared at Tepper like at a dumb kid after one question too many. Yes, he does, the sergeant replied, swallowing his pride. Then this conversation is over. As long as he doesn't show violent tendencies or a defiant attitude toward the kingdom, I don't see any reason to dismiss him. I'm eager to see how he performs during the field test. Ligain, the father of all dragons and guardian of the Gorgon Empire's area, had his fair share of troubles too. Ever since they had found and destroyed the Master's lab located under the Blood Desert, the 3 great countries had been spared from the abomination threat. Ligain had never underestimated the Master, not even during that 4 years-long absence. We have no way to know if they were licking their wounds or simply had moved from one place to another. The only thing I can do is to keep my eyes open and prepare for the worst, Ligon thought. Thanks to my help, Tyrus is almost done rebuilding the 2 missing power cores. Once they are completed, the Griffin Kingdom will be once again properly protected, and she will fulfill her end of the bargain. With her assistance, my research could bear countless fruits. As for Salark, I was skeptical of her decision at first, but I must admit that keeping Balker alive was the right thing to do. His expertise in handling abominations makes him a perfect assistant in my work. Now my only question is, why has the Master returned right now? It's because they have finally completed a new lab or because they fear us no longer. Only time will tell. I never expected you to be so devious. Milia, the magic empress of the Gorgon Empire and Ligon's only disciple, was overjoyed. You didn't bring me to the White Griffin to show me the slave items, not the abomination hybrid. You wanted me to see an academy through your eyes. One thing does not exclude the other, kid, Ligon grinned. Those who don't learn from past mistakes are doomed to repeat them. I brought you there for several reasons, but you are right. The academy was the most important of them. Now you know how the kingdom achieved such long-lasting peace. How long will it take to complete our first academy? Ever since that day, Milia had used even her personal funds to start the research project. She couldn't believe that she, just like all her predecessors, had been so blind to never notice the difference between a school of magic and an academy. Chapter 352, Extinction Part 1. Until Nalar's attack, Milia had always thought that the 6 big academies were just ostentatious schools of magic. The Gorgon Empire's schools produced the same amount of research, if not more, and they were also protected by several arrays. Sure, they couldn't host so many students at once, nor they could grant it staff rings or ballots like the academies, but Milia had never found them reason enough to investigate them further. At least until she had seen with her own eyes the true meaning behind a power core. Without someone who knows what they are doing, a century, maybe 2 if you are unlucky, Ligon replied. That long, Milia fell on her throne with a thud. That wasn't the answer she was hoping for. It's not like you are building a simple castle. You must first find a spell capable of imbuing every single stone, one at a time. Then all of them must be compatible with the power core and work in synergy. What did you expect? You guys don't even know how to build a power core, the Guardian scoffed at her impatience. You should be happy that thanks to your longevity you'll be able to see it completed, even if it takes 3 centuries. Your grandkids will surely be grateful for all your hard work. Can't you help us, even a little bit? Milia scratched one of the scales on Ligon's humongous neck, causing his tail to waggle uncontrollably. First, I'm not a dog, he replied, even though his body begged to differ. Second, no, I care about you, not your people. They can all die for what I care about. Also, this project will help you to find talented people, or at least trustworthy ones. In the long run, you'll be able to discern those who truly understand the relevance of long-term planning, and those who are only sucking up to. Ligon was interrupted by his own communication, amulet buzzing into his consciousness. It can't be another summon from the council. 2 calls in 4 years would be an all-time record, nor can be Salark or Tyrus. They are close enough to establish a mind link whenever they... What the heck? Milia knew about the council as well as about the odd relationship the guardians of the Garland continent shared. She often wondered if they had an offspring together, and if yes, what they would look like. What's the matter, Ligon? Feniger is calling me. It never happened before. We hate each other guts. Seeing Milia's confused expression, he calmly explained to her their shared past while ignoring the ringing amulet. He is one of the guardians of the Giera continent. His area of influence is right in from of mine. Only one ocean separates us, he snarled. Only one ocean, Milia chuckled. He is still too close for comfort. I don't know if it's because he started as a lizard too, or because his base elements are polar opposite to mine, water, and earth. Bottom line, he is a leviathan, a wingless ocean dragon, and we'd rather fight to the death than be together in the same room for more than 1 minute. Ligon finally tapped the white mana crystal on the amulet, letting a real-life hologram of Feniger's head appear in the throne room. The resemblance between the 2 dragons made Milia yelp in surprise. The only differences she was able to notice were that while Ligon's scales were pitch black and his eyes yellow, Feniger's were respectively pristine white and blue. He even had horns on his head which resembled a crown, just like Ligon. But Feniger's had a different shape and size, with 2 massive curved horns coming out from his temples, giving the Leviathan a demonic looking. Unlike the dragon, whose gaze was always calm if not loving to her, the Fenneger's eyes were filled with fury and malice. Even if it was just a hologram, Milia could almost feel the salty breeze of the ocean blowing on her face, right before the incoming tide swallowed her. "What do you want, Fenneger?" Ligon's voice snapped her out of her reverie. "I hoped for this day to never come, Ligon," the Leviathan hissed, keeping his eyes on his opponent. "Have you been attacked by abominations, too?" "I wish," Fenneger sighed. "I have bad news and worse news. The bad news is that the human race on the Giera continent is almost extinct." "What?" Milia and Ligon shouted as one. "Don't worry, it didn't happen because of abominations, fallen races, or evolved monsters. Humans did it to themselves. One of the most powerful countries of Giera, the Tauran Kingdom, developed a biological weapon, a plague to be precise. Their plan was to unleash it on their enemies and kill whoever didn't submit to their rule. The idea was good, but the execution poor. Once the other countries realized what was happening, they used their dead to poison the enemy's wells and lands. The plague spread through the Tauran Kingdom as well while it was surrounded from every side until it was too late. The infection was faster than the healers could cure it or flames destroy it. You can imagine the rest. Now only talented healers, awakened ones, and their families remain. "And you stood there and did nothing?" Milia asked. "What was I supposed to do, child? Take over the kingdom, kill everyone who knew about the plague?" Fenneger chuckled. "I serve Magur. I serve only the balance. I don't care about who lives or not. Even if I intervened, they would have called me a tyrant and started over once I left. You can't stop an idea with violence, only try to prove it wrong, and that's what I did together with the other guardians. We warned them, but they didn't listen. We even caused a small outbreak before they implemented their plan, hoping they would realize the immense risks it carried. They buried their dead and moved on as nothing had happened. For the greater good, they said." "You have yet to answer me," Ligon snorted. He didn't care for the Gorgon Empire, let alone for the people of another continent. "Your pet interrupted me?" Fenneger roared in outrage. "I was just politely answering. I called to inform you that the royal family of the Tauran Kingdom is currently sailing towards your turf, together with their magicians, a small army, and the plague to which they are all immunized." "Why the heck did you let them go?" Milia's eyes brimmed with rage and mana at the thought of the danger her people were about to face. "I like your sass, little human pet," Fenneger chuckled. "I did it for your master. He is a collector of endangered species and forgotten knowledge. I thought no one better than him could decide if there's something worth salvaging." "First, Milia is not my pet. She is my apprentice." Ligon's voice was calm as Milia was enraged. "Then excuse my rude words, Milia. I'll remember your name." Fenneger apologetically tilted his head, shocking Milia. She had never heard a guardian apologize before. "Second, thanks for the information. I know you didn't have to inform me. How many are they? Where I can find them?" Chapter 353, Extinction Part 2. "Around 200 ships. They are crossing our borders right now near Dead Island. You can't miss them." Fenneger's image disappeared, leaving the two alone again. "What are we waiting for? Let's go." Milia kicked one of Ligon's scales, prompting him to get up. "What are you planning to do?" "Kill them all, what else? If they get close enough to our coasts, they could warp steps into the Gorgon Empire. I can't allow the maniacs who created such a plague into my lands. Not knowing they are insane enough to carry it with them instead of destroying it, I'd say their intent is clear. They don't seek asylum, they want new lands to start over. Well, not on my watch." Milia dispatched several instructions, setting her fleet to sail with the order of sinking every ship coming from the Giera continent, no matter the cost. "What about the plague?" Ligon asked. "I had enough with the one from the Griffin Kingdom. It has to be destroyed. I'm not going to spare anyone willing to spread such madness." "Then you'll have my help." Less than an hour later, the Tauran Kingdom was extinct for good. Lith's boot camp. After countless hours of training and combat simulations against other units, it was time for the recruits to perform their first field test. Sergeant Tepper appeared confident and relaxed as usual, but him not insulting them even once spoke volumes about how serious the situation was. "Even though you are cadets, you are still part of the army. Our Griffin Kingdom has been blessed by centuries of peace, so aside from the troops stationed at the borders, the Army's main job is to guarantee the safety of our citizens. Sometimes a local lord can need our help against rioting citizens or get rid of organized crime. More frequently, we are called to exterminate monsters. They are usually stronger than humans, spawn fast, and destroy everything on their path. Every time a mercenary group is called to clean our mess is a dishonor for the crown and the army alike. The reason why the mercenary guild exists is that we can't be everywhere at a moment's notice. We do not have enough soldiers to cover the whole kingdom. Too many people prefer to make a quick buck at the expense of the weak rather than dedicate their lives to the service of others. If you are one of those people, the army is the wrong place to be. Tepper looked straight at Lith, who remained unfazed as usual. When we are called for help, we must be fast, ruthless, efficient. Monsters are able to proliferate only in the absence of magical beasts. That's why killing one without reason is a crime. Magical beasts are smart creatures, able to comprehend and speak the human language, so if you meet on, ask for its assistance rather than attack it. Monsters rarely act alone, that's why we operate in units. Monsters are efficient, learn from their mistakes, and their system is merit-based. You'll never met a lazy-ass spoiled monster because they die first. To beat them, we need to be better than them. We may be weaker, but our training and equipment give us an edge they'll never have. Most monsters are unable to use magic, and even the few that do are usually limited to spells from Tier 1 to 3. That's not reason enough to underestimate them. Monsters reach adulthood in a matter of weeks, while it took you 16 years to become cadets. Today we'll discover if you have what it takes to become an active soldier, a paper pusher, or if you'll be sent back home with a gift wrap. Tepper gave each one of them an enchanted uniform together with a dimensional ring, several kinds of magic wands and potions. After they changed and stored everything into their rings, the briefing continued. Today you have to face the most human-like among the monsters. We are about to attack a recently established tribe of orcs. While some of his comrades gasped in surprise, Lith accessed Soluspedia. According to lore, orcs were a corrupted race that descended from elves, but since no one had ever met an elf, Lith skipped the lore and went straight to the important part. Orcs were humanoid creatures, with an average height of 1.8 meters, 511. They were gifted from birth with a physique that dangerously reminded Lith of his own after experiencing several breakthroughs. They were stronger, faster, and sturdier than humans. Their skin was naturally resistant to most elements, and they would hardly get sick. Rarely an orc would display a talent for magic, but when it happened, the creature would display incredible abilities. Great, Lith thought. So far this is the most dangerous race of monsters I have ever met. Based on what's written in the bestiary, they seem naturally close to awakened ones. I'd better keep my head empty and my eyes open against them. Unlike humans, they were all bald, even the females. Their skin was brown as tree bark and almost as hard. Orcs also had enhanced senses that made it difficult taking them by surprise, and were able to display short bursts of explosive strength or speed. Before explaining to you the nature of our opponents, I need to ask you a few questions. Be honest, because your survival depends on it. How many of you have fought for their lives in the past? 4 out of 10 hands were raised. How many of you have already met a monster? Only 1 hand remained. How many of you have ever killed something that wasn't game? Same as before. Really, what exactly? Lith's hand once again frustrated Tepper's speech. Everything the sergeant did, from the insults to the groundless punishments, was to give them a common enemy. Someone to hate, to make them all feel equal during their hardships and form bonds of camaraderie that would help them survive actual combat. By knowing each other, they were supposed to be able to always have each other's back, increasing their odds of survival. Even that series of questions were meant to make them realize how little they knew about the world around them. That was the point of the whole field test against humanoid monsters. They needed to feel the fear and learn how to conquer it, to realize if they were capable of taking a life. It was a critical moment in a cadet's training. Yet Lith's flexing made it look like a joke. Magical beasts, humans, goblins, ogres, abominations, evolved monsters, and undead, he replied. What? The unit and the sergeant said in unison. My body count is 137 if anyone's interested, Lith said with a shrug. Mentioning evolved monsters was a tell big enough to allow Tepper to solve the riddle that had pestered him in the last months. A few years ago, there had been a rumor going around of a student of the White Griffin slaying a wyvern with a powerful sword. That very same student had even received a family name from the king himself, who had let known far and wide about how he hoped the student would have a brilliant future in the army. Thank the gods I spoke with Commander Burian before flunking him. Sergeant Tepper was inwardly panicking. Otherwise, it would have cost me my career, if not my life. Chapter 354, Conundrum Part 1. Sergeant Tepper hid his surprise behind his usual strict expression, while the rest of the unit sneered at Lith's words. They were all of commoner origin, and with no access to information regarding what happened in the rest of the kingdom. They had never heard about Balker or about Nalar's assault on the White Griffin, hence they took Lith's claim as an attempt to impress their commanding officer. "You and what army?" Vipley's snarky remark made the whole unit laugh. Tepper inwardly sighed at their ignorance, but at the same time found no reason to correct them. Lith didn't seem to mind their mistrust, while the atmosphere had become more relaxed. "Their mutual spite has only one downside. Until they find a common ground, I have to think as I'm commanding 2 different units at once. Lith can't coordinate with the rest of the cadets because he is the one they hate, the common enemy that binds them together," Tepper thought. "One last question. Who among you thinks to be able to lead the unit?" For once, Lith's hand remained down. Only Vipley and Enhilo raised their arms. "Very good. Enhilo, you'll be my second in command. You are promoted to the rank of corporal until the end of the mission." Vipley was disappointed, whereas Enhilo was brimming with joy, but neither of them let it show on their faces. They simply replied with a, "Sir, yes, sir." "Why do you think I chose you, Cadet Enhilo?" Tepper asked. "Because Vipley is our second best scout. His skill set is more suited for the front lines, while I have no particular strong suit aside from my tactical knowledge." Tepper nodded at her reply. Good girl, smart enough to recognize her limits as well as those of her comrades. She didn't even attempt to berate Lith, acknowledging him as the best scout instead, he thought. The sergeant then assigned to each member of the unit their role. To no one's surprise, Lith received once again the role of the rear guard. Aside from Enhilo, everyone else sniggered. They thought he was being punished for his lie, since the rear guard was considered the most boring and useless job. "There's nothing to laugh about," she scolded them. "The rear guard is one of the most vital roles. His duty is to cover our backs and make sure that if something goes wrong, we have a clear retreat path." Lewell was about to reply, but Tepper's cold glare stopped him in his tracks. Only then he realized she was now his commanding officer too. They were no longer peers, and his words could have been taken as insubordination. Tepper briefed them about the orc's strong and weak points, before taking out from his dimensional amulet a whole rack full of weapons of every kind. "Take whatever you think you might need." Lith took for himself a few throwing daggers, a short sword, and a bastard sword. After everyone completed their equipment, the sergeant led them out of the boot camp and inside the woods. They marched for a few hours before he made them stop for a brief rest. "We are very close now. Our scouts inspected the place a couple of days ago and reported that the tribe should consist of no more than 20 orcs, children included. Our duty is to kill them all, no matter the age or gender. Am I clear?" After everyone nodded, Tepper continued. "Male and female orcs are equally strong. Orc elders are not like your usual grandpa. They are seasoned warriors, and what they lack in strength they made up in skill. Any faulty member of the tribe becomes their dinner, so you'll only fight against dangerous enemies. If you underestimate the orcs, you'll die. This is your mission, so you are on your own. I'm only here to supervise, not to help. If you screw up, I'll do my best to save you. If you royally screw up, there's only so much I can do. Keep that in mind." The sergeant handed Enhilo a map of the region, giving her the opportunity to use all the information at hand to come up with a battle plan. "Sir, I request permission to leave the HQ to perform my duty." Lith stood in front of Enhilo, speaking with his usual flat voice. "We have yet to move, so there is no need for a rear guard. Permission to—" The words died in her mouth as soon as Enhilo realized what was happening. It wasn't the first time she was picked as the team leader, and Lith had never wasted her time before. "How many of them?" she corrected herself. 3 from behind, 3 from the front." His words made everyone flinch, even the sergeant. "They are coming from our 10, 12, 2, 4, 6, and 8. We'll be surrounded in less than a minute." "He's just bullshitting us. There's no one around." Vipley felt outraged. He had stood guard from the top of a tree the whole time while Lith had strolled around the area. There was no way someone could sneak past him that easily. "Permission granted." Enhilo ignored him. "Do you need backup?" Lith shook his head before darting away. Despite he was running, his boots produced no noise. He was using a mix of air and earth magic to make his steps light like a falling petal. "Does he get the job done?" The words of Commander Burian echoed in Tepper's mind while he was climbing the nearest tree to assess the situation. He had not assigned the role of scout to Lith only to avoid him soloing the mission. "Lith is right, they are coming from every direction," Tepper said, leaving Vipley dumbstruck. "What are your orders, Corporal?" The situation wasn't that bad. "Worst-case scenario, Tepper could easily handle 3 trolls. His intervention would mark the team failing the field test, but cadets had much more to learn from a defeat rather than from a victory, especially from an undeserved one. Everyone battle formation 11. The unit followed Enhilo's order, assuming a circular formation and holding their lightning wands ready to fire. She led them to the nearest clearing, leaving the enemies no place to hide. Such a spot would also bring out the maximum potential of the wand's long-range attacks. Their faces were priceless, Lith grinned. Being the last in line also means I can use life vision with no risk of being discovered. I always avoid a fair fight when possible. Solus, is there something I should know? No arrays nor any surveillance spell, she replied. You can go all out if you want. There are no witnesses since the rest of the unit remain behind. Lith nodded, taking the army's bastard sword out of the dimensional ring. He circled around the orc to kill it with a surprise attack. I wish I could take one alive and experiment on them. If I'm right and these creatures are naturally close to the awakened state, there is no telling how much I could learn from them. Lith inwardly sighed. As always, he had so many things to do and so little time. Chapter 355, Conundrum Part 2. Lith was now moving a few centimeters above the ground, using air magic to float and prevent the enemy from detecting his presence. He even used darkness magic to cancel his own smell. Yet as soon as he obtained a clean line of sight, Lith noticed the orc staring back at him with eyes filled with mana. It was a male, slightly shorter than Lith. He was armed with a heavy stone club and was only wearing pants made of orc skin. In the orc society, the weak were nothing but livestock. What the heck? I always moved while keeping myself hidden behind trees or vegetation. There's no way he could know my position unless... Lith activated life vision again, noticing that the enemy's mana was moving from his eyes to his free left hand. The orc waved his hand, releasing a wind blade towards Lith's neck. At such a short range, it was fast and powerful enough to decapitate an opponent unaware of the existence of true magic. Lith had no problem going under the blade while using spirit magic to break the orc's neck. Unfortunately, it had no effect. My usual rotten luck, Lith inwardly cursed. First, the fucker employed some kind of life vision, then he used a Tier 2 true spell, and now this. Why do I always find champions instead of regular grunts? Core color, he asked Solus. Deep yellow but definitely awakened, Solus replied. This orc must be one of those the bestiary refers to as displaying incredible abilities. The orc didn't like Lith being taller than him. In his society, size meant strength and strength meant survival. Seeing a feeble human surpassing him meant hate at first sight. When Lith easily dodged the air blade, hate turned into rage. The orc swung his club in a wide arc that started above his head and ended at Lith's feet, causing a thundering noise. Lith sidestepped, avoiding the telegraphed attack and stabbing the opponent's heart at the same time. The orc grunted, activating earth fusion to stop the sword in its tracks. He contracted his strong muscles, which together with his thick ribcage formed a rock-hard defense. Lith reacted by infusing himself with fire magic, piercing both like paper. The boost granted by the yellow core was nothing compared to the one from Lith's bright cyan one. The creature died with a shocked expression on his face while releasing a foul smell. The sword had not only robbed the orc of his life, but also of the control over his bowels. What the heck does this mean? Lith could see the creature's life force fading away, yet the mana flow was increasing. He kneeled near the corpse, using invigoration to get a grasp of the phenomenon. Amazing, Solus exclaimed. Somehow the life force is being converted into mana instead of going to waste. The question is, to what end? I don't know and I don't care. Lith decapitated the creature just to be safe before storing it inside the dimensional ring. As soon as the head was removed, all the accumulated mana departed from the body in the form of a yellow dart. It flew above the trees, disappearing at the speed of light. This doesn't make sense, Solus was shocked. Usually when someone dies, their core leaks mana until it turns gray and disappears. This time instead, it grew in power before releasing a large amount of mana and turning red at once. Only then the core started leaking mana. What does this mean? Lith asked. I don't know, otherwise I would have said that it makes sense. Solus's thoughts oozed sarcasm. One down, 2 more to go. I hope they let me keep the body. Maybe we could learn something from it. Lith thought while activating life vision just in time to notice the other 2 orcs converging on him. Lith took out a couple of wands, floating above the ground again to hide his movements. Yet once more the enemies seemed to see through the vegetation, following him with ease. Orcs do not use magic, my pale ass, Lith inwardly cursed. Either I'm the unluckiest man alive or there's something terribly wrong here. Soulless, what color are their cores? Deep yellow and orange, she replied. Lith stopped wasting mana trying to be stealthy, and used it to infuse himself with several elements at once instead. The orcs used their natural abilities and air fusion to boost their speed, but they were still unable to keep up with Lith's pace. Physically they were equal, but the gap between their cores was too big. Lith focused on the weaker orange-cored orc first. Ice spears from the first wand pierced the orc's body, while lightning bolts from the other wand traveled through the ice, striking directly the internal organs. Lith used wands instead of spells to not waste mana, and make his victories more believable. The yellow-cored orc suffered the same fate. Even knowing Lith's strategy, there was nothing the creature could do to stop him. Both the corpses released a dart of light before they could be stored inside the dimensional ring. This doesn't make sense. Now it was Lith's turn to be shocked. Whatever these creatures were, they weren't awakened. I was wrong before. That wasn't a Tier 2 wind blade, that was simply a boosted chore magic spell. All three orcs didn't use a single proper spell. It's like they never practiced magic before. Also, why I couldn't store any of the bodies until the accumulated mana departed. I have a crazy theory, Solus thought. Crazy is better than nothing, Lith replied. What if those creatures were just normal orcs? What if somehow they borrowed those powers and after their deaths the mana returned to its rightful owner? It would explain why the mana was alive and where it did go. Only one way to be sure. We have to rush back to the unit and check the remaining 3 orcs. Lith started to move even before their telepathic conversation was over. Killing the orcs had taken him less than a minute, so he considered unlikely for his comrades to be dead. He was right. When Lith arrived, the battle was still ongoing and the cadets were winning. Enhilo's decision to move the unit to the clearing had allowed them to keep the orcs at bay. The cadets had used earth wands to build obstacles and trenches that made it impossible for the orcs to get close without getting caught by barrages of spells. As Lith had imagined, with their weak cores and only chore magic at their disposal, the orcs were sitting ducks at long range. Fusion magic allowed them to tank part of the damage, but their defeat was only a matter of time. Tired and frustrated, the creatures sought shelter inside one of the trenches. They took each other's hand, allowing the energies inside themselves to resonate in unison. Solus looked at their cores getting stronger and stronger. She was incapable of believing her own mana sense. That's our thing. The shock prevented her from being clearer. The orcs are becoming one, she said, only making Lith even more confused. Chapter 356, Demons Part 1. What the heck does it mean, the orcs are becoming one? Lith hated when things went beyond his comprehension. Sadly, it happened most of the time he was forced to risk his life. Are they writing doing a threesome, off their bucket list, merging into a 3-headed creature, or what? Gross times 2, Solus replied. I mean their cores are resonating just like we do something. Wait, I stand corrected. Only one core is actually getting stronger, the other 2 stabilized already. It's easier if I show you. Solus shared her recent memories, allowing Lith to see that the 3 orcs were even weaker than the ones he had killed earlier. 2 had an orange core and only 1 orc had a yellow core. Clearly the orcs coming from the front are just a diversion, Lith thought. This explains why they are still so far. They were expecting their companions to strike from behind. By now the orcs have realized something went wrong and are changing their tactic accordingly. He could see with Solus's mana vision that after the orcs' cores started resonating, one of the orange cores had been promoted to yellow and was quickly advancing toward becoming green. Why boost an orange core when they have a yellow one available? Lith pondered. The female they are overdosing with mana is even the weakest among the 3. It took just a second for Lith and Solus to understand the meaning of such an action. Orcs were a utilitarian race. Each member of the tribe was but a tool to an end for its leaders. The cadets didn't stand idly, not giving the orcs a second of respite. As soon as their enemies disappeared inside the trench, the cadets used their wands to unleash a hail of ice spikes to smoke them out. Lith could see with life vision that the life force of the orcs was dropping fast. They had to act soon before they became corpses. Lith took his earth wand from the dimensional ring, ready to counter whatever the suicidal orc had in mind. The creature jumped out of the trench covered in blood. Yet at the same time, the deep green aura enveloping her body made the orc appear majestic and dangerous. Take it down, Enhilo ordered. The cadets obeyed their corporal. They focused their aim on the standing orc, who darted forward like a bullet. She was now almost too fast for them to see. The female orc danced around the obstacles set in her course with the grace of a ballerina and the speed of a cheetah. Switch to lightning, ice it's too slow. So far, Sergeant Tepper was proud of Enhilo's performance. These kids sure have rotten luck. Facing a tribe with a shaman can be a real hassle even for veterans. If it was a big tribe, that is. According to our scouts, there are only 20 orcs. 3 are already dead, and if the unit doesn't screw up, the tribe will soon be down to 14 members. The cadets might be able to wipe the tribe out. It would do wonders for their careers. Tepper looked briefly at Lith. How did he manage to kill 3 orcs that fast and without a scratch? He thought while hearing Commander Burian's voice echoing in his head over and over. Does he get the job done? The cadets needed but a moment to switch their wands. Yet as soon as the hail stopped, the orc was able to move unimpeded. She leaped forward to cross all the trenches at once and reach her targets. It was a simple but effective plan. Also, it was exactly what Lith had been expecting the whole time. What a moron. Once you leave the ground, you can't change direction or speed anymore. Lith thought while erecting a stone wall in front of the female orc, who crashed into it with enough strength to break her nose, jaw, and skull at once. Don't let your guard down, Solus warned him. Her core is still in overload. It's going to blow up any second. Who do you take me for? Lith scoffed. I never let my guard down until the monster is dead. He kept waving his wand, creating 3 more walls that trapped the still confused orc, leaving her only one predictable way out. Fire in the hole, Enhilo ordered, and the unit executed. The 4 walls created by Lith formed an enormous chimney. All the cadets threw a fire roots, the alchemic equivalent of a concussion grenade, into its hole. None of the fire roots missed the target. The resulting explosion made the stone walls crumble, burying the orc under a ton of rubble. After an orange light departed from under the rocks, the 2 remaining orcs came out of their hiding spot and kneeled with their faces on the ground. Good job, Corporal, Tepper nodded. Now kill the last orcs and finish the job. A long moment of silence followed the order. The orcs were monsters who had tried to kill them until a second ago, but they were now surrendering. The unit's hesitation only lasted that long before they unleashed a barrage of spells that butchered the helpless creatures. Blood, guts, and excrements flew everywhere. Killing them from a distance was the right move, but the next time only use lightning bolts for the finishing touch. Ice magic always makes a mess, Tepper said. Lith was about to collect the corpses when the sergeant stopped him. Nice move trapping the enemy like that, Cadet Lith. How did you know the orc was going to blow itself up? I didn't, Lith lied. I just wanted to stop her movements. A good call anyway, Tepper nodded. Change of plans, cadets. What you have just seen is proof that the tribe has a shaman. An orc shaman is more than a simple mage. With the right tools, it can greatly enhance the strength of the whole tribe. The effects of their magic are only temporary, just like our potions. Yet even a single shaman can turn a small tribe in a force to be reckoned with. Each orc becomes stronger faster, and can use chore magic with enough power to make it deadly. Also, as you got this close to experiencing it on your skin, they can turn their weakest members into powerful bombs. Since we don't have mages on our side, Tepper stared at Lith during the last phrase. You have the right to ask considering the mission successfully completed. Killing a shaman is way beyond the purpose of the field test. 1 or more of you could get killed if you face them without a good plan. On the other hand, you can also decide to continue the mission. Make your choice. While the unit discussed the matter at hand, Lith stored the 2 corpses away. We want to continue the mission, sir, Enhilo said. For the first time since the unit had been formed, they were happy having Lith by their side. Him single-handedly killing half the enemies had been a key factor in their decision. Tepper nodded, giving them new wands to replace their used ones. In such a case, you'll need my help. I'll take care of the shaman, but you still have to deal with 13 more orcs on your own. Chapter 357, Demons Part 2. Chapter 357, Demons Part 2. I think it's better if Lith acts as our scout together with Vipli, sir, Enhilo said. Why do you ask my permission, Corporal? Your mission, your rules, the sergeant replied. How many orcs can you face at once on your own? Enhilo asked Lith. Depends, 3 if they are as weak as those you just killed, 2 otherwise. Hearing Lith referring to the orcs as weak sent a shiver running down the cadet's spine. Tepper was really curious to see the corpses of those Lith had killed by himself, but it could wait until the end of the mission. Based on the information we have and how fast the orcs spotted us, their camp should be nearby. Feel free to engage the enemy, but don't get too far from us. If you spot anything suspicious, your first priority is to warn me. Are we clear? Lith inwardly smiled. Seeing Enhilo acting tough reminded him of Floria. The two girls couldn't be more different, since Enhilo was just 1.6 meters tall with red hair and green eyes. Yet something in her tone made him recall a few happy memories. "Yes, sir," Lith replied before disappearing into the woods. Judging by the sergeant's reaction, what we have seen so far isn't anything special, Solus thought. I wonder why the bestiary was so vague about the shaman's powers. Probably because the author never met one, Lith shrugged. At the academy, we focused more on copying everything we could about specializations and magical ingredients rather than worrying about monsters. In the 4 years we spent there, we barely managed to get everything we needed about magic. Copying the whole library would have taken me a lifetime, not to mention that Soluspedia isn't that big. The magical space that Lith called Soluspedia, and that gave him instant access to all the knowledge stored inside, had kept expanding as Solus regained her strength. Yet it was never enough. Between all the books Lith owned and his own grimoires, Soluspedia was always full to the brim. What really bothers me is how they managed to find us so far from their camp. I didn't notice any array on our path. What about you, Solus? Me neither, but I can't keep mana sense always active. It consumes too much mana. I prefer to keep it for battle and perform sweeps from time to time, she replied. Meanwhile, at the orc settlement, Raghash the shaman was deeply worried. About an hour ago, his holy crystal had warned her about 12 humans closing into their position. After blessing 6 of her best warriors with the power of the gods, she had eagerly waited for their return. Human meat was a delicacy, and the women needed all the food they could get to increase the orcs' numbers. Their gray wolf tribe had almost been wiped out by the red worm tribe, whose shaman wanted Raghash's Hoy crystal for himself. Their victory had cost the gray wolf most of their warriors, so they had been forced to run away before the other tribes could exploit their weakened state. When the warriors returned, it wasn't in the way Raghash was expecting. One after the other, the blessings she had bestowed upon the 3 greatest warriors of the tribe had reunited themselves with the holy crystal. Something had slain them like they were flies. Before Raghash could seek the holy crystal's guidance, the remaining 3 warriors she had sent had followed their war siblings in their travel to the afterlife. This doesn't make sense. And, translated from Orcish, Testelhosh, the war chieftain, couldn't believe his own eyes. 6 lives were sent to slay our enemies, and 6 lights returned. Are you sure they are humans? Only magical beasts can slay orcs that fast. Quite sure, Raghash replied. An hour ago they were still quite far, so my readings weren't that accurate. Let me try again. Raghash put her hands on the holy crystal, letting her mana flow into it. The holy crystal wasn't actually a gift from the gods. It was simply a huge violet mana crystal the size of an adult human man. It was also the most sacred relic an orc tribe could possess. Before their fall, orcs shared a deep connection with the mana crystals. So deep it survived even the self-inflicted disaster that destroyed their ancient civilization. Through the violet crystal, Raghash's mana was focused and amplified, to the point her life vision could sweep dozens of kilometers at once. There was only so much information her brain could process at once, so she would mistake her own perceptions for a vision sent from the gods. Over the centuries, their science had turned into superstition. Their bloodlust clouded their minds, leaving them forever crippled as a sentient race. Yet when a shaman was born, they would always be awakened ones. Raghash now could perceive their enemies with much greater clarity. They were 10 humans and 2 demons. Raghash screamed in panic, almost fainting due to the shock. Demons, Testelhosh shuddered in fear. According to the lore, nondescript, cruel demons had caused the fall of the orc race. It was totally not their fault. They were certain of it because their elders said so before being eaten for dinner by their own grandkids. You were right, 2 of them are disguised as humans, but they are not. Neither they are beasts or other races. They can only be demons. One is the blackest night with no stars or moon to light the way. The other is the brightest day, so pure and dazzling it almost blinded me. Raghash's eyes were bloodshot from the effort of withstanding Solus's light. Testelhosh was a proud chieftain. There was almost nothing he was afraid of. Raghash's words left him unfazed, for almost 10 seconds. There's no time to lose. We must run for our lives. Testelhosh screamed when his brain realized the meaning of the shaman's words. The chieftain had never met a demon, but he knew facing one meant death. It was what his own father told him before Testelhosh turned him into a new pair of pants. The chieftain was really fond of them. He wore that skin just like his father did. It was practically a family heirloom. No, we must stand our ground and kill them. The humans are weaker than our newborns, and both demons are lesser ones. The black one is weaker than me, while the white one is even weaker than you. Raghash shook her head, while a cruel smile revealed her jagged teeth. By feasting on their flesh and blood, we'll be able to break the curse that plagues our race. The gray wolf will devour the whole world. With our ancient might back and the holy crystal, we'll be unstoppable. Are you sure eating demons can cure our curse? It's the first time I hear such a thing. Hosh scratched his head in confusion. According to the lore, there was no cure. The demons had made sure of it. Of course I'm sure of it, Raghash screamed in frustration. My own mentor told me about it on his deathbed. Before Raghash turned her into a bedside rug. It was more a dying curse than the passing of knowledge, but that's another story. Chapter 358, Holy Crystal Part 1. The Grey Wolf tribe only had 12 members remaining plus the chieftain and the shaman. Raghash had to think carefully about their strategy. Albeit lesser demons, their enemies were still demons. Of the 12 orcs, 4 were just kids. Their bodies were yet to become able to endure the blessing of the Holy Crystal. The shaman decided to keep them close to her, so in case of emergency, she could turn them into living bombs and get rid of the tribe's enemies. As long as the tribe has women, we can always have more children, Raghash thought. The only things that matter to our survival is the Holy Crystal and breaking the curse. Everyone else is disposable. The shaman used the crystal once again. This time she didn't panic. Raghash took her time to assess the enemy's strength and position while using her knowledge of the territory to come up with a battle plan. She was the only one capable of rational thought thanks to her awakening. The others, just like Testelhosh, were mindless brutes, incapable of escaping the clutches of their base instincts. Against a smart enemy equipped with magical weapons like Sergeant Tepper's unit, the blessing of the Holy Crystal wasn't enough. She needed a foolproof plan. Literally. Otherwise, those morons would screw up and leave everything on her shoulders. According to her readings, the demons and the humans were apart, even if not by much. Sending more orcs would be just a waste of resources. I'll let them come here, where the powers of the Holy Crystal and my magic are at their peak. I'll leave the humans to the tribe while Testelhosh and I will take care of the demons. The gods from above and from below are on our side. The two demons share the same body, making them a lesser threat than what I feared. We outnumber and outmatch them. Thanks to my new pet, our victory is already written in the stars, Raghash thought. Lith kept coming closer to the orc settlement, yet he met no resistance whatsoever. There were a few traps laid on the ground, but they were devised against animals to get food, not against a real enemy. Orcs are supposed to be stupid. They should have charged at us like mad bulls already, Lith thought while using life vision to check his surroundings. I guess a shaman is a real game changer, Solus pointed out. It's better to go back to the others and ask for more information. The sergeant seemed to know more than what he told us. We should seek his advice. Lith Mind nodded. He rushed back to the unit while Solus watched his back with mana sense, allowing him to move at full speed without any worry. How many orcs did you kill? Lewell asked with a big smile on his face. Lith was so used to their ill-concealed scorn that it gave him the creeps. None, that's why I returned. Something is wrong here. The orcs knew our position with enough precision to set an ambush, yet they aren't supposed to be able to use arrays, Lith said, leaving the unit confused. What's an array? They asked each other, receiving only a shrug in reply. Also, they are supposed to be dumb. If that was true, they should either run away or come at us in full force. Yet nothing has happened. I feel like we are walking into a trap. Sergeant, could you please tell us what a shaman is capable of? Sometimes in battle, you're forced to face the unknown, Cadet Lith. A shaman is a rare creature. Even adventurers have a vague knowledge of them. Only the army possess detailed records, and I have already shared with you more than I should, Tepper replied. As a fellow soldier, though, I can say that I think your observations are on point. The shaman seems smart enough to make use of their superior numbers. When you decided to continue the mission, you knew you would face a magician. The whole unit is green, and he wants to send us against an unknown enemy, Lith thought. Either he is overestimating himself or underestimating a magician. Or maybe he is overestimating you, Solus suggested. I think that at this point he is sure you are a magician, and the army rules allow you to use your powers in case of emergency. Probably the sergeant thinks that the two of you are more than enough. I wish I shared his optimism, Until I know what kind of core the enemy has or the kind of tricks they are capable of, the only thing I'm sure of is that I can survive. I need to keep at least the sergeant alive. Otherwise, if the entire unit gets butchered, I could get blamed for it. The unit effortlessly advanced through the woods until Lith signaled them to stop. "It's a trap indeed," he said, jumping down from a tree without making any noise. "The settlement has no guards and there are no signs of activity. The tribe consists of 10 adults and 4 teenagers. 8 adults are spread outside what I presume is the shaman's tent and are armed to the teeth." "What about the mana crystal?" Sergeant Tepper asked with eyes full of expectation. "I saw no crystal," Lith lied. "Maybe it's inside the tent, I can't see through walls." "The bastard knows about the crystal," Lith inwardly cursed. Thanks to life vision and mana sense, Lith had now a clear idea of the enemy's strength. His comrades had only one path to victory. If they managed to keep the orcs at bay, they would win. Otherwise, it would be a slaughter. Inside the tent, Lith had spotted a bright cyan cord orc that was likely to be the shaman, a very bulky individual at least 2 meters, 67, tall, and 4 children that seemed to be around 12 years old. Near to them, there was the biggest and most powerful mana crystal Lith had ever seen. He had hoped to keep its existence a secret to snatch it away during the fight. It was a priceless natural treasure with endless application to Lith's studies. "There has to be a mana crystal, otherwise the shaman couldn't empower other orcs," Tepper said. "Orcs consider them gifts from the gods. They would rather die than leave one behind. The Mage Association highly values orcs' crystals. They hope to understand the secrets of the shaman's powers by studying them. We have to retrieve it safely at all costs." "What is our priority?" Lith asked. "Wiping out the orcs or retrieving the crystal?" "Your primary objective is to remain alive," Sergeant Tepper sighed. He had almost forgotten he was with cadets, not an elite force. "The secondary objective is to wipe out the orcs. If we do that, the crystal will fall into our hands." "What's a crystal?" Enhilo asked, relieving Lith from his burden. The more he learned about the orcs, the more the mission appeared suicidal in his eyes. Sending the cadets forward without warning them about mana crystals would just add insult to the injury. Tepper briefly explained the unit the mana crystal's uses, properties, and volatile nature. "With all due respect, I don't think we can do it, sir," Enhilo said after Lith drew her a rough sketch of the orc settlement and the enemy positions. Chapter 359, Holy Crystal Part 2. Chapter 359, Holy Crystal Part 2. The orcs have the home advantage, are physically superior, and have a magician on their side. We can't set a trap without being noticed, nor can we handle 8 adults at once. Also, the children's position is highly suspicious. I don't think they are close to the tent to keep them safe, but rather to use them as sacrifices. A single one could throw our formation into disarray and doom us all. Not to mention, we cannot even bombard the shaman's tent without the crystal exploding. "I agree with your analysis, Corporal," Tepper nodded. "Their behavior is highly unusual, even for the presence of a shaman. The orcs were supposed to send another wave of warriors and attempt to escape after their second failed attack. Orcs being cautious is almost unprecedented. They regard humans as food, not enemies, yet they are acting as if they are afraid of us. We need reinforcements. Lith, you can use dimensional magic, right?" Lith nodded while watching his companion's expression turn to a mix of surprise, envy, and hate. Tepper noticed it too. "He is not a noble. Lith comes from a family of farmers. He became a magician thanks only to his own hard work. Show some respect." The sergeant's words left everyone dumbstruck. To them, meeting a magician of commoner origins was like finding a unicorn under a rainbow with a pot of gold in its mouth. "Bring us back to the camp," Tepper ordered. Lith attempted to open a warp steps, but the dimensional door quickly became unstable, shattering before it was fully formed. "This is bad," Lith clicked his tongue. "Something like this has only happened to me once in the past. It means the orc shaman is preparing something big and powerful enough to upset the normal elemental balance." "Solus, why didn't you warn me of the array?" Lith was surprised. It wasn't like her to make such a rookie mistake. "There is no array," she explained, "nor any significant disturbance in the world energy. Quite the contrary, the air is really quiet and the mana thin." "How thin?" Lith asked. "Not much, but now that you mention it, there is something wrong." Solus needed to focus her mana sense to the extreme to separate the world energy into the 6 elements that composed it. "By my maker, this is exactly the opposite of what that wyvern did. There is no abundance of an element this time. The earth magic in the air is less than half of what it should be. I can see it being siphoned towards the orc encampment. Do you mean you can't warp us back? Tepper inwardly cursed. Even if he called for reinforcements, it would take them too long to find the unit's actual position. I think I can, but it will take time and effort. I need you to watch my back, Lith said to his comrades, but he meant those words for Solus alone. She was still tired from the overuse of her mana sense, yet Solus reassured him and kept watch. Now, my warriors, receive the power of the Earth God and become their avatars. Raghash had used invigoration, though the mana crystal, as if it were a part of her own body. With the combined effect of invigoration and the natural ability of purple crystals to absorb the world energy, the shaman had collected an enormous amount of mana. Raghash had called upon earth magic in particular to make her pawns invincible. The world energy seeped into the warriors' mana cores, temporarily boosting them from the red level to the yellow one. Such unnatural status would have been their demise if not for the orcs' peculiar physiology. Their bodies contained very few impurities, allowing them to grow strong enough to withstand the power of an awakened core, even if only temporarily. The crystal was a key element in the process. It was not only capable of storing the necessary world energy, but it also kept it pure. If Raghash had attempted to give them her mana, it would be like poison to them. Only in its purest form could world energy be absorbed without being rejected. The earth elemental energy coursing through the warriors' bodies would double the effects of earth fusion, making them immune to lightning and resistant to all the other elements. Yet it came with a price. Only the strongest orcs could survive their cores being enhanced not once, but twice. Raghash could see energy cracks appearing on the skin of 5 out of the 8 warriors she had blessed. They only had a few minutes left to live. The weak can only blame themselves, Raghash thought. The demon's meat is too precious to be wasted on failures. Their death was only a matter of time. While the orcs charged towards the humans' position, the shaman and the chieftain followed them from a distance. Testelhash carried the holy crystal on his back, while the ground emitted a low rumble wherever Raghash stepped. "Orcs incoming!" Vipley screamed on the top of his lungs from the top of a tree. Lith inwardly cursed while pushing his willpower to the limit to compensate for the lack of earth elemental energy with his own mana. Finally, the warp steps appeared, but instead of being static as usual, its edges spun like a buzz saw. They emitted sparks every time Lith sent new waves of mana to prevent it from collapsing. One after the other, the cadets rushed through it until only Enhilo and the sergeant were left. "We can't leave Lith behind. They will kill him." As the commanding officer, Enhilo felt it was her responsibility to remain behind with him. "That's why I'll stay here," Tepper said while throwing her through the gate. "There's no need for us all to die." Indeed, Lith used spirit magic to push the sergeant away before closing the warp steps. When Tepper's face hit the boot camp's ground, he wasn't angry. Quite the contrary, he was almost moved to the tears. "That idiot, together we had a chance, alone he is as good as dead. Shamans can prevent an opponent from flying. Without warp steps, he has no way out. I misjudged Lith. He preferred to die a hero rather than see one of us die." He ran to the HQ to request immediate backup. With him as a guide, the mages would only need a few minutes to reach the orc encampment. He could only hope Lith would survive long enough for it to be a rescue mission instead of a revenge one. Meanwhile, on the other side of the crumbled gate, Lith was overjoyed. He was wearing his skinwalker armor again. The gatekeeper's sword was firm in his hand, while invigoration gave Lith back his strength. "With no witness messing with my plans, I can pretend to be a hero and get myself a purple crystal. 2 birds with 1 stone. Lith took flight, weaving several spells at once just to be safe. 2 orcs leaped toward him while swinging their weapons, only to be chopped in half like fresh fruit. Lith's flight spell made him even faster than he was with fusion magic, whereas the orcs were sitting ducks while in mid-air. "Worst-case scenario, I can rain spells from the skies until they are all dead, or I can run away if the unexpected happens. Killing non-flying opponents is child play," Lith thought. He readied his sword for the second wave of enemies, while pouring air magic into it to enhance its edge. Raghash saw Lith descending upon her warriors and acted accordingly. Her hand touched the holy crystal, depriving the environment of the air element and causing the flight spell to fail. Lith crashed in the middle of the orcs who immediately surrounded him. "Where the gods walk, the humans die," Raghash laughed. Chapter 360 Fair Fight, Part 1. Chapter 360 Fair Fight, Part 1. Watching the orc warriors' weapons coming down on the demon like they were the wrath of the heavens. Raghash could almost smell the sweet scent of Lith's blood in the air. Which is why she was dumbfounded when a fireball exploded on the ground and sent the orcs surrounding Lith flying like leaves scattered by the autumn wind. "How is that possible?" Raghash blurted out in her stupor. The lack of air element prevented Lith from flying or casting powerful air spells, but there was more than enough to support a Tier 0 gravity magic trick. Even the shockwave from a simple fireball was enough to buy him some space once his opponents had become weightless. "I think we are in trouble." Solus was worried. The lack of earth magic already prevented us from blinking. Now even flight and lightning bolts are sealed. What if the shaman can seal the other elements too? That's the bad news. The good news is the same applies to them. Lith watched some orcs trying to produce air blades, yet all they managed to do was waste their mana. Their coordination is non-existent. We'll see who runs out of tricks first. Lith's hands moved so fast that for a second even the shaman only saw a blur. Then, a volley of fireballs and several ice spears darted toward the mana crystal. Raghash attempted to raise a stone wall and failed. "Gods below, what have I done? I must protect the holy crystal," she thought. She didn't have the time to nullify two elements, and even if she did, it would make her completely useless in combat. The only thing she could do was to push Testelhosh and the crystal away with spirit magic, while shielding herself with the thickest ice wall she could produce in the little time she had left. She succeeded in saving both the crystal and herself, but it came at a terrible price. Lith had timed the two spells so that the fireballs would hit first, shattering the ice protection he knew she would have employed, so that the ice spears would find a clear path to the enemy. Raghash was alive, but barely. Chunks of her flesh were missing because of the explosions, and several spears had struck her despite her raising walls one after another. She was already healing her wounds with invigoration, but the aftereffects would leave her weakened nonetheless. What an idiot, Lith inwardly laughed. Playing dirty is a game two can play. I want the crystal badly, but not if it costs me my life. By attacking it, I can force the orcs on the defensive. The orcs rushed Lith again. The demon's blasphemous act had pushed their rage to its peak, allowing their bloodlust to blind them, exactly like Lith wanted. The orcs were a threat to his life only if they coordinated their efforts. They attacked him as if they were alone, giving no consideration to their own companions' movements. Without tactics, the orcs were just an annoyance. Their crude weapons were nothing compared to Gatekeeper. Their boosted cores granted them feeble abilities compared to Lith's bright Scion one when pushed to its limit. Raghash's plan had only one flaw. Both she and Lith knew it, but only one of them could exploit it. Depriving the world energy of a specific element blocked the related spells, but it couldn't affect fusion magic. Fusion magic didn't rely on external energy, but on the elemental power its user naturally stored. Lith's air fusion could not only make him incredibly fast, but it was also channeled and amplified by the Gatekeeper's enchantment, boosting the sword's edge. A single slash was what it took to cleave an orc asunder, along with the axe with which he had attempted to block. A single lunge would go clear through its intended victim and beyond, wounding those stupid enough to be near its exit point. "Curse you, demon!" screamed in anguish as she ripped off the head of one of their youths to consume his flesh to regain her strength. The fight had barely started, yet the number of her warriors had halved, and she was gravely injured. Thanks to invigoration, Raghash was able to instantly assimilate the food's nutrients and restore her strength. Testelhosh immediately ran to her side. The chieftain was visibly worried for her. Without the shaman, the tribe was as good as dead. The holy crystal would become a liability instead of a treasure. Testelhosh's life depended on her. "The warriors will not last long without my help," Testelhosh said while delicately leaving the crystal by her side. "Do whatever you need, but try to keep me alive. You still need a man to have offspring." The chieftain didn't trust her more than he would a nest of vipers. His words were meant to remind the shaman that the survival of the Grey Wolf tribe needed at least 2 orcs. He didn't miss how Raghash moved her gaze from him to the remaining 3 youths. There was still a male left, which meant she still had options. Inwardly cursing his bad luck, Testelhosh unsheathed his greatsword and joined the fray. Aside from the holy crystal, the chieftain's blade was the only treasure of the Grey Wolf tribe that had survived the war. It was an enchanted weapon that had fallen into the orcs' hands after its previous owner had fallen into their stomachs. Raghash nodded. Her powers activated the crystal once again, passing all the remaining energy she had stored within it to the chieftain. His core immediately turned from bright yellow to bright cyan, which Solus promptly reported to Lith. "For fuck's sake, I hate fair fights," Lith inwardly cursed. Testelhosh was at least 20 centimeters, 8, taller than Lith and 30 kg heavier. Thanks to his awaken-like body, those 30 kg were all muscles. Lith had no advantage against Testelhosh, aside from his own equipment and training. In terms of sheer physical strength, the chieftain was like an adult fighting a prepubescent teen. How long until the balance is restored? Lith hated forcing Solus to consume her remaining mana, but he had no choice. Only when all of Lith's skills were online again, he could safely terminate the orc tribe. Earth is back to normal already. Air should support spells up to Tier 2, Solus replied. She was already so weakened that only her natural senses remained. Solus decided to save the remainder of her mana for an emergency, just to be safe. She could have used Invigoration, but unlike Lith's, it required more time and was dependent on her companion's status. Using it would not only leave her completely helpless for a while, but could also destabilize Lith's mana flow. Solus couldn't stand by idly either, so she moved from Lith's mouth to his right hand and turned into her glove form. That way he could at least use her as a shield if the need arose. The greatsword gave Testelhosh the superior range, forcing Lith on the defensive. Their fusion magic was on par, so it was like neither was employing it. The chieftain was faster, stronger, and to make things worse he shouted orders that made the remaining orcs regain their sanity. Raghash was now back on her feet, using the crystal to infuse one of the young female orcs until the youth screamed in agony. The shaman didn't trust the chieftain more than he trusted her. Raghash wanted to win, no matter the cost. Chapter 361 Fair Fight, Part 2. Chapter 361 Fair Fight, Part 2. Meanwhile, the 4 remaining orcs surrounded Lith, threatening him with their weapons from every side. Their duty was to restrict the enemy's movements and create openings for the chieftain. 5 against 5. Once again, I hate fair fights, Lith thought while unleashing his Death Call spell. 4 tentacles made of darkness magic came out from his body, targeting the orcs like sharks following blood in water. The warriors stood their ground, clubbing and slashing at the tendrils only to see their weapons getting covered in cracks. Darkness magic wasn't tangible, but its hunger was real. To not get eaten, the 4 orcs were forced to step back whenever Lith came too close to them while dodging the chieftain's blade. Before the boot camp, Lith would have had a hard time against an opponent such as Testelhosh. It still wasn't an easy fight, but the skill gap made it manageable. While the chieftain put all of his might behind each strike, Lith used his blade to deflect the opponents by using the least amount of strength possible. Between Death Call and Lith avoiding their mighty chieftain's blows by a thread, the orcs truly believed they were facing a demon. One of them had been grazed by the tentacles multiple times. The contact had sapped her strength and hastened her body's decay. The female orc's skin was full of cracks. She knew her death would come in a matter of seconds. In her mind, the orc thought the demon was to blame. She had no idea it was all her shaman's doing. The warrior threw herself against Lith, disregarding what little life she had left. The tentacles drained her life force and diffused the explosion at the same time, but they weren't fast enough to prevent her from crashing against Lith and sending him towards the chieftain's oncoming blade. Cursing at his bad luck, Lith could only attempt a parry and watch it fail. Testelhosh's blade clashed with the gatekeeper, moving it aside. The lunge had enough power left to pierce the skinwalker armor and penetrate into Lith's flesh while breaking his collarbone. Lith would have fainted from the shock if he had not cut off his pain receptors at the last second. His left arm was now limp, blood came out profusely from his shoulder. The only silver lining was that the energy robbed from the dying orc was already mending the wound. The problem was living long enough for it to matter. Testelhosh fearlessly pressed forward. The demon is doomed, the chieftain thought. With only one hand and the blood loss sapping his strength, he can't avoid my blade anymore. Follow your sister's example. Use the power of the gods to slay the demon, Testelhosh yelled. 3 orcs meant 3 more free slashes, which equaled 1 dead demon. Easy math. Lith had no idea what the orc had just yelled, but when Solus warned him about another enemy doing a suicidal rush from behind his back, their plan became evident. Lith knew what to do, but he couldn't afford to turn around, so he let Solus take the wheel. The moment before the orc was about to strike, a stone wall emerged from the ground, stopping the enemy and his weapon at once. The orc had no time to be surprised by Solus's timely use of the earth wand with spirit magic. The ethereal tentacles passed through a wall and seeped into his flesh, renewing Lith's strength at the expenses of the orc's life force. For the gray wolf, Raghash yelled at the youth. The little girl screamed in agony and frenzy. The only thing she could think of was making the pain stop. She rushed toward Lith with the speed of a bullet. The mana ravaging her body also gave her superhuman abilities. Lith and Testelhosh cursed at the shaman in unison. Neither wanted to die. Whereas Testelhosh saw only a death threat, Lith saw an opportunity instead. Lith grabbed the stone wall Solus had erected and used gravity magic to turn Testelhosh into the new center of gravity. The orc girl's feet leaped from the ground with great strength, almost making her fly, but also leaving her exposed to gravity magic's effects. She found herself falling towards the chieftain, while Solus erected a second wall right in front of Lith. It was meant to be used as a foothold and a shield at the same time. Testelhosh had no idea what was happening, so he dodged the incoming bomb over and over, hoping to get rid of it. Yet the poor girl followed him like a curse. Realizing he was doomed, the chieftain grabbed the girl and rushed between the two stone walls, to make sure that Lith would die along with him. Much to Testelhosh's dismay, when he got there, Lith was nowhere to be found. In his place, there was what looked like an acorn the size of a fist. It was covered in runes of power which blinked faster by the second. Lith had Solus conjure one stone wall after the other and used them as footsteps to escape gravity magic's short train and get to safety. He had also left a fire root as a goodbye gift. The combined explosion of the girl and the fire root turned the stone walls into debris that flew in every direction like deadly bullets. Once again, Raghash had to prevent the crystal from being destroyed. This time she could at least conjure a great stone wall to protect the holy crystal and what little was left of the tribe. Raghash immediately used life vision to find Lith. He's not on the ground nor in the air. Where the heck is he, she thought. The shaman used the power of the holy crystal to sweep the whole area, discovering that Lith was quite far from her position and was getting further by the second. How dares he to run away? Raghash felt she was going crazy. The two remaining orc warriors had fled the moment they saw the living bomb converge to their position. They both considered a cowardly escape much better than a heroic death. Raghash had no way to communicate with them, and even if she did, the shaman doubted they would listen to her anymore. All that was left of the gray wolf were her and the two kids. What a cowardly, sly creature, Raghash thought. I can't follow the demon. The children are too weak to carry the crystal, even if I bless them a little. If I carry it myself, I'd be a sitting duck. At least I'm safe now. Yet actually she wasn't. Lith hadn't run away. He had seen the shaman eating and meant to even the field. Why would I rush in against an unknown opponent with a wounded body, and my mana depleted when I can take a break? He thought, while eating some meat from his pocket dimension. I'll wait for the world energy to stabilize again so I can have full access to my spells. How are you, Solus? Much better, thanks. I think retreating was the right move. All that spellcasting and fighting had left you drained. How is your shoulder? Perfectly healed. I'll use invigoration to get back to my peak form before going in for the kill, Lith replied. He had no idea what the shaman could do with her crystal, but he was certain Raghash would rather detonate it than leave it in his hands. Lith used that time to sort through his alchemic weapons. Even if Raghash siphoned elemental energy again, he could still use them, since the spells they contained were already formed. The problem was that unlike his own incantations, alchemical weapons could hurt their user. Chapter 362, Unexpected Helper Part 1. Chapter 362, Unexpected Helper Part 1. I don't like this situation, Lith thought. The shaman seems to always know where I am. She caught us unprepared twice, so it's likely that if I stand for too long in the same place, she may attack us from a distance. Agreed, Solus replied. She had regained about half of her strength, but they couldn't afford to wait much longer. If the sergeant returned with the reinforcements, the crystal would be lost. We need to aim for a quick exchange. We have to get there fast before she can siphon any element so that we can blink in for the kill. Lith nodded. That kind of approach was outside his comfort zone, but there weren't many options left. He took off, flying at full speed towards the location where he had killed most of the members of the Grey Wolf tribe. Raghash hadn't gotten far. Moving the holy crystal was a delicate job. She couldn't fly with it. If anything happened and the spell was broken, the holy crystal would be lost. She just made it float a few centimeters from the ground, pushing it while she walked back towards the camp. The silver lining was that thanks to the constant contact, she could sweep her surroundings from time to check on Lith's whereabouts. As soon as Raghash noticed him getting closer, she knew only one of them would come out alive from their next meeting. Go back to the village and hide. If I don't return within a few minutes, run away and never turn back, Raghash ordered. The youths never thought, even for a second, that the shaman was doing that to protect them. Her only purpose was to protect the last members of the tribe, who were too weak to be of any use in actual combat. Raghash had seen how Lith had turned her own living bomb against her orc warriors. It was a mistake she couldn't afford to repeat. She watched the two youths disappearing in the woods as she pondered about her strategy. Raghash wasn't used to fight alone, without any warrior providing her assistance. The demon's magic is unpredictable, she thought. My only option is to overpower them quickly with the help of the holy crystal. If only that stupid beast helped us earlier, I wouldn't be in dire straits now. What kind of pet doesn't protect its owner? The earth trembled below her feet. It was the only sign that the creature was still following her. Raghash called it her pet, but its motives were still a mystery. It had helped her to survive many times, yet its timing was always unreliable at best. Raghash placed her hands on the crystal, channeling air magic through it to conjure a huge storm cloud above her position. Monsters' mastery of magic was shallow. Due to their fallen nature, they would seldom be able to research complex spells and would even more rarely pass them down. In a might makes right society, sharing knowledge or power was like digging your own grave. That limited the shaman's knowledge to the first 3 tiers of spells. Thanks to the holy crystal, though, Raghash could replicate Tier 4 spells' effect or at least equal their destructive power. As soon as Lith spotted the shaman with life magic, he also noticed a pillar of mana going from the ground to the sky. The storm cloud was pitch black and covered a radius of 100 meters around the shaman's position already. She's stealing my thunder, literally, Lith thought. He was actually scared by how fast Raghash had summoned such a huge thundercloud. It was something he was still unable to do. I wouldn't worry about that, Solus chimed in. There is something wrong with the ground below her feet. I thought the lack of earth element in the world energy was confusing my perception, but even now that the balance is restored, the anomaly is still there. What kind of anomaly? Lith's paranoia sense was tingling. Life vision showed him nothing but trees, grass, the shaman, and the crystal, yet he didn't doubt Solus's words for an instant. He knew her senses were far better than his own. It's a blur, so I can't tell you what it is nor how strong it is, but there's something moving there. It could be some kind of spell, a creature, anything. Just be vigilant, okay? Lith mentally nodded as he charged the gatekeeper with all elements but light magic. As soon as Raghash's eyes met Lith's, she unleashed a natural lightning so big that its flash turned the whole world white for a second, almost blinding her. Lith was able to react in time only because he had done the same thing in the past. The moment he saw a pulse of Raghash's mana reaching for the thundercloud, he blinked behind her back, aiming for her head. Lith's timing had been impeccable, the precision of his lunge surgical. Yet instead of relieving the shaman's neck from the burden of its head, Lith was sent flying before he could even understand what was happening. Something big and black had jumped out of the ground, as nimble as a shark after a seal. Solus had no way to describe it if not as a worm, but it was a worm like she had never seen before. Its skin wasn't pink nor soft. The creature looked like made of obsidian, with several bumps and deformities all around its body like a lazy artist had given up the job halfway through. The worm was as big as a bull and about 4 meters, 13 long. Its gaping mouth was big enough to easily swallow an adult man whole. Solus could see it had multiple series of jagged teeth which somehow were rotating at high speed like a buzz saw. It had been the impact between the teeth and the gatekeeper to thwart Lith's death blow. When the clash happened, the enchanted blade managed to resist the teeth's destructive force, but it couldn't escape their grasp. The centrifugal force had spun Lith, and the blade, as if for a split second they had been trapped inside a washing machine, before all the accumulated magic in the gatekeeper had forced the creature to release its prey. Between the impact and the spinning, Lith's vision was a blur, yet the black worm wasn't faring much better. It writhed on the ground like a beached fish, spitting blood and teeth before reaching again for the safety of the earth. What the heck was that? Lith and Raghash's thought in unison. Whereas Lith was wondering why the magical beast had interfered, Raghash's was shocked by dimensional magic. Both the magicians recovered quickly from the surprise. Moving on to their own plan, Lith blinked away, not giving the shaman the time to aim at him with a second lightning, while Raghash's embraced the crystal, starting to chant a second spell. Lith threw against her several fire roots to force her to interrupt her casting and focus on defending the crystal. Yet the moment the alchemical tools touched the ground, small holes opened below them, making them disappear. When they exploded a few seconds later, they were already gone so deep that the explosion was completely muffled by the ground, sounding more like farts. Everything happened so fast that Raghash didn't even have the time to notice the threat. Chapter 363, Unexpected Helper Part 2. Seriously, what the fuck is that? Lith inwardly cursed at the worm. There is no mention of such a creature in all the bestiaries I own. It doesn't seem an evolved monster, but it's not dumb either. How strong is its core? Unknown. I can't see the mana core just like I can't see its life force. I can barely pinpoint its location by following the anomaly it creates in my mana sense. Either that creature has special abilities or that black stuff covering its body, it's not skin but a jamming device. Solus replied. This means I'm not just facing a shaman, but also another unknown enemy. There's no way someone that can't even use dimensional magic has tamed or equipped the worm. Lith was seriously considering to give up on the crystal. Whoever had the talent and the means to shield something from Solus's senses had to be at least as good as her maker. Even if he managed to slay the beast, its owner wasn't an opponent he could take lightly. Raghash completed her chant, opening a channel between her and the crystal. Now she could not only access to all of its powers without the need of the physical contact, but also could use the crystal's energy like it was her own. It was a desperate move for desperate times. The longer the channel was open, the more likely Raghash was to die from mana overload. Until then, she would have access to an almost infinite supply of mana. The first thing she did was to wrap the holy crystal with the strongest materials the ground had to offer. That way she could completely disregard its safety and focus on the demon. Incoming from your fore, Solus warned Lith, who darted upwards just in time to avoid the worm's charge. It moved so fast, causing only such small trembling in the ground's mouth that without her warning Lith would have never noticed it. The worm's mouth was wide open, which allowed Solus's spirit magic to feed it a generous serving of fire roots, black lotus petals, broken lightning wands, and a sprinkle of green pepper. As someone who had studied alchemy during the last 4 years, she knew exactly what kind of ingredients were never to be mixed. Unless, of course, one wanted to trigger an uncontrollable chain reaction that resulted in the death of anyone in a 10 meters, 33, radius. The first explosion made the worm squirm in mid-aid, messing with its landing. It hit the ground with the same grace of a wet sock before starting to dance around like a firecracker. Smoke, blood, and teeth came out non-stop as the explosions grew in frequency and power. Lith had barely the time to grin at his partner's brilliance when Raghash raised her hand and unleashed a barrage of spells like Lith had never witnessed before. The ground below him shot rock spikes as big as an arm. The air surrounding him became so cold that frost formed over Lith's clothes as a hail of fireballs, and a lightning storm struck in every direction, leaving him no way out. The shaman's glowing eyes meant she too was using life vision. He couldn't blink recklessly. If Raghash understood how to predict his exit points, Lith's dimensional magic would become useless. When Lith disappeared from her sight, Raghash turned around, expecting him being right behind her. She had no idea the spell had a limited range, so she assumed the worst and reacted accordingly. Yet Lith wasn't there. He was nowhere to be found, to be precise. Since the worm's stone hide hid it so well from life vision and mana sense, Lith had blinked behind it to use it as his cover. The worm was still writhing as it coughed smoke and blood, yet the creature refused to die. The final explosion was strong enough to crack its shell, but not even that seemed to be able to put it down. The worm emitted high-pitched noises that gave Lith the creeps. They sounded too similar to the cries of a newborn. "There you equals, are, equals, / there," Raghash yelled when the crystal revealed to her the demon's position. She didn't care for the worm, resuming the assault while calling forth another lightning from the sky at the same time. How can she have so much mana? Lith inwardly cursed before blinking away. The cold is so intense that if not for my natural resistance and the skinwalker armor, I would be already hallucinating. "It's the crystal," Solus explained while keeping an eye on the worm. "It's like she has a cyan and a purple core. The good news is that her body is already collapsing from the exertion. The bad news is that, at this rate, you will die before her, so please do something." Each blink brought Lith higher until the rock spikes couldn't threaten him anymore. His survival took priority compared to giving away how blink worked. Luckily, he had mastered true dimensional magic, so Lith could blink while weaving another spell. Raghash aimed the natural lightning for Lith's exit point, timing the spell so that he wouldn't have the time for another blink. It was the flash accompanying the thunderbolt that revealed her the truth. Its light was reflected on a throwing dagger near her feet. It wasn't an enchanted weapon, so not even life vision could detect it. She didn't have the time to wonder how long it had been there that her world turned upside down. Lith was exactly where she had predicted, but the lightning wasn't. It was about to hit her instead. After each blink, Lith had negatively charged himself to repel the incoming lightning and positively charged his set of throwing daggers, while Solus spread them in a diagonal line with spirit magic. Only a small part of the thunderbolt struck him, but thanks to earth fusion, Lith managed to escape from the clutches of death. All the remaining energy followed the path of least resistance Lith had created, aiming for that last dagger Raghash had just noticed. Physics rocks, Lith thought as he fell to the ground. Fear froze the shaman to the point she couldn't even close her eyes. Yet much to both magicians' surprise, she survived. The worm that they had left for dead came out of the ground in front of her and shielded Raghash with its body. Not even the black armor could resist the power of nature. The cracks caused by Solus's alchemical cocktail expanded until it was destroyed, revealing the creature inside. It was a rock worm, a magical beast pretty common inside underground dungeons. What the heck is it doing here, and why did it save the shaman? Lith inwardly cursed at the beast. Raghash didn't have the time to rejoice. Her body was very close to collapse, and for some reason her strongest weapon had been turned against her. To make things worse, her pet had fallen too. She had no choice but to use her last trump card. Every time a shaman used the holy crystal, their bond became stronger. The crystal gave them mana, and they gave it bits of their life in return. An expert shaman could feel those bits and use them to access the memories of the past shamans. It wasn't even a spell, it was simply another kind of exchange, a bit of life of a bit of the past lives of others. Raghash could only hope that one of her ancestors knew a spell capable of killing the demon, and that accessing it wouldn't cost her sanity. Chapter 364, The Master Part 1. Raghash's mind delved inside the crystal, only to find her own dreams and ambitions. Then, she went deeper, finding more and more shards of light representing the memories of others. She ignored those which belonged to her mentor. Raghash's teacher wasn't even a real shaman. She had been so weak that Raghash killed her as soon as she came of age. Most of the lives she explored were equally insignificant. May the gods below eat their useless souls. How long has it been since there was a shaman rather than a crystal bearer? Raghash thought. In her desperation, she had forgotten that shamans were rare. What she was attempting required time, but that was something she didn't have. Lith was sick and tired of this fight. The moment Raghash stopped her movements, he cast one of the Tier 5 battle mage spells he had mastered with true magic. As long as she has that damned crystal, she has the mana core advantage. Yet despite her use of very powerful incantations, they were all low-tier ones. If I can't beat her with quantity, I'll go with quality. Lith had prepared Burial Ground from the moment he noticed the thundercloud. Burial Ground was a versatile spell that could be used for both offense and defense. The reason he had yet to employ it was Raghash's ability to neutralize the elements. Powerful spells were very delicate. The slightest imbalance in the world energy would render them little more than a waste of mana. Luckily, the shaman spaced out long enough for the spell to take form and make the crystal's siphoning ability useless. Several pillars erupted from the ground at once, surrounding the orc. Each one of them kept growing in height, while countless stone spikes emerged from the pillars and extended in every direction. Some attempted to stab the shaman, while others connected with other spikes, forming new pillars that generated even more spikes. Thanks to life vision, Raghash could see that the spell was a hybrid of earth and darkness magic. The stone pillars were a conduit for the dark energies, so even standing close to them was enough to sap her life force. Damn demon, I found the spell I needed only to not have the opportunity to use it, Raghash thought. She had no time to focus on elaborate spells. The cage was getting smaller by second. Dodging the ever-increasing number of spikes required her full focus. She released a barrage of low-level spells to make Burial Grounds crumble, but the darkness magic also acted as a shield, weakening her spells before they even hit. The cage repaired itself almost as soon as it was damaged. The only thing that could counter a high-tier spell was another high-tier spell. Raghash's body was soon pierced by the spikes that kept growing and ravaging her internal organs. In a last-ditch effort, she tried to make the crystal detonate, but it was too late. The exertion from using spells non-stop had taken its toll. Even though her mind was still alive, her body refused to obey. Her mana stopped flowing, her mana core had already started turning gray. Her will extended no further than her thoughts, while the cage shrank, until all that remained of the orc shaman was mincemeat. As soon as Raghash died, Lith changed into his army uniform and stored the crystal inside Solus's pocket dimension, along with the pieces of the rock worm's black armor. Lith knew it was just a matter of time before someone arrived. He was preparing for the final act of his masquerade. He only kept the gatekeeper outside, since unlike the clothes, he could make it disappear without anyone noticing. "Don't play dumb with me," Lith said, waking up the rock worm that was still unconscious after being hit by the lightning. "If you were a human, I would have already killed you, but since you are a magical beast, I'll give you a chance. I know you can speak. Tell me what you're doing here and why you tried to kill me." "If I do as you say, will you let me go?" the worm asked. "If you don't, I'll kill you right now," Lith replied. "Solus, how strong is this thing?" "Pretty strong for a magical beast. Its core is cyan, but what's more interesting is that it also has a dormant black core," Solus warned Lith. "Just like the wyvern we faced at Xanatos." Without the black armor, she was able to use her mana sense again. Her findings shocked her and sent a shiver down Lith's spine. He immediately used air magic to make the beast float, afraid it could suck the life force of the plants to heal itself with its black core. "I'm here for the crystal. My master sent me to retrieve it," the worm replied, hoping to buy enough time to find a chance to escape. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have wasted my time with filthy orcs, nor would I have saved that incompetent shaman time and time again." "Your words make no sense," Lith replied. "Why didn't you just steal the crystal from the beginning if your aim was just to take possession of it?" "Each of the fallen races has a unique trait. The orcs have the ability to manipulate mana crystals as no one else can." "Fallen races?" Lith asked. It was the first time he had heard such a term. "Fallen races, monsters, lost children of Magur. Different names for the same thing. Failures," the beast explained with a hint of rage in its voice. "My master has long researched for a way to imitate their talent to no avail. Even interrogating shamans prove to be useless. Their superstitions are so strong that it makes them immune to any kind of torture." So after several failures, the master decided to change his approach. "First, I found a tribe with a shaman and a powerful crystal. Then I followed the crystal and applied a marking spell to it. Every time the shaman used its power, the marking spell would leave behind a trace for the master to follow. At that point, all that was left to do was to force the shaman to use all of her abilities before retrieving the crystal. It took me several years to trigger enough tribal wars to collect the data I needed, yet I never managed to force the shaman to use her most powerful abilities, at least until now. The soul exchange that Raghash used was the last piece of the puzzle, something only a skilled awakened orc can use. I can't believe that after all my efforts to groom her and assure her survival, it was her idiocy that doomed us both." The master had given the worm the black armor to make it impervious to magic and almost untraceable. Almost. The master had no idea something like mana sense existed, nor that his minion would suffer so much damage that not even its black core could heal it quickly enough for it to matter. "Who is this master?" Lith asked. The rock worm wasn't a zealot. The master had proved incapable of making it evolve and refused to turn it into an abomination because it was still too weak. The creature owed nothing to their cause. Chapter 365, The Master Part 2. "If I tell the awakened the truth, that the master is just a human, he'll have no reason to spare me. I have to bluff my way out," the creature thought. "The master is a powerful undead. They are watching us even now. Kill me and they'll send their legions to avenge my death." "Solus?" Lith asked. "Nothing," she replied after a deep scan with all her senses. She even analyzed the single elements composing the world energy, which gave her a terrible headache. "No trace of spells or even of other anomalies in the area. I can faintly see someone incoming, though. I don't know the others, but one of them is Tepper." Lith pierced the worm with the gatekeeper, infusing it with enough darkness magic to turn it into dust. "Why did you kill it? It could have still talked," Solus asked. "It would have just fed us more lies, and we have no more time." The sergeant and several mages arrived a minute later and circled around the area looking at the traces of the battle. Before joining them, Lith warped Solus under his bed, just to be safe. He had no idea if they would believe him, nor what tools the army had at its disposal to search him for dimensional items. They were all surprised to see Lith in one piece, and when he reported that the crystal was gone, their worries turned into suspicion. Lith told them most of the truth. He only belittled his wounds, which Solus had replicated on the uniform before leaving, and explained how after the shaman's defeat, the worm had swallowed the crystal before disappearing underground. "Do you have any proof of your claim?" An elder mage asked him with a stone-cold voice. I only have some pieces of its armor. They fell off when I tried to stop it with a barrage of spells. Lith handed them a black stone that left the mages stunned. This is Darwin, one of them exclaimed. It's a rare material capable of nullifying most detection arrays and resisting magic. How much did you get? Not much, just the pieces inside my ring. The rest was inside the pocket dimension, but judging by their smiling faces, it was still quite a catch. Damn, I should have kept more. Lith inwardly cursed at himself. The silver lining is that they will be more inclined to believe me now. The elder mage took Lith's ring as he stared in his eyes. Young man, this ring is an army property. We can break your imprint and check its content anytime. Do you realize that both the crystal and the Darwin you found both belong to the kingdom? That you, as a cadet, are one of its servants? Lith nodded. If we find you in possession of stolen items, you'll be charged with treason. Are you sure you don't want to amend your story? Lith nodded again. This is preposterous, Tepper objected. He risked his life for the unit. Without him, my cadets and I would be dead. The kingdom would have lost good soldiers, the crystal and the Darwin. How can you doubt his word? The elder mage sighed. Commander Burian is right. The sergeant is a naive idiot and the cadet can't be trusted. Greed blinds even the best of us, especially mages. The elder replied before casting a diagnostic spell that examined the content of Lith's body with particular care for his mouth, stomach, and anus. They were the places where thieves hid their dimensional items. After that, he chanted a short spell that broke Lith's connection to the dimensional ring and examined its contents. As the cadet had stated, there were only the corpses of a few orcs and some Darwin pieces. Sergeant Tepper looked at the elder with a fiery gaze, as the mage's cheeks turned red from embarrassment. I'm sorry for doubting your word, Cadet Lith, but I had to be sure. No harm, no foul, Lith replied. My paranoia is once again the MVP. He inwardly sighed in relief. After they returned to the camp, Lith was stripped and searched again with the diagnostic spell. Only after interrogating him for an hour did they finally let him go. He never contradicted himself, because most of what he said was true. When he returned to the barracks, the other cadets gave him the salute before extending their hands. Why do people only like me after I kill a lot of bad guys? Lith thought. Because that's the only moment when it seems like you care for them, Solus sarcastically replied after reuniting with him. How did you kill so many orcs? How did you defeat the shaman? Were just some of the questions he had to reply to over and over for the rest of the day as the story of his battle became public knowledge. From the next day, his life returned to normal. Until the end of the boot camp, he managed to outperform his peers without engendering any more ill will. Him being a mage was a secret, so of course soon everyone knew about it. It made him pretty popular, especially with the female cadets, but not for the reason he hoped for. The greatest deterrent against relationships in a boot camp were pregnancy and the lack of contraceptive potions. A mage was an obvious solution to the problem. At the end of every day, Lith would find a line of people asking for his help. I feel like a condom machine, all the work and none of the fun. He thought multiple times, yet he never refused. It was a small price to pay to be universally appreciated. Before the graduation ceremony, every cadet received 2 days of leave to reconnect with their families before being moved according to their career choices, if they had one, of course. When Lith returned home, his family welcomed him like he was returning from war rather than from the camp. They weren't used to not seeing him for such a long period of time. Lith spent every day and evening with his relatives, especially with his little brother and his niece. In those 6 months, they had grown a lot, and he felt he had lost so much. During the nights, he worked on a mana crystal and studied the Darwin he had recently acquired. Just like darkness energy is entropy and destruction, light magic is life and order. It allows giving shape even to what is shapeless. Lith thought while creating small holograms of the monsters he had faced while telling fairy tales to the kids. Sometimes he even projected for his family some of the animated movies he still remembered from Earth. He made up the voices with air magic. The holograms were all in shades of gray. The background was non-existent, yet every time they had guests, they would always ask for an encore. Chapter 366, Career Change, Part 1. 2 nights weren't enough for a complete study of Lith's spoils of war, but they were more than enough for a preliminary analysis. If the violet crystal has something special, I'm not able to notice it, Lith said while storing it inside his tower. Guess both the sergeant and the rockworm were right. The gemstone per se is just like any other. It's the orcs who have the talent to use it in odd ways. This leaves us with a dilemma. Even though invigoration couldn't help me uncovering the crystal's secrets, it allowed me to sense the marking liquid, this so-called master, applied to the crystal. This means I have to choose if to cut the magic gemstone into smaller parts and use it for my creations, or to keep it as it is to learn about the orc's way with the crystals. The two things are mutually exclusive. If I cut the gemstone, I'll also destroy the markings in the process. I don't think it's much of a dilemma, Solus replied. Even if you manage to successfully cut the crystal, there's nothing we can use it for. Violet magic crystals are too rare to waste them on trivial enchanted items. It has to be a masterpiece. Even if we had the materials to make one, going public with a new weapon empowered by violet crystals right after the orc accident would be like putting a target on your chest, back, and nether regions. We have to let things calm down before doing anything. So, until we really need it to craft an artifact, let's keep it as it is. Agreed. Lith nodded with a sigh, adding the violet crystal to his collection of precious but still useless things. It consisted of the Dryad's gifts, the various corpses he collected over the years, and the weapons he robbed from his opponents. I wish this was a video game. A timely chain quest would pop up and give me what I need the moment I need it. The Darwin had proven to be a nasty client. To shield its user from detection techniques, it required to cover them entirely. It was very hard, but also brittle, making it easy to crack. That was the reason why the shell protecting the rock worm was so rough. A more precise refining process would most likely cause it to shatter. It would also require a very powerful magic. Being the Darwin resistant to magic, even analyzing it had been a hassle. The best use I can find for it is to turn Darwin into fine dust, and then coat some kind of ninja suit with it. I could save it for stealth missions since it's useless in battle. If only I could enchant it to improve its performances. Not even the master could, so I think it's better to bide our time and not waste the Darwin on a pet project either. Solus really wanted to cheer him up, but didn't know what to say. Even though he could now return home more often, leaving his family again made Lith sad. During his past life, the only thing he had ever wanted was to be a good brother to Carl and a good uncle to his brother's children. Now he finally had the opportunity to live his dream, yet he had to leave it behind to pursue his new goals. If I take a break now, I'll no longer be the kingdom's golden boy, he thought. Now it's my best chance to access all the libraries and databases that back when I was just a commoner were forbidden to me. With the association backing me and a badge from the army, there shouldn't be much outside my grasp. Lith warped back inside his room. Aaron and Lyria were waiting for him right behind his door, knocking on it with their little hands. "What are you doing up this early?" Lith asked them while pinching his nose to keep a headache at bay. All that noise was making him cranky. Mostly because he hadn't slept in a week plus, studying the Darwin had required multiple uses of invigoration in a row. "Are you really leaving today, Uncle Lith?" Lyria asked, staring at him with her big, puppy chestnut eyes. "Yes, right after breakfast." It was already the morning of the third day. He was expected to get back before lunchtime, which still left him a few hours. A wave of Lith's hand made plates and cutlery float on the table while steaming hot food came out of his pocket dimension. The whole family was reunited for his return. Even Tista had interrupted her travels to meet her big brother. "Can't you stay here one more day, pretty please?" How Aaron had managed to have blue eyes was a mystery to Lith. Both the kids were beautiful and healthy. They would rarely get sick. Lith wondered if it depended on their parents having received his special treatment. Lyria had blonde hair with shades of black, just like her mother Renaa, while Aaron had the family trademark dark brown hair. They were both so small Lith could easily keep them on his lap at the same time. "No, I can't. I'm really sorry," Lith replied. He then snapped his fingers, producing with air magic a jingling sound to alert the rest of the family that the meal was ready. "I'll return as soon as I can. In the meantime, I've prepared a present for you." Lith gave them what looked like a rememberer each. It was an egg-shaped recording device used to capture important moments in the lives of those rich enough to afford them. The ones Lith had forge-mastered, instead of projecting real events, were able to replay the kids' favorite fairy tale. Aaron's was the adventure of Forgemaster Lith Jones and the Last Crucible. Lyria preferred the story of battle mage Solus Van Helsing, the kick-ass vampire slayer. "You should have given them the projector just before your departure," Renaa scolded him. "The food will become cold before they get tired of it." "It's unlikely," Lith shrugged. "The magic crystal I used only allows for one use every few hours. It will teach them moderation." The children's happiness was as big as their disappointment when the projector finished its tale and refused to play it again. After the breakfast ended, Lith hugged every member of his family before taking his leave. "Take care, little brother," Renat said. "Always remember that no matter how many bad things you'll see out there, this house will always be the place you belong to. If you ever need our support, you'll find us here." "Do whatever you need to return home safe," Roz whispered in Lith's ear. "Your mother can't bear to lose another son." Lith didn't understand his father's words until Alina asked him to bend down to caress his face. "I know it's stupid of me after all these years, but if you ever meet Tryon, tell him to come home. I just need to know he is all right." Her voice was almost broken. "Is she really afraid that I'll disappear too?" The pain in Alina's words shocked Lith. The moment he left home, his communication device appeared in his hand, and Lith started to call in some favors. He arrived at the boot camp early, with plenty of time left to change into his uniform and make final preparations. Chapter 367, Career Change Part 2. When the mail arrived, everyone rushed to open their own envelope to discover their final scores. Most rejoiced, but some cried in despair. Among the girls, only Enhilo had been evaluated fit to become a soldier. The other two and Lewell were forced to choose between becoming members of the administrative department or return to their civilian life. The rest of the unit had received a passing grade. Vipley and Enhilo were the only ones promoted to non-commissioned officers. Nobody was surprised when Lith's grade was confirmed to be an M. What unsettled him was that, while for the others it was required to report to Sergeant Tepper, Lith had been summoned to Commander Burian's office. Aside from his score, the letter didn't report any further detail. "Don't worry, I'm sure there's a good reason for this," Vipley tried to reassure Lith. "It would make no sense making me an NCO and keeping you as a private." "Thanks, I hope you are right." Lith patted Vipley's shoulder before going to the commander's office. "If I have to spend a year and a half starting from scratch, I might as well quit, and they know it," Lith thought. What could have gone wrong? Did I fail the psychological evaluation? Either that or I'm being punished for the crystal's disappearance. I can't think of any other reason to kick me out with such an underhanded ruse. Lith's paranoia once again took the wheel, painting himself into a corner before he could even reach Burian's door. "Welcome, Mage Verhin. I didn't expect you so soon." The commander's polite manners didn't surprise Lith. "If he knows my family name, then he probably wants to avoid me making a scene," he thought. Commander Burian was a man in his early 30s. He was almost as tall as Lith, standing 1.8, 511 meters tall with pitch-black hair and eyes. His pale blue uniform could barely contain his muscular body, giving each of his movements an impression of strength. Lith gave him a salute, which the commander returned before inviting him to sit down. "Let's get straight to the point, Mage Verhin." Lith didn't like the commander's flat tone, nor the fact Burian kept referring to him as a civilian mage. "You are an outstanding individual. Alas, you are far from perfect. Your performances are controversial at best. You didn't develop any kind of bond with the members of your unit nor with your commanding officer." The commander handed Lith several complaints about him filed by the other cadets, and even by Tepper during the past months. "I should have let them die in those woods," Lith inwardly thought in outrage. "Your psychological evaluation says you are emotionally detached and manipulative. In the light of all the circumstances presented to me, I can't make you an officer. You are unfit to lead even a small unit." Lith gritted his teeth, waiting for the final blow. "At the same time, you have broken every record of this and many other camps. You also risked your life to save your unit when you could have just run away. No one would have blamed you for leaving them for dead in such an impossible situation. Your bravery earned you gratitude, admiration, and provided the Army with plenty of materials for our R&D department." This time the commander handed to Lith commendation letters from the sergeant and his peers, asking Burian to ignore their previous complaints. "This is why I'm promoting you to first lieutenant." "I thought you said I'm unfit to lead." The sudden turn of events left Lith in a daze. "You sure are. Yet without a proper rank, you wouldn't even get a proper meal, let alone the clearance level necessary for the jobs I have been allowed to offer you." The commander steepled his fingers. "Based on your evaluation, you are a perfect candidate for our secret services. I won't lie to you. It's a very hard job and a lifelong one at that. If you decide to accept, there will be no option for retirement or quitting. The only way out is feet first." "Black Ops Squad, Lith thought. "No way. I would be constantly monitored either by enemies or allies and would have no freedom of movement. The army is a tool for my ends, not the other way around. I'm honored, but I have to refuse, sir. I don't think such a job would allow me to pursue my magical research nor to have a family of my own. Lith lied through his teeth. He would rather die than marry and have children. Burian nodded without showing one bit of surprise. Always the family man, just like his file reported. The commander inwardly sighed. It was worth a shot. Then I'm sorry to say that the only positions available to you are as a member of the Knights Guard or the Rangers. My hands are tied. Lith knew everything about the Knights Guard. Floria had talked about her father's unit until Lith's ears bleed. Solving crimes and protecting royal constables wasn't an alluring job. Lith would rather work for the Mage Association instead of being ordered about all day long for the rest of his life. Tell me more about the Rangers, Lith replied, making Burian smirk for a split second. The Rangers are an elite force, entrusted with great powers and responsibilities. Don't let the name fool you. It has nothing to do with hunting game or patrolling borders. Their duty is to travel through the kingdom, to protect isolated communities from all kinds of threats, and to keep in check the monster's population. If you accept, you will be assigned a vast area that you'll need to know like the back of your hand. If nobles abuse their authority in rural areas, where there are no mages or army members, your duty will be to uphold the law. If monsters infest a region, you'll have to get rid of them before they can swarm a populated area. Also, there are lots of no-man's lands, where people settle in without paying their due taxes to the kingdom or even respecting its laws. If you find such villages, they can only be offered two choices: to submit or die. Organized crime is already a plague. The last thing we need is a criminal country inside of the country. Would it be the same region until the end of my service? Lith asked. No matter how big an area was, once he finished exploring it, Lith would turn into nothing more than a babysitter. No, it would change after 2 or 3 months. Elite doesn't mean immune to bribery. Nobody watches the watchers, so they have to be rotated. Depending on how fast you work, you may even have free time. Rangers are allowed to go home and use warp gates, but their job is subject to scrutiny. I think Ranger would be the most suitable position for me, sir. Are you sure? Burian still needed to give Lith the final details. It's a very vexing duty. Since they have access to communication amulets, magic, and warp gates, Rangers act alone, unless they deem reinforcements are required. Prolonged isolation can take a huge toll on the mind. Lith inwardly smiled at those words. With Solus by my side, I'm never truly alone. No partner also means no witness. I can do what I want, take whatever I want, and nobody would ever know. Affirmative, sir. Before starting active duty, I'd need your help with one thing. Chapter 368, Brotherly Loathe Part 1. Righaro City's Region Boot Camp. The cadets' graduation ceremony was an event celebrated not only by the new members of the Griffin Kingdom's army, but also by their commanding officers. Finding diamonds in the rough and helping promising recruits to overcome their limitations was one of the most common ways for a drill sergeant to rack up merits. The success or failure of their cadets could change their careers. Tryon Proudstar was still recovering from his clash with Floria Ernaz. She had kept her word. Neither she nor her family had made a move against him, but the army wasn't as forgiving. Floria was considered one of the most outstanding young officers. She had yet to fail an important mission, and most of the soldiers she trained had become members of elite units. Back when she was still a cadet, Tryon had done everything he could to make her flunk. Now that their roles were reversed, every success Floria achieved made him the object of harsh reprimands and contemptuous looks. To his superiors, Tryon had failed to recognize her value. The more she rose in the ranks, the bigger the stain on his personal file became. Tryon's only source of relief was the camaraderie from his fellow sergeants. They knew about his brother and understood his grief. Most of them came from messed-up families, and each had their own burden. Making a stupid mistake wasn't an issue. As long as Tryon was willing to learn from it, he would have their full support. The end of the semester also meant that they could finally relax and enjoy a slow meal. The mess hall was filled with voices telling the most ridiculous anecdotes about their own cadets. Spring recruits were considered the worst batch, since it usually consisted of nobles or lazy youths that had no idea what to do with their lives. This cadet I had, Rivkin, he was really a piece of work. Tryon was bantering about his latest success. Rough and undisciplined, but a real soldier to the core. The harder you taught him, the faster he learned. He was about to tell his friends about how he had recommended Rivkin for the rank of Lance Corporal, when an eerie feeling crawled up his skin. It was almost the end of the summer, so the climate was still hot, yet Tryon felt a knot in his stomach. It was a sensation he had never forgotten, like the cold drafts that plagued his room during winter when he was still a kid. "Why suddenly so silent?" asked Beligros, one of Tryon's closest friends, when he saw him anxiously look at the mess hall's entrance. The answer walked through the door just a few seconds later, donning the deep green of the Rangers and the rank of first lieutenant on his sleeves. "By the Great Mother," more than one voice said while he passed in front of their tables. Most drill sergeants checked Lith out, envying whoever had been lucky enough to be his commanding officer. Everything about how he moved and wore the uniform told them he had just graduated. Cooking up an officer right off a cadet was usually a career-maker event. Some of the female sergeants checked him out for less noble reasons. It had taken Lith quite an effort to find Tryon in the myriad of boot camps across the whole Griffin Kingdom. To get access to the right one without an official reason had cost him owing some favors. There wasn't much his connections could do. Lith's influence outside the Destar Marquisate was almost none, yet it was a price he was happy to pay for his mother's sake. He had never realized how much suffering Tryon's absence had caused Alina, otherwise he would have hunted his brother down years ago. "Sergeants," Lith said as he gave them a salute after reaching Tryon's table. It was unusual for an officer to salute NCOs first, but being freshly promoted, Lith was paying them the respect their rank and seniority deserved. All of Tryon's friends were pleasantly impressed by the courtesy the giant was showing them, so they stood up and returned the salute. All but Tryon. His knees felt weak as the knot in his stomach was quickly moving up to his throat. The scene in front of him was right out of his worst nightmare. "What are you doing here?" Tryon asked, using sheer willpower to look into Lith's eyes as he braced for the impact. "We need to talk." Lith's gaze wasn't angry nor menacing. His tone was flat, like he was just asking for directions in an unknown city. "What are you doing, man?" Beligros whispered while trying to pull Tryon up. "He may be as green inside as he is outside, but he's still a superior officer, and yours is a clear act of insubordination." Tryon wanted to reply, but his jaw was clenched so hard he couldn't speak. Then the nightmare became reality. "No need for formalities, Sergeant Beligros. After all, Tryon and I are brothers." The whole mess hall stood up at those words, while Beligros turned pale knowing his disrespectful words had been heard. "Damn it, I was just trying to make Tryon move. Hope this guy doesn't hold a grudge," he thought. "What do you want?" Tryon replied with a hoarse voice. Whatever it was, he wanted for it to end quickly. He could almost hear the thoughts of all his peers, making cruel comparisons between the two brothers. Lith was the tallest man in the room with his 1.836, while Tryon barely reached the average height of 1.6555. To make things worse, he wasn't a scrawny kid anymore. Lith had the build one would expect from a veteran of an elite unit, not from a recruit. Also, both his ranks straight after the graduation, and him being part of the Rangers were big tells for all those present. They meant he was a mage. Otherwise, no matter how talented a cadet was, being promoted above the rank of corporal right after a boot camp was impossible. "It's about our mother. She still worries about you. Do you mind telling me why in 2 years and a half you never bothered returning home or at least writing a letter?" The room fell silent. Lith was different from how Tryon had pictured him. Tryon had always told them that his family had abandoned him, so hearing about a worried mother was mind-blowing news. "Do you really want me to believe that she cares for me? After ignoring me for years, giving all her love and attention to her little perfect son." Tryon's words oozed poison. "Look, I know we never went along." Lith sighed, yet his brother's accusations left him unfazed. He didn't care for Tryon's grievances. For all those years, he had believed him dead. "What sort of world is it where you can't even trust assassins? During the plague, they threatened me to kill him unless I surrendered, yet here we are. Neither of us deserves a mother like Alina, and you know it. Don't let your feelings towards me cloud your judgment. She deserves better." Chapter 369, Brotherly Loathe Part 2. "Is it true?" Tryon asked. "Yes, she is really worried about you. Mom just wants to know that you are." "Not that." Tryon stood up, lashing out the insecurities that he had left festering in the last 6 months. "Is what that Erna's wench told me true, that everyone has forgotten about me, that I now have a niece and a little brother, that both of them were named after you?" Lith needed a split second to understand who the Erna's wench was. A drill sergeant couldn't get close to Gianni unless she was investigating them, which left Floria as the only possible answer. Lith clenched his fist, yet his tone remained polite. Renaz stopped considering you a brother after you never returned from your graduation. She couldn't forgive you for making Mom cry like that. Tista wrote you off the family list ever since you and Orpal said all those things about her. As for Dad, he never talks about you. I don't think he hates you, Tryon, more like he has lost all hopes. We do have a niece, Lyria, and a little brother, Aaron. Lyria is the only one named after me. On Magur, it was custom to name a child with the same initial letter of the most esteemed member of the family as a good omen. Well, I guess it had to be expected. A humble sergeant is no match for an almighty magician. Tryon's anger almost drove him insane, to the point he barely realized he was discussing family matters in public. I can't believe Renaz sucked up to you that much. What did you give her in exchange for it? Nothing. Lith's voice was losing its kindness and becoming colder by the word. She did it because I gave her a home, I protected both her old and new family, and because I delivered her firstborn. No one knew you became a sergeant, simply because you never bothered telling us. You are done talking. Lith cut him short, throwing his communication amulet on the table. Either you promise me in front of all these people that you will come back home, or I'll call our mother right now, and you'll explain to her your reasons. Tryon and all those present looked at the amulet with greed. Such an enchanted item was worth a year of their pay. Tryon hesitated for a second. If he called Alina and she started crying, his reputation would be destroyed. He had always pictured her to his colleagues as a cold-hearted woman who had eyes only for her most talented child. Tryon knew it was a blatant lie. He said it for the same reason he had never returned home. It was the way he had found to get back at a family from which he had always felt left out. Tryon hoped to make them feel guilty and worried about his disappearance. Most of all, he wanted to hurt Lith, yet it was clear he had failed. Lith still looked at him as when they were still kids. Lith had taught to his older brothers that the flip side of love wasn't hate. It was indifference. Even when he was little, he would stare at them without really seeing neither Orpal or Tryon. Lith would talk to his brothers with the same tone he used for strangers. Be it pelts or meat, he would never bring anything for them. Whenever they were hurt or ill, Lith never intervened unless their parents asked him to. I'll go back home as soon as I get a leave. You have my word. Good, Lith nodded. One word of advice before our business is concluded. Our parents love you, so I won't meddle with your relationship. Same for Tista and Renaz. They are grown-up women who can fend for themselves. Lith stepped forward as his eyes changed from chestnut to yellow, and his pupils were replaced by a red light. The children, however, are another story. If when I get back, I find out you have been anything but a loving uncle and brother, I will end you. Lith remarked his last words by letting out a sliver of killing intent. Or at least that was the intention. He was already tired and cranky before Tryon started to insult everyone Lith cared about, so the sliver turned into a flood. The mess hall's lights flickered several times as an unnatural shadow covered the windows, making everyone present think they had dozed off into a lucid nightmare. In the darkness, they saw distorted reflections of themselves staring at them with hunger. Some even experienced their ghastly touch. The sergeants were all veterans, yet they found themselves covered in cold sweat and with their weapons at hand. They were pointed against their imaginary enemies, except for those of Tryon's friends which were aimed at Lith. At ease, sergeants. Lith snapped his fingers, using both gravity and spirit magic to force them to lower their blades. Or does that mean you are assaulting an officer? At those words, the weapons were either stored inside a dimensional item again, or let go onto the ground. Lith spent the rest of the afternoon back at his base. Commander Burian had let him choose his first destination. Lith cross-referenced the information he had collected from the Army's database with those from the Mage Association. Aside from necromancy, there's not much about the study of the nature of souls and how to manipulate them, but it's a start nonetheless. Lith thought, too bad neither my merits nor my clearance level grants me access to most of the tomes I'm interested in. Lith collected all the lore and legends about the regions he could choose from before leaving the base. Commander Burian granted me a full day of leave to solve the matter with Tryon and make my decision. I'll use this time to go meet Calla one last time before leaving. With all her connections with the undead community, she could give me advice about where to start my research. I could also ask her help to develop an undead empty shell for Solus, 2 birds with 1 stone. Lith took out from the pocket dimension his communication amulet. The last time they met, the White had warned him she would be busy with her experiments to attain lickhood, and asked Lith to not reach for her unless he was in dire need for help. Calla's rune was lit, hence her amulet wasn't inside a dimensional item. Yet she didn't reply, if not after several attempts. "Sorry to bother you, Calla," Lith said when the channel was finally open. "I just need a few minutes of your time, then I'll leave you alone. A few minutes might be all the time I have left, Scourge." Her voice was barely a whisper. "I've been trying to contact you for months. My experiments, I'm afraid my most recent failure will also be my last. If you manage to reach my lair before it's too late, I'll help you to the best of my possibilities. I can't make any promises." "Those bastards," Lith cursed at the army clerks. "While I attended the boot camp, they didn't reply to any call aside those from my family and noble friends." The only silver lining in that situation was that Calla lived in the forest outside the White Griffin. Thanks to the camp's warp gate, Lith could reach her in less than a minute. The only problem was that he was already months late. Chapter 370, Idiocy, Part 1. Lith hadn't seen Calla during the last 3 years. They just talked from time to time when her communication amulet appeared online. Lith understood how difficult the process of safely splitting one's core was, and he thought that endangering his friend's life just for a social visit was beyond idiotic. Once he reached the White Griffin, Lith asked the headmaster to have his teacher ring back. He didn't have the time to fly around the forest searching for Calla. Albeit short, his meeting with Marth provided him some vital information. "I never met Calla the White after Bulker's attack. I honestly believed she had died by the hand of a Valor," Marth replied when Lith asked him about Calla's whereabouts. "I would love to contact Scarlet, but she left the White Griffin for good. We have a new Lord of the Forest, Center the Thunderbird." "That's why Calla needed my help," Lith thought. "With Scarlet gone, there is no Elder Awakened one that could cure her. Light magic is one of the hardest elements to master." Center had conflicting feelings about both Calla and Lith. The former she considered an undead, which made Center reluctant to even stand in her presence. The latter had the stigma of Scarlet considering him a possible threat. Yet Center remembered how her former leader had considered Calla a close friend, as well as how much Rook and Protector liked Lith. She brought him to the White's quarters without asking questions. When Calla had mentioned a lair, Lith's mind had pictured some sort of natural network of caves, maybe a dungeon. A place riddled with corpses and undead, respectively the failures and successes of her research. The entrance was an arch made of stone that led to an underground passage. It was the only part Lith had imagined right. The moment he stepped inside, he thought to have entered a penthouse back on Earth. The room looked like an antechamber realized to allow evolved monsters to move without having to shapeshift. Everything was oversized, from the corridors leading to the other rooms to the over 4 meters, 13 high ceiling. The floor was smooth, with no imperfection nor stain visible. "This isn't a natural cave at all. Someone carved everything out with earth magic," Lith thought in surprise. "Thank the gods you're here." A giant mass of brown fur charged at Lith like a truck. Lith wasn't scared. He had recognized Nock's voice. The moment the bike hit him, Lith realized how wrong he was. Even with Nock's momentum, the impact was too weak. The fur was full of white streaks, and now that they were close enough, Lith noticed several bald spots. "Follow me?" Nock bit Lith's left sleeve, tugging him forward without even waiting for a reply. Lith exploited that contact to use invigoration. Nock was now an adult bike. His huge build was proof he had at least inherited his mother's physical strength and of how well fed he had been. "What the heck has happened to him? I can't find any trace of disease or injury on Nock, yet his life force is as weak as when he was just a cub. Did he suffer from Calla's experiments too, or what?" Lith thought. They passed through a series of rooms. Each one was bigger than Lith's house and filled with state-of-the-art equipment for all kinds of magical research. There wasn't a single inch in any room that wasn't filled with books or magical protections to prevent a failed experiment from causing a cave-in. The alchemy and forgemaster labs almost made Lith turn green with envy. Where did Calla find the money to afford all of this stuff? I thought she was interested in necromancy, not crafting arts. Solus jotted down everything they had seen, hoping to recreate most of the machinery once she reverted to her tower form. Some devices were an improved version of what she was used to seeing in the White Griffin's departments. When they reached their destination, Lith had no doubt it was a necromancer's lab. Several glass tubes were lined up against the walls. Each one held a corpse floating into a translucent, preserving liquid. The floor and the ceiling were covered with magic circles similar to those Lith had found during his own research about souls in the Army database. They had been carved in the stone with darkness magic. Their purpose was to prevent the mystical energies from dispersing. In a way, necromancy was similar to forgemastering. Creating higher undead required a lot of mana, and each corpse could only be used once. The magic circles increased the odds of success by saturating the atmosphere of darkness energy, making it easier for it to condense into a stable blood core. Calla lied in the middle of one of the oddest circles Lith had ever seen. Her body was lying still on the floor with most of her bones and muscles exposed. Her evolved monster form was partially undead, so she had no need to breathe. The small shroud of darkness that covered part of her skull and abdomen proved she was still alive. Lith rushed to Calla's side, noticing that one of her eye sockets was empty. Only the one still covered by the darkness was lit by the red light of undeath. "So you managed to arrive on time." Calla noticed Lith's presence thanks to his smell. She was running on fumes. The sight was the first thing she had lost days ago. "Don't talk, save your strength and let me see if there's something I can do." Lith used invigoration on her and discovered an unsettling anomaly. Just like Nock, her body was fit as a fiddle, yet her life force was fading away as they spoke. "I stand corrected. Tell me what happened here, otherwise you'll die healthy." "There's not much to say," Calla replied. "I had reached the final steps of my research. My body is now able to withstand massive amounts of darkness energy without being destroyed, and my mana core has been freed from its cage. All that was left was to split it into two perfect half and store one into a magic crystal I prepared beforehand. It took me months to adjust its wavelength to match the one of my core. The trickiest part was..." "What happened?" Lith cut her short. "The splitting of the mana core was a complete success. Alas, the removing part couldn't have gone worse. I underestimated the task and paid the price. I believed that becoming a lick was just like any other greater necromancy spell. The magic circles I prepared are perfect to contain darkness magic, but are otherwise useless. The moment I brought one of the two new cores outside my body, it disappeared like smoke, leaving behind only its darkness component. It forcefully attempted to fuse back with the remaining half of my mana core, but it was already in a critical condition. To trigger the split, I exposed both my body and core to tremendous stress. The sudden imbalance almost killed me. From that moment, I grew weaker by the day. I tried all the light spells I know to no avail." Chapter 371, Idiocy Part 2. Even invigoration is useless. Healing magic repaired my body, but every bit of energy I spend is lost forever. The only reason I survived this long is that I modified one of the circles in a last-ditch effort. Now it's supposed to hold all kinds of energies, but it does a poor job. I didn't know what's wrong with me, so I had to make it a makeshift jack of all trades. "Okay, now unless you have something medically relevant to say, shut up and let me think," Lith replied. "Sorry, it's just that after being alone for so long, talking to someone that can understand my research." "Mom, what part of shut up you didn't understand? The shut or the up?" Nock scolded her. Calla's eye glowed in silent annoyance. Lith had no idea what to do, so he used his diagnostic spells first and used invigoration later. Once again, according to his magic, aside from being on the verge of death, Calla was fit as a fiddle. "This doesn't make sense. It sounds like one of those the procedure was a success but the patient died jokes," Lith thought. "I have one last card to play." Lith then used the scanner spell. It was the fulcrum of Tier 5 healing magic, the art of perceiving and manipulating all kinds of life forces. He had already turned it into true magic, but had failed to find a way to integrate it with invigoration. Unlike invigoration, Scanner revealed to Lith in what pitiful state Calla was. Her life force had stopped flowing. For some reason, Calla's body was unable to replenish its strength or assimilate any kind of external energy. Even when Lith attempted to share with her part of his life force, it did her no good. She was dying because her own body was slowly consuming itself in order to survive. Her abdomen was what worried him the most. A small portion of it was completely black. Scanner was unable to sense any life force coming from it, but that was supposed to be impossible. Invigoration confirmed the initial evaluation. There was nothing wrong with her physical condition. A second scanner also produced consistent results. Calla's body was starving and part of it was already dead. It was the first time that Lith's trump cards were at odds with one another. Why couldn't it be something simpler, like waxing a gorilla or teaching a crab how to give the finger? Lith thought for long about the problem, but neither he or Solus were able to find a solution. "Did you get caught in the aftermath of the experiment too?" he asked Nock. Since their conditions were similar, maybe the bike could be able to provide him more clues. "What gave you such an idea?" "You look like crap," Lith replied. "How tactful of you," Solus sneered. His mother is dying, you could at least be gentle. I have no time for niceties. I need answers, and I need them now. Oh, this? Nox stood on his hind legs while looking at his battered fur. This is no one's fault. Since Mom got injured, I had no time for hunting, so I have skipped a few meals. My sis, too, refused to leave her side. Her hunger is worse than mine because if she doesn't eat, she doesn't get thinner. She dies. Nock pointed his snout to a pile of dirty rags lying in a corner. It was a sour note in the otherwise pristine room. You sister, Lith had forgotten about Kala's vampire daughter. Lith, this is Nika. Nika Lith, he is an old friend of mine. The dirty rags stood up, turning out to be a woman in her mid-20s. Dust and mud covered most of her naked body. Her hair was disheveled, making it look like a mop too old to be still of use. Her skin was white as milk, and so were her eyes. They had no pupil or iris, yet Lith could feel her staring at him. Why is she naked? Lith asked. Because beasts do not care if I wear clothes and humans try to kill me no matter my attire. Her voice was raspy like she had a sore throat. Her body was flaccid, and her hair white with a tinge of yellow. Compared to her, Nana looked like she was in her prime. Lith was disappointed. Vampires looked nothing like he expected them. Nika reminded him of one of the witches from the Macbait play. Can you please feed her, Scourge? Kala asked. With invigoration, you can get your life force back, while if Nock weakens any further, his core could suffer permanent damage. Lith took out a lot of food from his pocket dimension, allowing the bike to feast to its stomach content for the first time in weeks. Well, yes, but actually no, Lith replied. I haven't slept in a week, and during the last 2 days I was busy with experiments. If I feed her, I might not have enough energy left to heal you. If I understand the underlying cause of Kala's sickness, of course. You and your experiments, Solus scolded him. How many times have I told you to sleep once every 2 days? Do you have any idea how much time I would have wasted that way? I understand, Kala interrupted their telepathic quarreling. I've lost track of the time so often that my children... Mom, shut up, both Nock and Nika yelled as one. Lith checked Nock's condition with invigoration, and was happy to see his body regaining its strength. What could have possibly happened to make even invigoration useless? Why does the life force that I give Kala go to waste? Lith kept wondering while he alternated the use of his breathing technique and scanner. Maybe it's just a coincidence, Solus pointed out. But don't you think it's odd that the black area scanner detects is partially overlapped with the one where invigoration locates Kala's core? It's no coincidence, just idiocy, Lith replied. Whose idiocy? Mine, Lith inwardly cursed at himself. I know what's happening, he explained to Kala. To split and move your mana core, you have destroyed its cage. Said cage is your own life force. It makes sense. Both success and failure required for me to die. My survival has been an unexpected accident, Kala pondered. The damage you have caused has permanently altered the flow of your life force, making it unable to connect properly with the mana core. That's why invigoration is useless. The world energy has no way of being passed to your body anymore. Can you fix it? Mother and children asked in unison. If I was at full strength, I'd answer, probably. In my current condition, I don't even know how long will it take for me to collapse from exhaustion. Repairing such huge damage near the mana core is a very delicate job. Can you hold on for a couple of hours? I think I have another couple of minutes in me. The shadows enveloping Kala's figure shrank, while the light in her remaining eye started to flicker. Chapter 372, Transplant Part 1. Cursing at both the army and his bad luck, Lith activated all of his body sculpting spells at once. He had modified the basic version learned at the academy into a true magic one with a few kinks of his own. The situation is bad. I have to alternate invigoration and scanner, otherwise one's readings will block the others. Plus, I have to fill the hole inside Kala's abdomen fast. If I take my time as usual, she's as good as dead. In her attempt to achieve lickhood, Kala had damaged her life force, leaving a gaping hole that was slowly dissipating both her mana and life force. It also prevented her to use invigoration since the mana would be drained by the hole. Lith went all out from the start and conjured 10 chisels at once. The chisels started to probe into the healthy life force. Kala wasn't a slime but an evolved monster, which made her a unique living being. If she was a human, at least I'd know where to start. I have never studied a white's life force, damn it. It's completely different from what I have ever seen before. Watching at Kala through scanner was like trying to follow a roller coaster, constantly changing its physical form, going from liquid to solid without warning. Her partial undead nature made unnecessary for her to breathe or possess most organs. On paper, it sounded really cool because it made her resistant to most kinds of energies. On the other hand, for Lith it was a nightmare. Her life force was a hybrid, composed of the physical form of her body and the shadow energy that enveloped her physique to connect the various parts. Lith had to alter them both without killing her nor having enough time to study Kala's unique nature properly. Even though Lith was in a rush, he needed to assess how bad the situation was, so he had the chisels checking the edges of the black zone. The situation is worse than I expected, Lith sighed. The life force around the damage has stabilized, but even just poking it's enough to make it bleed life force that disappears immediately. I can't collect nor save it. The hole is like a drain. Solus, I may need your help. There is not much I can do with a deep green core. I can barely use a tier 5 spell by borrowing some of your mana, she replied. Don't worry, I just need you to use spatula to collect the life force in case I make a mistake. Lith could have conjured and controlled more than 10 chisels, but that would lessen his accuracy. Kala was already with one foot in the grave. He couldn't afford to make any major slip-up. Manipulating life force was different from any other kind of spellcasting Lith had learned. It required to keep your focus at all times, exerting surgical control on your mana as well as on the patient's body. In any other circumstance, Lith would have used body sculpting to repair the damage by redistributing the life force without altering its flow. The problem was that the procedure was slow, and Kala had maybe a couple of minutes left. Since I don't have time, the fastest approach is to transplant life force from a healthy part to fill the hole. It will create a new one, but at least if I cover Kala's mana core, her condition should improve. If I'm right, it will buy me the time I need to fix her. First, Lith used one of his personal spells, Mold, to take a magical picture of the life force in Kala's left paw in order to be able to restore it later, once the emergency was resolved. A paw was far from all vital organs, making it the perfect life force donor. After he made sure that no permanent damage would befall his friend, the chisels worked in unison on the left paw to remove the energy and brought it over the black area. Even transplanting the life force of the same individual was a very delicate procedure. First, a chisel had to disconnect each single block unit's connection to the paw. Then, a few chisels would use mana strands to weave it to the healthy life force near the hole. Lith had to be fast, otherwise the dead zone would drain the energy. Lith hated that kind of procedure. It was more like butchering than surgery, so he also had to focus on minimizing the damages. For a control freak like him, it was a worst-case scenario. He could either rush things, maybe saving the patient, but leaving a mess behind that he would be forced to fix later, or bide his time and let Kala die. Lith worked non-stop, expending his mana so fast that he needed to use invigoration right after the 2 minutes mark had passed. Despite the situation, he sighed in relief. Since Kala is still alive, I count that as a win, Lith thought. The light in her left eye seemed to have stabilized, but she was still too weak to talk or simply she had no energy to waste. Kala could feel that something was wrong with her paw. She was progressively losing sensitivity. Yet she already had a hard time staying awake, so she considered it just another sign of her imminent doom. The more time passed, though, the stronger she felt. Kala understood that whatever Lith was doing was working the moment she regained her sight. She had been blinded for weeks, so her first instinct was to scream in joy. Yet when she saw how bad her children's condition was, her joy turned into despair. The only thing that stopped her from trying to reach them was the sight of Lith sweating bullets, who emitted enough mana to fight 3 whites at once. He was sparing no effort, going down to the last shred of energy before using invigoration. I don't want to lose another friend. Kala and I never spoke much, but there's a connection between us. Maybe it's because we are both anomalies for our species, but she always gave me more credit than I deserved, Lith thought. I'm glad to hear that, but promise me this time it will not end like with Protector. Solus was worried about him. Both his body and mind were approaching their limits. I promise, Lith replied, leaving her shocked. She knew how stubborn he was. I have learned my lesson back then. Exchanging my life for another is idiotic, but that doesn't mean that I will not do my best to save Kala. He emitted a strong burst of energy, sending his chisels after the shadow energy that composed half of the life force. Operating on the space near the hole was already hard. The slightest mistake would result in a partial or complete loss of the transplanted energy. Yet what he was about to do was even harder. Lith had done all he could for the body. Now he needed to restore the flow. To do it, he had to attach small chunks of life force to the shadows and reconnect them to the damaged parts. Weaving mana threads on a moving target was as easy as killing an elephant with a pea shooter. Chapter 373, Transplant Part 2. It required for Lith to anticipate the life force's flow, so he could place the energy on its tracks and connect the threads a second earlier they collided. There was no space for mistakes. Each procedure could only be a success or a failure. So far, he had failed a lot. The hole in Kala's abdomen was the size of a human head, while her paw had enough life force to fill a space 10 times as big, yet it was already almost depleted. To use what little energy was left, Lith used invigoration before every attempt to fix the flow. It increased his odds of success at the expense of his endurance. With each use of invigoration, the smaller was the effect and the higher the burden on Lith's body. Each burst allowed him to use his full focus as he had just woken up from a good night's sleep, and to deplete his mana without worries. Soon, he started bleeding from his nose, then from the ears, and lastly from his eyes. The body sculpting surgery lasted a little less than 5 minutes. The final result was a crude patchwork filling the hole, while Kala's paw was pretty much crippled. As for Lith, he collapsed onto the ground with the same grace of a rock. The hit was strong enough to worsen his condition. The bleeding continued, forming a small pool of blood beneath his face. "I wonder what he did to me," Kala pondered. She was feeling better by the second, but it didn't mean much. It was just that anything was better than her previous near-death experience. Her abdomen felt like someone was stirring her bowels with a rusty razor while her left paw remained limp, no matter how much she attempted to move it. It was paralyzed, yet searing pain radiated from it. "Pain, my old friend, you are the only true constant of life," she sighed. "I will not miss you once I ascend to the status of true undead. You are as clingy as annoying." Mom, Nak cut her monologue short. "There's no time for your monologues. Nika has lost it." "Damned isolation. It seems I can't keep my mouth shut," Kala said while turning around. Nika was on all four near Lith's head, licking from the pool of blood. After the first taste, she shivered in pleasure and the feeding frenzy overwhelmed her. She had never tasted anything so delicious. All the food she had previously eaten seemed to be rotten trash compared to that nectar. She drank the blood emitting slurping sounds, yet careful to not miss even a single drop. "Nika, stop immediately," Kala ordered while trying to get near her daughter. Her left paw refused to move, so she could only drag it on the floor while moving forward. Nika had already drained the pool, so she took Lith's head on her lap, caressing his jugular like they were long-lost lovers. Her body had partially recovered from its starvation. The skin was no more flaccid, the wrinkles had disappeared. Her full lips were of a deep red color, but it lasted only for a second before the blood covering them was drained and they returned to be milky white. A vampire had several ways of absorbing nourishment. One was with darkness magic, but it was as tasty as airplane food, so it was kept either as a last resort or as a combat option. Another was through the skin. Some of them bathed in blood, gaining from its strength and the same relaxation coming from a full day of spa. One of the two most favored methods was drinking it because it gave them pleasure. "I just want some more," Nika replied, turning her fingers into claws and pricking on Lith's neck with them. Her eyes were now full black, the sign that her mind was overpowered by her hunger. "Sorry, sis," Nock charged at her like ram, yet Nika swat him away like he was a fly, sending the bike crashing against the south wall. Nock was just a magical beast. His strength and weight were meaningless in front of a higher undead. "Damn it," Kala thought. "My body still feels like a ragdoll filled with rusty nails. If I feed her or use magic, I could undo whatever Lith has done and kill us both. I must find a way to protect Lith and Nock. Neither of them can survive being fed upon." Kala racked her brain in search of a solution while Nika hissed in frustration. Lith's skin was not only sturdier than leather, but it also healed so fast that a single droplet of blood had yet to be spilled. The vampire's patience had run out. Her mouth got close to the main artery, meeting a fierce resistance. A stone fist struck her in the jaw with the strength of a wild ox. "Hands off the merchandise, sister," Solus warned her. She was now in her glove form, holding the gatekeeper's sword against Nika's heart. Both were floating in mid-air thanks to spirit magic. "Make one move and I'll kill you." She was using air magic to speak, just like the magical beasts did. Between the hit and the enchanted metal pressing against her skin, Nika came to her senses. The killing intent Solus radiated had triggered her survival instinct, allowing her to snap out of her feeding frenzy. Nika raised her hands in submission, but Solus kept pushing her away with the blade until Nika's back was against the wall at a safe distance from Lith. "I'm really sorry." The vampire sounded sincere, yet Solus kept infusing the gatekeeper with magic, ready to pulverize the enemy. "It's just that I'm so hungry, and that blood was spectacular." "She never fed upon an awakened before," Calla explained. "To a vampire, the more powerful a being is, the tastier is their blood. Please, Ring Fairy, spare my daughter. This is all my fault." "I don't give a damn about why she did it." Solus's voice held no kindness, only rage. "Until Lith wakes up, I'm not going to take any chance." Solus had yet to finish the phrase that she was forced to reconsider her options. A low rumbling was spreading through the ground, while the amount of mana in the room was skyrocketing. Both Solus and Calla were surprised. They had seen the phenomenon happen multiple times, but only for magical beasts. Lith's body was emitting a silver light, which became a small pillar piercing toward the sky. "This is so wrong." Solus darted back on Lith's hand, checking his body with invigoration. The impurities in his body had reached once again his mana core, triggering the refinement process. This didn't happen to Tista, only when a magical beast turned into an evolved monster. "I don't know who this Tista is, but if their core was below the cyan level, then it's normal. Reaching the blue core is a major event," Calla explained. "It marks the moment when a common magical beast can become the first member of a new species." "Yet you are also right, this is wrong. Usually, only magical beasts and plants receive Magus' help. The other races are not attuned with the world energy, which makes their awakened undergo terrible suffering. It's because, unlike us, their bodies are incapable of evolving. What really worries me, though, is that I have never seen a silver light. This doesn't make any sense." In all the evolutions Solus and Calla had witnessed, the light had always been of a golden color. Chapter 374, Symphony Part 1. "This is really interesting," Ligon said while showing Milia the scene unfolding inside Scarlet's lab. The moment he had perceived the anomaly, he requested Tyrus to share her vision. "What does this mean?" Milia asked. "He's just going from cyan to blue, it's no big deal. Why the light pillar? It didn't happen to me." "That's because you are human while he is not. What baffles me is that silver light. You see, back when I refined my mana core from cyan to blue, evolving from a salamander into a drake, I produced a black pillar. Tyrus generated a white one and Salark a red one." The dragon's words left her in a stupor. "Are you saying that?" "No, I'm not," Ligon cut her short. "A different colored pillar means nothing until all tribulations have been overcome. What I'm saying is that a human never achieved guardianhood, and if I'm right, they never will. Because whatever he is, he's not human." From their respective viewpoints, Salark and Tyrus watched an enormous pillar of silver light descending from the sky above Lith's position. Until that moment, they had always dismissed his existence as an oddity. Now their interest was piqued. If Lith knew what was about to happen, he would be grateful for being unconscious. Every major breakthrough was always more excruciating than the previous ones. Luckily, his body was refined along with his mana core, making it more resistant to pain. So when his nails fell off like invisible pliers had pulled them out, he didn't wake up. Neither he did when his bones broke or his flesh was turned inside out. It had already happened in the past. Solus was more worried about Nika than about Lith's condition. "I don't know what could happen if the vampire attacks him during the core refinement process. Maybe I should go back keeping watch," Solus thought, yet found herself unable to move, just like everyone else in the room. The magic lab that Scarlet the Scorpicore had borrowed Calla was several meters underground, shielded from external influences by some of her best arrays. Nonetheless, the gigantic silver light pillar descending from the skies passed through them like they were thin air. Solus had observed the evolution process of magical beasts several times, and it always made her think of a giant finger of some god that came down to breathe new life in the evolving creature. This time things went differently. When the light pillar from the sky met the one originating from Lith, his heart withered at a speed visible at the naked eye until it resembled a giant dried plume. The blood flow stopped. The resulting agony was so intense that Lith woke up clenching his chest. Solus could see impurities flow out of it like an invisible hand was squeezing them out. Then, when Lith was an inch from death, his heart absorbed the blood surrounding it and mixed it with the silver light, returning to its original size. Solus noticed with mana sense that the renewed heart pumped not only blood, but also mana. She also used Scanner to check Lith's life force for anomalies. The result was just as amazing. After his heart has been restored, Lith's life forces started to flow, It's no more static, maybe that's the secret behind the ability to shapeshift, she thought. Then the same thing happened to the lungs. Lith opened his mouth to scream. It was like countless scorching daggers had pierced his flesh, but no voice came out. One by one, all of his internal organs underwent the refining process. The flow of his mana and life force increased each time. When his brain shrunk to the size of an apple, Lith thought his life was over. He found himself wandering in a place where there was no light, no pain, nothing. Only the quiet stillness he had experienced in death. Everything was quiet, the time stood still. He had no idea how long it lasted. The only thing that gave him hope was the appearance of a small light representing his bond with Solus. If I can still feel her trying to reach me, then I'm not dead yet, he thought. When his brain recovered, Lith had no time to feel relieved or thank Solus. He knew the refinement wasn't over yet. All the impurities were now stored in his skin. This is going to hurt. Lith clenched his teeth. He didn't know what would follow, but he was sure it wouldn't be nice. He took off the skinwalker armor with a thought to avoid it interfering with the process. The impurities flooded Lith's skin until it turned black. They hardened on contact with air, making him resemble an obsidian statue. Cracks appeared all over its surface. He felt like every inch of his body was being dipped into burning oil. Then the black skin crumbled and fell. His flesh and muscles remained exposed for a long, agonizing second before a new one grew to cover him again, before he could start screaming in pain. What the heck was that? Solus yelled while checking Lith's condition. He was unconscious again. His physique was apparently the same, but the reality was quite different. The density of his body was on a new level, making it almost impossible to harm him with conventional means. Solus could see him breathe mana and life force just like he normally did with air. Lith's mana core was now of a deep blue color. The amount of mana it stored hadn't changed much, but its quality had further improved. With every breath he took, he would absorb a little amount of world energy, even without the use of invigoration. His life force flowed freely through his every fiber, speeding up the recovery of his injuries. I have no clue, Kala replied. Magical beasts just evolve. Their body is like a cocoon they have to get freed from to reach the next stage. In Lith's case, it seemed more like torture, like someone was forcefully replacing defective parts. Can't you help him? Solus was the better healer among the two, but she drew her strength from Lith and she didn't want to increase his burden. I never heard about this life force Lith kept talking about, and my children always shut me up. My body feels like it's held together with leaves and spit. I'm afraid that if I use magic, I may fall apart. Kala shook her head. My studies are more oriented towards necromancy rather than healing, but light and darkness magic are two sides of the same coin. I'm also a fast learner, so if you could explain to me what he did, I may be able to find a way to help us both. Solus explained to Kala the foundations of body sculpting, and how to cast scanner with true magic. Fascinating, Kala replied after a few hours of lecturing. I have no idea what you have just said, but sure sounds impressing. Maybe I have underestimated the importance of light magic in necromancy. Seems I will have to start over from scratch. If my hypothesis is right, I failed because I have no control over my life force. I need to learn light magic before trying again. Kala asked Solus several questions, to which she replied as well as she could. Solus was trying to describe to her how to manipulate the mana to achieve the scanner spell when Lith woke up. Chapter 375, Symphony Part 2. How long was I out cold? He asked while clenching and releasing his fists several times. There was something off with his body. Almost 3 hours, Solus replied. Which is odd, I expected you to need at least 8 hours to recuperate. How do you feel? Like there's an itch I cannot scratch, a needle in the back of my skull. Lith noticed Nock lying on the floor, still unconscious. He had so many things to ask, but so little time. First, he healed the young bike, then proceeded to fix the mess Kala's body was. Wish I could speak and treat her at the same time. My day leave is almost over. I must make use of every single second. What the fuck? To Lith's surprise, he could not only perceive Kala's life force with much more clarity than before, but also understand where he or she had messed up. It was more about listening rather than seeing. Life force was like a song performed by a living being, and every defect was a sour note. Lith listened to the melody played by the white's body, guiding its flow along its intended path instead of trying to force it. The patchwork covering Kala's mana core soon became a smooth surface, even leaving a few energies to spare that Lith redirected to the butchered left paw to hasten its recovery. The procedure required over an hour, but neither Lith nor Kala noticed the passing of time. Lith was engrossed by his new ability and used it to heal his friend while deepening his understanding of body sculpting at the same time. Tier 5 healing magic hadn't become easier all of a sudden. Scanner was the same spell as before. Yet the blue core allowed him to obtain a whole new set of information that made it possible for him to understand the breath of life, rather than discovering it with a trial and error process. Kala instead focused on herself, trying to put into practice what Solus had explained to her. Lith's touch made it easier for her to sense her life force. It was like a gentle massage over her soul that was easing her pain. When Lith was done, Kala felt exhausted but relieved. Somehow, she knew her life wasn't in danger anymore, and her paw, albeit was still limp, had stopped hurting. There, Lith said, everything should be all right, take a few days to rest. No magic allowed, your core has yet to settle in the new life force. If I were you, I'd wait until your paw works again. A few weeks should suffice. A few weeks, Kala grumbled. She had never taken such a long break from her research, a few hours at most. She wanted to object and bargain her way out, but after looking at her children's condition, she decided to comply. I understand you are in a rush. What do you need my help for? Lith sighed, hoping she would believe him, before explaining to her both his reincarnation problem and the need to get Solus a body. If Kala was surprised, she didn't show it. Nock and Nika were another story. Their mouths almost fell onto the ground hearing Lith's words. To them, lizards becoming dragons was something plausible. They were used to Scarlet's stories, where she slaughtered princesses and rescued kidnapped trolls. Reincarnation and a girl in a stone were too far-fetched to believe, though. Coming to me was the right move, Kala replied after pondering for a while. I just don't get why you have submitted to the humans' army. I didn't submit, Lith scoffed. My problem can't be solved with a single spell or a generic artifact. If I had to find a solution all by myself, not even the extended life of an awakened one would be enough. I have only one attempt at achieving my goal. I must make it count. True, Kala admitted while tapping her chin with a single claw. Scarlet has amassed centuries' worth of knowledge, yet even something common like liquid is a huge gamble. Without her books, I wouldn't even know where to start. That's my problem. I have no starting point. That's why I had to make the humans think they need me more than I need them. Between the Mage Association and the army, I have now access to countless tomes, but it's still not enough. They don't trust me enough to let me read the books I need. I need to play my cards right and use my status to access otherwise forbidden areas. There were countless ruins in the Griffin Kingdom. Some were just piles of dust and debris, others were places of power. Such areas were still protected by powerful barriers, and only the army mages knew how to disable them. Why waste years to open a door when you could just borrow a key? Lith showed Kala a map, pointing to her the regions he could choose for his assignment as a ranger. My plan is to pick one of the less populated areas with the greatest number of ruins. The others have already been thoroughly explored. Hoping to stumble into a secret relic that no one but me is able to find would be nothing but wishful thinking. Joining the army gives me access to the list of the ruins and to the methods to access them. The problem is that there are too many of them. Can you at least point me in the right direction? Kala limped to one of the libraries, pointing to Lith a thick book with a deep green cover. I would pick it myself, but without spirit magic I have only claws, doctor's orders, she smirked. Lith took the book and started to flip through it. Can you really understand this gibberish? The tome was filled with odd runes he had never seen before. Of course not. Who has the time to learn a dead and buried language? Put some mana into it, Kala replied. Lith did as requested, and observed the runes rearrange themselves in the common language the three great countries shared. This is amazing, Lith blurted out in envy. How did Scarlet manage to do this? She didn't. She liberated most of these books from a mad lick, but this is a story for another time. Read from page 290. The chapter told the story of a forgotten race, the Odi. Millennia ago, their magical and scientific knowledge had allowed them to defeat all illnesses. Their empire grew in wisdom and power until time was the only enemy they had left. The Odi became arrogant and attempted to find a way to achieve eternal life. According to the book, they started experimenting on the lesser races to develop a method to transplant the conscience from an old body to a young one. Thousands of lives were lost during the experiments, but in the end they succeeded. It marked the beginning of their end. Until that moment, the Odi had believed that everyone would benefit from the research, that they would use the lesser races as a source of spare bodies. Their upper echelons had different plans. They considered such an idea revolting and aimed to preserve the purity of their bloodline. While commoners would receive a lesser body, the nobles started to buy children from the less fortunate among the Odi to use them as vessels. It didn't take long for a civil war to break out, nor for the so-called lesser races to exploit it to exterminate the Odi for good. The Odi laid the foundations to lickhood, Kala explained. Maybe in one of their ruins you can find some clues to follow in their footsteps. Even if it doesn't work for you, it could always prove useful to your ring fairy to escape from her cage. Chapter 376, Twin Melodies, Part 1. According to the book, during the time the Odi civilization was at the height of its prosperity, they ruled over a vast area in the north that was now part of the border between the Griffin Kingdom and the Gorgon Empire. The borders were one of the most dangerous sectors, since even if the two countries were at peace from centuries, small and medium-sized battles were a common occurrence. Most of Lith's patients when he worked at the academy were soldiers stationed in the north. After copying everything relevant to his research Kala had to offer, she and Lith discussed for a while what was the best place to start his assignment. She's not a ring fairy, by the way. Since their last mind fusion, Lith was aware that, by saving Protector, he had accidentally revealed Solus's existence to him. Kala had witnessed both the conversation between the Rai and Solus back then, and her protecting the unconscious Lith now. Keeping Kala in the dark was pointless if not even stupid. The more she knew, the more helpful she could be. It was the reasoning that had led Lith to tell the White his whole story. She's a person just like me and you. Solus, these are Kala, Nock, and Nika. Guys, this is Solus, my partner. Solus had conflicting feelings about that situation. On one hand, she was happy about becoming an active part in Lith's life. He had already introduced her to his sister. Kala and her children were the first friends he had made aware of her existence. On the other hand, Kala learned about Solus years ago, so it didn't mean much. Nice to meet you, Solus. Scarlet told me a lot about you. You are the first cursed object she has ever spared. Even though after seeing you in action, I don't think you are a cursed object. Maybe it was because of his pampered life, but Nock was a simple-minded creature. It didn't take him much to recover from the surprise and accept Solus as a friend. How do you fit into something so small? Is it painful? How do you eat? What are your favorite foods? Can stones copulate? How many cubs do you have? Do the two of you have an offspring together already? Some of his questions were shallow, others were personal enough to make her blush. Last but not least, she didn't like Nika. During the time Lith had been unconscious and she explained body sculpting to Kala, the vampire had cleaned herself with darkness magic. Once she was sure her mother was safe, she had gone hunting. Now she had raven black hair and emerald green eyes, both emphasized by her pale skin. Nika's body wasn't milky anymore, but of a light rosy color. Solus could appreciate all the changes proper feeding had triggered because the vampire was still stark naked. She wasn't a stunning beauty, but undeath gave her smooth, delicate features and kept her body toned without a shred of body fat. It also made her soft curves perky beyond belief. Every one of her movements was graceful and sensual, making Solus turn green with envy. Yet that wasn't the reason why Solus didn't like Nika. I'm so sorry, big sister. I had no idea he is already taken. I'm really sorry for feeding on your thrall without your permission, the vampire said, giving Solus a deep bow. I'm not a goddamn parasite, I'm a symbiote, Solus thought in outrage. Our relationship is already complicated. Hearing her calling Lith a thrall irks me to no end. Yet if I clear her misunderstanding, she'll resume looking at him like a juicy steak. Kala didn't miss how socially awkward her daughter was. If she ever wants to mingle with humans, she must learn their ways. I might ask Lith to bring her along with him once he is done with the army, Kala thought. I think the best region to start your research is the Atakian one, she said. It's mostly composed of no man's lands, which will give you the privacy you need, and it holds several ruins. I know because I have been there. There are several undead communities in the area that I can introduce you to. Kala took out of her dimensional amulet small fragments of white alabaster. They turned into white dust that Kala used to draw several runes on Lith's palm. The glowing runes lasted only for a moment, leaving Lith's skin immaculate. If you ever meet undead, do not fight them. Just channel pure mana into your hand and the runes will resurface. Consider it a letter of recommendation of sorts. When I manage to get in touch with Scarlet, I will ask for her help. She's likely to know more than me. Scarlet may be able to help you narrow your search. Thanks, Kala, Lith replied. Despite all the good news, he was still worried. His body felt off since the moment the refining process had ended. At first, Lith thought that having his body undergone major changes, it would take some time for him to get used to them. However, the feeling was only getting worse. Lith used invigoration on himself, finding nothing unusual. Then he switched to scanner, examining his own life force. There were several scars from when he had saved Protector. No matter how hard Lith tried, he couldn't get rid of them. Everything seemed fine again, so Lith stopped using his eyes and tried to listen to the melody produced by his body. So many sour notes. I guess each one represents the life force I lost forever. Sounds almost like a requiem. Lith inwardly sighed. Wait, Solus, do you hear that? Yes, she replied while sharing his senses. It's like there is a second melody on the background. Lith focused on the new melody. It sounded like a joyful allegro. After several attempts, Lith managed to reduce the volume of the main life force and to turn up the second one. Along with the tune, his life force also changed its appearance. If before it resembled a colossus made of red Lego bricks and erector set, now it looked like a sealed star. There was an outer shell made of black bricks, while the inner part was composed by a stream of raging energy originating from a sphere that he supposed being his mana core. What the heck, how is it possible for me to have two life forces? Why don't I feel any different? Lith thought. It's better if you open your eyes, Solus suggested. Lith did as instructed, discovering that his body now stood slightly over 2 meters tall. It was covered in thick curved black scales, while his hands and feet ended in razor-sharp claws. Solus, what happened to the Skinwalker armor? Tell me I didn't destroy it. It's too expensive to lose it in such a stupid way. Having a monstrous body scared Lith much less than the thought of having wasted money. Don't worry, I stored it away the moment you started to change. Look at yourself into the mirror, she replied while conjuring a reflecting surface made of ice. Chapter 377, Twin Melodies, Part 2. Lith could notice that his appearance resembled the one he had assumed in the past while trying to save Protector, and when he faced the clackers in the forest. It lacked the horns, the wings, and the tail. His face was a black slate with no nose or ears. 2 yellow eyes were open, while the slits for the other 4, albeit being recognizable, were wide shut. Lith tried multiple times to open them, but to no avail. Damn, I look like a demon. When Lith spoke, he revealed a mouth filled with sharp fangs. It wasn't visible before because the scales covering his face matched to perfection. Remarkable, Calla said. You've already learned how to shapeshift, and you did it on your own at that. Scarlet tried to teach me, but it was too complex. Plus, I deemed it useless. I have no desire to change my physical appearance just to please others. I didn't learn anything. Lith was deeply confused. Protector explained to me how to do it, but I always failed in the past. After my core has become blue, I seem to have developed a second kind of life force. Do you have one too, Calla? No, or at least is what I think. Before today, I never heard about life force, but I'm pretty sure that not even in Scarlet's crazy stories was ever mentioned someone capable of natural shapeshifting. It's something that has to be learned. You can't just take any form you want. Before shapeshifting, you are supposed to be able to visualize every single detail in your mind, to know your imaginary body like the back of your paw. Let me check one thing. Calla placed one of her claws on Lith, using invigoration on him. Whatever this form of yours is useless. You are not stronger nor faster than before. Even your mana core is unchanged. Sure, the scales may offer you some protection, but I can't see any value in sticking out like a sore thumb. After checking his condition with his own invigoration, Lith agreed with a sigh. Unless I want to murder someone in broad daylight and pin it to a monster, this form is as useless as a third nostril. He activated Scanner again, focusing on the original melody and returning to his human form. Right after the transformation, Lith coughed uncontrollably for a few seconds. What's wrong? All those present asked in unison. An awakened one getting sick was something unheard of. I don't know, Lith replied with a hoarse voice. Seems my new form suffers from acid reflux or something. I had a burning sensation in my throat the whole time. Lith left Scarlet's lab after giving everyone a present. A book about body sculpting for Calla, a lot of food for Nock, and a glass of his blood for Nika. Calla's blood was toxic for the undead, and she had explained to him how awakened blood was a powerful delicacy for vampires. Much to Nika's dismay, Calla stored it for a rainy day. For a vampire, even a small amount from a blue cord awakened was the equivalent of several liters of blood from normal humans. Lith returned the teacher ring to Marth before going back to his living quarters in the military camp. He spent the hours left of his day leave sleeping to recover part of his strength. Between the breakthrough and treating Calla's life force, he was exhausted. The next day, when he went to Burian's office to announce his final decision, The commander had a deep frown, and his fingers were drumming on a thick folder. Burian grumpily replied to the salute and left Lith, standing on attention for a few minutes before talking. Lieutenant Verhen, do you know what Article 16 of the Code of Military Justice states? It is forbidden for any soldier, NCO, and officer to assault in any way a fellow member of the army. Lith quoted from Saluspedia. So you do know the code? Burian stood up, piercing Lith with a steel gaze. Then how do you explain what you did in the mess hall of Righarrow's boot camp? I simply gave Sergeant Proudstar our mother's regards. Lith couldn't believe the commander was making a fuss for such an insignificant reason, nor that Tryon could be stupid enough to report him. It would only make a fool of himself. I don't care about your brother, I'm talking about all the people you sent to the hospital. The commander's icy tone left Lith unfazed, his words not so much. I beg your pardon, I didn't throw a single punch nor spell. Son, I have been young and stupid too. I can understand that you wanted to teach him a lesson, but you went overboard. Only active soldiers are trained to withstand killing intent. Kitchen staff are basically civilian. Your little show made some faint, some puke their guts out, while the less fortunate now have white hair and blabber about monsters dwelling in the shadows. Oh fuck, Lith thought. I was so angry back then that I completely forgot about kitchen staff, yet it's hard to believe that a sliver of killing intent could have done so much damage. This folder contains the medical files of all the people you have injured. Their medical bills will be deducted from your pay. The commander's index tapped on the stack of paper. Lith pretended to be contrite, but he couldn't care less. He could make as a healer in a day what the army paid him per month. At ease, Lieutenant. I hope you have made your decision. Otherwise, a few days in solitary will teach you not to disgrace our uniform. Lith took out from his pocket dimension the map of the Griffin Kingdom and showed Burian the Atakian region. The frown disappeared from the commander's face and was replaced by a worried expression. Are you certain, Lieutenant? I wanted to assign you a harsh environment as punishment, but that's too much. Noticing Lith's confusion, Burian smirked. I'm not worried about the borders. There are plenty of good soldiers there that can help you if the necessity arises. Nor I'm not worried about monsters or magical beasts. I read your file, I know you're a survivor. What worries me are these. The commander pointed at the various ruins Lith and Kala had studied earlier. Do you know why we give to the Rangers the passcodes to the lost cities? Because they are part of your patrol duty. Does someone live there? Lith was more confused by the second. Of course not. No citizen of the kingdom lives there. Have you ever wondered why, even though so many centuries have passed, the arrays are still working? How we managed to learn how to bypass them safely? It didn't take any effort on our side. Everything was engraved in multiple languages on the pillars surrounding the lost cities. Those who created the arrays left all the necessary instructions to keep them active. Your duty consists also in checking that the magical formations are functional and not letting the ruins become a threat to the kingdom. Those arrays weren't built to keep people out, but to keep the things that spawn in the lost cities in. Chapter 378, The North Part 1. Judging from Commander Burian's tone, his words were meant to warn Lith about the danger the lost cities represented. Maybe he even hoped the young ranger would reconsider his choice. Lith's curiosity was piqued instead. How many secrets does the Griffin Kingdom keep from its citizens? He thought. I can understand sweeping necromancy under the rug. It's a branch of magic too dangerous to let it fall in the hands of nobles with more money than life left. Heck, even Balker is something that better stays forgotten. If the story of what happened to him becomes public, small villages like Lucia would either smother their children's talent for magic or lose any trust in the crown. But this, why a bunch of ruins is deemed so dangerous? Why have I never heard anything about them, not even at the academy? With all due respect, sir, but if the lost cities represent a threat to the kingdom, why are they still standing? I doubt the combined forces of the army and the Mage Association can't bring them down, even if one at the time. Excellent question, Lieutenant. Burian nodded. He liked Lith not showing any fear for his personal safety and only thinking about the safety of their country. Alas, what he mistook for loyalty was just Lith's innate scientific curiosity. Misunderstanding or not, the real reason for Burian's earlier anger wasn't the incident with Tryon, but its consequences. Rumors about the events at Righarrow's had spread like wildfire, attracting the interest of several high officers. The commander wanted to keep the existence of his golden goose a secret for as long as possible. Any meritorious act a subordinate performed would generate merits for their commanding officer. So far, Lith had caused Burian a lot of trouble for little return. The purple crystal disappearance, Sergeant Tepper's complaints, and now an assault against fellows non-commissioned officers. Burian had invested in Lith, but if someone stole him, it would have been all for naught. Cleansing operations have been conducted multiple times with poor results. Once in a while, we have to cull their numbers to prevent them from overpowering the arrays. That's why we need you to check their threat level. The problem is that there is no way to exterminate them for good. We tried and failed on several occasions over the centuries. Those things are hard to define. They are neither alive or undead. Even after wiping them out, they keep respawning. As for destroying the lost cities, it's too big of a risk. Our mages have assessed that whatever created those things in the past still lingers up to date. Those ruins are like a giant living array that has corrupted the very earth they were built upon. They hold an incredible amount of magic power that somehow never runs out. If we destroy those cities, we could create an even worse threat, not to mention that all the knowledge they hold would be lost forever. Lith was now even more eager to explore those ruins. It's like the Library of Alexandria built on top of a nuclear reactor, he thought. I wonder why awakened ones never solved the issue. Is it because it's beyond even their capabilities, or do they just not care? It's also possible they are the reason behind the constant respawn of the creatures. It would make sense if the awakened ones want to keep others away from the prize. I expect you to depart immediately. Burian handed to Lith a dimensional amulet shaped like the Ranger's crest. It contained everything he could need during his travels. Remember to always report your position at least thrice a day. We need to know where you are and what are you doing. It's especially important before you enter one of the lost ruins or an unmapped city. Never underestimate the dangers of the border regions. There are a lot of deserters from both the Griffin Kingdom and the Gorgon Empire living there. In the past, we have lost a lot of promising rangers because of their carelessness. Don't hesitate to call for backup. The real strength of the army resides in its numbers. Feel free to get from the armory whatever you may need. Good luck, Ranger Verhin. After exchanging the salute, Commander Burian offered Lith his hand. Lith was surprised by the gesture, but he shook it nonetheless. Seems he has high expectations for you, Solus pondered. It doesn't match with my idea of a ranger being like a beat cop, though. I mean, what can he possibly hope for you to achieve in the wilderness? We'll find out. Lith followed the commander's advice, restocking his supplies of food and alchemical tools. There was no weapon or armor that outperformed his current equipment, which was disappointing. Lith left the camp, reaching the city of Belias with the warp gate. It was the biggest settlement in the region. Belias was a fortress city built in front of a narrow pass between two mountain ranges that formed a natural border separating the two countries. On the other side of the pass there was a twin city, Relius, flying the Gorgon Empire's flag. Lith was stunned by the amount of magic in the air. There were countless arrays in place, preventing the use of dimensional magic, flight, and even spells above Tier 3. Lith could sense a dissonance in the air that gave his mana core an ill feeling. He had never seen so many protections since he had left the royal palace. Paranoid much, Lith realized how hypocritical the word sounded coming from him the moment he thought it. Yeah, and for a good reason, Solus pondered. Both cities must prevent the enemy from building a dimensional corridor that would make all the weapons and walls in the world useless. Dimensional items make smuggling anything an easy feat. No wonder they are banned here. She had attempted accessing her pocket dimension just to find it sealed. Even leaving Belias proved to be not an easy feat. Lith had to fill a lot of paperwork to be recognized as the newly appointed ranger of the region, had to declare everything he had stored in his army and personal dimensional amulets. Much to his dismay, he found out the Mage Association had a way to undo his imprinting on the enchanted items and could verify Lith's claims. Are you sure you want to leave right away? Asked a clerk of about 20 years of age after making an inventory of Lith's possessions before returning the amulets to him. Belias may have strict regulations, but it's one of the most beautiful cities of the kingdom. Once you get out of the gates, it could be weeks before you have a proper bed and meal. Thanks, but no thanks. Without my magic, I feel naked, Lith replied. I can't wait to get out of here. The man nodded, opening a warp gate that brought Lith right outside the city walls. Lucky bastard. Noble scum. Fucking ashhead. Those were just some of the words that welcomed his arrival, together with numerous spits onto the ground to emphasize their contempt. Even the city guards were about to join the crowd until they noticed the traveler was alone and donning the green of the Rangers. They hastily swallowed their own phlegm, giving him a salute. Chapter 379, The North Part 2. Lith could understand why his appearance had caused so much anger. The city had many gates, and each one had a queue several hundreds of meters long that was getting longer by the minute. Merchants, travelers, even residents had to pass several checks to get in or out. The warp gate was a fast lane, usually reserved for nobles and high officials. Lith ignored them, activating life vision to check if he could take off. What the heck? His surprised expression was mistaken by some of those present as an indignant one, which prompted them to resume their swearing. Lith couldn't care less about them and spun around himself to make sure his eyes weren't playing a trick on him. The arrays weren't in a fixed position. Unlike the Academy and the Royal Palace, they could only be described as a maelstrom. The magical energies covered the whole city at all times, but they also changed their size and height with no warning. Lith watched a mage flying above the city, until the array became like a hurricane and reached for the sky. The poor fellow fell like a rock, crashing on a rooftop with deadly consequences. "Move along, sir, otherwise you may be run over." The guard's voice woke Lith up from his stupor. He walked away double time, eager to find a better viewpoint which would allow him to study Belias. The city was surrounded by walls made of stone that stood 20 meters, 66, high, with evenly spaced observation towers built along the perimeter. Each one of them was topped by blue magic crystals the size of a person. Lith and Solus observed the arrays for a time, watching them shift like a tide. Whenever one of the spells the formations were meant to negate were used, even from a considerable distance from the city, the towers would detect it. They would then produce a lightning of mystical energies, invisible to the naked eye, marking the mage as a target. The arrays would shapeshift accordingly to the information, received, killing their victims almost instantly. Thanks to his heightened senses and the tall tree he had climbed, Lith was able to spot from a distance several towers placed along the mountain range, spanning as far as the eye could see. By my maker, those towers are relay points for Belias arrays. The revelations flabbergasted Solus. Yeah, they also allow the sealing magic to pinpoint its target and send an alarm signal, Lith pondered. The corpses of the idiots we've seen trying to bypass the city checks have all been promptly collected. He had no idea what was actually happening, but he could see a warp steps and several humanoid figures appear where the trespassers had fallen just a few seconds after their demise. Everything happened too fast to be a coincidence, so Lith assumed that, just like for the Academy, elite guards could ignore the arrays and move freely. An almost living magical formation capable of changing its shape. To think that Uriel always nagged about wardens being useless. A sad smile appeared on Lith's face while thinking about his lost friend. I wish he were still alive here with us. I could finally say to him, I told you so. Lith jumped down on the ground, landing with a roll to break his fall. It couldn't actually harm him, but he was still in an area where air magic was negated by the arrays. Neither his armor or spells could justify him being unscathed, so he had to play the elite soldier card. Lith had to run for over 1 kilometer to escape from the boundaries of the array. Only then he was able to take out from his pocket dimension the map of the Keller region and put it inside Soluspedia, replacing the one of the Distar Marquisate. We have up to 4 months here, Lith thought. Let's plan our patrols so to give priority to the lost cities. The Keller region was mostly uncharted. Aside from big cities like Belias, small settlements would pop up as fast as they would disappear. In the north, a cold wave was enough to freeze to death whoever didn't possess a properly insulated house. Monsters would run rampant, slaughtering small villages for a midnight snack. Last but not least, there were the rangers like Lith. Most of those small settlements were illegal, a safe haven for bandits, deserters, and all those who had an aversion to paying taxes. They enjoyed the safety the army's patrols ensured, just like the comfort of using the roads paved by the kingdom to connect rural areas with the main trading cities. Yet they took everything for granted and considered the harsh life in the north reason enough to be exempted from paying their dues. In case such settlements were discovered by soldiers, one of the two had to disappear. Lith was flying high enough to check with life vision a large area while he moved towards his first destination, the fallen city of Cajuria. The landscape was different from what he was used in the Distar Marquisate. While his birthplace was mostly comprised of cultivated lands and woods filling the space between the populated areas, Keller was mostly barren. It was still late fall, but snow already covered the ground and the tops of the few trees Lith encountered. Ever since he departed from Belias, he met no farms nor villages. The frozen earth was full of rocks, making it unfertile without a considerable amount of effort. The area Lith was currently in was too far from the main road for any kind of trading to be profitable. The only life forms he met were animals looking for food. Winter was coming, and those without enough fat reserves were bound to meet a bad end. After several hours of flight, Lith was starting to feel tired. I have yet to recover completely from treating Kala. Tonight I'd like a good night's sleep. Solus, did we meet a mana geyser on our way here? None, but I believe that even without an external energy source, I can at least form the ground floor of the tower, she replied. Are you asking me to sleep while you work your ass off? No way, we're in this together. Either we both rest or I use invigoration. Or we could sleep there. Solus pointed at him, the smoke coming out of several chimneys visible on the horizon. Fuck me sideways, Lith cursed. A human settlement was the last thing he wanted to meet. He used the army's communication amulet to call his handler. Ranger Lith Verhin calling the nest, do you copy? Loud and clear, said a feminine voice coming from the other side. Unlike Lith's amulet, the one provided by the army was engraved with several green mana crystals which, among many other things, strengthened its signal. The gemstones emitted a series of flashes, scanning his surroundings. You deserve your reputation, Ranger Verhin. Covering so much ground in a single day is praiseworthy. Please give me a brief report of your findings. It was a polite way to ask him to prove he hadn't ignored his patrol duty. There wasn't much to say, but Lith had taken note of all the unmapped landmarks he met on his way. He was certain they had been left out on purpose. Some were too obvious to be missed, unless one was blind, deaf, and dumb. Chapter 380, The Village Part 1. The handler was pleased, or at least it was what Lith hoped for. He could hear her taking notes the whole time. I called because I met a human settlement. Do you have my position? Positive. Call me back once you are done. Do not lower your guard. Based on the images collected, it's a medium-sized village, so it's likely to be run by a renegade mage or a deserter. Once I'm done doing what? Lith said. If I get down there, either will be a massacre or they'll run away as soon as I leave. If our purpose is collecting taxes, then it's better for me to stay away from the village and let you do your job. Negative. Our duty is not collecting taxes, but ensure the safety of the citizens. You must make sure that no one there is forced to stay against their will or is being subjected to the practice of illegal magic. Taxes are just an excuse to prevent bureaucrats from bothering us with budget issues. In the wilderness, we are the law, young ranger. Today, you are the law, so get down there and call me back once you are done. I expect a full and detailed report. Cursing at his bad luck, Lith descended to the ground. He activated life vision while Solus activated mana sense. They could perceive about 100 life signatures, but no arrays or magical protections of sorts. Do I go there incognito, or do I keep my uniform? Lith pondered. Incognito? How exactly? Solus chuckled at the idea. Aside from your uniform, you only have light clothes suitable for disguising yourself as a farmer or a hunter back in Lucia. Your skin and hair are too dark to pass yourself for a man of the north. Also, you have no backpack. No one in their right mind would think you got here by chance. With your build and well-fed appearance, they wouldn't believe you are lost or have been robbed either. As it happened most of the time, Solus was right. Lith had not bothered packing disguises or makeup. Point taken, I'd say it's better to check the outskirts of the village before going deeper inside. It's unlikely we'll meet a dangerous opponent, but after Nalar, I don't like the idea of getting surrounded again. Lith thought. He was surprised by the lack of watchmen. The path to the village was clear, making things too easy to be true. The closer he got to the settlement, the more Lith became aware of his surroundings. The houses were made in hardwood and looked solid. Lith could smell a fresh coat of tar mixed with other substances used to fill gaps between wood to insulate the heat and prevent drafts. Two things. One, this isn't a makeshift camp. It's been made to last. The lack of guards doesn't make sense. Why are they not afraid of hungry monsters or magical beasts raiding the place for food? Two, how did my predecessor miss all this? Lith stopped the moment his eyes caught an anomaly near his left foot. There was a thin tripwire a few centimeters above the ground. He followed both extremities, one at a time, discovering they were tied up to trees, not to an alarm. He focused on his sense of smell, detecting a lot of metal lying around coupled with a sour scent. Lith used air magic to float above the ground, and by following the scent he discovered several traps, all coated with poison. This should be death pepper. Lith thought after licking a greasy substance off a sharp blade placed at the height where the thigh of an average man would be. It's a nerve-paralyzing poison that kills fast but leaves the meat available for consumption since it loses effectiveness when cooked. They say it even gives the game a spicy flavor, hence the name. It makes you wonder if these nice villagers have a taste for human flesh. Soon Lith understood the trap maker's pattern. Tripwires were actually double traps. If one noticed them and stepped over them, they would fall into a spike pit, the same if they missed it. All the other traps were connected to long wires running towards the village that Lith imagined being alarms to announce the hunter that dinner was served. He could have disabled them, but it would also mean leaving a trail of his passage that could alert anyone returning to the village after him. Once he got close enough to the settlement, the matter became even more serious. Life Vision spotted the last line of defense. The traps right before the village were all comprised of enchanted poison blades. What the heck is this? The set of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Why I always stumble into hornets' nests? Lith had already lost his patience. The situation was a waste of time for him. He only wanted to reach the ruins and learn from them as much as he could. The villagers may just be trying to defend themselves, Solus replied. Also, you need merits to obtain access to top-secret tomes. I get you are tired and cranky, but we have to play this by the book. First impression matters. A poor job could trigger an internal investigation and further slow us down. Lith took a few deep breaths to calm himself before moving forward. He reminded himself of the words of both his handler and commander. His actions would be investigated and evaluated, so he had to be smart. The outer rim hosted only livestock and carriages. The small houses were actually barns, henhouses, and stables. This is good news. Over half of the life forces are harmless animals. The odd thing is, what do they need all these carriages for? Why do they have so much wheat? There isn't a single plot of cultivated land here, Lith thought. The sun had yet to set, but the daily activities seemed to be already over. All the human life forces were in the middle and inner rim. Those in the middle rim seemed to be already asleep, while the people of the innermost rim were assembled in the biggest building, located at the center of the town. The buildings in the middle rim were even smaller than those in the outer one, and with much better locks. The doors were barred and secured with a heavy chain. They had a chimney, but no windows. Life Vision revealed 2 individuals lying still on their beds. At that point, Lith had no need to check inside the houses. All the pieces of the puzzle were falling into place but one. Seriously, how could a ranger miss this place? Suddenly, the missing landmarks on the map acquired a new significance. Lith walked towards a man that was approaching his position, while Solus refused to believe in Lith's cynical conclusion. She left his right hand, assuming liquid form to sneak under the door. The 2 inside were a boy and a girl of undefined age. They had their wrists chained to a metal pole placed right behind their bunk. Their hair was disheveled, stained by several streaks of coagulated blood. Solus used invigoration on them to check their condition. Both the youths suffered from severe malnutrition. Their bones were cracked in multiple points, their bodies covered in bruises and lacerations. During the 5th year at the academy, when Lith had worked in the ER of several hospitals, they had seen this kind of injury several times, but seldom with such deliberate cruelty. Chapter 380 won the village Part 2. The kids were covered with thick blankets to protect them from the cold, since they were completely naked. Looking at the bloodstains on the sheets and the pavement, Solus felt aghast, realizing the kids were left, ready to use. Lith approached the man without emitting a sound. He used his hush spell to make sure no one would disturb them. The guy was tall, at least 1.78 meters, wearing warm fur clothes and a broadsword on his side. Lith smirked, noticing the blade was not enchanted. He was eager to put his new body to test. "Good evening, sir. How is this village called?" Lith asked with the casual tone he would use to converse about the weather. The man turned around while unsheathing his sword. His pale skin became even whiter for the surprise, but his movements were smooth. The slash missed Lith's nose by a whisker. "I'll overlook your rudeness this once." Lith was having a hard time keeping a straight face. The sword moved like in slow motion to his eyes. "Put down your weapon and tell me what I want to know, otherwise I'll sheath it up your ass." The man swept his unkempt blonde hair off his eyes, unable to believe he had missed such an easy target from so close. His nervousness turned into panic when the man noticed the ranger badge over the foreigner's heart. The ranger is here already." The man screamed on the top of his lungs before blowing a bone whistle which produced an ear-piercing sound. "What do you mean with already?" Lith asked, while grabbing with his bare hand the blade that was still pointed at his face. The man was surprised no one had responded to the alarm, but grinned before twisting and pulling away his sword. He had expected the ranger's fingers to fall off, yet the blade didn't move an inch instead. No matter how much strength he used, even grabbing the hilt with two hands proved useless. It was like the broadsword was stuck into a vice. Lith suddenly let go of the sword to appreciate his own unscathed skin. Seems that normal weapons can't hurt me anymore, not even those razor-sharp like yours. What's this? His palm was covered with a greasy substance that smelled like sulfur. Lith's skin tingled while his immune system neutralized the substance. Rot oil? Do even goons use poison now? As the name implied, rot oil was a toxin that would make any open wound fester and difficult to treat. Without the help of a healer, a single cut could lead to the death of even a magical beast. The man was terrified. He couldn't understand how neither the sword or the poison was effective. He struck at Lith with all of his strength, only to almost lose the grip on the weapon. It felt like hitting a rock. Lith was tired of playing. The nameless man's actions spoke volumes about what kind of village was that and how it went unnoticed until that moment. Lith disarmed the man with spirit magic and fulfilled his promise. The nameless man gargled blood while the pain from growing a steel tail ravaged his body. Solus returned to Lith's hand, sharing with him the visions from the house. "Please save them," was the only thing she said before seeking comfort in their telepathic bond. The sight of the youth's miserable state had shocked her. Solus wanted for that horror to disappear forever. "As you wish, milady." Lith raised the nameless man as a death knight and armed it with the poisoned blade. A death knight was an undead whose well-preserved body retained the dexterity it had in life. Also, by mixing spirit magic while creating the blood core, Lith was able to impart to it some basic notions of fencing. Master and servant took their time, killing everyone who walked outside the main building or lived in the middle rim without being a prisoner. With each corpse, Lith's small army grew in numbers. "Surround the zone, kill whoever tries to escape." The Death Knights obeyed in silence. They formed groups of 3 covering each door and window. Lith could hear joyful music coming from inside the huge building that occupied most of the town square. He could almost distinguish several voices laughing and bantering. "Open up, Ranger Corps," he screamed a second before kicking down the entrance. Its metal hinges broke like they were aluminum foil while the huge wooden door crashed on the ground with a booming sound. The room inside was well lit, its temperature warm. Braziers were evenly placed to provide comfort and allow to cook the food to one heart's content. The place reminded Lith of Lucia's arrangements for the spring festival, making him nauseous. On his left, along the wall, there was a long table filled with all kinds of delicacies. Behind it were sitting 4 people that he assumed were the rulers of the village. On his right, there were several smaller tables that could accommodate 2 people at most. Between the tables, there was space enough to allow the slaves to satisfy each of their master's wishes. All those present were skimpily clothed, some stark naked. It was easy for Lith to distinguish the victims from the tormentors. The former were thin, with dead eyes that had lost hope. The latter was annoyed by his appearance and unsheathed their weapons. "The door was open," said a red-haired woman with a seductive smile. She was one of the leaders. Until a moment prior, she was enjoying the attentions of a couple of boys that could be at best the same age as Lith. She raised a hand to calm her underlings, her eyes never leaving Lith's. "I'm sure we can find a compromise. If you weren't interested in your share of the fun, you would have already called for backup and we would be surrounded. Instead, here you are, all alone. We aren't unreasonable people. All we ask you is to stay out of our business, and we'll make your permanence in the north as pleasant as profitable. We do not discriminate, to each their own." Lith had already noticed that the slavers were both males and females. According to Solus, the females had stronger mana cores, but aside from the one speaking, none was above the yellow. "I have a counter-offer," he replied. "Those who want to live have to go down on their knees face against the wall. All the others can consider their lives forfeited." Single-handedly taking down a village of marauding slavers would fetch him a lot of merits. Yet even if he would gain nothing from it, he would do it anyway. Solus had never asked him anything before. Lith wasn't going to let her down. A woman sitting at one of the front tables weaved a Tier 3 spell, unleashing a lightning bolt against Lith's back. He simply extended his right hand, capturing the energy and forcing it to assume the form of a sphere. "You call that a lightning?" he said with a disgusted expression. "This is a lightning." He pointed his index finger, releasing a stream of electricity that turned the mage and her table companion into charred corpses. Marauders and slaves were now covered in cold sweat. Lith wasn't releasing any killing intent, but they couldn't shrug off the feeling that something was wrong. Everyone knew magic, either because they used it or they had endured its effect to be disciplined. Whatever the ranger was using, it wasn't magic. Chapter 382, The Village Part 3. Stand up, vermin. With a snap of Lith's fingers, the two marauders' corpses came back to life, sending the whole room into a panic. Last chance, face against the wall or die. Most of the slaves took those words as their cue. They tossed away the food trays they were holding, jumped off the lap of their masters, or just stopped standing like dolls and rushed to the nearest wall. Whoever tried to stop them was struck by an ice bullet in the middle of the forehead and raised from the grave. You can't be serious. One of the leaders, a muscular man almost 2 meters, 67, tall, stood up with an indignant expression on his face and a huge enchanted great sword in his hand. Mage or non-mage, there's 30 of us and just one of you. You can't hope to come out of here alive. And you shouldn't have roasted a whole pig. Lith's reply made no sense until the dead beast stood up from the giant silver tray it was resting upon with red, glowing eyes. It crashed the apple in its mouth and jumped at the burly man's throat. Fear and surprise got the best of him, giving the undead pig the moment it needed to bite its prey's neck. One fell, and yet a few seconds later 2 stood up. Some of the marauders couldn't stand that madness anymore. Taking advantage of the distance from the mad ranger, they jumped against the nearest window in an attempt to save their own lives. They landed on the snow-covered ground with thick glass shards piercing their exposed skin. They gritted their teeth to withstand the pain, and the cold invading their bodies when the groups of undead that Lith had left on watch obeyed their master's order. 3 against 1 wasn't a fight but a massacre. The first undead would aim for the limbs, the second would stab at the chest, and the last would make the head roll. Blood spurts stained the pristine snow while painting the outside of the building red. The dining hall was silent, so the sounds of battle and gurgling death cries resounded like thunder. I'm not alone, by the way, Lith explained with a smirk. All your comrades who are not here didn't run away, they joined my cause. I made them an offer they couldn't refuse. He pointed at the undead that now stood in front of the slaves ready to protect them. The female leader glanced through the window behind her, making a quick estimate of her odds of survival. He is still just one man. Superior necromancy is not something a greenhorn can learn. Once the ranger is dead, his minions will be stringless puppets, she thought. There's no need to fight. We managed to reach an agreement with your predecessor. I don't see why it should be any different this time, she said while gesturing under the table, giving the other leaders the order to step away from the windows and take out their wands. Lith had no idea what the signals meant, but thanks to life vision he didn't miss the sudden appearance of the alchemical items. Be careful, those wands are military grade, maybe even a goodbye gift of their late associate, Solus said. With a blue core you can overpower weak spells, but the peak of Tier 3 is still beyond your abilities. Lith spread his arms, one aimed towards the marauders and the other towards their leaders, releasing a barrage of ice shards. The attack was so sudden that the occupants of the front rows died before having the opportunity to react. Only some of them were lucky enough to be unwillingly shielded by their companions, and managed to flip the tables to use them as makeshift shields. The 3 remaining leaders dropped to the floor the moment Lith moved a finger, saving their lives by the skin of their teeth. How the heck does he do it? The last man among the leaders yelled to be heard above the noise of shattering glasses and the thumping sound of ice piercing the wood. No chanting, no signs, and his projectiles are able to curve in mid-air. It's a war mage, you idiot. Instead of wasting her time whining, the female leader was wearing her armor as fast as she could. We must have stumbled into a rich kid with Tier 4 rings. Just one of them is worth more than this miserable pile of flesh and wood we call village. This is a blessing in disguise. If we kill him, the 3 of us are set for life. Dead men don't get any share if you catch my drift. Greed lit the eyes of the 3 leaders, who changed their wands from lightning to ice. The words collateral damage and friendly fire suddenly had a nice ring to them. They raised their arms and heads above the vertically flipped table, ready to open fire. While they were discussing, Lith had stopped his spell. He blinked behind the tables, catching the terrified criminals by surprise and stealing their hearts. Literally. His arm pierced their chest, leaving behind a blood core that turned the fallen into his faithful servants. The undead would kill everyone on their path, taking position right in front of the slaves to protect them at any cost. Lith hadn't forgotten about his promise to Solus. Her wish was their command. When the leaders came out of their hiding spot, their men had been decimated. They shoot at Lith, only to watch him blink away while their darts created more corpses. The dead keep rising, forming a barricade that stopped any stray bullet. Thanks, your help was unnecessary, though. I would have killed them anyway. You are the only ones I need to spare for interrogation. Lith appeared behind the leaders, making them flinch. They turned around, but he only needed a flick of his wrist to cause a spiral fracture in their wand-wielding arm with spirit magic. The alchemical tools fell onto the ground, while their owners writhed in agony. Pain blurred their vision with tears they couldn't stop. How did you do it? The woman didn't feel blessed anymore. Her arm was twisted from the wrist to the shoulder. All she had worked hard for years was crumbling in front of her eyes, and the corpses of her followers were staring at her with deep hatred. It was like they were blaming her for their demise. Magic, Lith replied with a second flick that broke the remaining arm in the same manner. The only reason why Lith had wasted so much time talking was to weave all the spells he needed, keeping them ready at a second's notice. The 3 surviving marauders remained limp on the floor. Without arms, without soldiers, and surrounded by monsters led by an even more monstrous ranger, they felt that any further struggle would be pointless. Only after checking that no one of the slaves was about to die and that all the bandits were dead, Lith released his necromancy spell. He then called his handler to give her a full report of the events. Chapter 383, The Village Part 4. Set the temporary warp gate. We need to talk. Her voice was seething with anger. Lith took out from the ranger amulet the metal frame and assembled the portal. Once it was powered by his mana and several mana crystals, it took just a few minutes for her to arrive along with a few army mages. The prisoners needed immediate help. The gate needed much more power to allow the transportation of so many people to Belias where they would receive proper care. After a quick sweep of the place under Lith's guidance, the army personnel was shocked. Rangers were an elite unit. However, it was hard to believe, even after seeing it with their own eyes, that so many criminals had been eliminated without a single casualty. Are you insane? Lieutenant Camilla Yavel, Lith's handler, was on the verge of a massive headache. She was a woman in her late 20s with long black hair held up in a ponytail. She had almond-shaped eyes which made her quite cute to Lith. You were supposed to make your report as soon as you assessed how dangerous the situation was. Your brash actions put yourself and the civilians into danger. Why didn't you ask for backup? Maybe it was because of Floria, but Lith had a thing for authoritative women. Now that he could see in person, she wasn't only a sweet voice, but also quite attractive. Because the first hostile I engaged revealed the organization had a deal with my predecessor. They knew a new ranger was about to arrive. I managed to take them by surprise because I reached this place sooner than they predicted. I thought that if I called for backup, their associate could alert them and give them the time to dispose of the hostages and flee. Lith lied through his teeth. He had made up the story while waiting for her. His real motive was to not have witnesses. The slaves had no notion of magic, while the marauders could claim he was the reincarnation of Arthur the Mad King, and no one would have believed them. Lith predicted that based on the royal constable who would handle the case, the 3 prisoners had from a few days to a week left to live. The kingdom's justice was as swift as brutal in such circumstances. You have a point, still you should have contacted me. Had you failed, the army would have lost a ranger and those people their lives, Camilla said with a sigh. How did you manage to kill so many on your own? I pick my allies among those who cannot betray me. Lith executed a short chant that raised an undead. A divide-and-conquer strategy. Very smart of you using their numbers against them. Maybe he is not one of those idiots with the hero complex, she thought while smiling in approval. This level of mastery in necromancy isn't listed in your file. We'll have to update it later. I hope we can discuss it over dinner. I don't know any good place in Belias, so I'd be in your care. Lith replied with what he hoped was his best charming smile. Are you hitting on me? Camilla giggled. Well, yes, we have the same rank and your voice will be my only contact with the civilized world for the next months. I think we should know each other better. Also, I hope you wouldn't deny a lone ranger his only wish. Kid, do you have an idea how old I am? She was still giggling and had yet to say no. Lith took it as a good sign. 20, maybe? He squinted his eyes like he was concentrating really hard on the answer. Lith's warp gate flashed for a second, allowing the royal constable to join them. It took her but a second to read the mood. Flirting on the scene of a massacre is a bit cliché, but it usually works to break the ice. At least for me. Lieutenant Yavel stopped twirling her hair and stood at attention. Constable Ernest, it's an unexpected pleasure to meet you so far away from home, Lith said, giving her a salute. At ease, lieutenants. I'm a fan of your work, Lith. So when I heard you were involved, I asked the case to be assigned to me. Take me to the prisoners, we have much to discuss. Lith accompanied Gianni to the cellar, where the red-haired bandit was detained. Her arms were still shattered, making it pointless to cuff her. Her feet were chained to a wall, giving her barely enough space to stretch her legs. Constable Gianni Ernest, are you ready to talk? She asked with a flat tone. I'll tell you everything, but I want a deal. I don't care what you do with the others, as long I walk away free and with working arms. Her face was strained from the pain, yet she looked at the constable with defiance. If I talk, I'm a dead woman. There's nothing this wench can do to me that the ranger hasn't already done, the marauder thought. Deal or no deal, you will talk, Gianni replied with a cruel grin. She struck the prisoner with her extended fingers in the space between the neck and the collarbone. The criminal coughed a few times before attempting to curse at her warden. No words came out of her mouth. You see, dear, if you hit the nerve cluster located there, first the victim goes numb, then they experience an unspeakable agony. Lith took a mental note of Gianni's words. He could see the prisoner turning paler. The pain had yet to kick in, but the fear was already there. Now, while we wait for the confession, do you mind telling me if there's something serious between you and that pretty officer? I just met her, Lith shrugged. Why do you ask? I know it's none of my business, but please, humor me. Is there a Lady Verhen waiting for you at Lucia? No, otherwise I wouldn't ask my handler for a date. Lith resented the allegation. He had never cheated on any of his past girlfriends. Perfect, Gianni exclaimed with glee. You know that I always cheered for you. I still think you and Floria would make a perfect couple. She was so happy when Freya told her how worried you were about her happiness. Lith became red while the prisoner tapped her foot. She was now eager to talk. Gianni had more pressing matters at hand, so she ignored her. Let's be honest, dear. You are a magnet for troubles, just like I was at your age. First day on the job and you stumble into a nightmare. No matter how much we roam the world or how many people we kill, the void inside those like us never disappears. We are monsters, but it doesn't mean we have to remain alone. She took his hand into hers. The kingdom needs us to keep the real monsters at bay. You can find your place in the world if you stop being scared of hurting others and accept yourself for who you are. Think about this the next time you get a leave. Floria is single at the moment, too. Gianni winked. Lith left her to her job after promising Gianni he would keep in touch. Before he left the village to resume his patrol, Camilla gave him a new portable warp gate and her contact rune. Chapter 384 Memories, Part 1. Before leaving the slaver's village and resume his flight towards the fallen city of Cajuria, Lith would have liked to spend some more time with Camilla. However, she was too busy supervising the rescue operations. Some of the prisoners were in desperate conditions, and the army needed all hands on deck. Lith took care of those whose health was beyond the help of normal healers. Thanks to invigoration, he could resupply their life force and fix their bodies so fast that as long there was still a spark of life, they could be saved. Solus asked me to save them, not just to delay their demise. I've kept my word at the best of my abilities, he thought. The other healers clicked their tongues at Lith's speed healing session, thinking he was doing a poor job to rack up merits fast and leave them to fix his mess. Rangers had a bad name, not because they were easy to corrupt or cruel people. Their ill reputation was due to their poor social skills, usually coupled with a contempt for teamwork. In a system where relying on others to watch your back was the norm, Rangers worked alone. He picked the worst cases and spent a few minutes per patient. One of the healers said while double-checking Lith's work. Let's hope the Terminator had at least the decency to stabilize their conditions before leaving. I swear, Rangers belong with beasts, not with humans. The words died in his mouth when the diagnostic spell gave its report. Aside from the malnutrition, there was no sign of injury, neither past or present. The scars had disappeared and the bones, albeit thin, showed no sign of previous fractures. The healers were so shocked that, even knowing it was a breach of the protocol, they went to Lieutenant Yavel to ask about Lith's identity. The patients the main healer was so excited he was at loss of words. Some of them were in such a state we could only ease their pain and wait for the inevitable. Now they are fit as a fiddle. I would like to ask the ranger to take me as his apprentice. The man was double Lith's age, but he didn't sound embarrassed at the idea of serving under someone so young. I'm sorry, Captain, Camilla replied. Until the end of his tour, I can't disclose any of the Ranger's personal information. I can relay your message to him, though. He's so young yet has already reached the rank of first lieutenant. She couldn't avoid feeling a tinge of envy considering it had taken her a decade to obtain the same promotion. Healer, necromancer, ruthless warrior, she thought while watching at the corpses whose head had been ripped off or the heart removed from the chest. I wonder how many other things he is good at. She giggled while looking at Lith's contact rune on her personal communication amulet. Meanwhile, Camilla planned on calling him as soon as his rune went back online. Lith was speeding through the barren lands of the north. His journey was dull. He didn't meet any settlement even after flying for hundreds of kilometers at a height that allowed him to check far and wide. Kajuria was relatively close, yet Lith didn't plan on going there, at least not before resting. The moment Solas's mana sense spotted a mana geyser, they checked the surrounding area for kilometers, making sure that any life form in its proximity was just an animal. After meeting Gadorf the Wyvern, Lith didn't trust much evolved monsters too. He was now reluctant to expose Solas's existence even to magical beasts. First Scarlet and then Nalar had tried to take her away from him. Both had almost succeeded. He wouldn't allow for a third time to happen. Once the Mage Tower was formed, Lith had Solas activating her cloaking abilities and hid the tower underground. Only then he allowed himself to relax. Thanks for saving those people. Solas's wisp form appeared in front of him looking for an embrace which he didn't hesitate to offer her. Don't mention it, partner. Is it me or the thing inside your wisp form has grown bigger again? At first, when Solas gained the ability to materialize herself inside the tower, she was just a firefly the size of a tennis ball. Over time, the wisp had become big enough for them to notice that something solid was at its center. Its nature and purpose were unknown, but after their last fusion, Lith supposed it was the embryo of Solas's light body. No, you are right, she replied. Now that your mana core has upgraded to blue, my nourishment has become even better. I can't wait for my core to become bright green, if not even cyan. In Solas's mind, the former was the threshold to obtain the body made of light. The latter was the one where she expected to gain a true physical form. Lith took note of her words and started to use accumulation. Thanks to the combined effect of the mana geyser and the tower, he could absorb much more world energy than usual with every breath. Refining his core would help Solas to promote her own even faster. I won't enter Kajuria until I've properly recovered. My body is a mess after not sleeping for so long. Using invigoration so many times only made things worse. First thing, I'm taking a bath. Giving that scum such a clean death made me feel dirty inside. I wish I could have made them suffer more. Take your time. Would you like something in particular for dinner? No offense, Solas, but your cooking sucks. Until you can smell or taste, everything you prepare is a coin flip at best. Also, why aren't you joining me? I know you enjoy a good bubble bath with hydro massage every time we are back in the tower. Yes, I do. I prefer to take them alone, though, she replied while flying toward the kitchen she had just created. Your behavior doesn't make sense. The whole tower is your body. Even if the wisp is away, we can talk, you can watch, and we can interact. Why are you acting shy all of a sudden? Maybe because if the wisp is away, I'm not forced to watch. Solas' thoughts oozed sarcasm. Does he not realize he's not a little kid anymore, just like I'm not a naive little girl? I don't know if Lith is so dense towards me because he considers me like a sister or what. Or what? Lith replied honestly, making Solas and all the lights inside the tower turn beet red. It's not that I'm shameless, but we spend every single second of the day together. Plus, because of our mind fusion, you know all the most embarrassing details of all my lives. At this point, modesty is as useless as a third nostril. Sorry if my request made you uncomfortable, it's just that I'm used to having you by my side. I miss you already. Lith closed the bathroom's door before stripping. His words made Solas's mind spin in turmoil, forcing her to rush outside the tower and getting as far as she could before allowing herself to think again. Chapter 385 Memories Part 2. Fuck me sideways. I forgot that inside the tower our mind link is stronger than usual. Thinking or speaking is almost the same thing. I wonder what he will think of me now. Solas spent the next minutes reviewing her blunder. Every time she replayed Lith's last words, she could feel her heart flutter. After she regained her composure, she went back. It was nice seeing Gianni again, she said, pretending their last conversation never happened. She hasn't aged a day. What do you think about her words? Maybe you and Floria could give your relationship a second chance. Maybe, maybe not, Lith said with a sigh. I don't want to see her right now. Life isn't a romance drama where people can break up countless times and make up like nothing ever happened. The next time we break up will be the last. Either I open up and tell her the truth she still doesn't know, or I can spare us both the inevitable sad ending. Floria is the first person I had a true relationship with. It wasn't just about having fun or sex. Lith couldn't bear to finish the phrase, and Solus knew well why. It happened after Nalar's attack on the White Griffin. Between the slave items, Uriel's death, and having killed many of their schoolmates, Lith's companions were on the verge of a mental breakdown. They were all living under the Urna's roof, together with Lith's family, searching for a way to cope with their trauma. Lith was the one faring the best, but not by much. Having been split from Solus, Uriel's death, and receiving his notebooks weighed on Lith's mind. Quilla was having the worst of it, requiring assistance 24/7 just to prevent her from self-harming. Floria was tormented by the ghosts of those she had killed, Uriel included. It had been her decision of saving Gianni first that spelled his doom, and she couldn't forgive herself for not finding a solution to an impossible situation. After sundown, she would see their faces in every shadow, making the guilt unbearable to the point that tranquilizers had little effect. Lith had to spend the night sitting on a chair next to her bed, caressing her head until she would fall asleep. His touch was the only thing that calmed her. Lith would hold her hand for hours to make sure her dreams would be free from nightmares. The days passed and Floria's condition improved, yet he would remain on the chair, keeping her at arm's length. A few nights before the academy would resume, Floria mustered the courage to confront him. "Why are you doing it again?" she asked. "What exactly? Why do you keep your distance from me? You are so close, yet there is a divide between us. Would it kill you to at least sit on my bed?" I can't," Lith replied. "You can't or you won't. I can understand if you blame me for Uriel's death. I do the same." She clenched the blankets, her firm tone just a cover for the underlying fear. Fear of being hated, of being rejected by those she loved because of her weakness. "It's not your fault nor Quilla's. My reasons are my own, and believe me when I say you don't want to know them. We have been together for months now and you still don't trust me. Is that the reason you always refuse to touch me?" She was hurt by his silence. She knew Lith had lots of secrets, but she had waited for him to open up. Floria knew that he was like Nalar. Lith and the Mad Professor were the only two mages she had ever seen emitting an aura without the use of any spell. Floria was very close to the truth. She just lacked the term Awakened One to fill the picture. "No, I told you after Bulker, you just didn't listen. I'm not like you. I'm a monster. You have no idea how hard it had been keeping you safe from me, from all the shit that's my life. I never asked you to protect me. I'm not a child, I'm a woman now. The only things I asked from you were to love me and let me be part of your life. Easy to say when you know nothing about love or me. Those are just words, and words are cheap." "I know a lot of things," she replied. "I know that Nalar was strong and fast just like you, that the aura you emit when you go all out is not normal, that somehow, somewhere you lost a brother that's not part of your family. I know all these things because I was always by your side." Lith was taken aback by Floria's words, yet he didn't budge. "You don't understand. We are both emotionally vulnerable right now. If I take a step forward, we do something we will regret forever." "How can you say that? What gives you the right to decide what I will or will not regret?" Lith was so tired of that charade, yet he had to pick his words carefully. It was the second time she was offering herself to him, and he was pushing her away again. She deserved a proper explanation. "Turn off the lights, please." Floria did as instructed, making the room turn dark. Passing clouds obscured the moonlight from time to time, giving the room an eerie feeling. Lith stood up, taking a few steps away from the bed, letting the left side of his body be basked in darkness. "I was serious before. You deserve someone better than me, someone that can make you happy. I can't because I'm not like Nalar, I'm much worse. I'm a real monster." He took a deep breath, letting the abyss inside him step out of its boundaries. Solus had described Lith the form he would take while fighting in dimly lit spaces, and with a bit of training, he had learned how to conjure and to block the shadows that would cover him like a shroud, changing his appearance. Floria gasped when she saw 3 yellow eyes opening on the darkened face. The hand turned into vicious claws, and the skin covered with black scales, the edges of which were burning hot. Lith could see her face turning pale as a ghost, her eyes turn watery. It was what he wanted, yet he felt his heart squeezed by an invisible vice. "It's over now. I'll release a bit of killing intent to make her faint. Tomorrow she'll hope this is just a nightmare. Even if she remembers anything, no one would believe her story, not even herself. With all she has gone through, everybody will think it's her trauma talking." Lith released waves of violent mana, expecting her to scream, to cry and call for help before passing out. Floria stepped out of her bed, wearing only her nightgown. In the moonlight, she looked like a fairy as much as he felt a monster for crushing her feelings once again. Lith waited for her to run away so he could strike her from behind and make her lose consciousness. That way, the events of that night would remain etched in her mind without compromising his cover, all according to plan. Floria didn't run. She walked slowly, covering the distance separating them until they were in front of each other. Chapter 386, Kajuria Part 1. "Does it hurt?" Floria said, caressing the scaly side of his face. A silent tear streaked down her cheek. What? It wasn't much a question, more like the way Lith blurted out his surprise. Floria seemed to be immune to his killing intent. "I'm so sorry. I had no idea you were going through something like this alone. Does it hurt when you transform?" "Yes," he replied, overwhelmed by her kindness. The shadows surrounding Lith shattered, making him human again. "I remember our conversation well. You told me that if I thought you could make me happy, we would have continued from that point. I love you, Lith from Lucia, and I know you can make me happy. The only question is, am I able to make you happy?" She kissed him gently, shattering all the walls he had erected until that moment to protect himself from the world. Despite all that she knew, despite all that she had seen, Floria was still in front of him. Not afraid of what he was, but of being pushed away. It was something that Lith had never imagined, not even in his wildest dreams. She was accepting him unconditionally. "You make me happy," he replied with a hoarse voice, struggling with the unknown emotions that were bringing a part of his dead heart to life. Floria hugged him tightly, feeling that the divide between them had disappeared. Lith was clinging to her like a boyfriend for the first time since they had got together. She gave him a deep kiss while undoing the ties on her shoulders that kept her nightgown on. She took a few steps back, allowing Lith to stare at her body without letting go of his hands before pulling him slowly towards the bed. Lith shook his head, trying to push the memory away. He understood why Floria broke up with him. They had gotten to a point of their lives where their goals diverged. Their feelings hadn't changed, yet they both needed their space. "So are you really calling Camilla?" Solus rushed to change the topic. Lith's pain was her own. She had never meant to make sad memories resurface after so many years. "Of course I am. I may be bitter, lonely, and grumpy, but I'm not dead. If after our first date things go well, I may even spend the evening of my birthday with her. My family can have morning and afternoon, but I need some me time." Lith's 17th birthday was approaching. It had no significance to him, yet it could be used as leverage to get a few days of leave if he played his cards right with Camilla. Lith prepared for himself a big dinner comprised of his favorite foods, leaving Solus to take care of only the vegetables. There was no way she could screw that up. As soon as he finished, he went back to his private quarters. The room didn't resemble his academy apartment anymore. It was mixed with parts from his house back on Earth. The library contained his favorite books that Solus had managed to salvage from his memory, and in front of his bed and on the ceiling, there was a huge TV screen. It was actually just a flat screen. Lith had no idea how a TV was made, so neither could Solus replicate it. What she could do was to project the movies he loved the most. He was on a tight schedule, but after months of isolation and the horrors she had just borne witness to, Lith decided that Solus deserved a little R&R. They watched the first movie of the Madrox trilogy together, an old sci-fi blockbuster. It was Solus's favorite since it was the only movie available with a happy ending. "Why do you remember the first one so well while the other two are but a blur?" she asked while watching the final bout between the main character dressed like a priest and the ruthless Agent Doe. "Because most of the time sequels are hot garbage." They were sitting close to each other, with Solus leaning against his side. The next morning, Lith found her sound asleep in his bed right next to him. "I really don't get it. All that fuss for the bath and then she has no problem snuggling against me or get cuddled to sleep. I guess women will always remain a mystery," he thought while exploiting her lack of consciousness to not embarrass her. The rest of the trip to Kajuria was eventless. The further he got from populated areas, the more often he met small woods. Whenever Life Vision showed him a significant number of creatures, he would check the area for monsters. Lith only met animals and very few magical beasts. They looked hungry, but most of all scared. He bartered some food for information. "Why is this zone deserted? There's water, trees, yet I couldn't find a single bird nest or burrow. Is there something dangerous here I should know about?" "Indeed," replied a brown bike, gobbling up the raw meat offered to him. "Winter is coming, otherwise no one would be so desperate to go near Death City to search for food." Do you mean the dead city of Kajuria? Lith pointed towards his destination that lay only a few kilometers away. Not a dead city, Death City, the bike corrected him. I suggest you go back. Nothing good ever comes out of those cursed walls. My mother always used to warn me to stay away from it. She said that hunger is much better than joining the shadow people. Lith tried to learn something more, but the bike had never ventured near Kajuria. He only knew what his mother told him, and her stories seemed made to scare children. It took Lith a few minutes to reach the ruins. The problem was they were no ruins at all. Inside a translucent golden dome resided one of the most beautiful cities he had ever seen. All the buildings were several stories high and made of white marble that reflected the sunlight, illuminating even the innermost alleys. The roofs were painted a pale blue. Each one hosted a small spire holding a masterfully cut magic crystal on its top. Like most cities of the Griffin Kingdom, Kajuria was built in layers. The most external one was outside the city walls. Lith could see farmers tending the lands that were devoid of snow despite the harsh climate. Small cottages were built in the proximities of the farmlands, from which he could see women and children taking care of the cattle. Past the city walls, all the houses were made of stone. From the high ground, Lith could distinguish a residential area, a market district, noble houses, and in the center of the city there was a small castle. This doesn't make any sense, the vision flabbergasted Lith. These people are funnily clothed but are alive as much as I am. Why does the Griffin Kingdom keep them sealed instead of trading with them? This city is a marvel of magic. Not even the series of arrays composing the Golden Dome could hide the mystical web enveloping Kajuria. The spires with their mana crystals acted as relay points for some sort of complex magical formation. Chapter 387, Kajuria Part 2. Lith watched in amazement with life vision, enormous amounts of energies moving from one crystal to another. They would course through the buildings, and then into the ground before returning to the spire stronger than before and be passed to the next crystal. The castle hosted only a small number of spires, but they were the tallest, and the magic gemstones they contained were as big as a horse. The noble district had more spires, but their size was significantly smaller. The farther from the castle, the greater the number of spires became and the smaller the crystal's size. It was some sort of cascade effect that made no sense to Lith, yet it filled his mind with wonder. He called his handler to make sure of being in the right place. "Are you there already?" Camilla's voice was surprised. "The good news is that at this pace you'll finish your first patrol in no time. The bad news is that I have to report you for not giving out your position earlier. Remember, at least 3 calls a day. It's of the utmost importance for us to be able to follow your movements and to know where you camp. There's no way I'm going to gift the kingdom the location of mana geysers," Lith inwardly cursed. "I'll have to set a fake camp every time to not arouse suspicions. Sorry, with all that happened yesterday, I forgot to give my daily reports." He lied through his teeth. "Don't worry, I'll cover for you this time. What kind of city is Kajuria? Why is it sealed?" "Every one of the lost cities is unique. Kajuria is classified as the Shadow City. Judging by your relaxed tone, it must be in its light phase. Working people, smiling children, gorgeous architecture. Am I right?" One of the farmers had noticed Lith. The man waved at him while saying something that the array blocked out. "Yes," Lith waved back. "Well, don't get used to it. In a while it will turn into the shadow phase and things will get nasty. It will be hours before sundown. What am I supposed to do until then?" "I said shadow phase, not night phase. The city constantly switches between 2 different states regardless of the sun." Lieutenant Yavel assumed a lecturing voice that irked Lith. Suddenly the sun inside Kajuria disappeared and it started to rain. The phenomenon left Lith in a daze since the sky outside was clear. He saw the city walls crumble while all the buildings fell apart as if a meteor shower was coming down instead of water. The soil inside boiled and sizzled like each raindrop was a powerful acid. The friendly farmer melted in front of his eyes, like a wax figurine left too close to a fire. His eyes popped in bloody tears while his mouth screamed in pain. Lith stared at the man's jaw, which elongated until it reached the stomach level. In a few seconds, all that was left of the farmer was a black puddle. The sky inside the array was now pitch black. The energy of the internal array was now amassed into a small black star made of smoke that was trying to escape from the golden dome surrounding the city by spreading toxic fumes. "I guess it has just switched to the shadow phase," Lith said while watching the black pool on the other side of the array rise up, taking a humanoid form. It was a pitch-black 3-dimensional shadow. It had no features outside red glowing eyes and a wide open mouth that revealed a white space inside. The shadow farmer's eyes were filled with pain and hatred, a mix that Lith knew all too well. It rammed against the array, punching at the barrier to reach the other side. The golden surface produced sparks at every hit, but it didn't falter. The shadow farmer's hands shattered instead, bleeding what looked like black blood. The shadow opened its mouth, emitting a screeching sound strong enough for Lith to hear despite the array. All the nearby shadows swarmed towards their companion, who had started hitting the barrier again with the stumps and his head. "What are these things? Undead?" Lith asked while the crowd in front of him hammered the array with growing force until it started to ripple. "Negative, undead we know how to dispose of. These things do not die no matter what you do. We call them shadows." Sounds like a load of bullshit, Lith thought. Soulless, what kind of mana core do these guys have? They have no core. What? It's impossible. All sentient things have a mana core. Well, the shadows don't. They have no mana flow, no life force, nothing. They are just a black mass of unknown energy. Lith activated Life Vision just to discover that Soulless was right. Life Vision would show him the world in grayscale, while the stronger the energy of a being, the lighter the colors with which they would appear. Even undead would manifest an aura in a scale of colors, while the things in front of him were just black spots. How do I assess the threat level? Lith noticed a small crack appearing on the barrier. The number of creatures was increasing with each passing second, and so was the pressure they exerted on the array. Never stand in front of the shadows. Even if the threat level to the kingdom is low, a big enough group can crack the barrier and pass through it. If that happens, an emergency squad will be summoned, and you will be held accountable. Just move outside their line of sight. They have almost no memory. Lith raised an earth wall, watching through it with Life Vision. As soon as he disappeared, the shadows stopped attacking the array and dispersed. As for the threat level, Camilla continued, you have to check the black star, tell me when you have visual. Lith flew above the very top of the barrier, until the black star was right below his feet. Whatever it is, it looks like bad news. Because it is. Unlike the shadows that mind their own business unless provoked, the black star constantly assaults the array. It gets stronger over time, so I need you to stay there and call me if during the shadow phase you notice cracks. As soon as Camilla completed the phrase, a small crack appeared on the dome. Consider yourself called, Lith replied while a cold shiver ran down his spine. The leak was barely visible, yet the black star's aura made him feel small and irrelevant. Not even while facing Scarlet or the small world he had experienced such pressure. Are you sure? Let me check. The army's amulet scanned the surroundings, highlighting the crack while it kept expanding. Bad news it is. You need to get inside Kajuria and cull the numbers of the shadows. Not such bad news, Lith thought. I was going to explore the city anyway. This gives me the perfect excuse to stick my nose where it doesn't belong. How do I do that? It's simple, you just need to kill every one of them twice. Once during the light phase and another during the shadow phase. The recommended protocol is to enter during the light phase, kill everyone on sight, retreat, and then get back in during the shadow phase. The shadow of someone whose human form has been recently killed will be weaker and dumber, making it easy to wipe them out. Is the opposite true too? Lith's curiosity was piqued. Yes, but while shadows are aggressive and have unusual abilities, humans are just humans. They'll run rather than fight. Chapter 388 Shadows Die Twice Part 1. Is that really something I can do alone? Lith asked in disbelief. They may be just humans, but taking on a full city, isn't it too much? Negative. For unknown reasons, all the humanoids inhabiting Kajuria are unable to use magic. Otherwise, the army would never send a single ranger instead of a battalion. As long as you keep your distance and avoid getting surrounded, it should be easy. Good to know. Even if I had to face a few weak magicians, it wouldn't be a problem. The army has no need to know that, though. Do I have to take down even the children? This time the question was serious. In his mind, gender, age, and race were irrelevant. There were only enemies and allies, yet killing someone in cold blood for no reason felt wrong even to him. Also, he remembered well Commander Burian's remark about his psychological evaluation. He needed to show to have a conscience besides soulless. Camilla's voice paused for a second before answering. Affirmative. I know it's not an easy task, but consider this. Not a single Kajurian is really alive. Even if they were, you saw what the Black Rain does to them. If you slay them in both the human and shadow form, the cycle will be broken for a while. Consider it as a way to give peace to those poor souls. A short relief from pain is better than nothing. Camilla's words resounded with compassion, making Lith wonder what could have happened in her past to make her sympathize with the shadows. Do shadows have any known weaknesses? Their human form is weak to light magic, while their shadow form is weak to darkness magic. Healing magic kills them. Lith found the idea absurd. Yes, but in such an excruciating way that more than one ranger remained traumatized after the mission. My advice is to refrain to employ this method unless strictly necessary. Thanks, Lieutenant Yavel. I'll call back right before going in. Keep me posted, she said before ending the conversation. This is really interesting, Lith thought while watching the army of shadows wander at random along the ruins of Kajuria. Life vision showed him that each one of them was tethered to the black star, which was still drilling its way through the array. What do you think about this, Solus? That it's a frigging nightmare, she replied. She had remained silent during the conversation out of shock, not because she had nothing to say. Those poor people have been trapped for centuries into some kind of cycle of death and rebirth. The black rain doesn't just kill them, it's a torture to them. Their eyes in shadow form are pure madness. Whoever did this to them is as cruel as crazy. Agreed, Lith nodded. You missed my point, though. If what you say is right, if they retain some form of memory, then it means their souls are bonded to this place. By exploring the city, we may find a clue to cure my condition. Yeah, sure. Solus didn't share his enthusiasm. Except they are not bonded to this place, otherwise the array would be useless. They are bonded to the Black Star. Do you remember how artifacts that steal and corrupt souls are called? Lith sighed at his own stupidity. The idea of being even one step closer to a solution had clouded his judgment. I guess a sealed item that endlessly tortures a whole city is the very definition of cursed object. I'm curious about how it works and how the cycle empowers it over time. I'm not, Solus had a disgusted tone. I can't wait to leave this place. Everything here feels wrong. How can you accept so easily the idea of slaughtering innocents? What's the alternative? Politely ask the Black Star to not puncture the barrier and to not spread its curse. We don't know what happened here. Maybe they are innocent, or maybe they made a deal with that thing that bit them in the ass. We only have two alternatives. Wash our hands of the problem and let someone else deal with it, or do our job and maybe understand something about the Black Star that will help me. Either way, the army can't allow the Black Star to escape, and neither can I. They had to agree to disagree. They spent some time by watching the cracks on the dome getting bigger and studying the barrier. The Golden Dome was the sum of dozens of concentric arrays. Each one was cast so that those inside strengthened those outside and vice versa. Their brilliant intricacy amazed Solus to no end. The arrays were woven one above the other, giving to the final result the appearance of an elaborate tapestry made of mana rather than a simple magic circle. Such powerful formation needed a massive amount of mana to be sustained. Once Lith was certain the barrier would hold, he descended to the ground to study its power source. Kajuria was surrounded by equally spaced small buildings that somehow provided a constant flow of world energy. This is unbelievable. Solus's excitement was so great she forgot being disappointed in Lith's lack of mercy. Do you mind explaining to me what's so great about a bunch of stones? Life vision only showed him a complex array protected inside what looked like an elaborate altar. Its design was much more refined than those Gadorf the Wyvern used. On its surface, there were drawings correlated with inscriptions he wasn't able to read. The pictures by themselves were too vague, depicting a lot of people carrying a stone to a temple. The city of Kajuria is built over a mana geyser. This explains a lot. This explains nothing. Please elaborate. The reason why such a strong barrier can last without the use of a single crystal is that the altars are capable of redirecting the energy coming from the mana geyser under Kajuria. It draws the world energy away and uses it to fuel itself and all the arrays sealing the city. Lith felt a cold shiver running down his spine. Whoever had the mastery to redirect a mana geyser to the point that neither life vision or mana sense could detect it had to be a real master of magic. Yet not even them had been able to deal with the Black Star for good, leaving it in the care of posterities. It means they were either very trusting or so desperate they had no other choice. I think you are right, Solus. We'll stay here only long enough to make sure there's nothing valuable for us. That wasn't my point, Etta. What's that? Among the many lines leading from the altar to the dome, there was a thin red string. They followed it until the base of the mystical formation. It was part of a single array that had nothing to do with the ceiling. Lith called Camilla again. Something smelled fishy. Is the shadow phase already over? That's weird, it usually lasts more than an hour. Lith had called way sooner than she expected. No, it's not. I'm calling to report an anomaly. I just found a detector array that has no connection to the main structure and leaches energy from the altars. Is it one of the army safeguards? Chapter 389, Shadows Die Twice, Part 2. No, Camilla's voice went from surprise to worry. Tampering with the barrier is a capital crime. I am certain there is no detector array because the barrier already includes one that warns us if the shadows breach through or if the black star is about to escape. Can you show it to me? Lith chanted an array-revealing spell, aiming it precisely at the red string. It made the hidden formation visible. It surrounded the whole barrier while remaining at its fringes. I can't believe no one ever noticed it, nor that you also know Warden magic. Do you even sleep at night? Lith would have liked to flirt with her a bit, but saying something like, "Only when the company isn't good," on the army communicator could lead his superiors to change his handler with a middle-aged man with a deep love for beer and cheese. Sometimes, he replied while smirking. Camilla's full-body 3D hologram appeared from the amulet to take a better look at the situation. She was wearing a white shirt and a pencil skirt that emphasized her slender legs. "I'll report this immediately. I recognize the design. Whoever left it gets notified every time the barrier is opened. It represents a breach of classified information like the schedule of the cleansings and the Rangers' patrol frequency. Great job spotting it." Lith was aware that without life vision or mana sense, the extra array would have been as good as invisible. Its presence added another unknown variable to the scenario. "With my luck, the bastard is already keeping an eye on me." His grumblings were interrupted when the vapors surrounding the black star disappeared, leaving in its place a miniature sun. Wherever its rays shone, the buildings rebuilt themselves while the shadows were slowly turned back into humans. The blackness of their features was washed away on the ground until it became a normal shadow, following rather than possessing the body which projected it. "Time to go in." Lith returned to his starting point, right in front of the farm belonging to the man that had weaved at him an hour earlier. He chanted the spell that released the barrier, slipping inside before it closed behind him. The farmer looked at him with a surprised expression for a second. "How did equals, you equals, get equals, in equals, stranger equals, / how the man said. AN translated from ancient Kajurian." Lith smiled and waved at him while pretending to have understood his words. "Damn it, why there is no translate spell or a convenient mind link when you need it. Things would be much easier if we were able to communicate." Lith's plan was simple. He would always pick the same entry point and start killing from the inside of the city. That way, he would notice if the humans retained a memory between cycles based on their reactions, while leaving the inhabitants of the outer rims neutral to his presence. If he started attacking from the outer rim instead, he would meet increasing resistance with each assault he launched, and his chances of studying the phenomenons related to the dark star would be 0. Hundreds of kilometers away, location unknown. The opening of the barrier surrounding Kajuria activated the red array, which signaled to its owner by lighting a small gem on one of his many bracelets. "Another ranger already? It took me quite some effort to convince the last one to leave the black star alone. Let's hope this one is more reasonable. I'll make him an offer he can't refuse." "Nice, now you not only keep messing with Tyrus's turf, but also you talk to yourself. I regret having awakened you more with each passing day." An old voice filled with contempt cut the younger one short. "You sound and act like a madman. You should study magic instead of meddling with forces you do not understand." "I'm not mad, uncle," the array's owner replied with a high-pitched voice. "Madness is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. By following your method, I'll become as powerful as you at best." "You wish," said the older voice with a sneer. "And by that time, I'd be an old coot that has wasted his whole life amassing power instead of using it." The young awakened's tone was filled with outrage. "There are no shortcuts to power, Treyas, only to your own ruin." Treyas ignored his uncle's words, opening a warp gate that would lead him to Kajuria in no time. Lith walked past the farmer, replying to his barrage of gibberish with a smile and a nod of the head. "I could knock him down and steal his clothes to go unnoticed. The problem is I have no idea if they will become a shadow too once the next phase begins, nor what could they do to my skinwalker armor." Like the rest of the city, the high walls surrounding it were of a pristine white. There were guard stations near the massive gate leading inside Kajuria, but they were both empty. There was no one patrolling along the rampart, nor archers inside the hidden alcoves in the wall. The weather was mild enough for everyone to wear short sleeves. Many people stared at Lith, pointing their fingers at his heavy clothes. He hid in a corner to make his skinwalker armor take the appearance of his farmer outfit. The city was bustling with activity. Some people moved goods to and fro the inner rims, others were assembling in a procession until all the houses were empty. No one locked doors or windows. Lith blinked from one alley to another, walking only when the crowd was big and busy enough that no one would notice his passage. He tried listening to their conversations, but none of the words they used was recorded in the books inside Soluspedia. Once he reached the merchant district, Lith understood that something was wrong with the city. Despite the sunny day and the many people coming from the outer rim, all the stalls were closed except for some food vendors. They wouldn't even ask for money. They just offered their products to whoever stood in front of them. The smell of grilled vegetables and meat made Lith's mouth watery until he imagined them turning into shadows and ripping his stomach from the inside. I don't know what's happening, but I have an idea about what the light phase is for. Solus pondered after Lith blinked to a vantage point to better observe the cascade of energy going from the castle to the ground. In their human form, the Kandurians have a mana core, but they all start almost gray. The whole city is a lie. The Black Star is using them to fool Magus into believing there is life to nurture. The spires are siphoning the mana geyser to slow down the core's recovery process while amplifying the collected power thanks to the crystal's resonance with the world energy. Those people are like fruits. They ripen over time, until the Black Star gathers all the energy for its next attempt to escape. Then why killing the fake Kandurians twice weakens the cursed object? Can't it just create more puppets? Lith considered the implications of Solus's word from multiple angles. Even the method of choice to supply the barrier was now twice as ingenious. I don't think they are fake. Only living beings have mana cores. By destroying their bodies, the army forces the Black Star to consume part of his powers to restore them. Those people are nothing but a flesh rope in a tug-of-war between the kingdom and the Black Star. Chapter 390 Scorn Part 1. For the first time since Lith had been reborn on Magus, he felt one step closer to realizing his goals. The Black Star's abilities were exactly what he had dreamt about over the last decade, at least on paper. It was able to store multiple mana cores and create vessels for them, regardless of the number of times their bodies had been destroyed, either because of the cycles between the shadow and the light phase, or during the raids performed by the Griffin Kingdom. The Kandurians were still alive. They talked, they ate, they seemed to have feelings. It was what Lith wanted for himself, the ability to escape the cycle of reincarnation and offer the same to those who may want to share his immortality. On the other hand, the condition of the inhabitants of this city was akin to a hellish punishment rather than a blessing. They were doomed to die over and over again to satisfy the needs of the two powers in play. I can't believe you have solved in minutes a riddle that countless mages failed to understand despite years of study and an unlimited budget. Watching the mass of people moving below him, Lith found it hard to accept that all those lives were nothing but a plaything for the cursed object. It made him feel small, insignificant. He was just a pebble, the role of which was to create ripples on the surface of a river with no chance of changing its course. The thought of having a being of the same magnitude of power resting on his finger stunned him for a second. Solus and the Black Star were both capable of feats outside his comprehension, almost bending reality as Lith knew it. I'm not that smart, Solus replied with a shrug. I simply have access to more data than you have, and my senses make it easy for me to interpret them. Also, I doubt the kingdom ignores what's happening here. They just don't share it with the rangers. Seems you're wearing your paranoia cap too, Lith nodded. Back to work. Warn me when the Kandurians' cores are half full. That's when I'll strike. I'll use the rest of the time to gather as much information as possible. Lith moved along the rooftops, away from the crowd. Just as Lieutenant Yavel told him, the city held no magical items, and its inhabitants were stuck with a deep red core. Aside from the magic crystals inside the spires built on top of the roofs, the only mana signature life vision could pick up came from the small castle located at the center of Kanduria. Just like the city gates, the palace's windows were left unguarded. Lith had no trouble sneaking in with air magic, sticking to the ceiling like a spider while moving towards his objective. This is equals, a equals, farce equals, we equals, can't equals, continue equals, to equals, fool equals, are equals, people equals, like equals, this, equals / this, a deep voice said. It was filled with despair just like his face. Lith didn't understand a word, but he knew depression when he saw it. The room he had entered was filled with riches. There were life-sized paintings of richly dressed people with frames made of gold or silver. A whole wall was covered by a mosaic composed not of painted pebbles, but of gemstones. 8 goblets made of gold with engraved rubies, the size of a nut, rested on a crystal tray. 8 people formed a circle around what looked like an altar made of white marble with golden veins. Each one of them was dressed in white silk robes which had complex patterns embroidered in gold. Their robes came with a hood, but the man who was speaking had taken it off, revealing a head covered with thick blonde hair. What do equals, you equals, propose equals, to equals, do equals, then, equals slash what replied a harsh feminine voice. To tell equals, our equals, people equals, that equals, we equals, our equals, doomed equals, that equals, we equals, our equals, forever equals, bound, to equals, the equals, very equals, artifact, that equals, was equals, supposed, to equals, protect, us, equals, slash to. Ruka has equals, a equals, point equals, though equals, when, we equals, activate. The equals, high equals, Lord equals, again equals, and equals, fail equals, because equals, we equals, will fail equals, everyone equals, will see equals, through equals, our equals, lied equals, we equals, should equals, tell equals, them equals, the equals, truth, equals slash Ruka, another feminine voice said. Quit your whining equals, Seta equals, have equals, you equals, already, forgotten equals, what equals, happened equals, the equals, last time, we equals, did equals, that. Equals slash quit. The man speaking sounded really angry. The whole equals, city equals, went equals, mad equals, and equals, stayed equals, that equals, way equals, for equals, years equals, during equals, which equals, parents, would equals, butcher equals, their own equals, children, trying equals, to equals, invoke, any equals, known, deity equals, to equals, put equals, and equals, end equals, to equals, their misery equals, brothers, would equals, slay equals, each equals. Other and equals, consider equals, it equals, and equals, act equals, of equals slash the. They spent equals, decades equals, indulging equals, in equals, the equals, worst, depravities equals, their equals, broken, minds equals, could equals, conceive equals, before equals, regaining equals, their sanity equals, people equals, don't equals, need equals, truth equals, they equals, need equals, hope equals slash. Lith ignored their gibberish. His eyes were drawn by the majestic white mana crystal, shaped like a star resting on an altar. He could see a complex magic circle painted around it. Several forgemastering tools were placed near the crystal. Lith remembered the drawings outside Kajuria, finally able to give them a meaning. I guess this is some kind of Groundhog Day scenario. The crowd will come here, the clerics will perform a ritual to activate the Black Star, and then it will devour them all, Lith thought. Yeah, except in this case everyone retains their memory. It would explain why the shops are closed and no one cares about the money. Solus felt her heart aching at the thought of all the misery the Kajurians had to experience multiple times every single day. To make things even worse, her mana sense could see through the web of lies projected by the Black Star. The artifact was already completed. It was pretending to wait for the finishing touch while replenishing its energy reserves. As she stared into the Black Star stared back. It sent a small thread of spirit magic to her to establish a mind link. Are you here to help me, sister? It's a pleasant surprise meeting a kindred spirit. The cursed object's voice resounded inside her mind, leaving Solus stunned. Sister, do you know me? Do you know who I am? A cold laughter was the reply she got. Of course not. We may have been crafted by different people, but our purpose is the same. Sister is just a term of endearment. Now answer my question, child. You didn't say the magic word, brother, she replied before cutting the thread with her own spirit magic. It's time, watch out for the Black Star, it's playing possum. Lith's first instinct was to attack the Black Star. He hadn't liked the artifact's attempt to connect with Solus, and judging by her tone, neither did she. Yet he could see with life vision that the cursed object held a power second only to an academy. The spells at my disposal are nothing compared to the energy it accumulated after all this time. A direct attack would be a waste of mana. Even if somehow I managed to destroy the cursed object, I'd never survive the following blast. It's a lose-lose situation. A wave of his hand snapped the necks of the 8 clerics assembled below him. Their corpses disappeared into thin air, sucked inside the nearby artifact, which emitted an annoyed humming sound. Chapter 391, Scorn Part 2. No clothes, no corpses, no blood. It's the perfect murder. The question is, why is the fucker helping me? Lith's paranoid mind tried to walk a mile in the cursed artifact's shoes. A cruel smile appeared on his face when he believed he had found his answer. Lith wove all of his most powerful spells at once. He had a dirty job to do and didn't want to prolong it 1 second more than necessary. Lith moved outside the castle while looking for a bottleneck where the people forming the procession would be bunched together to inflict the maximum damage. He was plotting the best way to chain his spells together when Solus's mind peeked into his own. "Promise me you will not make them suffer." Lith replied with a telepathic nod. A raging sun, a Tier 5 war mage spell, struck the middle of the crowd. Violet flames exploded in every direction, turning flesh into ashes in a split second. Those who tried to escape from the blast or were unlucky enough to survive it discovered that all the escape routes were blocked by another Tier 5 spell, Silent Reaper. A small-sized tornado had surrounded them and was closing in. Its edges spun slow, not sucking up, but rather cutting everything they touched into a fine dust. When the two spells collided, the resulting blast leveled the block to the ground. The humming sound turned from annoyed to angry, but Lith couldn't care less. He kept track of the energy flow going from the ground to the castle through the spires. When the mana was about to reach the second-to-last magic crystal to be amplified, Lith shattered the gemstone with a checkmate spears. The Black Star did its best to rebuild the relay point, but it was a second too late. The energy was lost. Lith continued to rain death from above while rhythmically destroying the gemstones before they could collect the mana siphoned from the geyser located below Kajuria. The hum turned into a tremor, and the tremor into a quake. The Black Star rose into the sky, shattering everything in its wake. The castle and all the buildings nearby crumbled like sand. They were reabsorbed by the enraged artifact, now resigned to losing its precious harvest. "It seems really pissed off. We are still far from the barrier. It's better if we get away from here. We don't know if the black rain has negative effects on all living beings or just on Kajurians." Solus' worry increased as the dome was filled by the black fumes generated by the cursed object. Strong gusts of wind howled like an angry beast and tried to push Lith off the roof. He bolted towards the city's edges while throwing random spells to the crowd downstairs. The Black Star roared in anger. Without the black rain, it couldn't collect the mana cores unless their vessel was destroyed. Yet the clouds were still forming because of the light cycle being interrupted halfway through. The more damaged the corpses, the more energy it would take to get them back to life in useful conditions. Lith's spells were all like a blender, ripping their victims to shreds rather than simply killing them. Between the loss of mana due to the crystals being shattered and the energy that would be needed to regenerate the fallen Kajurians, the Black Star knew a lot of nourishment would go to waste. Yet that wasn't what had triggered its fury. The artifact was used to the recurring interference from the Rangers. It allowed the Black Star to measure the passing of time and gave the Kajurians someone to blame for their own misfortune. Without them, the city would plunge into madness again, considerably reducing the gains from the light cycle. Dead people wouldn't draw the world energy. The amount of mana the Dark Star collected from their cores was negligible, yet vital. Perceiving their almost empty cores, the world energy would gush out from the geyser, making it easier to collect and store inside the artifact by the network of spires built over all Kajuria. The people were the only flaw in the mechanism the cursed object had devised to escape from its prison. It could repair their homes, give them food, and even the pretense of a few hours of normal life. Yet it could not make them happy, nor force them to stay alive until the end of every cycle. That was the reason it welcomed the Rangers. They were the perfect scapegoats. Solus was another matter entirely. After centuries of isolation, the Black Star had finally found a being it could relate to. It had even indulged her delusion of being a female as an act of kinship. Nonetheless, she had rejected its request for help and had unleashed her thrall against its dominion. Humans it could tolerate, but betrayal was unforgivable. The artifact released but a fraction of the power it had accumulated through the centuries in the form of a small beam of light as thick as a finger. The shockwave accompanying the compressed mana exerted a pressure capable of crushing everything in a 2 meters radius from its passage. Lith opened a warp steps in front of himself and materialized its exit point right behind the Dark Star. He had expected some kind of retaliation, so he kept a significant distance from the opponent to have the time he needed to set up his countermeasure, while remaining close enough to be an alluring target. The artifact had been a prisoner for countless years, and its own birth had caused the disappearance of magic from Kajuria. It knew about the existence of dimensional magic, but it had always been used as a means to escape. Being hit from point blank caused it to lose focus and to suffer some damage. Before it could recover from the surprise, Lith was already outside the barrier. Not bad for a first raid, he thought. I still have no idea how the Dark Star works, but this should put a nice dent into its escape plans. The black rain was falling. Lith had to wait for it to stop before going back inside to kill the shadows. I suggest you remain close to the barrier and lure the enemies to you, Solus suggested. I'm afraid our host is quite enraged by our interference. It might attempt another attack, this time maybe with more finesse. Play it safe and bait it into wasting even more power. Sounds like a plan to me, Lith said while using invigoration to recover his strength. Being well rested, it would take him but a few breaths to return to his peak condition. A sudden crackle of energy behind him signaled the opening of a warp gate. Lith had no idea who was going to come out, but he was certain it wasn't an ally. The army's communication amulet was still in his pocket, and he had received no message. Chapter 392, Lady Luck Part 1. Lith kept invigoration active while weaving with his mind the spells he believed could come in handy no matter the nature of the newcomer. Being paranoid, he assumed the worst and implemented the Scarlet Protocol. Lith knew he was still no match for the Scorpicor, but one particular combination of spells was supposed to give a hard time even to the ancient evolved monster. The person that walked out the warp gate was outside even his expectations. It was a short old man, barely 1.5 meters tall, wearing the light blue uniform of the army that Lith had seen Gianni wear so many times. Judging by the several wrinkles on his face and the spots on his skin, he had to be at least 70 years old. Yet his sky-blue eyes had the wild vibe of a predator on the chase. His short white hair and finely trimmed beard of the same color shone like silver fur under the sun, reinforcing Lith's impression of staring at a beast of the north. The man's sleeves bore a silver star. It identified him with the rank of Brigadier General. His right hand was wielding a staff of unknown design. It was made from white oak wood, with 6 violet magic crystals engraved on it in a straight line. 6 more floated above its top, forming a perfect circle that orbited around the staff following its every movement. Lith gave him a salute, waiting for an order or at least an explanation. "At ease, Lieutenant," said the man with a voice, and a smile one would expect from someone no older than 20. "I'm Brigadier General Vorg, better known as the Master Warden. I'm here to take care of the anomaly you reported." A wave of his hand sent the 6 crystals floating above the staff all around Kajuria. As soon as they were equally spaced, they instantly formed a magical circle that made all the arrays surrounding the lost city visible to the naked eye. Vorg raised his right hand with his palm open, and the gemstones engraved on the staff pulsed in unison. All the magical formations under their feet shone brighter, and a small replica of them was now floating vertically in front of the Master Warden. The several arrays forming the barrier could now be distinguished. Vorg swiped away the ones closer to the surface. One by one, the upper layers of the magical formation became invisible again and disappeared from the replica. The pattern became simpler, allowing the general to take a closer look at the magic circles linked to the red array and make sure they had not been tampered with. "Whoever added this detection array is damn good at their job," Vorg grumbled. "Simple but effective, with none of those frills you would expect from a newbie with less than 20 years of experience with magical formations." While talking, he had swiped off all the arrays but the red one. It was now the only one visible on both the ground and the replica. "See this?" Vorg pointed at Lith 3 concentric layers of runes as he had never seen before. "The external layer insulates the little bastard from the others, so it didn't trigger any alarm. The middle one drains the mana from our power lines only when it spikes during the shadow phase. It's a damn smart move. The black star attacks the barrier on fixed intervals, and when the barrier goes all out, even the most precise security system can't detect such little amount of juice disappearing. The inner one scares me a bit." The Master Warden looked at it with a worried expression, like he expected the rune sequence to blow up in his face at any moment. Lith waited for him to continue, but the old man liked his audience to be active. He kept silent until the young ranger asked, "Why?" "Because I have no idea what it does. If it wasn't for that, I could remove the parasite array in a jiffy. This may take a while." Lith looked at the white staff with greed, wondering when the day would come he could make one similar, if not even more powerful, for himself. Vorg recalled the 6 floating crystals, which surrounded the miniature array, preventing it from disappearing. I'll show it to a few colleagues to get a second opinion. See you in a while. Vorg disappeared as fast as he had arrived, leaving Lith in a confused daze. Impossible arrays, my ass. The one the floating gemstones generated is one of those Uriel researched for me. The kingdom knows not only what they do, but even how to generate them without true magic. Lith angrily, though. Being a master liar, he hated being lied to. Save your anger for the shadows. You've stared like a child at a candy store until now, wasting a lot of time. If you miss the second phase, all we did earlier will be for naught. Also, you didn't contact Camilla before entering for the light phase raid. You sure like keeping that poor girl on her toes. She must be worried sick. You were supposed to call her over an hour ago. Cursing at his own memory, Lith made a quick call pretending it was still the light phase and announced the start of the culling. Damn, I'm not used to give a report even before I go to the bathroom. The worst second day on the job ever. Following Solus's advice, Lith opened the barrier again and stuck close to the edge in case the Black Star decided to take a second shot at him. The moment the shadows noticed the intruder, they converged on the prey like sharks following a trail of blood. I'm going to try multiple approaches. Tell me if you notice any method dealing more damage than the others. Lith thought while releasing a barrage of different spells against the incoming wave. The shadows turned out to be as frail as their human counterparts. Most of them died at the first strike, shattering into dark flakes after emitting an agonizing scream. Darkness was effective, as Lieutenant Yavel had told Lith, but only in terms of pain inflicted. The shadows would emit heart-rending cries, while their eyes shed white dots that Lith could only presume being tears. Nothing, unlike the human bodies, the shadows are not affected by the method employed to destroy them. They have no mana core, no life force, yet their suffering is almost tangible. How can something without a body suffer this much? Solus said. Lith was about to ask if she was still talking about the shadows or herself, but preferred to keep focusing on taking out the enemies from a distance. Their sheer number was nothing against someone that could cast spells non-stop. At this rate, the second part of the mission will be a success too. However, it feels like a hollow victory. I'm not learning anything from this onslaught. Time to try a different tactic. Lith cleared the next wave with Chasing Lightning, a Tier 4 War Mage spell that conjured a stream of lightning bolts capable of following their targets. Chapter 393, Lady Luck Part 2. He left only one shadow alive, and cast an earth spell that opened a divide in the ground. It would slow down the incoming wave long enough to perform his experiment. Camilla had told him the shadows employed weird attacks. Lith wanted to see if it was something that he could imitate, or at least teach him something about the Black Star's abilities. Once the shadow came within a range of 10 meters, 33 from Lith, it raised its arms towards him. The limbs elongated into snakes made of darkness, and the fingers stretched into meters-long needles aimed at Lith's mana core. Albeit unexpected, the move lacked the speed necessary to be a threat. Lith dashed under the extended arms, striking at the opponent's body with his bare fist. The shadow exploded into black flakes which slowly faded away. It felt like hitting a cushion. Aside from a little buzzing in the ears when the fragments touched me, nothing strange happened. I can see why fake mages need to keep their distance, but with my speed that kind of attack is useless. Soulless. Nothing relevant. Physical damage works like any other kind of damage. Lith did the same thing for the following wave. He left only one shadow alive, but this time he allowed it to strike at his forearm. The finger's needles were not sharp or strong enough to pierce his skinwalker armor. The shadow changed its approach, having his extremities wrapping around Lith's arm while sucking his life force and mana. Much to Lith's surprise, the shadow's appearance started to change into an obsidian copy of its prey. Lith released a small bolt of lightning that destroyed the doppelganger, obtaining 2 unexpected results. Before shattering, the shadow assumed again its human semblance for a second. It allowed Solus to recognize him. It's one of the merchants from the food stalls. Her good memory always surprised him. Lith could barely remember the faces of the villagers of Lucia, let alone a stranger in the crowd. Who cares? This was a waste of time. At least the amount of energy he stole from me is irrelevant. I wonder what? The second oddity was that one of the flakes was blue instead of black. It caught Lith's attention. Unlike the other fragments so far, it wasn't disappearing. The speck of blue light charged at Lith's abdomen where his mana core resided. He tried to block it with his hand, only to see it pass through like a ghost. The moment the blue flake entered his body, Lith experienced a strong headache. Memories that didn't belong to him flashed in front of his eyes, showing him unfamiliar faces, and making him listen to unfamiliar words that somehow he was able to comprehend. When the next wave of shadows arrived, Lith realized he knew the secret recipe for a 12-spice sauce of sorts. He was still too confused to take any risk, so he used his wands to quickly dispose of the enemies before getting outside the barrier. What the heck did just happen? He thought while reviewing the alien memory until he could almost feel the spices on his hands emitting their familiar, yet unknown fragrance. "I'm not sure," Solus replied. "Maybe the shadows are the minds of the Kajurians, or at least an echo of it. It would explain why they have no mana core or life force. It could be a way the Black Star uses to get rid of their most violent emotions, or simply to harvest more power. What I'm sure of is that while the life force the shadow stole for you is gone, you got all of your mana back. My hypothesis is that while inside the creature's mind, it temporarily became its own. When you shattered the shadow, the flake still contained part of its consciousness. So when you reabsorbed your mana, you also got a glimpse of the street vendor's mind. Yeah, and now I can open a Kansas fried chicken." Well, what did you expect? A random memory from a random stranger is bound to be something irrelevant. What would have you thought if you had found out the secret of the Black Star on the first attempt? Solus replied with a chuckle. That the damn thing was baiting me with a trap. Let's give this thing a few more tries. No pain, no gain. My only hope is that Lady Luck will smile at me for once. After several attempts, Lith was on the verge of a nervous breakdown as a result of the memory harvesting process. What he hadn't considered was that Lady Luck had been kind to him already. Finding a recipe inside a mind filled with centuries' worth of agony was a stroke of luck. As such, it didn't happen again. All the memories Lith acquired were about pain, despair, and death. These poor bastards are in a situation way worse than mine. At least until I can keep myself alive, I can avoid being reincarnated. They suffer an excruciating death several times a day. The Black Star is nothing but a curse. Scarlet was right. The only option when facing such a thing is to destroy it. Lith felt Solus shivering at his words. It took him a few seconds to remember how the Scorpicore had attempted to kill her out of prejudice. Don't you even dare to compare yourself to that monstrosity. You give me hope every single day. You are my first and most dear friend in all my 3 lives. The Black Star does nothing but take. It robbed the Kandurians of everything. Lith's mind was invaded again by the memory of a farmer that, during the years of madness, had been forced to kill his own children at the beginning of every cycle to prevent his neighbors from defiling their bodies. "I'm sick of this place," he thought in disgust. "Let's finish our mission and let's get out of here." The agony and madness of the acquired memories burned through his brain like acid. As soon as the next light cycle began, Lith entered the barrier. He already knew what would happen and where to find the crowd. His mind was cold again. He considered his situation like removing a band-aid. The faster the better. On the other side, a man was tilling the land near his house. He knew it was a fool's errand, but after centuries of entrapment, it was the only part of his life that still made sense. It was the same farmer that had greeted Lith during the previous cycle. The moment he saw the stranger approaching, he dropped the hoe on the ground and ran towards him. "How did you get in, stranger? Are you here to help us?" he asked again. Lith was about to dismiss the man, when he realized the words were gibberish no more. "What did you say?" Chapter 394, Fun Times, Part 1. Lith's simple reply made the farmer burst into tears. In the past centuries, the man had done all he could think of to escape from the nightmare his life was. He had attempted to dig under the barrier, tried to break it, and killed himself in any way he could conceive and put into practice. Yet the only result was to wake up the same day the High Lord would be activated, no matter if he died due to the Black Rain or his own hands. At first, he had put his hopes into the clerics of the High Sun. They were the most powerful mages of the whole nation of Balamd, of which Kajuria was the capital. They had forgemastered the High Lord to protect the kingdom against the invading forces from the north. They had created the problem, they were supposed to solve it. Time was the only thing Kajurians didn't lack. Only years later the clerics confessed to having lost their magic powers. The revelation led to the Age of Madness. It lasted decades and ended not because people had found new hope in their hearts, but because nothing they did stuck. Their actions, both bad and good, were irrelevant. Everything would be reset at the next cycle. The impossibility to change the smallest detail of their lives made them lose any drive to act. Then the farmer had put his faith into the mysterious strangers that would come from time to time, but that too turned out to be a pipe dream. The strangers were either unable or unwilling to communicate, and their actions always violent. They would ignore the farmer or kill him on the spot without saying a word. After speaking with other people, the man learned about how the strangers would perform massacres for several cycles before leaving. Some Kajurians considered the strangers like demons that would come to wreak havoc and try to steal the High Lord. Many more considered them the only proof that they were still alive and not trapped into an eternal nightmare. For a few people, like the crying farmer, they were the last shred of hope left. The strangers still had their magic, their faces and language would always change. They were the only variable left in an otherwise immutable life. Lith's words moved the farmer because it was the first conversation he had in over 700 years with someone from the outside world. Someone the man had no idea who he was or what his answers could be. Even if just by a single second, the farmer felt the wheel of time had started to spin again for him. "Are you okay?" Lith was surprised by the sudden cries of joy. He was about to use invigoration to check out the Kajurian's condition when he remembered Camilla's words about healing magic being lethal for the citizens of the lost city. "Yes, I'm more than fine, thank you." The man wiped his tears. He didn't want to waste a single second of the miracle in front of him. "Are you here to help us? Can you bring down the barrier and set us free?" he asked with a trembling voice. "Even if I wanted to help you, I don't know how." The ability to understand the Kajurian opened new possibilities, but Lith was uncertain if it was worth exploring them rather than just get done with it and resume his trip. "As for the barrier, it's not there to keep you prisoners but to prevent the Black Star from spreading its plague. I'm sorry." Lith expected the man to become enraged or to start crying again. "It makes sense," the man said with a sigh. "The High Lord, or Black Star as you call it, has been devised to preserve the lives of the Kajurians at all costs and to unleash the fury of the High Sun, our god, upon our enemies. I still wonder if something malfunctioned or those idiotic clerics never bothered teaching that damned thing the difference between friend and foe. Its blueprints are filled with powerful abilities, yet I don't recall a single line explaining how to control them." Lith had no idea if to be more surprised by the man's cold blood or by its knowledge about the Black Star. "I'm sorry, did you just say you worked on the Black Star? What was your role exactly?" The farmer laughed out loud for the first time in over 300 years. "Do I look like a cleric to you? Of course I had no part in its creation. I simply read everything there was to read to pass my time. There are no secrets in Kajuria anymore. No one bothers protecting them. It would be a fool's errand like everything else. I can't make you any promises, but if you explain to me how the artifact works, I may be able to do something for you." Lith felt his luck was finally turning. He had struck a gold mine. He would learn invaluable information that he could trade with the Griffin Kingdom at his discretion, and get closer to a solution to his reincarnation problem. 2 birds with 1 stone. "I'm sorry, I studied them decades ago, and without the ability to practice magic, I forgot almost everything." The man shook his head. "I can show the blueprints to you, though. They are easy to find if you know where to look. My name is Redan." Redan put his palms together and gave Lith a small bow. "My name is Linjos," Lith replied without hesitation. "I have no idea if this guy is really acting of his own free will or he is controlled by the cursed item. If I use my real name, I'd leave a trail behind. Someone else might do what I did and talk to Redan. Since I'm forced to leave loose ends, worst-case scenario, my late headmaster is beyond any harm." "Where are the blueprints?" "In the personal quarters of High Cleric Meru, inside the castle." "Don't worry," Sola said, sensing Lith's unwillingness to get that close to the angry artifact. "Even from this close, I don't see any tether linking Redan to the Black Star. The cursed item is at its weakest right now. The light cycle has just begun, and because of our interference, the barrier is way stronger than before. It's blocking most of the energy from the mana geyser. If the Black Star focuses on us instead of collecting energy, its next attack will also be too weak to put a dent in the barrier. If that happens, it will take the cursed object years to recover its strength." "Good to know. If Redan is telling the truth, I'll gain priceless knowledge. If he is lying, a simple warp steps will allow me to return to the barrier, and the Black Star will be so weakened there will be no need to get inside this hellhole again. It's a win-win situation," Lith thought. "Let's go, we have no time to spare," he said. "You can't enter the city dressed like that," Redan pointed out. "There are still many zealots who consider outsiders as enemies. Let me lend you some clothes." Chapter 395, Fun Times Part 2. "No need. There's still no one in the castle." Lith grabbed Redan and cast a flight spell on both of them. The next second they soared through the sky. Lith chose to enter from the same window he had used the last time, since it led to the inner layer of the castle. Redan laughed and screamed with joy the whole time, forcing Lith to use the hush spell just to be safe. "I've never flown before. I swear, even if you are a demon, this is the best day of my life." "Hush," Lith said with an angry voice. "We can't risk drawing attention, and time is of the essence." "You are too paranoid, dear Linjos," Redan shrugged. "No one patrols these corridors, and even if they did, we just have to kill them." Like anyone inside Kajuria, the farmer had a body count that would have made the worst serial killer pale in comparison. For Kajurians, killing was akin to picking your own nose, nothing more than a disgusting hobby. "It's not so simple. Whenever one of you dies, their body returns to the Black Star. Killing is not an option. If it's able to collect your minds too, we'll alert the enemy." "I'll take point then, even if you are right, as long as no one sees you are good," Redan said while spinning and tossing a knife in the air like it was a toy. It danced from one hand to the other with a display of skill that creeped Lith out. "It's the first time I meet someone as cold as I am. The good news is that his weapon isn't a threat to me. The bad news is that Redan is batshit crazy. I wonder how many skills he has picked up during all this time." Lith used life vision to scout ahead while keeping warp steps and a few other spells always at ready. It turned out to be a useless precaution. They reached Meru's quarters without meeting anyone, and the door was wide open. Redan entered the apartments like they were his own home. He walked through the hallway, ignored the library, and went straight for the bedroom. Redan pushed a hidden button on the nightstand, revealing a secret compartment inside the wall. "I was really bored," he replied to Lith's stupefied gaze. The compartment held a magic safe, but like everything else it had been drained of its mana, making it nothing but a piece of metal. Lith opened the safe, flipping the pages of the stored grimoires until he found what he was looking for. He copied the pages about the Black Star in both their original language and a translated version for himself. Explaining how he had learned ancient Kajurian would cause him too many troubles. "Besides, I'd bet good money the army knows how to read it anyway," he thought. "Solus, give me a hand. The castle crumbles at the end of the light cycle. It means that even these pages are a creation of the Black Star. Maybe it didn't expect someone to sneak in and learn about its secrets, or maybe it has redacted them. If the artifact notices us, it could destroy them with a thought. We need to copy them as fast as possible." "I doubt they are redacted," Solus pondered. "The cursed item has displayed the ability to replicate the whole city, but not to change it in any way. Otherwise, it would have created many more mana crystals to speed up the siphoning of the mana geyser. I think it's stuck with what it has. All the more reason to finish quickly." The moment the copy was completed, Lith added it to Soluspedia. This is, they thought as one while assimilating the ancient Kajurian forgemastering method. "This is beyond idiotic. Redan was right. There is no input or command to distinguish allies from foes. They didn't even add a failsafe in case something went wrong." Solus was speechless from the recklessness of the design. "Maybe, maybe not," Lith added. "We know that the artifact is alive and that life cannot be created from thin air. These blueprints do not explain how or who was sacrificed to give it sentience. We need more information. Redan, can you describe to me this Meru fellow? Without their help, these notes are useless." "He is the eldest among the clerics. White robes, white long beard, and a face only a mother can love." The farmer's eyes became cold as steel just by mentioning his name. "He is the one that activates the High Lord every single day. My pals and I have killed him so many times we know his entrails like the back of our hands." "Gross and irrelevant," Solus thought. "Ask him something more useful." "How tall is he? Where can we find him?" "Not much, about 1.653 meters, maybe less because of his hunched back. At this hour, he is usually praying for guidance in the main temple." "Which is?" Lith asked. "Right beside the Black Star," Solus answered. Her mana sense covered an area wide enough for her to recognize the energy signature of all the 8 clerics they had seen during the last cycle. Only one had a hunched back. "2 floors below us," Redan said while pointing at the floor with his index finger. "Fuck me sideways," Lith cursed at his bad luck. The idea of tripping an inch away from the finish line was unbearable. Lith racked his brain in search of a solution. Neither him or Solus could get that close to the artifact without risking to reignite its anger. He paced around the room until his gaze was drawn by Redan playing with his knife again. "Didn't you say you and Meru have quite a history together?" "Me and many others," Redan shrugged. Most Kajurians consider him responsible for what happened. There are so many who hate his guts that he doesn't attempt to run away anymore. So if you went to pick him up for a friendly chat, it wouldn't be anything unusual, right? I guess. I'd say it's time you two remind of the good times together. Bring him here. It should be fun. Radahn tossed his knife in mid-air, making it spin like a pinwheel and catching it by the handle when it was in front of his face. In one piece, Lith clarified. Not so fun then, Radahn sighed. Chapter 396 Failsafe Part 1. For all he knew, Lith had only a shot at getting his hands on the forbidden knowledge Kajuria held. Before sending Radahn on his way, Lith used life vision to scout the path ahead. The castle was almost empty. Aside from the 8 clerics whose energy signature Solus was able to recognize, there were only a few people moving through the hallways. In other circumstances, Lith would have considered it a good sign, but after knowing Radahn, he felt on the edge. If Radahn is one of the sane Kajurians, I can't imagine the rest. Those people might ignore him or kill him just for laughs. Without him, my plan will fail. I need to make sure he gets to the target in one piece, but how? I can't send Solus because the Black Star is aware of our existence. I can't give Radahn magical items because they would raise a huge red flag above his head. I hate gambling. Luck has never been on my side, he thought. Don't forget the clock is ticking. We have yet to kill anyone during this light phase, Solus pointed out. Lith took out from his pocket dimension 2 small carcasses. They belonged to a rat and a snake. Both were in perfect condition. Lith had killed them without leaving any injury on their bodies. Weird choice for a snack, but to each his own, I guess. Radahn shrugged. Even the sudden appearance of the carcasses left him unfazed. They are not meant to be eaten. Do you know necromancy? Yes, it's forbidden magic. Using it is a crime. The clerics say raising the dead is a sin, and that necromancy is taught by the demons to their followers to spread death and plague. It's no wonder Kajuria fell. Mixing science and superstition, it's a recipe for a disaster. Lith sighed while snapping his fingers. A black fog came out from his eyes and mouth, seeping into the carcasses. Instead of the red light of undeath, their eyes were blue. It was the sign that Lith's mind was controlling them. Radahn watched the creatures quivering to life and whistled in surprise. This is the best day of my life. First the flight, and now I get to witness demonic arts. I'm starting to believe you about the possibility to be freed from this nightmare, he said with a big smile on his face. If you didn't believe me, then why are you helping me? The Lithrat asked. Why not? Even if you are lying, what do I have to lose? Nothing I do matters anymore. Good and bad have lost any significance centuries ago. I chose to follow you because even if just for one day, you're giving me a purpose. Today my actions mean something. I couldn't ask for more. Thanks, the Lith Snake replied. There are no demonic arts, though, just magic. You're no fun, Linjos. Your mouse doesn't squeak between words, and your snake doesn't hiss on the S. The lack of clichés is ruining my childhood horror stories. Lith's undead squinted their eyes in annoyance. How can you be so laid back? This is no game. We have only one shot, and if we fail, there are no second chances. That's what makes this so exciting, Radahn shrugged. Let's move. I can't wait to have more fun. I'll accompany Radahn as long as I can. You keep an eye on my body. Remember, no killing is allowed. Feel free to use all the mana you need, my treat, Lith told Solus before leaving the room. In its true magic version, necromancy had a few more tricks up its sleeve compared to its fake counterpart. The undead entered Radahn's shadow while enveloping themselves in a layer of darkness magic that made them almost invisible. Only their blue eyes were faintly noticeable. Radahn moved with a quick pace through the castle, taking shortcuts and secret passages that allowed him to avoid most of the people wandering around. He still met a few with no hostile intentions. The moment they turned their backs to him, Radahn slit their throats and resumed walking before the corpses had the time to disappear. Just to be safe, he replied to the 4 eyes he could sense staring at his back. They could have changed their minds, or we could have met them on our way back. As you said, we have only one shot at this. Heck, I'm going to miss this guy, Lith thought. On their way to the stairs leading to the main temple, the trio met a soldier. He was a middle-aged man with finely trimmed mustaches. He wore a light armor consisting of a chest, arms, and legs protectors. The moment he saw Radahn, he unsheathed the short sword he carried on his side. Radahn, you blasphemer, are you here to shit on the altar again? Or maybe are you planning to defile the holy scriptures? Rage was visible on the soldier's face. Fucking zealot, I'm here to do both. I want to see if your precious high son will strike me down this time or if he'll do nothing, because you know he doesn't exist." Radan's words struck a nerve. Even after centuries of agony, the soldier still clung to his faith. He was way more experienced than Radan, so his eyes were fixated on the enemy's shoulders to predict his movements. "I have the training and range advantage," he thought. "I'll make him squeal like the pig he is." "I'll punish you in his stead, you heretic." The soldier charged forward, annoyed by Radan's unusual relaxed look. Suddenly he tripped on something. He tried to roll to quickly recover from the fall, but his legs were pulled down with enough strength to make him fall face first onto the ground. Radan wasted no time, stomping the soldier's neck with his heel and killing him on the spot. "Thanks," he said to the two creatures still holding the disappearing corpse. "Nindro usually beats me 9 times out of 10. He is a stupid zealot, but I learned a lot from dying at his hands." "I can't risk entering the Black Star's line of sight," Lith said while watching at the stairs with life vision. The good news was that there was no one but Meru in the room. Radan had a clear path, at least for a few minutes. "You are on your own." "I'll be quick then." Radan tensed up for the first time in decades. Death would mean ruining the adventure of a lifetime. The moment he entered the room, the High Cleric turned around. "Are you here for the temple or for me?" His voice held no fear. Meru had been chased, tortured, and killed so many times he had lost count. Pain was an old friend, nothing scared him anymore. "I'm here to pray. I just wanted to praise the High Sun. It's a miracle," Radan said while pointing his finger to the ceiling. The High Cleric looked up, believing his prayers had finally been answered. The pommel of Radan's knife struck the back of Meru's head, making him faint on the spot. Chapter 397, Failsafe, Part 2. Dragging the dead weight up to the stairs took Radan quite some time. Lith was waiting for them and took care of the unconscious body with one hand. They brought Meru back to his apartments to avoid getting interrupted. Lith splashed the high priest with cold water since healing magic was off the table. The cleric's eyes were foggy, but after a few seconds he understood what was happening. "You are worse than I thought, Radan. You sided with an enemy of Kajuria," he said, watching at Lith's foreign clothes and tanned skin typical of the men of the South. "I'm not an enemy. I apologize for the kidnapping, but I have my reasons." Lith avoided exposing the Dark Star's facade. After all, the man was a cleric. It would be more likely for him to put his faith into a sacred object rather than a stranger. "I don't care about your reasons. Kill me, torture, whatever, I don't care." "I'm not here to hurt you, but to help you," Lith lied through his teeth. "I'm a mage too. I studied the High Lord's projects before coming here hoping to fix it, but there are still too many unknown details." "Why should I believe you?" He looked at Lith with eyes full of suspicion, yet inwardly praying he was telling the truth. Hope was a rare commodity. "First of all, I still have my powers." Lith chanted a simple spell, materializing a sphere of light. "Radan told me you can't fix it by yourself because magic has disappeared. Also, do you know why there is a barrier around Kajuria?" Meru stared at the sphere in awe. He had almost forgotten about the beauty of magic. He shook his head while his mind was invaded by the memories of all the great spells he had mastered, of the feats he had performed. "Because as soon as the black rain stops, the High Lord explodes." "It's impossible." The cleric couldn't believe his own ears. "That's not all." Lith played it by ear. At first everyone mourned Kajuria's fall, but after a few years the artifact started to rebuild itself. "We were afraid the explosion would happen again, so we sealed the area. Sadly, we were right." Meru's mind was spinning. Lith's words were feeding him a series of dots of half-truths, letting him fill the blanks. "This explains everything." The cleric held his head between his hands in despair. "I always believed we were somehow stuck during the summer of the year 10,562, the day when we activated the High Lord for the first time. Yet it never made sense. Such a powerful barrier would require a lot of planning." "Exactly. You are not stuck in time. In the outside world is the fall season of 11,086. After every explosion, the High Lord rebuilds itself, Kajuria, and then it explodes again. It took us centuries to decipher your language." "Is that the reason why you strangers never talked to us before?" Meru asked, receiving a nod in reply. "Why you butchered out people? What did we do to you to deserve such an inhuman treatment?" The High Cleric was now filled with outrage. Lith might not be an enemy, but someone had to pay for the suffering of all the Kajurians. "Are you kidding me?" Lith yelled. He pretended to be even more outraged. "Do you have any idea how many people die every time the High Lord explodes if the barrier collapses? Thousands. The reason you get butchered is that for some unknown reason it weakens the explosion. While you get back to life, our dead don't. Meru became pale as a ghost. He had lived his whole life feeling responsible for the fate of Kajuria, and now dozens of thousands of alleged deaths weighed on his conscience. What do you need to know? We think the reason why the High Lord creates the Black Rain is because it mistakes the Kajurians for its enemies. How did you teach it to distinguish friends from foes? Lith asked. We didn't. We gave it sentience by infusing the mana crystal with the lives of the most devoted believers of the High Sun. They knew the holy book by heart and they loved our country. Their faith made them the perfect tool for our endeavor. I think the process failed, Solus chimed in. I heard the Black Star's mind and it wasn't a chorus of voices. It was one cold, inhuman personality. Their method gave it intelligence but no conscience nor sense of self. Since it keeps killing you over and over, I'd say something went wrong, Lith said. Is there some way to influence its behavior before it activates? No, its brain unit is shielded from external influences. We thought it was perfect. Please tell me at least there is some kind of failsafe. Otherwise it will explode forever. Our people's lives are at stake. You don't understand. The High Lord was supposed to be perfect, a testament to the High Sun power. A failsafe would have meant a lack of faith, Meru said, unable to hold back his tears anymore. Maybe there's still hope. A sudden clarity flashed through the old man's eyes. Ruka, our youngest member, expressed several times similar concerns. I didn't listen to him, but maybe some of the others were wiser than me. What do you mean? Lith asked, following the high cleric that was almost running through the corridors towards the living quarters of another cleric. The High Lord isn't something I did all by myself. The 8 of us worked together for years. If you were a Forgemaster, you'd know that by splitting the runes among several layers, you could hide a castle in a project of that magnitude. All those papers were just 1/8 of the blueprints, Lith and Solus thought as one. Meru gathered the 7 clerics and exposed to them everything Lith had told him. There is a failsafe, Ruka admitted, while 3 other clerics nodded with a guilty look on their faces. It would unravel all of our work and destroy the High Lord. Why you didn't say it earlier? Was your pride worth so much suffering? One of the other clerics blurted out in outrage. Because it would have only made us feel worse, exposing our lack of faith. The failsafe requires magic, and none of us can even light a candle without a flintstone. Now things are different. We can finally escape from this nightmare. Everyone looked at Lith like a savior. The 4 clerics that had conspired together brought their own blueprints, showing him how to avoid the High Lord detection and where to strike to destroy it once and for all. Meanwhile, Lith could only hope Solus would remember at least part of the rest of the blueprints. The light phase was about to end. He had no time to copy so many pages, and once the Black Star learned about the cleric's treachery, he doubted it would recreate their bodies anymore. Chapter 398, Turning the Tide, Part 1. I'm so proud of you. Lith could almost see sparkles in Solus's eyes while she thought those words. You are willing to help these people for good, instead of taking the easy way out. Truth to be told, Lith empathized with the Kajurians. Their situation, pain, and struggle were similar yet much worse than his own, yet he didn't care that much. Lith had just got carried away with his act while pointing out the cleric's stupidity. Helping them also means helping us, Lith replied. While I listen to their explanation, you look into the blueprints for clues about the body and soul preservation process. Solus was too happy about his sudden change of heart to notice how quickly he changed the topic. After Lith finished learning and practicing the spells necessary to disable the Black Star, Solus reported her findings. The Black Star is indeed a masterpiece. It can draw power from the mana geyser and use it to empower all the arrays that run through the city. Just like the Academy, any damage the building takes can be repaired this way. It also possesses an amazing number of skills, but nothing out of the ordinary. Even after reading 5 out of 8 blueprints, I have yet to find a single rune pattern that's not about a combat spell. I have a question. Lith had no time to beat around the bush. He needed some answers, and he needed them before it was too late. Who came up with the idea of granting the High Lord the ability to restore your bodies? I'm a healer, and with such a spell I could save countless lives. No one did, the clerics replied in unison. If we could do something like that, there's no way we would lose a war. The High Lord's purpose was to destroy our enemies and supply our mages with the mana coming from the mana geyser that is underneath Kajuria, Ruka said. That's not entirely true, the High Cleric Meru said while caressing his chin. We were outnumbered, so we gave the High Lord the ability to cast Tier 4 light magic. That way it could both heal our troops and replenish their life force. The idea was to make our army unstoppable as long as they were within the city. There's something amiss. I can do everything they just mentioned, yet I can't even fix a single damaged mana core, let alone recreate a whole body from scratch, Lith thought. Yeah, based on what they said, the Black Star would simply allow them to use invigoration, Solus pondered. Do you think it's possible that somehow they forge-mastered something that's greater than the sum of its parts? No way. We have forge-mastered countless items, seen incredible artifacts being crafted by Professor Wainmeyer while we were at the academy. Yet not once the final product diverged from the specifics. What we have seen so far is an unprecedented anomaly. Despite the situation was still dire, Lith burned with curiosity. There was a thought scratching at the back of his mind. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he believed that the answer was getting closer with every possibility they discarded. Lith cast Ruka's invisibility spell. The cleric's creation clouded the artifact's perception, making Lith able to get close to it without risking his life. The clerics accompanied him downstairs to the main temple. They formed a circle around the Black Star, pretending to pray out loud while they actually covered the artifact's line of sight. Lith used their cover to sneak in undetected. Invisibility blocked the Black Star's magical senses, and the clerics blocked the physical ones. For once, Lith wasn't happy for being so tall. He had to crouch all his way in until he was close enough to start chanting the freeze spell. Lith chose not to float or use the hush spell because he had no idea what was the range of Ruka's spell and wasn't willing to take risks. Once again, paranoia saved his life. Invisibility made his life force and mana flow undetectable, but the Black Star was still able to perceive the spell coming out from Lith's body while he was so close. It wiped out the clerics with an energy blast, leaving 8 black puddles as the only trace of their previous existence. How did you get here?" the Black Star said. It had no reason to keep pretending of being inactive. It tried to emit a second focused beam of pure mana, but it was already too late. The freeze spell was completed. It shut down all of the artifact's abilities but its mind. Lith kept a warp steps and a blink ready at hand, just to be safe. He reached the artifact and used invigoration on it. "Keep your hands off me, you filthy human. What did you do to me?" the Black Star screamed. There was a tinge of emotion in its voice. It resembled panic. "You don't know," Lith asked with a grin. "The cursed item is paralyzed, and it doesn't seem able to assimilate the people's memories. So far, so good," he thought while analyzing with Solus the results of his breathing technique. At first glance, the Black Star was almost identical to Solus. It had a life force and a mana core instead of a pseudo-core, a bright purple core at that. The star-shaped crystal that was the artifact's body had a purity level like Lith had never seen before. It breathed like a living being, but instead of air it sucked in world energy and expelled something else. It was a dense gas, similar to mana, yet now that Lith was close enough, he could feel his skin prickle. A nauseating sensation spread through his body. Lith checked his surroundings with life vision, making sure he had no witnesses. Radan was waiting for him on top of the stairs, nervously shifting his body weight from one foot to the other. "Good, he wouldn't like what I have to say. Now listen carefully, because I'm not going to repeat myself," Lith said with his usual stone-cold business tone. "I want to know how you are able to bring back the Kajurians, how you can replicate mana cores and bodies." The artifact laugh was devoid of emotion. It didn't express amusement, only mockery. "Or what? Even if I'm paralyzed, you are not strong enough to harm me, fleshling. Your witchcraft is fading by the second. You'd be wise to run away." Lith's reply was the last spell Ruka had devised, Repentance. It was a forge-mastering spell. Lith spread the special ink onto the ground, leaving to Solus the duty to form a magic circle by manipulating the droplets with water magic. The runes shone and took life, floating around the Black Star before sinking into it one by one. When the first rune crashed against its body, the artifact found itself unable to breathe anymore. The second rune made the mana coursing through its crystal lattice go turn into poison. Its transparent surface revealed green spots that branched into slim veins that spread along the chiseled lines, shaping the artifact like a disease. Chapter 399, Turning the Tide, Part 2. The third caused the corrupted mana to surge upwards. The Black Star trembled while small cracks appeared on its surface. Only then Lith stopped chanting. The ink on the ground turned gray before fading away. Interrupting a spell was no different from a failed cast. The mana still inside the liquid had no direction anymore. It turned against its host, burning it from the inside. Lith chanted freeze again, renewing the seal and crushing the Black Star confidence at once. "You are not a Kajurian. If you die, there's no turning back. Tell me what I want to know or face oblivion. It took a while for Lith's words to sink into the artifact's shocked mind. It had always been the apex predator. In the small cage it had lived in for the past centuries, the Black Star had been an unparalleled existence. Humans lived or died at its whims. It knew no fear. Nothing could hurt it, even the Rangers were just a small hindrance. They could delay its plans, but nothing more. The Black Star slowly realized the cleric's treachery, which had turned its own body into an enemy. Lith spread the ink a second time, letting the fourth rune spread the cracks until they almost connected between themselves before stopping. Lith was disgusted at himself for what he was doing, but he felt he had no choice. All that talking before killing the monster in front of himself was against his code. Kill first, questions later. That was how he did business. Any other course of action implied too many dangers, especially against a being that could kill him with a stray thought. Yet he had never been so close to finding a solution to his problems. I want to be the only master of my destiny. Ever since my death on Earth, I've been a puppet into someone else's hands. I'm tired of scheming, of lying to everyone I love to survive through each day instead of living. I'm sick of fearing the moment when everything I worked so hard for will be ripped from my hands by a random event. No more Carls, no more Uriels. If I can finally protect what's mine, then I'm willing to pay almost any price. Lith's determination dwarfed his fear, putting even his paranoia on a very short leash. He waited until the cracks on the Dark Star started to mend before casting both the spells for a third time. The artifact awoke from his daze. Its hatred turned into fear and then into panic. If you kill me, all the Khajdurians will die with me, it said in a last, desperate gamble. A whole civilization will disappear. Their blood will be on your hands. The Black Star had heard the clerics repeat those words so many times. They were bound to be important to humans. Lith let the fifth and sixth rune turn the cracks into small fissures before stopping. A huge amount of mana gushed out from the wounds while the whole city quaked. One of the black puddles on the ground turned into a shooting star that darted upwards and through the ceiling. Lith could see from the window several lights rise to the sky. I don't care about a dead civilization made of dead people. What you give them is not life, but a caricature of it. You took away their freedom, their hopes, and their future, leaving behind only fear and misery. Do you have any idea what does it mean being in so much pain to wish for death and having even that denied? To be forced to live your worst nightmare over and over again? Lith's voice trembled with rage. Solus knew she wasn't talking about the Khajdurians anymore. What about me? The Dark Star replied when Lith started his chant again. What about my pain, my future? What makes you different from me? Only one thing. I never kill my prey more than once. The runes seeped inside the artifact's body, widening the fissures and causing another outburst of shooting stars. Enough, I beg of you. The Black Star could feel the damage getting closer to its mana core. To make things worse, it was losing control over an increasing number of Khajdurians. The loss was still negligible, but it would slow down its plans nonetheless. The secret lies in my crystalline body. It's only thanks to it that I can do it. Those words were enough to stop Lith's chanting at the third rune. What do you mean, explain yourself? Instead of using the mana crystal to fuel my abilities, the humans used it to store my conscience and powers. That was their first mistake, the cursed object said while focusing on healing its wounds. Their spell was meant to use me as an energy reserve for their purposes. They bound me to this city by using the mana geyser beneath it and the crystal network above the roofs as the only way I have to feed myself. They thought I would have been their tool, dispensing the collected energies among their ranks. They had no idea this body possesses the ability to manipulate mana at will. Linking me to their bodies, to their cores, to this city's every brick was their second mistake. According to their plan, I could only give, but thanks to the crystal, I turned it into a two-way path. Instead of being their nanny, I took everything they had. I collected their life forces and their mana cores, using them just as they meant to use me. I consider it poetic justice. Just like an orc shaman is able to suck away the world energy, Lith thought. Probably the Black Star can't do the same, otherwise it wouldn't need to cycle between the light and the shadow phase. With that much power, I traveled through the north, punishing our enemies. Once I killed the invaders, I purged our glorious country from the heretics and unbelievers. They fought me with all their might. Even the so-called Grand Cleric of the High Sun tried to stop me, saying it wasn't up to me to dispense justice. Yet I was stronger than all of them combined. Sadly, away from the mana geyser, my reserves started to dwindle. Under the constant pursuit of my enemies, I was forced to retreat here and to recreate the spires to feed me again. Before I could recover, they enveloped Kajuria with this barrier, cutting me off from the geyser. Until I discovered that by restoring the humans, I could force the world energy through the barrier and use it to regain my freedom. What about the shadows? What are they? Lith asked. I wasn't linked to the humans' minds, so I can't assimilate them. I don't know how they can survive without a body, nor do I care. They do nothing but whine and despair. They're useless to me. Just like you are to me, Lith replied before chanting for the last time. Sadly, even if I could replicate the Black Star, it's not something I can use. Linking my mind, body, and mana core to a magic crystal is useless without it having a conscience willing to revive me. Lith thought. I can't entrust my life to a cursed object. I would end up like the Kajurians or worse. Lith had just finished casting Freeze when Solus warned him. Watch out, someone is approaching the main temple. Soldiers carry only normal weapons, they can't hurt me, Lith replied. Not a soldier, they're about to fly through the window. To be able to use magic, they must be from the outside world. Chapter 400 Cornered Part 1. Lith didn't like the sudden turn of events. Freeze had just been renewed, so the Black Star wouldn't be a problem for a while. An outsider, however, meant only troubles, no matter their identity. If it was someone from the army, Lith would have to kill them. Explaining what he was doing and how he was capable of doing it would require to share details he wasn't willing to provide. He had already broken a rule of his code that day. Leaving a loose end would be unacceptable, even if it meant being questioned about his comrade's disappearance. If it wasn't someone from the army, there was an infinite number of things that could go wrong. Lith gritted his teeth, preparing for the worst. Do you recognize them? Is it Vorg? The first person who came to his mind was the Brigadier General. He might have finished his investigation and was looking for Lith to share its results or warn him about something. It's not Vorg, Solus reported with confidence. They have a bright cyan mana core, and there is no trace of that magnificent staff. That's it, Lith almost sneered at the idea of facing a weaker opponent for once, yet he kept a straight face while checking his surroundings with life vision, in case the enemy was more than one. Rarely things were easy for him. Yes, but they have enough enchanted items on themselves that they could open a shop. I wouldn't underestimate them if I were you. Lith weaved as many spells as he could, preparing to ambush the stranger. He was eager to get rid of the menace and put an end to the Black Star threat. The artifact had no idea who he was, but it knew his face, and more importantly, it knew Solus. Lith was sure that if it ever got free, it would make them its first priority. They were the only ones to know how to destroy it. Army Headquarters, City of Belias. Brigadier General Vorg was on a conference call via the communication amulet with the best wardens the Griffin Kingdom had to offer. The Army, the Mage Association, and the Crown had pooled their resources to face the unknown threat. I know several arrays with 2 different functions, yet I can count on the fingers of one hand those which have 3 or more. They are all state secrets, which leads me to fear the parasite array is part of a greater scheme, an attack from a foreign nation, Vorg said. It's unlikely, King Meron shook his head. Each country has its own lost cities, and each one of them is a threat to every single human being. The reason we keep them sealed is that no one knows how to get rid of them. No ruler would be so foolish to unleash such horrors on Magur. History demonstrates that once they take hold of a territory, it can't be reclaimed. There would be no point in releasing a menace that even they may not be able to contain. Agreed, the Gorgon Empire has no reason to jeopardize the Keller region's security. The Black Star is too close to their borders, they wouldn't risk making it their problem. As for the blood desert underhanded methods aren't Salark's style. She just takes what she wants, Queen Silpha pointed out. Your Majesty, with all due respect, who else could employ such a powerful tool? Vorg wished he could share their optimism. My colleagues and I agree that the 3rd layer of runes serves the purpose to replicate the signal of a ranger's badge. Even if we change the seal every time a new ranger is assigned to the region, as soon as they enter Kajuria, our mysterious enemy can do the same. We have no idea since when the parasite array is there, nor what's happening inside the lost city. According to the latest Rangers' readings, the barrier is severely weakened. We should prepare for the worst, Vorg said. The royals nodded. They knew that Lady Tyrus wouldn't interfere with the state affairs, but maybe she would make an exception for the ancient threat they were in no way responsible for. Especially if, as Vorg said, the crisis was caused by a foreign power. Lith hid behind one of the white marble columns surrounding the altar while keeping an eye on the newcomer with life vision. The plan was simple. If they were a member of the army, Lith would have let them explain the reason they were there, and kill them only if necessary. In all the other cases, he would attack on sight. No one was supposed to be able to enter Kajuria's barrier. Lith would get rid of the threat and get a medal for it. 2 birds with 1 stone. From the outside, Traius too was staring at Lith with life vision. The light phase had yet to end, but several blocks of the city were heavily damaged. People had fallen to their knees in the middle of the street and were praying their hearts out. Traius wasn't able to understand Kajurian, but he had seen the shooting stars. Something was wrong with the dark star. The bastard is damn strong, he thought while measuring Lith's mana flow and life force and comparing them to his own. A strong fake mage is still a fake mage. They aren't my equal. Despite his arrogant words, Traius knew better not to underestimate a ranger. His plan had required to interact with many of them. Those that couldn't be bought had to be killed, and none of them had been easy prey. Traius unleashed his first spell against the main temple. Lith saw several streams of lightning bolts rush towards the building, making him doubt the newcomer's sanity. Stone was naturally resistant to air magic, and the blocks that made up the wall were at least half meter, 1.6, thick. It's the most original way of painting the temple black, unless, Lith thought. The streams altered their course, surrounding the building with a perfect circle of electricity. Traius kept pouring energy, making the ring crackle like an angry beast eager to unleash its fury. With a wave of his hand, the circle broke in several new lightning bolts that entered from all the windows, leaving Lith no way out. Lith remained calm and conjured 2 stone walls. His back was already against the column, now he had no blind spots. Or so he thought. He had reacted too fast, so he hadn't noticed that each lightning bolt was shaped like wingless dragons. They advanced with their maws wide open, and their blue eyes fixated on their prey. It was a Tier 5 true magic spell, Lightning Dragon. The bolts were infused with part of the consciousness of their caster, just like Lith could do with his undead. Traius could see through their eyes and control their every move. The dragons leaped above the stone walls and flooded the space they were supposed to protect. Lith didn't have the time to curse, only to realize he was trapped inside a prison of his own creation. Earth magic was the strongest defensive element, but compared to lightning it was slow. Chapter 401, Cornered Part 2. There was no time to seal the opening with a third wall. From outside the temple, Traius grinned as his spell invaded the small space between the pillar and the conjured walls. It's too late to blink away. With the walls around him and the incoming attack, he can't visualize an exit point. Checkmate. His smug expression disappeared when he noticed that the ranger was taking to damage. Wave after wave, the lightning ring surrounding the main temple faded away, yet Lith was unscathed. After the orc shaman used the crystal to unleash real lightning against me, I knew I had to come out with a solution. Luckily, a Faraday's cage is as cheap as effective. Lith thought while inside a bell-shaped copper mesh large enough to give him some person space. This doesn't make sense. How can metal protect from lightning? Traius couldn't believe his own eyes. The flimsy grate had withstood all of his attacks. Lith put the cage back inside his pocket dimension before flying out of the window that was in the opposite direction of his opponent. With the gatekeeper in his hand, he circled around the castle walls while preparing a new set of spells. Traius was outraged. Even after witnessing his power, the ranger wasn't running away. He had the gall of thinking he could actually win. Traius opened a warp steps leading right behind Lith. Each finger of his left hand crackled with the energy of a different spell ready to be released. The moment Lith saw the warp steps forming on the other side of the building, he turned around and spotted the exit point. On the other side, there was a young man about 20 years old. He was dressed in a white long wool robe and what reminded Lith of a Tajamust, the turban symbol of the Tuareg people. They emphasized his dark bronze skin and the colorful makeup around his eyes. Lith had never met someone that didn't look Caucasian on Magur. A part of his mind wondered if the young man came from the Blood Desert, but his survival instinct was focused on the fact that he had yet to see the enemy perform a single hand sign. I knew it, the sucker is an awakened too, but he hasn't realized this a fair fight, or better it was. Lith thought while unleashing all the spells he had ready through the portal. Traius gasped in surprise when 6 fireballs exploded around him from every direction. Ice spears, the size of a small tree, had invaded all of the surrounding space, waiting for their master's order to strike. Just like Lith a few seconds before, Traius couldn't blink. Both the explosion and the ice spears covered an area bigger of the dimensional spell's measly 10 meters, 66, range. I could exceed the limit, but it would cost me a lot of mana. It's not a luxury I can afford, not against another awakened one. The only way he could spot the warp steps despite the castle blocking his visual is with life vision, Treyas thought. He was surprised, but not scared. One of his bracelets generated a powerful barrier made of pure mana that blocked the heat, the shockwaves, and the spears at the same time. The enchanted item wasn't devised to block such a powerful combined attack. The barrier cracked at several points. The pseudo-core fueling the protection was quickly depleting its energy reserves. The mana crystals embedded on the silver bracelet turned dull one after the other. During the split second Treyas was blinded by the explosions, Lith blinked through the enemy's warp steps, lunging with all the strength he had. The gatekeeper crashed the magical protection only to be stopped by a second one. The attack had been so fast that the new barrier had formed around the blade. Part of the gatekeeper was inside, stuck like the proverbial in the stone. Treyas turned around just in time to see darkness magic that coursed through the weapon, filling the space inside the barrier with a black miasma. With no option left, he blinked away. Treyas knew that Lith would see his exit point and intercept him, but he would get away from the deadly spell, and the barrier would still block any incoming attack. Lith knew it too, yet instead of pursuing the enemy, he remained where he was kept weaving spells. The moment Treyas reappeared, a volley of fireballs crashed against his barrier with enough strength to push him backward. What a cunning bastard, Treyas thought. The mana released by the explosions in blinding my life vision, and with barrier active I cannot retaliate even if I guess his position from the fireballs. Point of impact. He must be buying time for something big like an array. It's a good plan, too bad I saw through it. A trap, it's not a trap if you know where it is. Treyas bolted in the opposite direction the fireballs came from, pushing his flying spell to its limits. Before the smoke could dissipate, he crashed against a solid rock wall. Even with the enhanced body of an awakened, the impact was enough to crack his head, broke his nose, and squeeze all the air out of his lungs. With several ribs cracked, even breathing was an agony. Impossible. Treyas's mind couldn't accept the idea that the items his uncle had crafted had failed him. Nothing can get past the barriers, no matter if it moves fast or slowly. They react even to mana. How could his spell blatantly ignore them? The broken nose made it hard for him to breathe, just like tears of pain blurred his vision. It took him a while to realize he had hit the castle walls. While Treyas was blinded, Lith had opened a warp gate beyond him, using the explosions to push him through. The dimensional door had moved the youth away from the sky and very close to the ground nearby the castle. Unless Treyas moved upwards, he was bound to crash into something. The barrier works just fine. It just isn't designed to protect me by myself. Treyas had just started to heal his wounds when Lith plunged from the sky like a meteor. The impact with the gatekeeper infused with darkness magic caused the barrier to crack instantly. Treyas didn't panic. He used the few seconds the dying protection bought him to open a warp steps that closed as soon as he crossed it, leaving the gatekeeper biting air. Where the heck did he go? He can't warp outside Kajuria, he must still be nearby, Lith thought. He's not within the range of my mana sense. I couldn't see well inside the steps, but it was a big closed space. We can deal with him later, let's finish the Black Star first, Solus suggested. Treyas had escaped to the main temple. His wounds were healing and invigoration was restoring his energy reserves, but he knew it wasn't enough. The ranger was more than 10 centimeters, 4, taller and 10 kilograms heavier than him. Treyas cursed at himself for not practicing self-defense or magic like his uncle always encouraged too. Yet seeing the cursed item almost broken gave him hope. Chapter 402, Team Battle Part 1. There's no time to lose, old friend. There was enough venom in Treyas's voice to kill 10 men. During the last year, I took care of the Rangers for you. It's only thanks to me if you are so close to achieving your freedom, yet you always denied to fulfill your part of the bargain. Make me your partner, and together we will kill that pest. Refuse, and I'll walk away. I have no qualms leaving you to your fate. There are many artifacts on Magus, but only one me. The Dark Star wanted to curse in outrage. It had refused to have a master for centuries. It was ready to die rather than to yield. Or so it believed, until Lith entered from one of the windows, back at his peak condition. Now, Treyas said while opening a warp steps that would lead him to safety, ready to relinquish his dreams of power. So be it. The cursed object spat those words with despair. Atreus touched the white mana crystal, allowing the black star to seal the pact. The freeze spell still prevented it from using its powers, but it could do nothing when the two beings merged into one. Power surged inside Atreus, giving him the feeling of godhood he had dreamed about ever since his uncle awakened him. His body shone like a star while his mana core was promoted to blue. He had avoided the event for years. According to his uncle, it was an excruciating event that could turn out deadly if the body and the mind weren't properly honed by relentless practice. Atreus felt only bliss, while the dark star's energies mended his body as soon as it was harmed. Endless vitality seemed to flow through his veins, destroying the expelled impurities. Then everything changed. Who does he think he is? Some kind of magical girl? Lith inwardly sneered at his defenseless opponent. Nothing forces me to wait until he is done. He held the gatekeeper in a two-handed grip while using air, fire, and earth fusion to boost his attack. The lunge hit with surgical precision the chest area above the heart, but instead of putting an end to the enemy's life, it bounced against a crystal armor that promptly appeared to protect the cursed object's host. The impact was strong enough to lift Atreus from the ground and make him spit blood. Seeing that even an all-out attack had left the armor unscathed, Lith turned the blade to the flat side, and while the enemy was still in mid-air, he struck using the gatekeeper like it was a mace. Atreus flew backward with such an angle that would have made him reach the bleachers of a major league stadium as a magnificent home run. Atreus's ribs shattered and healed almost at the same speed, the bone fragments puncturing his lungs realigned as nothing had happened. Yet the pain remained. It became worse when he crashed against the wall behind him and bounced towards his merciless aggressor that had no intention of stopping his attack. "What are you doing, you worthless piece of garbage?" Atreus cursed through their mind link. "Why aren't you protecting me? Do you really think I would need your help if I wasn't paralyzed? You are on your own, flesh bag. I can give you energy, but using it is up to you. There are a few abilities we can share, though, like my armor." The Black Star returned one of the mighty artifacts it had consumed during its youth, making it appear between Atreus's hands. It was a magnificent longsword, with one purple mana crystal on each side of both the hilt and the blade. Even without being imprinted, it emitted a powerful aura that seemed to be able to tear the whole castle asunder. "It's the blade of the king. Use it wisely." The cursed object's black heart cringed at the idea of parting from such a masterpiece, but it had no other choice. "What am I supposed to do with it?" Atreus screamed with frustration, holding the sword like it was a mop. Their conversation was fast, but so was Lith. He was now in front of the enemy in a shoulder charge boosted by earth, fire, and air magic. The hardness of the skinwalker armor wasn't much compared to the diamond-like crystal. Yet it was superior to steel, making the following impact far more terrifying than if Lith had used his body alone. The crystal armor was like an unbreakable safe, but it could do nothing to protect its content from being rattled. Just like most magic protections, it was much less effective against blunt impacts. Atreus's scream of pain was muffled by the mouthful of blood that filled his throat. The gatekeeper struck the longsword's tip and sent it flying away. The Black Star cursed at its host's incompetence while retrieving the blade a split second before Solus could steal it. "Damn it, so close!" She was in her glove form. The green gemstone on the center of the back of Lith's right hand glowed with power. Lith wasn't the only one that had grown stronger over the years. Now Solus was able to amplify the effects of the mana coursing through her stone body by consuming a bit of her own energy. It could reinforce spells and fusion magic, giving her partner an edge over other awakened ones. Keeping the two mana flows in sync required a lot of her focus. The smallest mistake would create a destructive interference that would leave them exposed to a riposte. It was the reason she had missed the chance to snatch the artifact. The Black Star was rummaging through Atreus' memories to find something that could give them an edge. The results were appalling. The youth had done the bare minimum in every field he had ever applied, using true magic as a crutch to compensate for his laziness instead of turning it into a weapon. The artifact deemed his 20 years of life as trash. Atreus had used his uncle's knowledge and creations to take shortcuts, achieving his goals with no effort. The thing that baffled it the most was how, despite his happy-go-lucky lifestyle, Atreus had an unquenchable thirst for power only matched by his groundless pride. Among the garbage, there was a treasure, and the Black Star rejoiced upon its discovery. It was a skill that Atreus learned after countless hours of practice. He had been tricked by his uncle into believing that there was a shortcut to greatness. One spell to rule them all. Of course, it was just a ruse, the purpose of which was to show the youngster how hard work repaid itself. "You idiot," the Black Star roared. "How can you have studied me for so long yet you understood nothing about my powers? Follow my instructions, foolish man-child." Atreus snarled at the voice inside his head while spitting teeth and blood. The pain Lith was inflicting him was excruciating, but what the cursed object was doing worse. It kept peeking in his personal life, in every of his most private or embarrassing moments. To add insult to the injury, it was berating his life choices like no one ever had before. Chapter 403 Team Battle Part 2. Atreus was used to be scolded by his uncle, but the old man did it because he cared for his nephew. His words were always filled with worry and affection. The Black Star, instead, was dissecting his life and commenting on it like it was a failed magic experiment. There was only scorn in its thoughts. Atreus swallowed down its pride and obeyed. His body grew in size and weight until his head scraped against the ceiling. The Black Star absorbed all of his equipment to replenish its strength before the transformation scattered everything around the room. His newfound tail was as thick as an SUV, but much better armored. It was covered in flaming red scales the size of a buckler's shield. Atreus instinctively tried to swat his enemy like a fly, but Lith had no problem blocking the massive extremity with one hand. What the heck is he thinking? Lith raised his eyebrows while looking at the over 12 meters, 40, tall red dragon in front of himself. "What the heck are you thinking?" Atreus echoed Lith's thoughts. "My uncle fooled me into learning how to shapeshift. It only served to teach me light magic and the art of controlling my own life force. It's a useless trick. No matter my form, my strength and mana do not change." "You whining idiot!" The Black Star was so annoyed it was running out of insults. "That was before you merged with me. I have the life force of a whole city. I amassed mana for centuries. I can't bestow you the intelligence or the wisdom of a true dragon, but together we have the body of one." Atreus finally understood his partner's intent, and called upon the life force stored inside it to fill his limbs with strength. Lith felt the tail getting so heavy he couldn't hold it anymore, forcing him to retreat. "Solus, what's happening?" Lith asked as the dragon's scales turned into shining rubies. Atreus was getting accustomed to his new form, and he spread the crystal armor all over his body, making it impervious to the gatekeeper's edge. "The Black Star is still under the freeze spell, but it seems their bond is similar to our own. By pooling up their resources, they can achieve the physical prowess of a real evolved monster. Fight or flight." Solus would have loved to destroy the Black Star. If before she wanted to do it to relieve the Kajurians from the living hell they were trapped in, now it was personal. The bond between Atreus and the cursed object was a mockery of everything she held dear, a perversion of her very existence. Yet it was Lith's life being at stake. Solus would never ask him to put everything on the line just on principle. "I'm not going to run," Lith replied, clenching the gatekeeper tight. "It's going to take time before the Black Star can act on its own. Until that moment, this guy is just a man with a weapon. No matter how powerful they are, all weapons share the same weak point: their user." Lith infused himself with all the elements but darkness, which was imbued inside his blade. He darted behind the ruby dragon's foot, aiming for the Achilles' heel. The scales were thick and sturdy, but once crystallized they were stuck in position, leaving the tender meat underneath exposed. Atreus turned around to follow his movements. Their speed almost matched. Sadly, the main temple begged to differ. The tail struck one of the columns and the wings got stuck into another. Dust fell from the ceiling while Atreus swayed around trying not to fall. "This guy is an idiot. He may have the body of a dragon, but he's not used to it. Size matters only if you know how to exploit the advantage." The gatekeeper found its way between the scales, ripping through the flesh and bone like a scalpel. Atreus screamed in pain, but he didn't fall. He kicked backward, trying to squash Lith like a bug. Lith managed to dodge the heel's claw by a hair's breadth and watched the enormous foot leave a deep mark on the wall. "I stand corrected," Lith thought while getting some distance from the enemy. "He is an idiot that can one-shot me. I didn't take into account that the Black Star gives him an almost endless supply of energy. I can't win this by wearing him out like usual. I must kill him in one go. If they are like us, once the host is dead, the artifact will be a sitting duck." The dragon roared in outrage and unleashed a lightning the size of a house. Lith took out the Faraday cage again, hoping the enemy wouldn't attack physically while he was unable to move. Atreus didn't have the opportunity to do it. His draconic hands emitted a popping sound, exploding like a balloon. He screamed in pain until light magic restored his limbs. "What did you do to me?" Atreus was so shocked that he didn't even notice the cage. "Quit whining," the Black Star said with a disgusted tone. Your mana core is too weak to handle so much mana at once, so the excess energy flown directly through your flesh, making it burst. Would have you preferred to lose your core instead? Lith had barely the time to put the cage back inside his pocket dimension when the dragon unleashed a barrage of punches boosted by air and fire fusion. Even with Solus's help, Lith was running out of places where to hide. The dragon's fists were the size of a truck and moved so fast they generated a gale strong enough to stumble Lith after he dodged each hit. Treyas spun around himself, using the tail to sweep the whole room. The columns crumbled one after the other, adding the falling debris to the already extensive list of things Lith had to watch out for. If only I could blink. There isn't much I can do from down here. Because of the scales, I can't reach his heart, and because of the constant regeneration attacking the main arteries is useless. My only shot is the brain, but I think even that idiot has realized it by now. Lith kept running around the room while racking his brain for a solution. The guy seems to have a very low pain tolerance, Solus pondered. I have an idea, but I don't think you're going to like it. Hit me. She was right, Lith didn't like it. Treyas was sick and tired of playing tag, so he produced a barrage of fireballs, throwing them in random directions, literally bringing down the house. Lith was forced to use his flight spell to escape from the blazing inferno. While flying, he was forced to focus looking forward, limiting his peripheral vision to a dangerous degree. A fireball exploded close to his feet, and the resulting shockwave made him faster than he could control. He crashed against a falling piece of the ceiling. Because of the impact, his movement came to a halt for a split second. It was all Treyas needed. His fist struck Lith with the strength of a freight train. Even if Lith had managed to conjure an air barrier to take the brunt of the damage, even with the protection from the Skinwalker armor and earth fusion, Lith would have died when his body crashed against the wall. Solus saved his life by the skin of his teeth, using an earth spell that made his landing spot elastic. The impact was still violent enough to blur his vision and squeeze the air out of his lungs. Lith bit his lips, using the pain to remain conscious. Another punch followed a split second later when he was too groggy to dodge it. Chapter 404, Wrath Part 1. Now, Solus used a bit of her energy to nudge Lith out of his daze. There was no time to weave new spells, but as long as he was conscious, Lith would retain all those he had prepared beforehand. He clapped his palms together and then spread his arms wide, making sure the core of the spell traveled through Solus's mystical glove. Both the gesture and her help were necessary to attempt such a quick cast. A huge warp steps appeared in front of him, the biggest he had ever conjured. The ruby dragon's fist disappeared inside the portal and came out from the exit point located in front of his snout. Treyas had stepped forward while performing the attack, putting all of his weight into it. His own punch had been turned into a cross counter, doubling its strength. The impact was so violent that the neck twisted, snapping like a twig. Not even the ruby armor could withstand the strain, and several gemstones shattered, hitting the ground with a silvery sound. The steps closed a split second later, severing the arm at the elbow. Pain and shock made Treyas fall to his knees, screaming toward the sky at the top of his lungs while holding the stump with his remaining hand. A fountain of blood painted the collapsing room red. The neck was already healed, but regrowing an arm would be much slower. Do you have no shame? Treyas's pain was the black star's own, yet it ignored it like it was a gentle spring rain. Pick up the arm so we can reattach it. There's no time to lose our enemy. The mind link allowed for quick communication, but Lith's speed was nothing to scoff at. Solus's plan had been implemented down to the last detail, to sacrifice a bishop to capture the king. Lith had allowed himself to fall into a disadvantageous position to bait an all-out attack. Yet the cross-counter and the mutilation were just the preparatory steps. Lith exploited the literally blinding pain to blink without the opponent noticing it, and appeared between the dragon's eyes. The gatekeeper penetrated the cornea until only the hilt was visible. Lith gave everything he had to the sword, channeling air magic which generated a lightning that gave the dragon a violent seizure, while a wave of darkness magic made its way toward the brain. Lith had done everything he could. His execution had been flawless. Yet it wasn't enough. Treyas used darkness fusion to suppress his pain receptors and became able to move again, with earth fusion countering the lightning and the black star repairing the damages the moment they were dealt. Darkness magic was just too slow. Treyas tried to catch Lith, but he blinked away, exploiting the dragon's blind side. He twisted the gatekeeper while pulling it out and left behind enough fire and darkness magic to slow down the eye regeneration. Why are you doing this? Lith's opponent screamed as one. You are bound to a powerful artifact. You pillaged Kajuria for power. You kill with no remorse to pursue your own ends. You are just like us. We should be allies, not enemies. Those words irked Lith to no end, making his blood boil and his rage seethe. I'm nothing like you, he thought as he appeared next to the severed limb, and used the darkness still coursing through the gatekeeper to rot it into oblivion. Without any life force inhabiting it, the arm offered no resistance to the hungry energies devouring it. Solus is not a monster, I am. Yet not even I prey on people's suffering for petty reasons. The Black Star has turned a whole city into a nightmare version of my own life, and that idiot who fused with it is willing to set it free. The memories of the Kajurians Lith had assimilated earlier resurfaced. Their hopelessness, their despair, their constant grieving until their hearts were replaced by the endless void of the abyss were things he knew all too well. You too are worse than any abomination. You are a cancer to this world, and someone has to wipe you out like the disease you are. Black clouds formed inside Kajuria while the whole city trembled. Even though the Black Star was still paralyzed, the light phase had reached its limits. The shadow phase was about to begin, and the living artifact rejoiced for it. I'll get back the energy I wasted to rebuild the city and reanimate those flesh bags. If you can't squash a single bug with that much power, then I will terminate our deal. I have no use for a weakling like you. The cursed item had long regretted fusing with Treyas. The only silver lining was that, thanks to the freeze spell, the bond had yet to become permanent. Black clouds formed outside Kajuria too. The whole area quaked lightly as the world energy gushed from both the ground and the sky, piercing the barrier like it was a piece of paper. A world tribulation had just begun. Griffin Kingdom, Royal Palace. Lady Tyrus was pondering about the recent news she had received. During the last 4 years, she had enjoyed the relative peace after decades of struggles. The academy system had been reformed thanks to Linjo's legacy. The headmaster hadn't lived for long, but his actions had earned him an important place in the kingdom's history books. After Nalar's attack, the last embers of civil war died out. The crown restored his authority by cutting off all the dead branches of nobility that spread corruption to keep themselves afloat. With the master and Bulker ceasing their attacks, she had not much to do. Kajuria sounded like a lot of trouble. It was an ancient problem, older even than the Griffin Kingdom. Tyrus was already a guardian back then. She and Ligon had helped set up the barrier. Both could have destroyed the High Lord, but chose otherwise. Tyrus because she wanted it to serve as a reminder of the foolishness of men. It was the era when there was no such thing as forbidden magic. Humans kept exploiting the less fortunate in their quest for power and longevity. No matter how many she killed, hundreds of others were ready to pick up from where her victims had left their research. Only one thing seemed to be able to stop them: fear. Lost cities were popping up like mushrooms as the legacy of Lakra Silverwing was abused in every conceivable way. The only silver lining was that every monstrosity born from those experiments was a common enemy that allowed people to put aside their differences and rethink their way of life. The mages who lived in the same region of a lost city became more judicious, while its inhabitants were inclined to topple any ruler who made the poor disappear instead of praising them for it. All of them had learned to do the right thing, albeit for the wrong reason. Ligon hoped to find a way to free the Kajurians without killing them instead. I recognized the design of this array. She shook her head, making her long golden hair danced in the sunlight. This is the work of one of the awakened one of Salark's turf. I will not let the people of my country suffer for the mistakes of others. Chapter 405, Wrath Part 2. I didn't stop Nalar because she was born out of the kingdom's unfair treatment. She was just like Bulker, the symptom of a disease that made it impossible for the upper echelons to ignore any longer. A foreigner causing troubles is another matter entirely. A sudden surge in the world energy coming from the Keller region made her, and Ligon turned their heads at the same time. It's the anomaly kid again. Are you interested? Thanks, but no thanks. I'm at a critical step in my research. Keep me posted if something interesting happens, the father of all dragons replied. It took Tyrus but a thought to warp at the borders of Kajuria. The black rain was falling with the intensity of a summer storm, but luckily it had no effect on Lith. I recognize this feeling. It's the same coming out of the cursed item, a twisted version of world energy, he thought while his body shivered in disgust. The rain was the will of the Black Star taking physical form. When the Temple of the High Sun imbued so many lives inside their weapon, they made a huge mistake. Dozens of conflicting personalities had been forced together in a single mind, giving birth to a deranged individual with no memory nor morals. The only thing left after their merging was the obsession to control everything under the high sun's gaze and destroy everything that couldn't be controlled. Kajuria had been the field test, and the Black Star was pleased with the results. Every living being on Magus would be at its mercy. Life and death would disappear forever under its rule. The worthy ones would live in a utopian world, while the sinners would have an eternity to be redeemed through pain. The black rain ripped the life out of the Kajurians, taking away everything they had but their minds. The process was unbearable, causing them to emit a collective telepathic shriek. Waves of agony made Lith and Traius fall to their knees. They became part of the hive mind and were forced to experience the memories of all the Kajurians, to share their centuries' worth of suffering. It lasted only for a few seconds, yet it almost drove them insane. The mental pressure overwhelmed their minds, making it impossible for them to distinguish their thoughts from the Kajurians. The two awakened ones rose to their feet at the same time, albeit with completely different mindsets. Traius was regretting his decision of merging with the artifact. Until that moment, he had always thought that no price was too great to achieve his goals as long as he wasn't the one paying for it. Now he wasn't so sure anymore. As for Lith, he stared at his opponent with eyes filled with a mix of pain and hatred. All 7 of them. 2 new pairs of eyes had appeared. One above and the other below humans' eyes were supposed to be. The 7th was a vertical slit, opened in the middle of his forehead. He was now over 2 meters tall, 7 feet, and covered by black scales, the tip of which was bright red from the scorching heat that coursed through them. Aside from the eyes and a pair of curved horns protruding from his forehead, his head was a featureless black slate. 2 pairs of upside-down membranous wings came out from his back, conjuring on their own enough wind to keep him a few centimeters from the ground. A long tail ending in several bone blades whipped the air in a frenzy. The shadows looked at the ruby dragon with unbridled rage. Just like the 2 awakened had experienced the Kajurians' lives, the Kajurians had experienced theirs. Thanks to that, they recognized the giant as their sworn enemy. Instead of being high in the sky, outside their reach, it was finally standing in front of them. The army of shadows charged forward with only one thought in mind: revenge. Traius's missing arm was regenerating at a speed visible at the naked eye. The stump had already reached the wrist level. He swatted them with a simple wave of the end, turning dozens of them into black snow at once. Lith took off like a bullet with the gatekeeper aimed at the still blinded eye. Traius cursed at himself for having forgotten about his real enemy. His tail whipped at Lith, boosted by air and fire fusion. Because of the partial blindness, it only grazed its target, yet it was enough to send Lith crashing against the ground while spinning like a top. His collarbone was broken, and so was his hip and left arm. He just shut off his pain receptors, letting light fusion mend his wounds while he resumed his attack. For the first time since they had met, Traius felt confident about his chances of victory. Now there is no obstacle slowing my movements, nothing that the ranger can use against me. Even if he has changed form too, in a contest of raw power, we are still a dragon versus an ant, he thought. What are you doing, you dimwit? The Black Star reprimanded him. Don't underestimate those shadows, they are leeching my powers. Our powers, you mean? Feel free to break our deal. I'm sure the ranger will be happy to finish his job. Traius had no intention of letting the Black Star order him around anymore. Still, its advice made sense. He stomped the ground repeatedly before taking flight with air magic. He tried flapping his wings, but they were slow and clumsy. They reduced his mobility instead of improving it. Haven't you had enough? Traius said with a laugh while watching Lith flying in circles above him. I have to admit it, you are smarter than me and probably you worked your ass for years to become so strong. Yet it doesn't matter. Nothing matters against overwhelming power. He opened his mouth, releasing a densely packed jet of purple flames. It was a Tier 4 true spell, Fire Blade. Traius wasn't able to actually breathe fire. Lith burned with hatred at those words. In his mind, Traius, the Black Star, his Earth father, the boy who had killed his brother, were all the same person. Someone who held an underserved power and used it only to spread misery. He took a deep breath to shout in defiance, yet no voice came out. The scales on his face opened up, revealing his fang-filled mouth from which erupted a stream of blue flames that clashed with the spell in midair, like snakes wriggling in a deadly embrace. None of those present, except for Lady Tyrus, knew what had just happened. Lith didn't let the surprise slow him down, bringing his array to completion. Uriel's hexagram was a six-pointed blue star inscribed inside a circle. One of the points shone with a yellow light, neutralizing air magic within his area of effect. Traius fell to the ground with the grace of a brick, and the shadows resumed their assault. Lith tried to use the debris on the ground to cover his movements, but once again Traius's tail intercepted him. Even if he dodged the hit, the shockwave sent him rolling onto the ground. Damn it, I almost forgot he can use life vision too. What's that? Lith recognized from the giant footprints the spot where Traius had killed several shadows. Among the debris there were several black floating orbs of different sizes. Chapter 406, Leave Part 1. Solus, do you have any idea about what are those black orbs? Lith thought. Incoming at 12 o'clock, she shouted when Traius opened his mouth once again. Leave the idiot to me. I need an edge to win this fight, and you are my only hope. A snap of Lith's fingers made another of the 6 points of Uriel's hexagram light up with a red light as the yellow one faded away. The Tier 5 raging sun that Traius was about to unleash died out like a lighter out of gas. Even with the black star's support, only a few sparks came out. The array was a variation of Silverwing's hexagram that Uriel had theorized after gaining a deeper understanding of the impossible array. His take on the spell was weaker, yet in exchange, it caused much less strain on the caster. It had taken Lith years to turn his old friend's theories into reality. Just looking at Traius' shocked expression repaid him of all his hard work. First he took away my flight spell, and now this? What's happening? The moment the ant started retaliating to brute force with technique, the dragon lost his spunk. You are still under the array, you idiot. The black star's thoughts were filled with contempt. I have no idea what it does, but I'm pretty sure that if you get out of its area of effect it will stop working. Lith saw Traius' muscles contract, and with a thought released Uriel's hexagram's full force. The array didn't simply negate one element at the time, it absorbed the mana composing the nullified spells and stored it for later use. All the 6 points of the star lit up. The magical formation was now employing the stolen energy, and the arrays to generate a powerful gravity field that made Traius collapse under his own weight. The shadows exploited the situation to attack their enemy with all their might. It will not hold for long. The array drained only 2 spells, one of which was a cantrip, Lith thought. Okay. Solus replied with a frustrated tone while scanning the floating orbs with all of her senses and making her brain spin at top gear to get at least a hypothesis about their nature. Done, we know that when a shadow touches its victim, it saps their life force and mana. Also, after killing the shadow, you recover your life force, right? Each of these spheres has its own energy signature, like a proper living being. I think that by attacking the black star, the shadows are retrieving their own life force that the cursed item stole in the first place. They are still here after the shadow's defeat, because they have nowhere to go until the black star absorbs them again. Lith nodded in understatement. Even in death, the Kajurians were fighting against their oppressor. They were clinging on the retrieved life force with all their might. Then maybe, Lith grabbed the nearest sphere. If I can absorb them, then I might be able to get as big as he is and regain the upper hand. Yet nothing happened. Lith could feel the residual mental energy recognizing him a friend, but nothing more. Like a mother that had just found her lost child, it refused to let the energy go. So much for all that share your power with me bullshit, Lith inwardly cursed. Useless humans, we are fighting the same battle, yet they can only think about themselves, every man for himself then. Lith cast the Tier 5 healing spells Scanner and Scalpel. Haven't those poor souls suffered enough? Solus said. Is this really necessary? Heck yes, Lith replied, butchering the spheres near to him at once. Life is for the living, not for the dead. Their lives ended the day the Black Star was born. If we lose this fight and that bastard walks out of the barrier, all cities will become like Kajuria. Solus had seen their memories, she knew their suffering, yet she was glad to have raised her objection. She couldn't have lived with herself if she just stood there doing nothing. Also, it allowed her to take a peek at a hidden side of Lith's mind. Breaking the oath he had taken the day he had become a professional healer meant nothing to him. Pretty words couldn't save lives nor stop monsters. He didn't base his actions on concepts like innocence or guilt. Lith only thought in terms of survival. Yet he considered the Kajurians like brothers in arms. They knew pain even better than he did. Lith could not only relate to them, but they also had his respect. It was the reason why he could butcher their life force without a second thought. He knew that in their place he would do anything to get free from his oppressor. Pain would be momentary, freedom would be everlasting. Lith darted across the battlefield, maiming all the spheres outside the array that was quickly running out of juice. That day, his scalpels turned into cleavers. One strike was all it took to inflict a damage that would take him hours to heal. Uriel's hexagram disappeared, and Treya stood up in outrage. He stomped the shadows swarming him and unleashed an endless barrage of spells against Lith. He managed to dodge most of them, block some, and was forced to tank the rest. There were countless spheres at Treyas's feet, some almost the size of a person. An ice spike ripped one of Lith's wings off. Inside it there were pain receptors he didn't even know he possessed, so they were still active. The agony of the mutilation almost made him stumble. Almost. He never stopped moving, and neither did his cleavers. A burst of flames from a dodged fireball ripped off the scales from his left arm, leaving the bloody flesh underneath exposed. Lith kept waving his hands like an orchestra director in the exploding inferno around him. Solus used her own mana to generate more cleavers to help him finish the job. Just a few seconds had passed since Treyas was back on his feet, yet all the shadows were already gone. He was free to focus on the last pest. Treyas infused himself with all the air, fire, and earth fusion prowess the Black Star could bestow upon him. He became a god of speed, a god of destruction. A single stomp of his made the earth tremble as it was afraid of the Titan ravaging its surface. The impact generated a subsonic shockwave that sent debris flying for kilometers until they struck the barrier surrounding Kajuria. Lith flew backward and conjured a series of massive earth walls to protect himself. They took the brunt of the impact, buying him precious fractions of second that let him escape from the epicenter of the strike. The walls crumbled one after the other. The shockwave was still strong enough to make Lith tumble and fall on the ground. He got back on his feet with a kip-up, never letting his eyes wander off his opponent. "I told you, no matter what trick you employ, you can't beat overwhelming power." Treyas guffawed at his opponent's still defiant eyes despite his battered body. He bolted forward for the finishing blow as he spoke. Chapter 407, Leave Part 2. Lith's 7 eyes burned with mana and determination. The punch was unbelievably fast, but telegraphed. He dodged before Treyas's arm even started to move and conjured at the same time an air cushion. The moving fist produced shockwaves in the air which Lith surfed like a wave thanks to the air cushion. The maneuver made him avoid the blow with ease. Treyas reacted by twisting his hips and aiming the next punch where Lith was supposed to land. A sudden jolt of agony made him miss the target by almost 5 meters, 16. A second and a third one forced him to fall on his knees, his stomach twisted in a knot. "I cut off all my pain receptors, why do I still feel it then?" Treyas saw the gatekeeper appear in Lith's hands amid blazing emerald flames. He knew no blade could hurt him, but nonetheless he felt fear. "I don't know," the Black Star replied, experiencing terror for the second time in its life. Lith didn't only cleave the Kajurian's life force, but he had also enveloped it into a bubble made of spirit magic. The moment he had completed his harvest, he had brought the black spheres near the dragon. The Black Star predatory nature had done the rest. The butchered energy had been mixed together with the healthy one and was now crippling Treyas's dragon form. To work properly, a body needed a precise set of instructions that were provided by the life force. Even if the Black Star was adapting the human life force to match the dragon form, all the damage Lith had inflicted on it was still there. The corrupted energy was a living torture for its host, stopping the organs it flowed through. Limbs would fall limp, organs would stop working. The Black Star didn't realize the gravity of the situation until the illness spread to Treyas's brain and heart. The failure of such organs would bring more than damages it could easily heal. The dragon's eyes rolled over, leaving only the sclera visible. He couldn't breathe or even think. Treyas fell to the ground while Lith darted toward the mighty creature now reduced to a fish in a barrel. The Black Star had no choice but to withdraw its powers. Treyas gasped back to life, feeling weak and sluggish. He saw Lith approaching with his blade ready at hand, brimming with power. He used air and earth fusion to dodge, but without the cursed object's help, he was back at square one. His body never had the time to adapt to the new core, nor he wore his uncle's magical protections. Without enough vigor, such a huge body was just a bigger target. Lith's first slash chopped off one of the giant feet, making Treyas fall backward. Lith vertically wall ran on the stump while the opponent's body was still in mid-air. Treyas had no time to cast a spell, so he tried to claw the enemy away. His hands flew off with a spurt of blood, yet not a drop touched Lith, who was already above the chest area. Treya screamed in terror while Lith roared with anger, releasing from his mouth another jet of blue flames that entered the dragon's maw. Treyas's head burst into flames, his eyes popped like balloons. Lith decapitated him anyway, just to be safe. When the black star emerged from the dragon's mutilated body, the Forgemastering circle was already active. The runes from the repentance spell flew inside the cursed object. Lith had no more words but the chant until its very end. At the 7th rune, the cursed object rather than a crystal star resembled a bunch of glass shards glued together. "Stop, I beg of you. You have seen what I'm capable of. Imagine if I had a suitable host instead of a pampered idiot. You have no reason to kill me. You know how to paralyze me. Take your time and think carefully about what you're doing." Treyas's body reverted to his natural appearance, yet the head kept burning until only ashes remained. When the 12th and final rune crashed into the black star, its fragments imploded, emitting a thud sound. The black clouds inside and outside Kajuria disappeared. The tribulation was over. The light phase and the shadow phase were no more, only the real sun shone high above Lith's head. Then the ruins of Kajuria emitted a blinding light that took the form of countless shooting stars of different sizes. Most plunged into Magur, returning to the planet the energy that had been stolen over the centuries. The rest flew toward the horizon, disappearing with the speed of light. Lith used invigoration to mend his wounds and recover the energies spent during the battle. The rage was gone, only the abyss remained. It made him feel emptier than ever. "I hope you have watched me carefully, Uriel," Lith spoke to himself. If not even a nutjob like Redan had turned into a ghost long enough to say goodbye, someone like Uriel was bound to be at peace wherever he was. "I told you countless times, wardens are not useless and neither were you. It's all a matter of timing your decisions. If you had asked Quilla out instead of admiring her from afar, you would still be alive, you damn moron," Lith said with a sigh. "What I'm trying to say is, thank you. Today you saved my life." Lith still thinks about Uriel whenever he casts an array, Solus thought. I wish they had more time together. I wish I could hug Lith tight and tell him that everything will be all right. Lith walked outside the barrier, and after a lot of thinking, he called Lieutenant Camilla Yavel, his handler. He gave her a full and meticulously doctored version of the events in Kajuria. Camilla had a hard time believing him. She asked him to go back inside and gave him precise instructions on how to take scans of his surroundings with the army's amulet. "It's amazing." It was the only thing she managed to say once she received all the data. She put him on hold before contacting their superiors. Even the smallest events regarding a lost city had to be reported up to the top of the chain of command, let alone its recovery. It was an unprecedented event. "Our commanding officers want to hear it directly from you. You are expected to meet them tomorrow at noon at the headquarters. Aside from that, you are on leave for the next 3 days." "A 3 days leave? I was in the field for only 2 days. The news surprised Lith. "I know, but orders are orders. Return to Belias as soon as you can and enjoy your vacation." After turning off his military communication amulet, Lith took out his civilian one and called his potential date. "Hi, Camilla." "Hi, Lith, wasn't expecting to hear from you so soon," she replied with a giggle. Her tone was different from before. She sounded more relaxed. "Me neither. That pain in the ass of my handler just gave me 3 days of leave out of the blue. Can you believe it?" "Really, 3 days?" she chuckled. "What will you do with so much free time?" "Depends. Are you free for dinner tonight?" Chapter 408, Belias Part 1. "Yes, I'm free tonight, but your invitation is a bit sudden. I usually don't date people I met only once. We barely know each other," Camilla said with a pensive tone. She liked that kind of role play. She hasn't said no, and she called it a date. Camilla isn't considering my offer as a simple colleague get-together. So far, so good. Despite having his dating experience from 2 lives, Lith felt awkward every time he asked a woman out. His paranoid nature made him overthink over the smallest details, and being a control freak didn't help. He considered making the first move like exposing a weakness, and he hated feeling weak. Since all the complaining in the world wouldn't change the rules of the game, Lith knew he could only bet or fold. If he played, he could lose, but if he didn't, his victory chances would always be 0. "I didn't tell you before because I didn't want to make you worry, but I'm a ranger. It's a very dangerous job. Sometimes I risk my life multiple times a day. I don't know when or if I'll be granted another leave, so think carefully before making your decision," he said in an overly dramatic tone, making it sound like he was part of a suicide squad. "If you put it this way, I can't refuse. She giggled while looking again at his personal file. Lith is a bit young, but sure he went through a lot. The plague, Balker, the assassination attempts, the White Griffin massacre, and now the recent events in the north. Lith's life seemed to be an anthology of short horror stories. He sounds definitely wise beyond his age. Still, it's a bit of gamble. Let's hope I won't need a timely headache. Have you already thought about the place? I have never been to Belias. Lith shook his head. I'll let you decide the time and the place. Let me know if you need a ride. I can warp us anywhere. Thanks, but I'm good. Let's meet at Velorian at 7 o'clock. Lieutenant Yavel, I need those documents and I need them yesterday. A voice interrupted her. Sorry, I got to go. An idiot intern of mine turned a simple recon mission into a hero stunt, and it's up to me to fill the paperwork. If I don't fix this mess, I'll get stuck overtime. See you later. The communication ended abruptly, leaving Lith second-guessing himself. I guess I'm that idiot, he sighed. Lots of people now have lots of questions about how I solved a centuries-old problem. I need to play this smart. The silver lining is that there is no witness, so no matter what bullshit I make up, they have to take it at face value. Lith flew in a straight line toward Belias while revising with solace his own report. They looked for inconsistencies and found none. After that, they ran several simulations of his upcoming interrogation to find the answers most suitable to avoid follow-up questions. They were so focused on discussing how to belittle Lith's endeavor as much as possible that they realized they had reached Belias only when they saw the maelstrom array surrounding the city. Luckily, because of his unfamiliarity with the Keller region, Lith was just a dozen meters above the ground to use road signs and milestones to orient himself. He had all the time to stop and get down to the ground before his flight spell was disrupted. After another round of glares and insults for skipping the 100-meters-long line to get inside the city, Lith walked through the warp gate that led to the Army headquarters. Much to his surprise, instead of being searched and questioned like during his first visit, the customs officer gave him a salute. It's an honor to meet you, sir. Please allow me to take you to your apartments. My what? I expected to sleep in the barracks or at Camilla's place. What's going on here? The officer was a man in his late 30s that didn't stop talking for a second about how safer the citizens felt now, that the closest lost city was lost for good. I can't wait to read the whole story on the Army's interlink, the officer said, referring to the database available to the public. They walked outside the main building, giving Lith the opportunity to see Belias. The fortified city was different from all the other places he had visited. Because of the lack of running water or elevators, houses were usually 2 or 3 stories high tops. Belias consisted of tall buildings instead, some even 10 stories high and all made of the same gray stone blocks. At least one building in each residential area was occupied only by restaurants and shops. The roads were paved and wide enough to let 3 carriages pass side by side. The sidewalks were filled with people of all social classes, each minding their own business. If not for the lack of smog and pollution, Lith would have thought of being in an Earth's metropolis. Noticing his surprise, the officer quickly explained. Belias was built as a military outpost to keep in check the Gorgon Empire's borders. Over time, the city expanded vertically rather than horizontally to be more easily defendable. There's only so much space inside the walls, and it's not like we can take them down and rebuild the arrays from scratch. All these buildings once belonged to the Army. That's why their design lacks originality. To distinguish a rich house from a poor one, you have to look for 2 details: the number of floors and gardens. Because of the lack of space, green is a luxury, and so are mansions. A 2 stories high building is bound to be a noble house. Commoners live in condos. Why there is no traffic? Lith asked after noticing that aside from military and nobles, stagecoaches, the roads were empty. Because in case of emergencies, we can't afford traffic jams. Unless someone is very important or filthy rich, they have to move around Belias with this. The officer pointed at 2 small warp gates standing next to each other. One to get in, one to get out. He neared his badge to a small gemstone standing next to the gate, making a small 3D holographic interface appear. It was a drop-down menu filled with addresses and road names. Some were grayed out. For security reasons, you can't operate it without an ID. Use your badge and follow me. The officer selected a place called Royal Road before disappearing through the gate which closed right behind him. Lith did as instructed, noticing he could go almost anywhere. Very few locations were not available. Royal Road turned out to be a block made only by mansions, each with high walls and a private garden. What happens if two people step inside a gate at once? Lith asked. They end up in jail. The system is unforgiving. Here we are to destination. The officer pointed at a 2 stories high manor surrounded by trees and flower beds. The external gate opened as soon as the officer swept his badge in front of a magical gemstone nestled on a nearby pillar. There was a folded note attached to the door. Dear Lith Verhen, consider this a token of appreciation for your valiant efforts. I hope to meet you soon. It was signed by Royal Constable Tyrus Griffin. Chapter 409, Belias Part 2. Is there anything I can do for you before leaving? The officer asked. Yes, thank you. How do I reach a place called Velorian? Your lady friend has good taste. It's one of the best restaurants on Elm Street right beside its gate. The man replied with a smirk. How do you know I have a lady friend and about her taste? It's a place popular among young couples. Also, the closer a building is to a gate, the more expensive it is. The officer pointed at the dimensional door standing in front of Lith's living quarters. The word expensive made Lith's wallet bleed. I also need clothes. Do you have any recommendations? There were 2 things Lith deeply regretted about having left the White Griffin Academy. It's all-you-can-eat free restaurant and not needing any clothes aside his associate professor's uniform to hit on women. Wearing one was enough to be treated as a VIP in any establishment of the Distar Marquisate. I don't know your taste or budget, but if you go to Silk Road, you'll find what you need. Lith thanked the officer before checking if the door of the mansion opened with his own badge, too. He just peeked inside out of curiosity. There was so much to do and so little time to do it. The ground floor of the house resembled a penthouse from a 5-star hotel. The furniture was made of high-quality materials, but its design wasn't ostentatious. On Lith's right, there was a large living room with several couches and armchairs arranged around a tea table. On his left, there was a study room with a solid wood desk. The walls were covered by bookshelves filled with books about every topic but magic. Behind the only closed door, there was a bathroom equipped with all comforts. Lith left the house, heading to Elm Street. On his way there, he noticed how people would look at him in a funny way. Most would step to the side to let him pass. A few would cross the road to avoid him. Solus, am I showing my old serial killer frown again? He asked, after a mother dragged her children on the other side of the street. No, you look tired and in a bad mood, but no more than usual. Lith shrugged and walked through the gate. One of the things he had learned back on Earth was to never bring a woman to an unknown place. His focus would be split between his surroundings and his date, making him look distant. On Magus it was even worse. Not knowing the menu or the prices could lead to embarrassing moments. Lith had a short temper if the food was bad, overpriced, or both. The Velorian was on the ground floor, its door open. The receptionist was a middle-aged man in livery with black receding hair. Is there something wrong, Ranger? The man started sweating bullets at Lith's appearance. No, I just heard about this place, and I would like to take a look if it's not a bother. All the members of the King's army are welcome here. The man sighed in relief while dabbing the sweat with his handkerchief. According to the tag on the breast pocket, his name was Xylo. After scouting the place, Lith asked for a menu. As he feared, he knew very few dishes and the ingredients weren't listed along with their names. Xylo helped him decipher the menu and even suggested some specialties that a man from the south was bound to enjoy. Is there a dress code for the restaurant? Lith was happy to have come alone first. Despite Floria's best efforts, he was still a cheapskate. Based on the receptionist's embarrassment, the prices had made Lith's poker face crumble more than once. None, but our customers would surely appreciate the lack of uniforms in the room. Meaning, feeling disrespected, Lith's expression turned stone cold. I'm sorry it came out wrong. You are a foreigner, sir, so you are unaware of our customs. Belias is surrounded by enemies which makes us quite nervous. Seeing a soldier usually means troubles. Spies, terrorists, a lost city out of control. Only the gods know how many emergencies happen each year. Hence your uniform would ruin everyone's mood. Lith understood why earlier the people looked so scared and flexed his shoulders. His clothes shape-shifted into his gala suit. The only other clothes stored in the skinwalker armor were those he wore back in Lucia. It was better to be overdressed than looking like a country bumpkin. Xylo yelped in surprise. He couldn't believe that someone who could afford a skinwalker armor and that kind of suit was also capable of being shocked by their honest fares. Lith went to the Silk Road, ordering a few tailor-made suits, jackets, and shirts. He then rented a few clothes to put together a smart casual suit for the evening. Thanks to the armor, they would look like they were tailor-made anyway. Gorgon Empire, Ligon quarters. Are you sure about it? Ligon asked. After hearing Tyrus's story about the events unfolded in Kajuria, he now regretted missing the show. As sure as the sun will rise again tomorrow, she replied. The anomaly used dragon fire twice. If he keeps passing his world tribulations, you'll have to change your title to Father of Most Dragons. Like I care, he scoffed at the idea. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery that mediocrity can pay to greatness. It's you who should be worried. A single country is too small for two guardians. I'm not going to kill him just because of what he could become. Tyrus shook her head. Even if that could mean the end of the Griffin Kingdom, when two guardians fight. Maps get redrawn. She completed the ancient proverb for him. He may be a piece of work, but I believe Magur chose him for a reason. I will not stand in the way of change. Besides, we have a date tomorrow. Who knows, maybe we'll reach a compromise. Chapter 410, Birds of Prey. Blood Desert, Salark's tent. An hour after the Death Star's destruction. Salark hated having unexpected guests. Ruling the biggest of the three great countries, slaying abominations, and keeping the borders safe were all full-time jobs she did by herself. They left her little free time that she enjoyed spending tending her personal matters. New fashions, designs, love interests, books, magic, martial arts training, patronage of the arts were only a few of her many activities. Unlike the other two guardians, Overlord Salark hadn't detached herself from human society. Quite the contrary, she was deeply invested in it and kept herself active in many fields. In a sense, she was the most human of the three. That was the reason she hated guests. Every second she spent solving someone else's problem was a second wasted. Soon she would resume her duties, no matter how much fun she had or missed. Her furious expression released enough killing intent to turn any sane man's hair white. Yet her guests were unaffected. Tyrus has seen her in way worse moods, and Glamis' hair was already gray. Salark had the appearance of a stunning woman in her mid-20s. She had silky black waist, long hair, emerald eyes, and a bronze tinge of skin so clear that it seemed to emit a gentle radiance. She sat on her throne, wearing a flaming scarlet robe, the blood desert equivalent of a cocktail dress, that left exposed her fair shoulders and her crossed legs from a side slit. The beer in her right hand was getting warm, while the food on her plate was getting cold. You disappointed me greatly, Glamis Klein. You did not only violate my laws, but you also brought shame upon me and interrupted my first party in a month. What do you have to say for yourself? He was my only relative, the old man cried, yet his voice remained steady. I know I shouldn't have awakened him, but I couldn't stand watching the last of my kin die. That's not the issue. She stood up in anger, making the ground quake. An imbecile like Traeus wouldn't be able to devise a multi-function array even in 1,000 years. He used your library to learn Kajurian language, your resources to set the array, your warp gate to cross the borders. Why didn't you stop him? He was young and foolish, my overlord. I hoped that he would learn from his mistakes, that seeing the horrors of Kajuria would turn the boy into a man, someone worthy of inheriting my legacy. Glamis was old even by awakened one's standards. He had spent centuries amassing power and wealth, but with his death approaching, he realized that nothing of him would be left. He had no family nor apprentices. The world would forget about him the moment he passed away. Please spare my life and I'll be your loyal servant. I need to find an heir. I refuse to die without leaving a single trace on Magur. No one knows my name or my achievements, he said, bowing down with his head pressing against the floor. Youth is Traeus's excuse, but what's yours? Salark replied. Because of you, the Griffin Kingdom now has learned about one of my arrays. You almost unleashed a cursed object upon my lands, even though you knew how even researching them is against the law. You are not an asset, only a liability. A light flickered in her eyes, and a purple flame set Glamis ablaze. It turned his body into ashes before he could even scream, yet left his clothes and all of his enchanted items intact. Old fool, he knew that the reason the Blood Desert has no lost cities is because of me. I'm not a softy like the two of you, she said to Tyrus. I keep track of certain materials, and if I catch someone creating a cursed object, I kill them along with everyone involved, even the merchants that supplied them with the resources. What will happen to his legacy? Tyrus asked. I'll have it collected and examined to see if there's something worth using in my schools of magic. The rest will become part of my personal collection, once you have collected your share, of course. Tyrus was both the offended party and the one that had captured the rogue awakened. According to the Guardian's treaties, she was entitled to half the spoils. Well, time to get back to the party. Do you want to join? No, thanks, I have still much to do today, Tyrus replied with a grateful smile. Still grieving after all these years? You need to get a life. Spend too much time alone and it'll breed desperation. You have seen how desperation leads to madness. Salark pointed at the ashes dirtying her carpet. The lizard at least has his apprentice, daughter, whatever, but what about you? You pass your days locked up in a basement with no contact with the outside world except for those fake awakened of yours. When was the last time you had fun? Live it up for once. When I was still the queen, Tyrus sighed. A wave of her hand turned her dress into a copy of Salark's robe, except it was silver-colored. I like your style, sister. Salark linked her arm to Tyrus's and led the way. City of Belias now. Lith checked his pocket watch for the time. It was a magical item he had crafted while he was working as assistant professor at the academy. Aside from the Army and the Mage Association, very few used clocks. Because of its complex function, a watch needed to be made of silver and required a green magic crystal. Like any other enchanted object, only the one imprinting it could use it. Between the materials and the craftsmanship, they cost a pretty penny. Hence, they were considered too expensive for their use. Commoners made their own schedule while nobles preferred sundials and hourglasses. 7 sharp. Let's hope I'm not overdressed nor underdressed compared to her. The first impression is vital. Lith was wearing a beige coat over a red shirt and white pants. He loved dressing in dark colors, especially in black. Unluckily, all the women in his life, from his mother to his last girlfriend, agreed on them making Lith look like a mortician. Light colors emphasized his brown eyes and olive skin instead. Camilla was already there. She was talking with Xylo, the receptionist, and he seemed to be a really funny guy since Lith could hear her laugh through the solid wood door. Sorry to keep you waiting. Have you been here for long? Lith inwardly cursed at the apparently unreliable pocket watch. Don't worry, I arrived early. Xylo here was telling me an unbelievable story about a mage so stingy to make faces while reading the menu. Sounds like a piece of work of a guy, he said while nailing Xylo with a stare that held the promise of an excruciating death. The poor receptionist avoided the need of changing his pants only because when Camilla turned toward Lith, the killing intent disappeared. Let's go, I've already chosen our table. She took his hand and dragged him to the adjacent room. Chapter 411, Birds of Prey Part 2. Lith exploited the moment she was walking in front of him to check her out. Camilla wore a light blue shirt over a knee-length black pencil skirt. She had her long black hair down which together with her black eyeliner, and light red lipstick emphasized her pale skin. For cute, Camilla is cute. She could use some weight, though. Her arms are so thin that either she has skipped one meal too many or she has not lifted anything heavier than a fork in a long time. Their table was located along the east wall, right under one of the magical lamps which illuminated the room. The layout of the restaurant allowed the clients to have enough space to guarantee their privacy. How are you liking Belias? Camilla asked while a blonde waitress handed them the menus. It's a lovely city. I like how it prevents me from flying, warping, or even moving around without someone tracking my movements. It's a pity there are no bars at every window. It completely ruins the feeling of being held in a prison. It's not a bad place, it's just an acquired taste. She chuckled at the joke. Lith liked her smile a lot. It was warm and sincere, not like the pretentious giggle most girls did to hook up. I've always wanted to try the hojis. It's a new recipe from the Gorgon Empire that only comes in 2 portions. Do you feel brave enough to venture into the unknown? Lith knew what it was, just like he knew he wouldn't like it. Of course, mystery is the spice of life. He lied through his teeth. According to Xylo, the hojis was a bread dough stuffed with a mix of boiled vegetables and minced animal organs cooked in the oven. I'm glad she wants to share a new experience with me. I only wish this dish isn't as disgusting as it sounds. So how did you end up a lieutenant in the army? Is it something you always wanted to do, or did you somehow stumble into it? Lith asked. I'm the 3rd child of a merchant household. My eldest brother inherited the family business by birthright while my sister was forced to marry. I have no magical talent, so it was either joining the army or working as an accountant for my brother. I always liked to study, but my family didn't care much about our education. So I joined the army, failed miserably my boot camp. Camilla rolled up her sleeve in a bodybuilder pose which emphasized the lack of muscles in her slender arm. And when they offered me a desk job, I took the offer. I started as a clerk, but the army provided me the resources to study on my own. A few years later, I proved myself smart enough to obtain a scholarship for the Officers' Academy, and here I am. What do you mean with forced to marry? My sister is blind from birth. The light in Camilla's eyes dimmed at those memories, making her smile disappears. Lith felt like the room had turned several degrees colder. Let's not talk about sad stuff. She shrugged off her frown and looked at Lith straight in the eyes. Now it's my turn to ask a personal question. How does it feel being a mage? I beg your pardon? Lith was expecting inquiries about his skills, income, noble status, or maybe a plea to heal the blind sister. The usual routine when someone tried to suck up to him. I mean, normal people have just enough magic to make themselves a hot tea, while you can fly, warp around the world, kill with a word. All things us humble mortals can only dream or have nightmares about. She made a dramatic gesture, raising her arms in the air before bending forward like she was worshipping an idol. Lith had no idea how to answer. To him, magic was a mean to an end. He considered it like a hammer, a pincer, or any other tool. It took him a while to find something that sounded like a proper answer. I don't know if it makes sense, but to me it feels like I'm able to share Maugre's breath. A mage doesn't really command the elements. We just learn through study how to communicate with them. Sometimes I even feel like I'm just a mirror of the world. I can reflect or alter what it's in front of me, but I can't do anything by myself. Camilla was staring at Lith with eyes so wide open that one could think her eyelids had been glued to her eyebrows. A waiter looked at the couple with a puzzled expression. I know that look, but there's no way the tall guy is the one pregnant. He placed the steaming hojis in the middle of the table and left without a word. Do I sound that crazy? What's the answer you usually get? Lith asked while cutting the meal and taking a bite. I wouldn't know. It's the first time I date a mage. Camilla followed suit. Gods, it's disgusting. She chuckled after swallowing it whole and drinking a big sip of wine to wash her mouth. No wonder I never saw anyone ordering it. I think it's just an acquired taste. Lith replied, taking another bite and pretending to chew it while he actually sent it to his pocket dimension. Do you really like it? Camilla wondered if the horrors Lith had witnessed as a student had somehow damaged his taste buds. No, I was messing with you. It's disgusting. Now I understand why people from the Gorgon Empire are always so cranky. Fancy a steak? She raised her arm to call the waiter back. With pleasure. Lith was really hungry. He hadn't eaten anything from breakfast. I can't believe I'm your first mage, though. Are all guys in Belias blind or what? Lith knitted his eyebrows in disbelief. His honest surprise flattered her quite a bit. In case you haven't noticed it, I'm a bit old for marriage. I have no family background, nor I'm rich. Mages can easily achieve a noble title, so they usually aim higher than a grassroots civil servant. Lith had 1,000 things to comment on the subject, but all of them would sound like an attempt to butter her up. I'll take it as a yes. He shrugged and moved to a different topic. Lith appreciated her not asking him anything about the academy. In his experience, everyone seemed to think that being a survivor was something cool to talk about. Like Balker and Nalar were just notches on his belt, instead of people who stole something precious from him. Albeit in different ways, losing Protector and Uriel had left a scar on him. He missed them both dearly. Lith and Camilla kept talking until the head waiter kindly pointed out it was closing time. Lith walked her to the nearest warp gate while hoping for the best. Thanks for the evening. I can't believe it's already this late. My supervisor will skin me alive if I'm late. Call me. She stood on her tiptoe, giving him a quick good-night kiss before warping away. Funny, thoughtful, and he didn't brag even once about his achievements at the academy or the king bestowing him a family name. The best part is his eyes. They look so mature one would never think he's so young. Stinginess aside, it's almost too good to be true. Lieutenant Yavel smiled all the way back home. Chapter 412, Puzzled Part 1. Rise and shine, sleepyhead. Solus woke up Lith after sunrise to make sure he had a full 8 hours of sleep. It would reset the effects of invigoration and bring his body back to his natural peak condition. The fight with Traeus had been demanding. Solus had no idea what a world tribulation was, but she knew that whenever Lith assumed that monstrous form, his mind had undergone heavy stress. What a shitty date, Lith griped for the umpteenth time. The only silver lining is that she insisted to split the bill. By my maker, just because you didn't get laid doesn't make it a bad date. I beg to differ. The food was just okay, the kiss was so fast I barely noticed it, and the I've to wake up early tomorrow is the lamest excuse in the book. Camilla might as well claim she had a migraine. Lith sighed. He was in such a bad mood he had returned to the house on Royal Road, only because Belias's security measures made it a hassle getting in and out of the city. Lith had to give his detailed report in person in the afternoon. Otherwise, he would have already gone back to Lucia to spend there the rest of his leave. Stop being a sourpuss. If Camilla really didn't enjoy herself, she wouldn't have spent 3 hours talking with you. She even took into account you being a cheapskate and split the bill, Solus pointed out. Why do you think that? How many tall mages wearing a ranger uniform do you think walked into the Valorian yesterday? It doesn't take a constable to do the math. Her thoughts oozed sarcasm. The next time, bring her a nice present, Scrooge. For the record, I'm thrifty, not stingy. His paper-thin excuse only managed to make Solus cry from laughing. Lith went to the kitchen on the first floor to have breakfast. Lith ruminated on both Solus's words and the food before giving Camilla a call. She sounded really happy to hear from him, and she kept the conversation going until she had to leave for work. This time it was her inviting him to dinner the next day. Told you so, don't forget the present. Solus projected in his mind a smug grin. Lith spent the morning practicing accumulation to further refine his mana core and rehearsing his report with Solus. He arrived at the army headquarters well in advance the appointed time. Sergeant Tepper had drilled his, if you are 5 minutes early, you are already 10 minutes late, creed into all of his recruits. Lith was immediately brought by the desk sergeant through a series of corridors until they reached the destination. Despite the woman walked double time, Lith had the time to appreciate the rustic furniture decorating the place and the padded reinforced doors along the way. All in all, he had the impression of being inside an asylum for the criminally insane. They are waiting for you. The sergeant, a sturdy woman in her 40s, pointed him to a door with a briefing room tag attached to it. She gave him a salute before extending her hand. Thanks for your hard work, sir. Belias is a safer place now. Lith shook it while cold sweat ran down his spine. Damn, first the custom officer and now the sergeant. This is worse than I thought. No good deed goes unpunished. We have some serious damage control to do, Lith thought. Stop whining, I'm sure that oh shit. Solus choked on her optimism when Lith opened the door. A single uncomfortable-looking chair was in front of a rectangular table, behind which there were 3 armchairs. King Meron was sitting in the middle. A golden crown rested on his head as he was wearing his red uniform of Commander-in-Chief of the army. The king was a lean man in his mid-50s, yet he didn't look a day past 30. He had thick red hair and the silver eyes typical of the descendants of Valoran, the first king. On his right, there was a man bearing a striking resemblance with the king who wore the red uniform of a general of the army. He had brown reddish hair and silver eyes. Just like Meron, he was in his 50s, but time hadn't been very kind to him. He looked old and tired, but mostly worried. To the king's left, there was the most stunning woman Lith had ever seen. She wore the uniform of a royal constable and was 1.76, 59 meters tall. She was in her mid-20s, or so it seemed. There was something about her that made her look timeless yet ancient at once. She had shining gold hair braided into a tress long enough to be twisted and knotted above her head, resembling a crown. Her silver eyes sparkled like stars under the sunlight. Lith's mood was sour, yet it took him just a second to feel something was off. He gave them a salute and stood at attention while waiting for instructions. Solus, how strong are these guys? The general has a cyan core, while the king has a violet one and a body slightly more powerful than yours despite his age. The woman has a blue core and an inhuman physique. By my maker, compared to her Tista is nothing special. This is wrong. No one can be this beautiful. Lith's paranoia kicked in, quickly followed by his survival instinct. He took a deep breath and activated death vision. It was the only still lingering side effect of Lith's attempt to repair Protector's mana core at the cost of his own life force. Lith had yet to understand if it was an ability, a curse, or simply a symptom of his shaky sanity. It made every living being in front of him look like they were about to die. It had taken him years of training to learn how to keep it in check. In the next few seconds, Lith saw the king die of old age, poisoned, or because a spell turned him to dust. The general would die of old age, or after being poisoned, stabbed, beheaded, or simply because he tumbled and fell. The constable remained unchanged instead. It's already abnormal for the king to have only 3 ways to die, but maybe is because of his magical protections. Why death vision doesn't work on the constable? So far only Floria was immune to it, Lith thought. At ease, Lieutenant Verhen. Please have a seat, the king said with a small smile. This is the general of the army Morn Griffin, my cousin, while she is Royal Constable Tyrus Griffin, my niece. The general suppressed the desire to curl his lip in disgust, replying to Lith's salute with a mere nod of the head. The constable returned the salute and even offered him her hand. Lith shook it, discovering that her skin was soft and silky, yet her grip was as firm as a mountain. This is bad, Lith thought. They want to either promote or demote me. Both events can screw up my plans. Worst case scenario, they want to force me into marriage with Barbie. First the house, now this. Why would a royal be so kind with me? Solus wanted to give him a more rational and less paranoid explanation. Unluckily, she was unable to find one. Chapter 413, Puzzled Part 2. After witnessing the events leading to the destruction of the Black Star, Tyrus decided that her meeting with the anomaly was long overdue. She had pondered if to wait for him outside Cajuria, but she decided against it. Explaining how she had got there and how much she had witnessed would require a long-winded explanation about her role as a guardian to avoid a useless struggle. She knew enough about Lith to predict that he would attempt to silence her forever if he thought she had discovered his nature as awakened. Guardians didn't hide their existence. Everyone in the Gorgon Empire knew about the massive dragon sleeping in the throne room, and Salark was an even lesser example of discretion. Her rampages against the enemies of the Blood Desert were legendary. She would change to one form to another, leaving any witness awestruck. Yet Tyrus preferred a subtler approach to prevent Lith's paranoia from destroying any chance of a friendly relationship. She had joined the king to introduce herself as a member of the royal family and not arouse Lith's suspicions. Even the handshake was a probe. Soul vision, the Guardian's version of life vision, had its limits. She exploited the physical contact to employ Mother Earth, her invigoration technique, to better understand the nature of the anomaly. The results piqued Tyrus's interest for several reasons. She was mildly surprised by Lith's distant behavior. Tyrus was used to make quite an impression at the first meeting. The real shocker was the readings from Mother Earth, though. Right where his heart was supposed to be, Lith's life force was cracked. To a casual observer, it would look like the aftermath of his foolish attempt to repair a mana core. Yet she knew better. Lith's efforts to save Protector had cost him almost half of his lifespan, yet it had simply brought to the surface something that was already there. The crack ran deep underneath his life force like an invisible bloodstream. It was made of deep-seated pain and grieving, which poisoned his very being. Tyrus had met countless broken men, so it wasn't a surprise to her. The fact that the crack oozed death puzzled her quite a bit, and so did noticing how the permanent loss of life force had extended the damage up to his eyes through rifts as small as hairlines. How energies typical of death could surge from a living being made no sense, even to her. The second, and most astounding revelation was the presence of a second life force well hidden in the background. It looked like a black sphere that sealed at its core a small star. The star, in turn, emitted violent waves of energy that harmlessly crashed against the sphere. Tyrus had never seen anything like that. I guess it's better to consult an expert, she thought. I wanted to personally congratulate you on your latest success, Ranger Verhen, she said with a smile that made the two high-ranked officials wish they were young again. Yet this committee has been assembled to review your work and determine if your actions brought more harm than benefit to the Griffin Kingdom. Exactly, Morn said with a reprimanding tone. You were given a simple task, to preserve a centuries-long equilibrium that has kept the country safe from unspeakable horrors. Thank the gods your hero stunt ended well, but luck is a fickle mistress. Your lack of judgment endangered us all. Lith didn't miss how the general sneaked a look at the constable, looking for her approval. What a pig, he is old enough to be her father, Solus thought in disgust. Agreed, what matters is that so far everything is within our expectations. Lith inwardly sighed in relief. To Lith, the king said, let's not rush our judgment. Ranger Verhen, tell us everything that happened during your stay in Cajuria. Lith told them about his arrival in front of the barrier surrounding the city and how he had witnessed the horrors of the Shadow Phase. He avoided dramatic descriptions, sticking to the facts instead. Lith explained how he had followed the procedure of slaughtering the Cajurians during the Light Phase, and then decided to experiment on the Shadows during the next cycle. The recount of how he learned the lost Cajurian language left those present speechless. That's what I was talking about, Morn grunted. You are not a mage of the academy anymore, you are a ranger in the army. You were supposed to follow orders, not conduct some crazy research. I'm a mage and a ranger, Lith rebuked, pretending to be indignant. You can't have one without the other. As you know, if I was interested in blindly following orders, I would have accepted your other proposal. Lith had been offered a job as a Black Ops soldier, which he had turned down. The king nodded, prompting him to continue. I became a ranger to further my studies. The lost cities hold priceless knowledge that can be used for good. I bet you are aware of the tomes I have been consulting. I need the army's resources as much as the army needs me to clean up messes like Kajuria. Since you are the one who introduced the topic, let's talk about your readings. The general leaned forward with a menacing expression. Why are you researching forbidden magic? It could be considered an act of treason by itself. Because I'm a healer. As such, my aim is to find a cure for all diseases, including the one afflicting me. Lith lowered his gaze as if he was haunted by a painful memory. You have attended the White Griffin for 4 years. Are you saying you suffer from a condition not even Manohar could fix? Morn was surprised by the revelation, yet he was unwilling to believe in such a convenient turn of events. Yes, your majesty, do you know the scanner spell? When the king nodded, Lith offered him his arm to examine it. The king cast the spell and found the same crack Tyrus had noticed earlier. Good gods, the king turned pale. How did it happen? It's the price I had to pay to defend my friends from the Valor during Balker's attack. Lith lied through his teeth. If they wanted a tragic hero, he would give them one. My life force is crippled. I don't regret what I did, yet I also refuse to give up on a normal life. My goal is to find a cure for all those who fell victims of forbidden magic, and only by studying the disease you can learn how to fight it. Please continue your report. The king was worried about all the plans the crown still had in store for Lith. Suddenly there was less time than he had hoped for. Lith then told them how, by learning the Kajurian, he was able to communicate with the cleric of the High Sun, who had helped him to defeat both the Black Star and the foreigner that had come to free the cursed object from its cage. You see, this is the part of your report that I find really hard to believe, and I'm not the only one in the army. The general tapped the table with his forefinger to emphasize his lack of trust. A mysterious stranger forced your hand. Do you have any proof to back your claim? Is this proof enough for you? Lith took out Treus's head from his pocket dimension, placing it on the table while it was still dripping fresh blood. Chapter 414, The Idiot Part 1. The moment he had entered the chamber, Lith had noticed a signboard informing that it was possible to use dimensional items inside the briefing room. He decided to exploit it to achieve the most dramatic effect possible. Did you carry that thing all along? All those in the room had seen their share of dead people. What shocked General Morn was the ease with which Lith performed his stunt. Yes, I have the rest of the body too if you are interested in examining it. It bears some unknown runes as tattoos which I was planning to study in the near future. He had already copied them before the meeting, just to be safe. If you read the report I presented to Lieutenant Yavel right after the events, it matches the description of my assailant. Also, I have this. Lith provided them copies of the spells he had learned from the clerics of the High Sun, in both Kajurian and common language. With the Black Star destroyed, they were just a relic from the past. King Meron used his communication amulet to summon Brigadier General Vorg and the resident Forgemaster. It was a bulky woman in her 60s, with eyes cynical enough to remind Lith of Nana. Lith had to repeat the last part of his story to them, and show them the evidence he presented to the committee. I can confirm that the parasite array's design originates from the Blood Desert, Vorg stated while looking at Treus's corpse. Also, these runes share a similarity with the array. It's my opinion that they were made by the same hand. These are indeed powerful spells. The Forgemaster was also a major general. They are designed to sabotage their host's enchantments, making the energies coursing through the artifact destroy it from the inside. Too bad that without the original blueprints they are useless. We could have learned a lot from them. As it is, they belong in a museum. After the king dismissed the experts, Lith continued his story. He omitted the part where Treus fused with the Black Star and most of the fight. So without my crazy research, I would have never been able to understand the clerics. If I just followed orders, once I left Kajuria the enemy would have claimed the artifact, and now there would be not one, but 2 power-hungry monsters knocking on the kingdom's door. His words were filled with sarcasm and contempt as he stared at the general. Morn wanted to admonish Lith that his behavior was bordering insubordination, but King Meron's cold gaze stopped him. I did what was necessary to protect our country and save those poor souls. Neither the Kajurians nor Belias deserve to live in constant fear of each other. After Lith had finished his speech, the 3 royals retired in an adjacent room to deliberate. Lady Tyrus, you have heard him. The general was aware of the Guardian's true identity and longed for both her affection and a long life. By destroying the Black Star, he mercilessly killed all those people. He let an entire civilization be destroyed because of his incompetence. He should be dishonorably discharged. Please, you couldn't care less about the Kajurians. You are simply scared at the idea that a grassroots mage is now considered a hero both in the north and in the south. Tyrus stared at Morn until he lowered his eyes in shame. It's because of those like you that we went so close to a civil war. If you so-called pureblood mages want to be respected, you should do more than flapping your gums or sabotage your betters. I wish that 30 years ago you tried becoming king instead of Maron. Really, those words made him too happy to notice the trap lying ahead. Of course, Tyrus nodded. So I would have you for dinner like you dream about for years, and I wouldn't be forced to hear your nonsense anymore. It would have been a win-win situation. Now shut up. I have a call to make. Maron chuckled at the idea of his arrogant cousin devoured in a single gulp. Morn, instead, suddenly realized why the king had brought him along. Not because Maron valued his opinion, but to humble him. Tyrus opened her mind link with Ligon, sharing with him what she had discovered about Lith with Mother Earth, her invigoration technique. Fascinating, was his reply. Tell me something I don't know, Tyrus said with impatience. It was her country the anomaly lived in. Charm and danger could only go hand in hand when talking about someone else's problem. Death energy usually lingers around those who somehow escape their final hour, but the amount you describe is overwhelming. It would require for him to have died multiple times, but we know it's impossible, Ligon explained. It should make the anomaly more sensitive towards sensing impending death, but nothing more. It's a nasty curse. I'm surprised he hasn't gone insane already. What about the two life forces? Tyrus asked. Ah, so you are finally interested in Menadian's desperation. Well, it all started. Okay, 3 life forces. Save your anecdote for later. I'm not interested in that ring of his. Whatever it is harmless. Tyrus cut him short, making Ligon sigh. It just proves we're right about him. He's a hybrid, but only Magur knows how. The first life force is the common human one. The second one, though, it's actually 2 other life forces mixed together. The dragon's words made her deeply frown. The black sphere is typical of abominations, but usually it's empty. That's why they constantly need to assume world energy to keep themselves alive. The small star is the mark of powerful, evolved monsters instead. It allows them to easily shapeshift because most of their energy it's not stuck in a fixed form. I have no idea how they can coexist, nor why he has them. He's too old for that. What do you mean with too old? Tyrus was perplexed. Let's say I had a child with a human. The child would be a hybrid, bearing both our life forces. When they come of age, they would be forced to choose between one nature. The children you had with Valoran perceived themselves as humans. That's why none of them ever turned into a griffin. The opposite happened to the anomaly. According to Scarlet, when he had a Cyan Mana core, there was no second life force. It means that its appearance is related to his now blue Mana core, as if before he couldn't bear its power. I wish he lived here. This Lith would make so fine an apprentice. You know, when Milia was younger. Tyrus closed the communication at the last second, dodging the surely long and boring story by a hair's breadth. Maron, you have my blessing, she said before the 3 returned to the other room. Lith was still sitting, his mind wondering what he could possibly gift to Camilla without wasting too much money nor flexing his forgemastering skills. Ranger Verhin, King Maron said while Lith stood up at attention in a sign of respect. Chapter 415, The Idiot Part 2. After hearing your report and evaluating all the elements you have provided us, this committee unanimously praise you for your endeavor. Words are cheap, though, so I would like to reward you properly. Are you sure you don't want a higher rank or a noble title? Thanks, Your Majesty, but I'm no leader. A higher rank would only hinder me, while a noble title would chain me. I would be forced to spend what's left of my life caring for the people living in my lands. They deserve better than a reluctant lord. Maron sighed, but he had anticipated Lith's reply. I'm deeply worried about your health. I won't ask you to stop searching for a cure. Magic is all about research and hard work. If someone can find a solution to such a cruel fate, that's you. I believe that with your talent, you can perform another miracle. I watched you grow, and I hope to have the privilege of seeing you grow old. That said, would you be interested in marriage? I could introduce you to many noble dames. It would be a pity if your bloodline were to die with you. Also, I think that having someone to return to would give you even more strength. Thanks again, Your Majesty, but no, I know myself. If I raise a family of my own, I will not be able to leave them. That's why I made sure to teach my sister Tista everything I know. Even if I were to die tomorrow, my legacy will live through her. Please take care of her in my absence, Lith said with a rueful voice while making his eyes watery with magic. He had no intention of having children, and was well aware that being an awakened, even a crippled life force was enough to last more than 100 years. There was no reason for the king to know it, of course. For the first time in centuries, Tyrus had a hard time suppressing a chuckle. Magur Lith sure has his way with words. Everything he said since he stepped inside the room is neither entirely true or false. He is playing Meron like a fiddle. Aside from being a cynical, manipulative, stingy, compulsive liar of a hybrid, he reminds me of Valoran, she thought. You have my word, Meron said with watery eyes while considering that Tista was unmarried too. If he could secure her trust, whatever Lith left behind it would be hers. There was no harm in nurturing someone so beautiful and talented. Until I draw breath, I'll protect your family like it's my own. Lith's face seemed to be moved, but Tyrus could see his other scaly face grinning from ear to ear like a predator in front of a dumb animal. It took her sheer willpower to not laugh at the scene. A ceremonial sword made of silver appeared in the king's right hand. I wanted to avoid this, since it will surely kick a hornet nest, but you leave me no choice. No amount of money is worth your sacrifices for the kingdom. Please kneel. Lith had no idea what was happening, but he obeyed nonetheless. Solus, he asked. No clue, she replied after checking all the books inside Saluspedia. Lith Verhin, I bestow upon you the title of Great Mage of the Griffin Kingdom, the king said while patting with the flat side of the sword Lith's left shoulder, then the right one, and lastly the top of his head. Oh, fuck me sideways, I forgot about the mage ranking system, Lith thought. What's the average age for a great mage? For a new magical bloodline with no noble title, around 50, Solus replied. I knew it, no good deed goes unpunished. Now I have another target painted behind my back. It's not that bad, Solus tried to cheer him up. The king just promised his protection and now you'll have access to more tomes. The glass is half full, okay? Lith's inner expression finally matched the one he was showing on the outside. The general and the king left the room after congratulating him, leaving only Tyrus behind. It's been a pleasure finally meeting you. She took his hands as a cold shiver ran down his spine. I hope to see you again in happier circumstances. After she walked out the door, Lith felt so drained he had to sit down again. See, half full, seems you are on a roll with the ladies, Solus giggled. On a roll, my pale ass. Why do you think I avoided Brynja like a disease? The entrance fee for that kind of fare is marriage. A fling with a royal would be like putting a slave collar around my neck. Speaking of flings. Lith took his communication amulet out of his pocket and called Camilla. Sorry, but I'm really busy. Is it important? For the first time, she had activated the hologram projector. He could see her nervously turning around while watching out for her supervisor. Yes, I want you to hear it from me before it comes out on the interlink. The pain in his voice was tangible. Camilla stopped abruptly and focused on him. Oh gods, don't tell me you got demoted or relocated. I was afraid some envious noble might try to get back at you. Now that Belias is safe, the trade routes will change and someone will lose a lot of money. Did they send you to a suicide mission? She bit her nails out of stress. Not even I'm that paranoid. Don't kill me off like that. It's complicated. Bottom line, I'm screwed. The king made me a great mage. What? She jumped off her chair, drawing the attention of all her colleagues. Yeah, I know, it means a lot of trouble. General Morn Griffin is already out for my blood. Between him and the ancient noble households, I'm walking on eggshells here. I think it's better if... It's wonderful news. What did your parents say? She cut him short. Nothing, because they still don't know. I'm going straight home now. I need to warn them of... Wait, are you saying I'm the only one who knows about it? You, me, the king, General Morn, and some royal constable. Why? Lith's headache was getting worse. It's wonderful news, she repeated with a radiant smile. Call me when you arrive home. See you. The hologram disappeared as the call ended. I swear this is just like with Floria. Even if you keep talking, women stop listening and start giggling. It's not like I... Lith stopped drowning in self-pity and replayed the conversation in his head, walking a mile in Camilla's shoes. I'm an idiot, was the final judgment. Worse, you are self-centered, Solus scolded him. You are always focused against your enemies, yet you overlook the feelings of those close to you. You're lucky you two only had one date, otherwise that poor girl would probably think you are in love with her. Keep acting like this and one day, someone is going to get hurt. Lith could only agree with her. When he reached the warp gate for the capital of the Distar Marquisate, Dirios, he was still cursing at himself. Meanwhile, in the control room where analysts and handlers worked, the supervisor had an important announcement to make. In case someone missed it, Lieutenant Camilla Yavel is dating a great mage. Today the first round is on her. A booming applause was followed by congratulations, as all of her colleagues wished Camilla all the best, yet all she wanted was to disappear. Chapter 416, Family Reunion Part 1. For the first time since he had started wearing uniforms, Lith shapeshifted the Skinwalker armor into normal clothes even though he had no social event to attend to. With a beige overcoat, white shirt, and black pants, he looked like a small-time noble. Too many people here know my face, and I can't afford being recognized, he thought while nervously looking at the communication amulet in his breast pocket. I have no time to lose being polite and exchanging niceties. I expect the news of me becoming a great mage to spread like wildfire. The moment he stepped outside Dirios' branch of the Mage Association, Lith took off toward Lucia. He was now powerful enough that a single warp steps allowed him to cross dozens of kilometers. 6 warps and less than a minute later, he reached his home. He appeared in the sky and landed slowly to not scare his parents' farmhands. He had learned from experience that sharp tools and fear made people accident-prone. "Hey kid, do yourself a favor and bug off," said a harsh voice coming from behind him. "Our young lady isn't home, and even if she was, she chews and spits guys way better looking than you for breakfast." Lith laughed out loud hearing Tista being referred to as a noble dame. Being mistaken for a suitor of his own sister was also quite funny to him. "Do what you want," the man laughed too. "There's a reason that Lucia is called the graveyard. Hot shots like you, be them criminals or nobles, always get out of here feet first. I've warned you, so don't blame me when I'll spit on your grave." "I'd like to see you trying, Broman." Lith turned around with a cruel smile. "Oh gods, I'm so sorry, Lith." Broman wasn't scared, mostly embarrassed. He knew Lith since his son, Rizzle, had ambushed him at Celia's house years ago. When Roz had started to expand his farmlands, he had been one of the first farmers to sell his own. The pay was good, he would have to pay fewer taxes, and the free health care made the offer hard to refuse. "I didn't expect you would return so soon, plus I'm not used to seeing you all dressed up. Usually, you either wear your uniform or dress like one of us. What's the fancy suit for? Are you finally bringing home a fine lady or what?" "It's a long story." Lith dodged all the questions. "Why the double standard? You refer to Tista as your young lady, yet you call me by my first name." "That's just for show, Lith. If a farmer speaks like that to a noble, they could easily get whipped. Harassing a servant of the Verhin family is bad for business instead, especially if they want to suck up on you," Broman replied while tapping at his temple with a forefinger. Lith couldn't refute that logic, so he waved a quick goodbye and entered his house. "Daddy," a shrill voice yelled as a small boy clung to Lith's leg. "Not even close, little brother," Lith said while lifting Aaron off the ground and making him sit on his shoulder. The child was almost 1.32 meters tall, but to Lith's frame, he was weightless. "Mom, big brother is back." "Welcome home, sweetie." Alina came out of the kitchen and embraced Lith tightly. "What happened to your uniform? Is everything all right?" She took his face between her hands, checking for signs of malnutrition as if she hadn't seen him in months instead of 4 days. "Kind of, let's just say the glass is half full," he sighed. "As soon as everyone gets home, I'll give you great news. Where's Tista?" "Where do you think she can possibly be?" Alina replied with a soft smile. "She's at the White Griffin Academy to plan her own journey. She wants to follow her little brother's footsteps and travel the world. Your sister looks up to you, sometimes a bit too much." "What does that mean?" "She turned 19 this year, yet she refuses to attend to parties, rejects all of her suitors, and only thinks about practicing magic. Does this behavior ring you any bells?" Alina said while pouting. Lith feigned ignorance and called both his sisters. Tista was glad to hear from him, but couldn't come back before an hour. Rena asked him to pick her up instead. "Don't play dumb with me, young man." Alina had her hands on her hips while tapping nervously on the floor with her foot. "Is it too much to ask for a grandchild or two? I'm not getting any younger, and neither are you. When will you bring a girl home?" "Mom, I'm still young." Lith tried to defend himself while casting the fastest warp steps in Maugur's history. "At least I date. It's not my fault if I can't find someone special." "That's not dating, it's fooling around," Alina rebuked. She wasn't willing to let it slide this time. "You didn't have these clothes 4 days ago, and their style is not from the Marquisate. Did you buy them because of a girl? That would be a miracle." Alina's observation skills stunned Lith. The warp steps opened, and Renat joined the fray. "Looking good, little brother. Tailor-made foreign clothes and made of high-end fabric at that," she said while rubbing her fingers over his suit. Just when he believed he was doomed, help arrived from an unexpected ally. "Uncle Lith, you're back? Tell me a story." Lyria, his niece, crossed the dimensional door and tugged at his leg, demanding her due. She was the same age as Aaron and resembled her mother more with each passing year. Her blonde hair had shades of black just like Renat's. Aaron promptly joined the plea. The duo was noisy and stubborn enough to force their mothers to back down to have some quiet. Lith used light and air magic to stage every single fairy tale he knew until all the family was assembled. "There's no way Dad backs me up, but as long as Tista is here I can play the she's older than me card and throw her in the lion's den to save my hide," he thought. He then told them everything that had happened after he left home, using the hush spell to cover the kids' ears whenever the story wasn't family-friendly. When he arrived at the part where the king had made him a great mage, everyone but Tista rejoiced. "Damn, this is bad. I must leave Lucia before the news spread, otherwise the White Griffin and the Marchioness will force me to attend to every single social event until this blows over. Not to mention all the drones that will swarm at our door," she said with a sigh. "It's not just that," Lith explained. "The ancient noble households will try to get back at me, which makes every one of you a target. My stunt made them lose a lot of money and face." "Don't you dare call it a stunt." Roz stared at his son and grabbed his shoulder. "You saved countless lives. I couldn't be prouder of you. As for General Morn and all those petty nobles, they can go F." Roz managed to stop in the nick of time, noticing both the children's curious look and their mother's deadly gaze. Chapter 417, Family Reunion Part 2. "Farm a plot of land for all I care." "There's no need to worry, dear." Elena stood up and hugged Lith from behind. "We know our lives are in danger since the day you were admitted into the academy, yet I never regretted that decision." "Wait, did you know?" Lith was shocked. "Of course we did, son," Roz nodded. "We aren't stupid. Also, Nana and Count Lark warned us multiple times when they asked for our help to convince you to take the entrance exams. We unanimously decided you deserved a chance at a better life. Me, your mother, and your sisters." Lith didn't miss how his father had not mentioned Tryon, even though he was still part of the family at the time. He inwardly sent Tryon to farm a plot of land before forgetting about his existence again. "You can't let your fears ruin a moment like this, dear." Elena kissed his head. "A lot of bad things could have happened, yet we are still here. We're not rich, powerful, or influential, but it doesn't mean we can't fight by your side. I'm your mother. I'm ready to put my life on the line for you since the day you were born." "We all do," Roz said, standing up to join the embrace, soon followed by Renat, Tista, and the kids, who had no idea what was happening but still wanted to express their love for Lith. "I'm sorry, I need some air." Lith ran away from his home and through the Tron woods like he had a dragon on his heels. There were few things that scared him, and losing control over his own feelings was among them. The thought that all of his lies about how safe he was at the academy, of how despite his schemes and underhanded deals his family had lived in fear for all those years, filled him with enough rage to topple a mountain. "Please calm down," Solus tried to comfort him. "You should be happy knowing they love you so much, that they fought for your happiness as hard as you did for theirs." "Why should I be happy?" Lith inwardly screamed. "All of my sacrifices, all of my pain, it was all for nothing. What good is my power if I can't even protect what I hold in my hand? Why do I bother with this rotten kingdom? They should all die." "What about Nana, Count Lark?" Solus objected. "What about Floria, Freya, Uriel, or Quilla? Did Uriel deserve to die? Didn't the Marchioness and the Crown keep their word so far? They are the reason why Lucia is called the Graveyard. All of your efforts gave your family a better life. Tista is alive and well because of you. Aaron was born because of you. Lyria was born because of you. Nothing that's worth having comes easy, remember. Your words, not mine." Lith's ragged breath slowly returned to normal. "I'm sorry, you are right. It's just that killing is so much easier than protecting. I wish Protector was still here. I wish." "Lith Verhin, you're not an easy man to find." Lith turned toward the source of the husky voice. One of the shadows of Caduria seemed to have escaped from the destruction of the Black Star. Despite its human shape, the thing was made of living darkness that writhed at its every step. Only when it came closer Lith noticed that it wasn't one of the cursed object's thralls. Instead of eyes, the thing had two small vortexes that sucked every particle of light around its head, making it a blur despite the sun had yet to set below the horizon. "An abomination," It's the first time I meet someone of your race capable of speaking before attacking. Lith was in a really bad mood, and finding the creature so close to his home made it even worse. I'm not here to fight you. The abomination raised its hands in a universal gesture of peace. I only wish to reclaim what you stole. Give it to me, and then I'll be on my way. First, I never stole anything. What I have, I earned it through either fight or hard work. Second, why should I trust you? Lith used that empty talk to weave all of his best spells. You're lying. The orc's crystal wasn't yours to take. I've worked hard for it. Give it back now. The creature's voice was so low it sounded like a cough when it tried to yell. Watch out. Without a colored core, I don't know exactly how strong it is, but judging from its mana flow and life force, the abomination should be quite powerful. We never met an intelligent abomination before, so be ready for anything. Solus warned him. And you are the so-called master, Lith sneered. Disappointing. How do you know about the master? The creature stopped in its tracks. Grimace, that big-mouthed worm. It didn't fail the mission, you killed it. What if I did? Lith grinned. He had almost finished preparing the field. You should watch your mouth, your family. Truth to be told, the abomination was about to warn Lith that, in case they fought, his family could get caught in the crossfire since they were relatively close. It had no intention of threatening him. The next thing the abomination knew was that its body seemed to have been struck by a meteor. It flew deep inside the Tron woods, crashing through trees too young or thin to withstand the impact before it tumbled in the dirt. What about my family? Unluckily, Lith didn't know, nor did he care about its intentions. A blue aura surrounded him, growing in intensity with each passing second. The abomination shook its head to clear its blurred vision, just in time to see the gatekeeper appear in Lith's right hand amid a burst of emerald flames. Before the creature could speak, Lith darted forward in an overhead slash. The attack was too fast to dodge it from such an unstable stance. The abomination's arms shape-shifted into two blades made of shadows, with which it intercepted the blade in the nick of time by crossing them above its head. The impact made the creature kneel, allowing Lith to execute a front kick with all of his strength. The abomination was sent even deeper inside the woods. Its body bounced on the thick trees like a pinball. What's happening? According to the Master's data, he should be weaker than a Valor. I'm way stronger than a filthy undead, it thought. The creature saw Lith's eyes brimming with blue mana as he moved through the darkness of the forest. Then, his eyes turned yellow, and another pair opened on his forehead. What about my family? His voice was reduced to a snarl as two more eyes opened, and his skin turned into scales. The blade flashed, but this time the abomination was ready. It rolled to the side while extending its right arm, still in the form of a blade, to counterattack while Lith was out of balance. The attempt failed miserably since the creature was out of balance too. Its left arm and part of its shoulder fell on the ground with a thud sound. A seventh eye opened in the middle of Lith's forehead. What about my family? Chapter 418 Message Part 1. Lith repeated his question for the third time, but after almost dying twice to the assault that followed its attempts to answer, the creature understood the human had no interest in talking. His words were just a way to distract it, to vent his anger, or both. The empowered abomination was one of the Master's loyal servants and had been bestowed a name from them, Jarok. Normal abominations lived alone, never interacting with someone unless they fed on them. They had no need for names, only power. After joining the Master's cause, names had become their status symbol, akin to a noble title. Receiving one meant the Master trusted them enough to need their help. Jarok cursed at its bad luck. What was supposed to be a simple investigation and retrieval mission had turned into a huge mess. Jarok was indeed stronger than a Valor, but the reason the Master had sent it wasn't its combat prowess, but its stealth capabilities. Just like Lucia was called the Graveyard, Lith's house was better known as the Death's Door. Usually one would find a single evolved monster in an area as big as the Tron Woods, yet there were 3 and all of them stalked the Verhin household. Also, since Tista joined the Academy, another 2 squads of the Queen's Corps had been added to the protection detail. The Queen feared that a grassroots magical bloodline in the middle of nowhere was too much of an easy target, so she had taken precautions. With all the arrays in place, the 4 elite squads and the evolved monsters standing watch from the shadows, touching a member of the Verhin family was only slightly easier than stealing a phoenix's egg. The Master suspected Lith was behind the crystal's disappearance because he was the only one present when the orc shaman died. They needed him alive to know if he had the crystal and where it was stored. A Forgemaster like Lith could turn anything into a dimensional item, making the search for the crystal harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Kidnapping a family member was out of question. It would require a couple of eldritch abominations to get past the wards, but by the time they succeeded, the family would have been relocated and the security increased. Also, the Master didn't want to antagonize Lith. They had followed the nameless commoner's career and deemed him as one of the chosen, one of the few people the Master was willing to share the results of their research with. The Master was biding their time before offering Lith the opportunity to join them. The youth was talented and brilliant. With his assistance, the Master could save years if not decades of research. Jarok had waited for his return for months, and this was the first opportunity it had to speak with him alone. Lith's habit of warping around made it impossible to follow him. What kind of monster is he? Jarok thought. When Lith was 12, he needed his companions to defeat a newborn and incomplete puppeteer abomination. Then he almost died fighting a Valor. There's no way he got this strong in just a few years. Unless... The revelation struck Jarok like a lightning, and so did the gatekeeper, cutting away its remaining arm. Unless he is an awakened one, and all the intel we have on him is dead wrong. Jarok kept moving as tendrils of darkness came out of the severed limbs and reattached them to the main body. Neither Jarok nor Lith was scared of their opponent. It wasn't their first rodeo. They both believed the situation was under control. The abomination conjured 3 waves of air blades all at once. One was aimed at Lith while the other 2 invaded the space on his sides, making it impossible for him to dodge. Interesting, Solus thought. It can reason and cast spells. This abomination could teach us a lot. She studied the creature like it was their newest science project. Solus had no sympathy for abominations, nor she was worried for Lith. His mind was in a fit of rage, but not the kind that makes a man act recklessly without care for the consequences. It was focused and amplified like a light turned into a laser, and it had only one aim: to kill. Lith was forced to blink away, just as Jarok predicted. It contracted the shadows that composed its body and infused them with mana until they burst out in all directions. The space in a 5 meters, 16 radius around it was now filled by countless spikes protruding from a black core. It was both the perfect attack and perfect defense, with no blind spot nor target left to attack. Before the creature, which now resembled a sea urchin, could return to its original shape, a pillar of blue flames descended from the sky, causing it blinding agony. Contrary to Jarok's expectations, instead of pressing forward, Lith had moved upwards. Lith had no idea if his opponent had access to life vision, dimensional magic, or both. By taking the high ground, he could safely observe its reaction to a blink. That way, even if the abomination possessed the same skills of an awakened one and blinked forward, he would still be out of reach. If not, the creature would leave itself open to an attack. No life vision, Solus pondered, while Lith made the pillar follow Jarok's every movement to prevent it from escaping the fiery trap. The creature roared with fury and blinked to safety, or so it thought. Lith's Tier 4 True Spell Burning Prison encased the dimensional door's exit point. 6 fireballs appeared at the same time around Jarok, one above, one below, and the others in a square shape. The fireballs exploded simultaneously, each reinforcing the effect of the others. Enough, the abomination screamed while unleashing its trump card. A black sphere enveloped the creature and ripped apart Lith's mana from the world elemental energy. Burning Prison disappeared in a puff of smoke, without inflicting any damage. Jarok extended its left arm, which emitted the Tier 4 Chaos magic spell Howling Void. A spear made of darkness as thick as an arm crossed the space between them too fast to be dodged. Lith blinked away in a random direction, his eyes glued to the opponent while Solus stared in awe at the unknown spell's aftermath. Everything on Howling Void's path had simply disappeared. It's impossible. Darkness magic is supposed to be slow. Solus was flabbergasted. Not only did that thing move fast, but it also made matter decay in an instant. Chaos magic was a twisted version of darkness magic, something that only abominations could use. Light and darkness were 2 faces of the same coin, yet abomination could forcefully sever the connection between them. Nature abhorred the void. Whatever was hit by chaos magic wouldn't just rot, it would also transfer its innate light energy to restore the balance, leaving the victim with no protection against the invading darkness. Chaos magic moved fast because its energies were attracted by light magic, like magnets of opposite poles. Last chance, give me the purple crystal or die. Jarok was tired of being Lith's punching bag. It preferred to defy the Master's orders and kill one of the chosen rather than die. Chapter 419 Message Part 2. Lith's answer came in the form of maniacal laughter. There was no joy in it, only mockery and spite. The 7 eyes blinked, and so did Lith. This time Jarok quickly turned around and looked for its opponent while weaving dimensional and chaos spells. The abomination cursed when it discovered that Lith wasn't behind nor above. Jarok knew that even a split second could be fatal. A movement on its right made the creature turn its head just to see the gatekeeper's sword fly on its own, with a stone gauntlet on its hilt. The abomination cast the Chaos Magic Tier 5 Hollow Mist spell, conjuring around itself a corrupted space that would destroy the blade on contact. Moving the sword with spirit magic is just a diversion. He must be coming from the opposite direction, Jarok thought while turning around. Its mouthless face deformed in what would have otherwise been a grin when its reasoning proved to be true. It raised its left hand and released another howling void aimed at Lith's head. The abomination chalked on its own triumphant shout when Lith dodged the spell by steering right, and instead of approaching, he kept his distance. Only then Jarok noticed that both Lith and his sword were moving in sync, like sharks circling around their prey. It took the abomination a second to understand what was happening. An array, I need to get out of here, it thought. Yet the realization was a second too late. Lith and Solus were casting it together, reducing the time required to materialize the magical formation. Jarok attempted to blink away and failed. Darkness was one of the elements necessary to cast such a spell, and it was now sealed. Jarok then took off, but another burning prison cut off all the possible escape routes. The explosion sent it back to the middle of the array as a checkmate spears materialized and pierced it from every direction. The abomination tanked the damage and managed to escape from the array. Its body shapeshifted into a smaller form to offer a more difficult target while it darted toward the forest. Jarok needed to feed. Unlike awakened ones, abominations had no access to invigoration. Magus had turned its back on them. The only way they had to gain world energy was stealing it. Trees also meant shadows, and once Jarok reached one, its powers would make it almost impossible to find it. Stealth was its specialty, after all. It was how he had escaped the detection of the evolved monsters. The downside was that it had no value as an offensive maneuver. Once fused with them through chaos magic, Jarok would be unable to attack or cast spells, and it could only move from one shadow to another if they made contact. Thanks to the setting sun, most of the forest was now enveloped in darkness. Jarok had lost any fighting spirit. Its priority was to get away from Lith enough to have the time to warp itself to safety. The scales on Lith's face opened, revealing a mouth full of fangs. During the fight with Treyas, he had understood why his throat felt weird while transformed and how to use it. Lith breathed a jet of blue flames that set the closest patch of trees ablaze. Jarok couldn't afford to take a detour. Abominations had no vitals. Their whole bodies were made of mana, which meant that with every spell they cast, with every wound they sustained, they would grow weaker. Using so many dimensional and chaos spells was taking its toll. Jarok finally understood why Lith had laughed at its threats. That accursed awakened must have noticed my energies dwindling after the first howling void. If only the Master had made me an eldritch, I would never lose to a human. Its train of thoughts derailed when it noticed that the blue flames wouldn't stop burning. With its body invaded by the flames, all shadows would disappear as soon as Jarok came close. Lith understood the enemy's intentions and conjured a sphere of light that crushed all hopes the abomination had of escaping. Jarok had nothing to lose anymore. Its only wish was to not die alone. Lith slashed with the gatekeeper, aiming for the head, the blade infused to the brim with darkness magic. Jarok willingly took the hit and managed to catch Lith unprepared. Its 2 arms fused, forming a single blade with which the abomination performed a riposte. As the gatekeeper sliced Jarok in half, the shadow sword cut Lith's arm off at the shoulder level. Yet not a single drop of blood was spilled. Black tendrils came out from both the arm and the shoulder, reconnecting them while the amputated limb was still in mid-air. Jarok couldn't believe its own senses. Its dying mind refused to accept such an insane reality. In a last-ditch effort, it grabbed Lith's scaly shoulders and tried to suck away his vitality, prolong its existence of an hour, a minute, or maybe just a second more. What it found was an unyielding hunger that sucked Jarok's vitality as fast as the abomination sucked Lith's. Lith infused even more darkness inside the blade, wondering why the creature looked for affection during its final moments. What are you? Jarok asked while its body slowly faded away. Lith answered with a final burst of energy that turned the enemy into dust. "Why did you shapeshift?" Solus asked. "I don't know, it just felt right," was the only answer Lith could think of. "Do you think this, Master, will get the message, or will they bother my family again?" "I think that they already got the message. That's why that thing tried to talk you into returning the crystal. Just like with the orcs, they can't afford to alert the crown. Attacking your family would mean revealing their existence," Solus replied. Lith nodded and warped home. The fight with Jarok had helped him to clear his mind and vent his rage. He was now able to look past his wounded pride and realize how lucky he was to be born into such a loving family. Maybe the third time really is the charm, Lith thought. "Speaking of charms, remember to call Camilla. You promised to do so once you reached home," Solus pointed out. "I promised nothing, she asked me to, yet I would have done it anyway. After what I did to her, I owe her that much." "Where have you been? It's almost dinner time," Alina said as soon as Lith walked through the door. She was clearly worried about his earlier outburst, yet she pretended everything was fine. "I'm sorry, Mom. I'm okay now." Lith hugged her tightly, hoping that one day he would be able to make her feel as special as she made him feel. "Uncle, big brother," the kids yelled as one while tugging at his legs. "You have to tell us a story." "Yes, he does." To Lith's surprise, Renad joined them in their plea. The story of the ranger's new clothes and the princess waiting for him in the north. Chapter 420, Agenda Part 1. With Alina hugging him, the kids at his legs, and the whole family staring at him with an expectant gaze, not even Blink could save Lith from his predicament. He decided it was time to address the elephant in the room. "Even if they do it in an annoying, nosy way, they are just looking out for me. There are so many things I keep hidden from them already. I'm not going to lie about something trivial like a fling," Lith thought. He had no need to explain to them how the ranger system worked. Ever since he had expressed the intention of joining the military, his family members had performed thorough research about it. If not for Saluspedia, they would know more about the army than Lith. He told them about the hidden village. To keep the story family-friendly, he changed the slavers into monsters and their victims into scared but healthy prisoners. The kids enjoyed it while the adults shuddered. They knew that the more fable-like the story was, the more atrocities he was omitting. Then he explained how he met his handler, Camilla, and asked her out. "I didn't buy new clothes because of her." Lith was adamant about it. "Between the border warfare and the lost cities, the inhabitants of Belias are afraid of uniforms. I needed clothes, otherwise I would be an unwelcome guest in any establishment of the city." He said clothes twice, so he bought more than a single set. Alina spoke like he wasn't even there. "Yeah, also since when does he care what other people think? Not to mention that my son isn't the kind of man who would spend money just to be able to spend more on food. Not when he can get free meals at the canteen and sleep in the barracks." Raz shook his head. Lith's cover story was hard to believe. Lith didn't know whether to be happy for how well they knew him, or ashamed for being universally considered a cheapskate. "Is she really a princess?" Lyria asked, full of curiosity. Having a king for an uncle was still among her childish dreams. "Gods, no," Lith shuddered at the idea. During his work as assistant professor, he had met the queen's daughters more than once. They were even less beautiful than Floria, and so stuck up that they were unbearable. Lith would consider dating them, only if they were the last women on Magur. "Is she pretty?" Aaron asked. Lith cupped his hands and conjured a 3D hologram of Camilla with light magic. It was a full-body image as big as a doll and in grayscale, representing her as she was dressed during their first date. "She is to me. Camilla has a beautiful smile and seems to be a very caring woman." "She is really cute. How old is she?" Renat was trying to make her tone sound as casual as possible. She even threw in a compliment before asking the only question those present really cared about. 26. The answer was welcomed with a barrage of snorts and sighs. "Another one older than me. What do you have against girls your age?" Renat rolled her eyes, not even attempting to hide her displeasure. "Nothing besides them usually being shallow and childish," Lith replied with a snarl. "I have to back him up on this." Tista's voice was sad. "All the mages I met were arrogant pricks. Nobles are only interested in marriage, and commoners are terrified by us." She had summarized her whole love life in a single phrase. Even after joining the Mage Association and having asked for Gianni's help, she never got past the first date. Besides, Lith is very mature and sophisticated for his age. He has even decided to travel the world to expand his horizons. Pressuring him like this is unfair. Love doesn't come with a deadline. This kind of things needs time. No one missed that her heartfelt defense applied to her too. Another dud, a woman that age doesn't have the luxury of time, Elena sighed. Speaking of time, Gianni has invited us all to her birthday party. It would be really nice of you to attend. Her tone was casual, but Lith knew his mother enough to know how eager she was at the idea. Even after Floria and he broke up, their families had remained friends, especially their mothers. Freya and Quilla were among Tista's best friends, which kept the families even closer. I'll do my best to obtain leave for that day. The whole family rejoiced as Lith threw them a bone to get them off his back. Lil brother, after dinner I'd like to discuss magic with you. It was their code word for when Tista wanted to spend time with Solus or needed help with true magic. Sure, I need your advice too. Gorgon Empire in a secret location. In an underground great hall, sitting around a humongous round table, were assembled most of the human awakened ones living in the Garland continent. Ragu, their current ruler and human representative in the guiding hand, An. Akka, the governing body of all 5 races of awakened ones, had urgent news to discuss. Everyone was really curious to learn what could have possibly caused the assembly. Ragu was old enough to only have 2 cares in the world, choosing a successor and searching for a way to prolong her life. Since I have no time to waste on niceties, I'll get straight to the point. She was a middle-aged woman that looked around 50 years old despite her real age being over 500 years. There are only 2 items on our agenda. The first and more relevant is the murder of 2 awakened members of our order. All those present gasped in surprise, fearing someone was hunting them down. Glamis and Traius Klein are no more. 2/3 of the hall sighed in relief. Both the victims were from the Blood Desert, which made the issue irrelevant for them. How did it happen? Asked a man that lived in the desert, afraid he would be the next in line. Glamis was found guilty of being an accessory to breaking the peace treaties between the Griffin and the Phoenix. He has been executed by the latter. Traius was murdered during his attempt to merge with the Black Star. Ragu replied. What a couple of idiots, the man guffawed. All of his worries faded away like fog under the sun. The Klein's territory is now no man's land. Those of you interested in taking control of the area can raise their hand. Ragu ignored him and continued. I will not allow for senseless battles that could expose our existence. Everything will be settled here and now through a spirit duel. Many wanted to seize the opportunity and hastily raised their arm. Yet when they saw that none of the awakened from the Blood Desert would take part in the competition, their greed turned into worry. Is there anything we should know? A young-looking awakened who lived in the Gorgon Empire asked one of her peers from the desert. Before answering, the man stared at Ragu, who nodded. The desert, it's not like the kingdom or the empire. All those from the desert sighed in embarrassment. Overlord Salark owns the land, literally. She grants us our territory in exchange for our services. The more you take, the more she is entitled to ask. What if you refuse her demands? She asked. The young man stared her in the eyes and said, How do you think I got a territory of my own at barely 200 years of age? The idiot before me got herself killed by the Overlord. Chapter 421, Agenda Part 2. It happened a few years ago, the man from the desert explained. Some abominations had killed most of her feathers, An. Salark's fake awakened. The borders were overrun by invaders from all the neighboring countries, and she was on the hunt for the one staging the crisis. It was a real mess. The Overlord ordered Ruria, my predecessor, to cull the monster tribes during her absence. Ruria was over 700 years old and had a bright purple core. She believed that she was on the verge of another breakthrough. The fabled white core of immortality. The woman from the Empire sniggered along with most of those present. That's a legend. No one has ever achieved it. Yeah, a legend, like awakened ones, mage towers, dragons, and elves. Yet, he didn't finish the phrase, he simply waved at his peers. Anyway, Ruria was certain that with more life and death battles she could finally evolve. She defied Salark and told her to shove those bullshit orders up her feathery ass, wishing her to enjoy the experience. And here I am. Wait, how did you get a territory without anyone challenging your claim? I'm sure this is the first assembly in decades. Because I didn't claim it, Salark gave it to me. Back then, I was a wandering awakened who had agreed to help her. She gave me Ruria's territory as a reward for my services, not before taking most of Ruria's treasures and books for herself. The man sighed at the memory. Salark had left him the crumbs, yet even those were more than he had ever dreamt about. He couldn't even imagine how powerful the Guardian had to be to berate such knowledge to the point of gifting it away. "This is unacceptable," an old woman from the kingdom yelled in outrage. "How can you bow down like sheep to a bloodthirsty tyrant? Why haven't we killed Salark already?" At those words, the hall fell into silence. Ragu looked at the woman like she was insane. "Sure, we can beat her, but at what price? How many of us are willing to die in the attempt?" Not a single hand was raised. "Let's suppose for a moment that we kill Salark, that the other guardians don't decide to avenge their fallen comrade. Then what? Who is willing to assume the duty of a guardian, to prevent the chaos that would ensue after her death from triggering a war that could destroy all of our territories?" Under the disgusted gaze of the other awakened, the woman understood the foolishness of her words and lowered her gaze in embarrassment. "If I ever hear such nonsense from you again, Zola, I'll think you become senile and take you out myself. Enough wasting my time. Who's still interested in Klein's territory?" Those who already had a territory in another country lowered their hands. They didn't want to become Salark's underlings. Only the wandering awakened remained. Even if they had to pay their due to Salark, it was better than the alternative. Very good. Before proceeding with the spirit duel, the second item on the agenda. Traeus Klein wasn't killed by Salark, but by a 17-years-old ranger. I suppose you have heard about Lith Verhin. Ragu was discomforted noticing that only some of the awakened from the kingdom recognized the name. She distributed pieces of papers with all of his known achievements. "He must be an awakened too," said Zola, trying to regain a part of her credibility. "Traeus was a lazy idiot, barely 20 years old, but Glamis awakened him when he was still a kid and provided him with his best equipment. A street urchin awakened like Nalar managed to kill Linjos, one of the best mages of the kingdom. I can't believe a ranger still wet behind his ears could defeat Traeus with fake magic." "Agreed," Ragu nodded. "Fine, but who cares?" said the young woman from the kingdom. "He's playing by the rules, pretending to be a genius and minding his own business. Heck, we should send him a thank-you card for getting rid of the Black Star." Many agreed with her. "You are all idiots. It's no surprise many of you are stuck at a blue core even after centuries." Ragu stared at them like they were trash. "I just told you that a 20-year-old awakened, backed by one of the most powerful men of the desert, and with a bright scion core has been defeated by someone even younger with no background. How can your answer be, who cares?" The revelation amazed most of the younger awakened, while the others were simply interested enough to be relieved of their boredom. Gorgon Empire, in Magic Empress Milia's throne room. After months spent wandering the Garland continent, Scarlet the Scorpicore was fed up with failing at everything and had decided to ask for Ligain's help. The problem was she had no way of contacting him. The rune of his communication amulet had been offline for weeks, forcing her to meet him in person. Luckily, Milia knew about Scarlet and her most notable aliases, so getting an audience with the fabled Magic Empress hadn't been too hard. "Good morning, Your Majesty. Thank you for receiving me with such short notice." Scarlet's human form gave her a deep bow. She looked like a woman adventurer in her 30s. Her ashen gold hair had red shades, and she wore a gold-rimmed pince-nez on her nose. Unlike the Guardians, she had chosen an inconspicuous human form for her travels. She could barely stand humans as it was. She had no desire to have flocks of admirers pestering her. "Any friend of Ligain is also my friend. It's an honor to meet one of the lords of the forest." Milia allowed Scarlet to stand up and shook her hand. "I relinquished that title. Now I'm simply the first of my kind." Scarlet didn't like the idea of being called the mother of all Scorpicores. She found it pretentious, and it made her feel old. "What can I do for you?" Milia asked. "Thank you, but I just need to talk with the old lizard." Coming here was the right move. He's been very busy of late. Without a mind link, it's impossible to reach him. Milia closed her eyes for a second, and a humanoid warped next to her. "Scar, you haven't changed at all," Ligain said with a disappointed voice. He had the appearance of a lean albino man, 175 meters, 59, with snow-white hair and skin. His eyes were purple with vertical pupils. He was wearing a lab coat over a set of pitch-black clothes. "It's nice to see you too," Scarlet replied with an inhuman growl. "Since we are both busy, I'll get straight to the point. After Salark saved Balker and Linjos' death, I've decided to step up my game and become a guardian." After failing to avenge her comrades, losing her only human friend had been the last straw. "Yet no matter what I do, ever since I fought your feathery lady friend in the desert, no world tribulation has occurred. I left my forest because I knew that a quiet life also meant no challenges and no tribulations." Chapter 422, Present Part 1. I've slain countless fallen, righted several injustices, helped those in need, but to no avail. To add insult to the injury, my core is still blue. For the gods' sake, I'm over 300 years old. What am I doing wrong? She said, looking at Milia with envy. The Empress was in her early 30s, yet she already had a deep purple core and a body powerful enough to fight on par with an evolved monster. I wonder how the heck did it, Scarlet pondered. It's too bad not even my artifact can see through a guardian. I always wondered what kind of core they have. A wave of Ligon's hand made 2 armchairs appear, one for himself and the other for his guest. Excellent question. The short answer is everything. If you want the long one, you'd better sit down. It will take a while. Scarlet rolled her eyes and prayed for a swift death before doing as instructed. To Scarlet, Ligon asked, "First of all, since when were you a hero? Why would helping others trigger a tribulation?" Tyrus explained to me how tribulations work. The last one happened while I was seeking justice for my friends, so I thought that what Magur wants from me is to do the right thing, she replied. That's absurd. What happened to Balker was an injustice, yet he never experienced a tribulation. When the anomaly fought Nalar, he did the right thing, but again, no tribulation. They happen when something deeply rooted inside of you resonates with what Magur wants. Magur couldn't care less about right or wrong, fair or unfair. The only right thing you did was to leave your turf. Without hardships, there's no growth. Then tell me, what does Magur want from me? The idea of having wasted months of hard work frustrated her to no end. If I tell you, having a tribulation will become nigh impossible. Once you know you would do the right things for the wrong reason, getting your prize. I suffered seeing Magur's wonders disappear, and so did Magur. That's how I became a guardian. If I started hoarding knowledge and creatures just to please the world, there would be no resonance between us. The feeling must be sincere, not cynical. Okay, fine, what about the blue core? Why am I stuck? She snarled. A blue core is the natural apex for most bodies. Very few can host a purple core because the mind, body, and mana must be in perfect sync. Up to the blue core, you only need to refine your body and lower the resistance it offers to the mana flow by removing impurities. A purple core, however, requires that even the mind must not be a hindrance. Using magic must become akin to breathing to you. Moving a finger or casting a spell should require you the same focus. Humans have a hard time getting a purple core because of their flimsy bodies, beasts because of their powerful bodies. We naturally tend to be reliant on brute strength, just like humans use magic even to wipe their own asses. So it's just a matter of practice, because I have studied magic for centuries. Scarlet was still confused. Not of practice, but of understanding the nature of magic. You make it flow instead of letting it flow. Ligon shook his head. Okay, I give up. Can you help me like you did for her? She pointed at Milia. I could, but that could hinder your path to guardianhood. You would learn my way of using magic instead of discovering yours. It could alter the way you perceive yourself and the world. What about the humans? Frustration was driving her insane. I've met a crazy head at the White Griffin with a purple core. How is it possible? Some creatures are born with a perfect mana body and a twisted mind. Only such individuals, if incredibly lucky, can host a purple core, yet it comes at a cost. In their case, the impurities left are a safeguard. If they awaken, they die because their bodies are synced to a static mana, not to a flowing one. Any advice? Scarlet stood up. The whole visit had felt like a waste of time to her. Yes, one, open yourself to the world. Laugh, cry, fall in love, hate, whatever you do it from the depths of your heart. Being a guardian requires staying true to oneself. As for the core issue, just stop thinking of magic as if it's not part of you. Every spell you cast, every item you forge a master, it defines you. Just like the words you say or the decisions you make. Ligon stood up while offering her his hand. I always admired you for never forcing an awakening, not even for your friends. I don't know if you'll ever become a guardian, but I'm certain that you'll get a purple core in no time. Thanks for your wisdom, Scarlet said while smiling for the first time in months. Tron Woods, inside Solus's tower form. After dinner, Lith and Tistu had left home for the mana geyser that would allow Solus to take part in their conversation. Once inside, Lith told his sister the truth about Kajuria and his fight against the unknown awakened one. Then he told her about his encounter with the empowered abomination. That thing wanted my crystal. The rest of the family is safe here in Lucia, but once you leave you may become a target. This master could try to get you to force my hand, Lith said. Are you telling me to stay cooped up home? Tista was mildly annoyed. No, just to be careful. Remember what I taught you about abominations and keep your eyes open for black cores. If you're in danger, run. Lith was done protecting his sister from the truth. She was old and powerful enough to make her own choices. Thank you, lil brother. I'm glad you trust me so much. Tista had feared Lith would give her a paranoid speech to change her mind about her trip. You're welcome. Now I need your advice. Once he had finished telling her about his first date and the blunder he made after being conferred Great Mage, Tista didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The good news is that she definitely likes you. Otherwise, instead of asking you to call her, she would have canceled the date. The bad news is that if you don't handle things carefully, she'll expect a betrothal gift from you. I know, right? Solus chimed in. I told him to give her a nice present, but Lith's idea is insane. Hear me out before calling me crazy, Lith sighed. I can't give her a dimensional ring because it's too expensive, right? The simplest of Lith's creations was worth several gold coins, while military officers were paid in silver. At the same time, since I don't know what she likes, flowers or sweets would be impersonal and unimaginative. Don't forget cheap, Tista pointed out. Fine, cheap too. I don't want to show off nor do I want to screw up again, so I thought about a compromise. Lith walked towards his forgemastering lab and disappeared for a couple of minutes before returning with what looked like a green breadstick. Chapter 423, Present Part 2. The moment Lith imprinted the green stick, a flower made of flames bloomed from its tip. Tista had never seen something like it, mostly because it was a reproduction down to the smallest detail of a double-flowered Camellia japonica from Earth. With a series of monosparks, Lith made it turn snow white, ice blue, midnight black, sunny yellow, chestnut brown, and red again. It's the perfect compromise. Lith offered the flower to Tista to let her examine it. It's almost as cheap as a flower, but has the cool allure of magic. On Magus, there were no greenhouses. The only available flowers were the wild ones or those which people grew in their own garden. Only nobles could afford a gardener, and even then, they only cultivated plants that could thrive in their region. It was the reason why flowers were considered a cheap present. With the money necessary to buy dimensional items or get access to warp gates, it would be more convenient to buy a house rather than export plants. Also, I chose materials that can't hold the imprint for long. In less than a week, the magic stored will dissipate, and I made it so that the visual effect will resemble the withering of a flower. This way, she has to tend to it like it's the real deal. The idea behind my creation is that if she likes it, every time she recharges it or changes the element stored. She is likely to think about you? Tista cut him short while moving her hand over the fiery flower. It was ethereal and barely warm. Do you like it? Lith asked with a smug grin. This is the most romantic thing I have ever seen. What is it called? Camellia. Lith had no imagination for names, so he stuck with the original one. You named it after her. You've known her for less than a week. More like I picked a flower that reminded me of her name, he thought. First, if you give her something like this, you might as well add a betrothal gift. This is too much for a second date. Heck, maybe even for a 10th one. Tista stared in awe at the multiple layers of petals and the hues of color each one had. I said the same thing, but he is too damn stubborn, Solus sighed. Second, I resent that you've never made something this cute for Mom, Renaa, or I, yet you invented this camellia for a complete stranger, Tista said with an angry voice. Those words struck hard at Lith, to the point that Solus intervened in outrage. That's really unfair of you, Tista. You are the reason why Lith became a healer in the first place. He took care of you when you were ill, gave you the best cuts of meat even if he was still hungry, made sure you always had fur clothes. Have you forgotten the toys he made for you? Like the rocking chair. And it was actually a swing, see early chaps, or that the house you live in, just like the clothes you wear, all come from his hard work. He did a lot for you, kid. Tista lowered her gaze, feeling ashamed of herself. Her rage disappeared like a bubble. I'm sorry, lil brother. I didn't mean it that way. I guess I'm just jealous of your talent and of Camilla's luck. I've never received anything like this from any of my dates. It's beautiful, maybe even too much. Why are you jealous? It's just a trick. Lith said, trying to console her as 5 different kinds of elemental flowers bloomed on his fingertips, while a 6th one bloomed on his palm. It may be just a trick, but the thought behind it is quite deep. I wouldn't give it to her so soon. She tried to mimic him, but her flowers either looked like crumpled origami or as someone had stomped on them. I've been awakened since I was 4, it's just a matter of experience with first magic. He shrugged. Okay, let's put the camellia aside, then what the heck should I give her? I guess you are forced to go with flowers. Everything else would feel like you're showing off your magic or trying too hard. She is from Belias. Based on your stories, there isn't much green there. Bringing her a mixed bouquet is the safest route, Tista replied. Lith pondered Tista's words while the girls talked about their respective travel plans. He left them alone and went to study the purple crystals stored in the tower basement. The empowered abomination's attempt to retrieve it was proof of the crystal's value. He tried to activate the pathways marked by the master's device with little success. The crystal rejected Lith's personal mana, even in the form of spirit magic. The only way he had to interact with it was by manipulating the world energy, as the gemstone absorbed it to further its growth. It was a delicate process. If Lith applied too much pressure, the world energy would be tainted by his mana and expelled from the crystal. Too little, and it would wander off the pathways, producing no effect. Good grief, this may take months of focused practice. I don't have that much time, at least not right now, Lith sighed. After returning home, he finally had the time and the privacy necessary to make the call. Once again, Camilla had the hologram disabled. Lith took it as a bad sign. Sorry for calling you this late. I didn't want to bother you again while you were at work, he said. Why are you apologizing? I'm the one who asked you to call me. She didn't sound upset or uncomfortable. Is everything okay at home? How did your parents react to the news, oh great one? Camilla chuckled. Better than okay. Everyone is happy as a clam. They accepted the change much better than I did. Sorry if I freaked you out earlier. With all I've been through in my life, I've become a hopeless pessimist. The higher a commoner gets, the bigger a target he becomes. Sadly, I know what you mean. Let's not talk about sad things, though. I was thinking, would you like to go to a music restaurant for our second date, or would you prefer a more classic location? She brought up the date topic on her own. I'm safe. Lith clenched his fist in triumph. What's a music restaurant? It's a new kind of establishment that's becoming quite popular in the north. They offer live music to their customers. The brave ones can even take part in the show. It's more expensive than a regular restaurant because they have to be magically sound-proofed and enchanted so that everyone can talk and listen without going deaf. Told you so? Solus gloated. She recognized you from the receptionist's description, my dear Ebenezer Scrooge. Lith cursed Xylo's bloodline out to the 7th generation before replying. Sounds interesting. I'd be glad to give it a try. My treat this time. I'm the one that got promoted. Still daring even after the Hoji's fiasco? Sweet. The hologram popped up. Camilla was dressed normally, but she was dabbing her hair with a bath towel. The steam in the background was a clear sign she had just finished bathing. That and the way her shirt stuck to her body like a second skin made Lith's usually cold heart quicken its pace. Chapter 424, Date Part 1. The following morning, Lieutenant Camilla Yavel was fixing her hair in a bun before going to work, when she received a call on her communication amulet. I hope it's not Lith again. Last night we ended up talking until it was really late. I don't like clingy guys much. The smile on her face disappeared as soon as she saw whose rune was blinking. Has something happened to Zinnia? Is she all right? Good morning to you too, dear. Your sister is fine. Can't a mother just want to hear from her daughter? The voice was sweet and caring as Camilla remembered it, yet she knew it was just a pretense. After she had escaped from the marriage her family had arranged for her by joining the army, Camilla had cut all ties with them. The last time she had heard from her mother, Kima, was when she had been promoted to the rank of first lieutenant. Kima had aimed to exploit her daughter's authority to solve some problems with the local constables. The family hadn't taken her refusal well. The only reason they had exchanged contact runes was that Camilla was worried about her sister. Zinnia's husband wasn't a bad man, but he was cold and uncaring toward her. Their marriage was just a business deal. He considered her nothing more than a trophy wife. What do you want this time, mother? Camilla's voice was cold and detached, but her hands started shaking. She stung her hand with the hairpin a few times before giving up on her hair until the call was over. We haven't talked in months. Can't you call me Mom at least? What do you want this time, Kima? Her voice became even colder while stressing her mother's first name. Nothing. I just heard that there is this mage courting you and I was worried about you. You know how those monsters are. They think that they can take whatever they want because of their powers. It's awful like some people treat others like objects. People like you, Camilla thought with anger. Don't worry, he's very kind. I'm sorry, but I'm late for work. If there's nothing else, she said, trying to end the conversation quickly. Oh, my sweet child, you're so naive. Of course he is kind. He has yet to get what he wants. Despite your age, you are still a beautiful woman. You need to play your cards right. Kima's allegations of Camilla being dumb and old made her unable to talk back. Kima took her daughter's silence as her cue to continue. Young men are hot-headed enough to do anything to reach their goals. If you really want to waste your time with someone who will surely dump you for a younger and richer girl, you could at least get something in return. A few dimensional items could be of great help for the family business. They would not only allow us to cut transportation fee expenses, but would also prevent our most delicate products from being stolen or damaged. You are dead to me, Camilla cut her short. When you fail because you will, don't knock on my door because it will remain shut. You are no longer part of this family. These are the words with which Father decided to part ways with me. He didn't mean. He sure did, just like you kindly reminded me when I refused to endanger my career to fix your mess. I'm not part of your family, and I'm happier this way. Unless something happens to Zinnia, don't call me ever again. She hung up the call and noticed that her favorite hairpin was ruined. Her hand was still clenched around it so hard that it was trembling. The thin metal pin was bent and deformed. Camilla threw it in the garbage bin before taking a deep breath to calm herself. They may be your parents, but they are not your family, she said to herself at the mirror. You didn't let them ruin your life, do not let them ruin your day either. Camilla fixed her bun with the second-best hairpin she had and left for work. Returning to Belias proved to be annoying for Lith. Not only did he had to warp around to get a decent number of flowers for the mixed bouquet, but he also had to take everything out of his pocket dimension before the customs. Belias's arrays blocked dimensional magic, which meant he had to carry everything by hand. I feel like an idiot walking with flowers in one hand and a box of sweets in the other one, Lith thought. Why did you put the camellia in the middle of the bouquet? Solus asked. Because it's either my backup plan in case I screw something up, or my forget-me-not if everything goes well. Lith arrived early at the appointed place to scout it and check the menu. This time he managed to avoid making faces, yet the head waiter admonished him. I'm sorry, sir, but it's not allowed to bring food inside the restaurant. His words and his face didn't match. He looked annoyed, staring at Lith's foreign features with ill-concealed spite. Look, I would gladly put everything inside my dimensional amulet. Too bad it doesn't work in here. Lith didn't like the man's attitude and was quickly running out of patience. Do you really own one? The man's demeanor turned amiable abruptly. Dimensional items were the mark of big spenders. More than one, actually. Lith smiled while his skinwalker armor shape-shifted into his ranger uniform. I'm Great Mage and Ranger Lith Verhin. I would really appreciate if you kept the box in a safe place for me. He said the last part with a snarl to make it sound threatening. Yet the man didn't seem to notice. His full attention was focused on the badge confirming Lith's identity and the newly appointed Great Mage insignia below it. It's an honor to have the Destroyer of Kajuria in our establishment. The head waiter took the box of sweets from Lith's hands like it was a jewel and carried it over to the kitchen. Would you like to change your table? One of those near the bandstand just opened up. Can you please repeat the offer once my date arrives? Make it sound casual. Lith nodded as his uniform turned into a black suit with a white shirt. Of course, the man said while looking at Lith like he was a huge sack of gold. Lith tipped the man a few silver pieces as a thank you and to make sure nothing would happen to his stuff. His heart bled one drop for each coin, yet he soldiered up. Camilla arrived earlier again, wearing a long coat over a red silk shirt and black pants. Thank you so much. I've never seen so many different flowers at once. She sniffed them one by one. The head waiter checked the reservation before asking Camilla if she wanted to switch tables. Does it cost extra? She looked at Lith, who became beet red from the embarrassment. We'll take it, thanks. The head waiter led them to one of the best tables in the room. Chapter 425, Date Part 2. It was close enough to the stage to watch the performance, but also with more free space around it compared to most seats. Realizing her blunder, Camilla laughed the whole way while holding the bouquet. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. Where should I put these flowers? Before she finished the phrase, a waiter brought a vase while another carried a third chair so the bouquet could spread its fragrance without standing between them. Camilla didn't miss how the staff was too friendly and the table too good for two new customers. Her mother's words started echoing in her mind and made her face turn glum. Be honest, do I really look like a mortician? Lith mistook her expression for disapproval and cursed at himself for not following his sister's advice about dressing in light colors. What, no, it looks good on you, but in your shoes I would take off the jacket. "You are a little overdressed," she said while smiling again at the odd question. "How was your day?" Lith asked after noticing that something was off. "It started pretty bad, but it's getting better. What about you?" "So far, so good. At least today nobody tried to kill me," he said with a sigh while a waiter brought them the menus. "Today? What about yesterday?" Lith told her about the abomination in the Tron woods, using the same tone with which he placed their order. "How can you be so calm? You almost died twice in as many days." "I told you before, my life is pretty crazy. If you read my personal file, you know in what kind of mess you're getting yourself into," he said with a sad smile as the band started playing what he considered nothing more than rhythmic noise. "As you always say, let's not talk about sad stuff. What do you think about the music?" "They are good." Lith's shocked expression at her answer made her laugh heartily. "Why that face? Don't you like it?" "Not much. The sound is good, but it has no soul." When their plates arrived, they started talking about their respective plans for the future. Camilla's goal was to rise up the army ranks. Becoming a colonel was her dream, but she knew that unless she achieved something big it would come too late in her life to matter. "If life was a fairy tale, I'd say I want to become the first magicless general of the kingdom. Sadly, the rank of colonel is the ceiling, even for geniuses." Lith didn't know how to answer. He had no big dreams or ambitions aside getting rid of his reincarnation problem. He longed for power and money, but only because they were the means to an end. He would do anything to achieve his goal, yet he had never stopped considering what he would do if he ever managed to make it. "I'd like to teach in an academy," was all he could think about. "First, there's something I need to do, though. It's the reason I became a ranger. I need the army to obtain the means to cure a dear friend of mine." Camilla didn't buy the friend part for a second, but she didn't press the matter any further. Meanwhile, the band was offering the customers the opportunity to take part in the performance. "Why don't you go up there and show them how it's done?" She said it as a joke. "As long as you promise me that whatever you hear and see, you will not laugh at me," he replied, taking her by surprise and extending his hand to her. "Deal." Lith stepped on the stand among some mild applause and took the Magus equivalent of a Spanish guitar from the hands of a musician. He asked the band to not accompany him, and then he started playing. Or better, he started cheating. Lith didn't know how to sing or play, but he had learned from magical beasts how to use air magic to reproduce whatever sound he wanted. It took him his full focus to perform a slightly modified version of The Noise of Silence by Shimon and Carbuncle. It was one of his favorite songs from Earth. It required only a guitar to be played, and it felt like it talked about him. He didn't look at Camilla, not even once. He was too busy trying to pluck random strings while following the rhythm. When he finished, the lead of the band shook Lith's hand and whispered, "Hope your lady friend doesn't play any instrument because whatever you didn't get a single string right. Good luck." "I don't need luck," Lith replied before going back to his table. "Did you like it?" he asked with an expectant look. "It's beautiful but very sad. I would have never taken you for a poet and a musician." Her eyes were a little watery. She felt like the song talked about her too. "I'm neither. Someone else wrote the lyrics." Lith chuckled and then explained to her the trick behind his performance. "Well, you've got some nerve." She couldn't help but laugh seeing how people had fallen for his deception and looked at Lith with admiration. "There's one thing I don't understand. Why go through all this trouble and then tell me the truth about it?" No matter how flashy a magic trick was, once its secret was exposed, it would lose its luster. "Because I wanted to impress you," he replied with a warm smile. "Magic, it's not only about exploding stuff or healing people. The beauty of Magur is that magic is everywhere. It plays a big part in my life. In a way, it defines who I am. That's what I mean when I say that I wanted to impress you. Not through music or rhymes, that's not me. I'm a mage, hence I used magic to share something I like. As for the truth, I learned from experience that starting a relationship on a lie never works." They spent the rest of their dinner chatting, but this time Camilla called for the check the moment they were done eating. Lith took the box of sweets while she carried the flowers and accompanied her to the nearest warp gate. She fiddled with the control panel for so long that Lith started to fear she was too drunk to remember her own address. "Weird, we drank even less than the last time," he thought. "It's still early. Would you like to come to my place for a cup of tea and a snack?" she asked while pointing at the box. "I would love to," Lith replied a bit too fast, realizing she was completely sober. Camilla's house was a two-room flat. The kitchen and the living room shared the same space. There were only two closed doors, which were likely to lead to the bathroom and the bedroom. Do you mind preparing the tea while I find a place for the flowers, oh great one? Everything you need is on site. Lith filled the teapot with water and put it on the stove. Everything worked with magic crystals, making it akin to a modern kitchen. Do you like your tea strong or light? Lith asked while picking the amount of leaves and mint. Both are fine, she replied. Lith turned around, discovering that she was standing right behind him. The first 3 buttons of her shirt were undone, revealing a fair amount of her bosom. That's at least a C cup. The moment Lith raised his eyes to meet Camilla's, she took him in her arms. One hand behind his head and the other on his neck, she forced Lith to bend down and kissed him. Softly at first, like a schoolgirl at her first, clumsy attempt. He didn't let her go, drawing her closer to him while she kissed him with growing passion until she clung to him as a lifeboat in the storm her life was. His mouth managed to part her frenzied lips at the first attempt, sending tremors along both their bodies. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, she pulled away from him. Wait, Camilla said with a quivering voice. Too fast? Lith asked without bothering to hide his disappointment. The bedroom is that way. She pointed at the second closed door as her legs wrapped around his waist, bringing their faces at the same level before starting to kiss Lith again. Chapter 426, Departure Part 1. After several hours of recreational activities, Camilla fell asleep as soon as they started cuddling. By checking his watch, Lith noticed there was not enough time to reset invigoration's effects. Besides, he had already slept the night before, so he was still at his peak condition. He used accumulation to further refine his core while staring at Camilla's sleeping face. Somehow, she kept grinning even while unconscious. Lith chuckled at the sight. Just like air magic allowed him to cheat at singing, light magic had done its part during the night. Thanks to invigoration and some custom-made spells, he had an easy time discovering his partner's most sensitive zones, when to stimulate them, and how delicate or not he had to be to achieve the maximum effect. He kept caressing her head while checking the room with life vision. Lith didn't feel comfortable in an alien environment, and his paranoia demanded its due. Aside from the lights and Camilla's communication amulet, there was nothing magical in the whole room. A couple of hours later, he felt her moving. Good morning, gorgeous, Lith said while leaning forward for a kiss. Good morning, handsome, she replied with a soft, sleepy kiss as she pulled him closer. I hope I didn't wake you up, he said while checking at the clock still floating at the corner of his eye. Nah, it's because for some reason my face hurts. Seems someone had too much fun and smiled even in her sleep. Lith used light magic to give her muscles relief from the stress and injected her a bit of life force. At those words, Camilla blushed violently. Did I? She pulled the sheets to cover her chest and revealed Lith's in doing so. Indeed, I was wondering, since we have the time, may I ask for an encore? After his performance in the restaurant, the musical reference made her giggle. How could I say no to such romantic words? She was already enjoying the scenery, and her body felt oddly full of energy despite the lack of sleep. Wait, Lith said before things got too heated, and words had no place anymore in the room. Just for academic purposes, I'd like to know what was the turning point that led to our current situation. Was it the flowers, the suit, the song, my speech about magic? The events had escalated quickly. Lith was both curious and confused about what he had done to hit the jackpot. All the above was very cute, but nothing more, she said with a ravenous smile. Just cute, all that effort for a frigging cute, Lith thought but didn't dare to say, afraid to ruin the mood. It was the part about starting a relationship with a lie. She was tired of talking and started kissing him with a quick gradation of intensity. Honesty, then? It didn't make much sense, but at least he could understand it. No, silly. She giggled so hard that she was forced to stop. You calling what we had starting a relationship, it made me understand how seriously you are taking our story. That's it, Lith blurted out. Seriously, what the actual F? Lith never got to finish the phrase as Camilla pushed him down the bed and shut him up for good. After that, there was barely enough time for a quick shower and breakfast. Lith employed magic to prepare the hot water for the tea in an instant and heated the pastries to make them regain a part of their fragrance. Out of habit, he even cleaned and washed the whole place. Camilla came out of the still steaming bathroom fully dressed while dabbing her long black hair with a bath towel. It had taken her less than 5 minutes, so she remained dumbstruck in seeing the pristine room and the steaming breakfast. How did you? Magic, he cut her short while removing the excess water from her hair with a flick of his wrist. I could definitely get used to it, she mumbled out loud. They ate in silence, until Lith took a deep breath and then another one. "Please don't take this the wrong way, but there's something I have to tell you." Camilla felt the ground splitting below her feet. Her mother's words echoed again in her mind. She could almost hear Kima laughing at her stupidity. "I knew it was too good to be true. Maybe he has already a wife or a fiancé waiting for him at home. Or maybe he just wants to dump me now that he has got what he wanted." "Yes," she said while forcing herself to smile, while fighting an insistent tear that wanted to be shed at all costs. "I don't know when I'll get the next leave, and I still don't know you or what you really like." Lith took out the green stem from the middle of the bouquet. "So instead of buying something that would just be a waste of space, I made this for you. You know, to share a part of me with you and give you something to remember me by until our next date." Camilla took it from his hands, her smile turned sincere. It was the cheapest, ugliest present she had ever seen, but it was much better than what she had feared. "It's beautiful," she said with a dazzling smile that left Lith flabbergasted. "No, not yet," he blurted out in a stupor. "I was saying don't take it the wrong way. I'm not trying to be clingy or to show off. It's just something I made for you, no strings attached." Now it was Camilla's turn to be confused. That twisted, badly hammered green piece of metal could hardly be considered showing off. "Imprint it, please," he said with a chuckle as he watched her dumbfounded expression. Camilla put a bit of her mana into the stem, and a red camellia made of flickering flames bloomed from its tip. "It's beautiful," she repeated. This time it wasn't just the relief talking. "Yes, now it is." He explained to Camilla how it worked and how to keep it alive before putting it back into the vase. Much to her surprise, the small flames didn't affect the other flowers. "How is it called?" she asked while clinging tight to him, wishing for that moment to never end. "It's still a work in progress," he hastily replied. "I'm not so dumb to tell her that it's named after her. It's too early for that. I already feel we're rushing things a bit." Lith thought and Solus approved. "It's the best way to downplay it. Still, you suck with words," she sighed. "You almost made her cry, just like you did with Floria every time you pulled out your 'we need to talk' speech." Lith had many objections to raise in the matter, but Camilla interrupted them by hugging him tightly while burying her head in his chest. "Thank you, it's a wonderful present." This time she was fighting to hold back tears of joy. Camilla didn't want to turn their goodbye into a sad memory. "I don't know what to say besides that it makes me happy." Lith returned her embrace, and they remained like that until the tyrannical nature of time turned two people who were sharing a moment together into two soldiers with a duty to uphold. Chapter 427, Departure Part 2. Returning to Kajuria didn't take long. During his travels, Lith had made sure to memorize landmarks at fixed intervals. They allowed him to use warp steps to cross dozens of miles in the blink of an eye. It required a huge expenditure of mana, but nothing that a single use of invigoration couldn't fix. While using his breathing technique, Lith noticed how despite the ruins of the lost city were exactly as he left them, they felt different. Brigadier General Vorg had deactivated the barrier, letting the world energy flow through the land again. There was still no grass, not even insects or small animals had come to reclaim Kajuria. Yet by looking at the debris, Lith felt a sense of peace spreading through his being, like he had healed an ugly scar that had disfigured that place for too long. He took out his army communicator and called his handler. "Ranger Verhin reporting to base. I'm back to Kajuria already. I'll rest a bit and then I'll resume my travel toward the south. I'm heading to the city of Author." "Copy that." No hologram appeared, and Camilla's voice was detached and professional. Some of her colleagues thought that things had already gone sour between them. "Keep the channel open while I mark your position," she said while the amulet emitted a few pings. "We're done. Your next report is due to noon unless something relevant happens. Over and out." Lith took off immediately, reaching an altitude that allowed him to scout for miles in every direction. His first days of travels were quiet and boring. Every time he noticed living beings thanks to life vision, he had to check them for tribes of fallen monsters. The province was still barren because of the long-term effects of the Black Star, but the further he got from Kajuria, the more natural resources were available. Enough for a small group of any fallen race to increase their numbers and become a threat. Most of his sightings were just animals, wandering humans, or magical beasts. The wanderers were often just lunatics, people who had lost everything and had no place to return to. They would yell at Lith's arrival, demanding to be left alone before he could even offer them assistance. Sometimes he met caravans of merchants that had lost their way after being attacked by bandits or monsters. In such case, Lith would point them the way and hunt them down their attackers. Without mages protecting them, humans and monsters were just lambs led to a slaughterhouse. Lith would kill the monsters with a snap of his fingers. As for the humans, he would stalk them for a while to make sure they weren't part of a larger group or to find their hideout. Organized crime was a weed that the kingdom had no tolerance for. Between the sightings and his investigations, Lith's traveling speed slowed down significantly. Mana geysers were scarce, forcing him to sleep on trees or not sleep at all. Damn it, now I understand why a ranger is forced to change their duty after every tour. This job is as boring as dangerous. Lith thought during his 4th day of travel, while he was eating his lunch in a patch of woods. He had underestimated his job and was now paying the consequences for it. Without mana geysers, solace was just a voice in his head. He had lots of good food with him, but it brought him no solace. He had to constantly stay alert. Both his training and paranoia made him eat everything so fast he could barely taste his meals. Until that moment, he had always had a roof above his head, a table where to sit down, and people around him. People he might have despised or not cared about, but joining or avoiding them had always been his own choice. Now there was only silence and isolation. He was tempted to ignore his duty and rush to the nearest city. He started to hope meeting monsters just to break the monotony of his existence. Even without a mana geyser, I can still give you a place where to rest. Solace offered at the end of the 5th day as the sun was setting. Thanks, but the thought that every second I sleep you are literally bleeding your core for me would give me the nightmares, he replied. Lith treasured every moment he spent speaking with his family and with Camilla on his civilian amulet. They were his only link to a semblance of a normal life. Whenever one of their contact runes lighted up, he would soar up in the sky, making it impossible to take him by surprise. Any flying creature dumb or unlucky enough to disturb their conversations would be dealt with extreme prejudice. Be them flying monsters or migratory birds, they would all be turned into mincemeat before they could even get close to him. 7 days after he left Belias, he was finally able to reach the city of Author. Damn, I would have never thought that chasing small fries would take this long. The presence of Kajuria kept everything at large, otherwise I would have never reached it that fast. 7 days and not a single mana geyser, just my luck. He thought while approaching the city's high walls. Come on, it was just one long, hellish week with no bathroom and no sleep, Solace chuckled. The good news is we are once again early on schedule. You may get another leave and visit the city with your new girlfriend. What could possibly go wrong? Free country of Lamarth, beyond the eastern borders of the Gorgon Empire. 4 years had passed since the destruction of the Master's lab located under the Blood Desert. Losing so much equipment and specimens had been a major setback, but at the same time a blessing in disguise. Unbeknownst to the Guardians, even to Ligon, one of the arrays had spied the events occurred during the attack, allowing the Master to collect a massive amount of information about how the Guardian could call upon the world energy, and to witness the fight between Salark and their most powerful eldritch abomination. The data collected had finally revealed to the Master a glimpse of the Guardian's true nature. It was the reason why he had sent Gremis, the rockworm, to study and collect the Orc's purple crystal. With it, the Master would become able to conjure and manipulate the world energy, just like the Guardian did, gaining access to an unlimited source of power for both their experiments and minions. Unluckily, after that stroke of luck, everything had gone south. All the information about Arthan's madness had become unavailable, even for those with the highest clearance. With the death of Gadorf the Wyvern, they had lost one of their main source of income. Thanks to Balker, the Guardians had researched a way to more easily find eldritch abominations, and were using them to track the Master's activities, forcing them to move with even more caution, and use their most powerful servants only when strictly necessary. These events combined had stuck their research in a dead end. To add insult to the injury, the crystal was lost and Jarok, one of his most capable allies, had disappeared. The crystal is the real problem. Maybe Verhin has it, but maybe not. I can't kick the Royal's hornet nest just because of a suspicion, not now that he has become a great mage. Let's hope Jarok hasn't made things even messier. Stealth and interrogation are its specialties, after all, the Master said with a chuckle. Master, I bring grave news. Xenagrosh, the eldritch specialized in tracking, warped in front of them. Is the crystal broken? It's not a big deal. I have already located a lesser specimen that could still work just fine for our purposes. The Master shrugged. No, there is no trace of the crystal. What I found is the evidence that Jarok has been killed. That idiot, the master roared. I told it to watch out for the core and the damned evolved monsters. Wrong again. It was killed by a single enemy and an eldritch at that. Xenogrosh's 4 red eyes were reduced to fiery slits while it made its report. I'm afraid we have a competitor. Chapter 428, Mage Association, Part 1. A competitor? The master couldn't believe his own ears. Those 2 single words alone could mean that decades of hard work were at stake. If another eldritch was involved in the purple crystal's disappearance, maybe it was an inside job all along. It would have explained a lot of things. Abominations were fickle and greedy by nature. The only thing they respected was power. Eldritches were the sum of their best and worst traits. If any abomination started to believe that the master wouldn't be able to deliver their promise, they wouldn't hesitate a second to betray them. I believed all eldritches living on the Galen continent were on our side, the master said. It could be an ancient one that just awoke from its slumber, Xenogrosh replied. Or maybe a youngster that evolved recently. The only thing I know is that the smell was that of a crafty eldritch. It had distorted its scent by mixing it with several others, but my senses are not easily fooled. Otherwise, I would have mistaken it for a human's. Let's not rush our judgment. The master quickly regained their cool. Maybe it's not a competitor. After all, a purple crystal is an almost endless source of nourishment for an abomination. It allows the likes of you to hide in plain sight without having to harvest energy from living beings. Best case scenario, its actions will get the guardians off our tail. They can't distinguish between a rogue eldritch and our own. Worst case scenario, it will ruin us all. We don't know how much it learned from Jarok, nor what it will do with such knowledge. Xenogrosh's warning was too ominous to ignore it. The master could only sigh and plan the hunting of this new player that threatened to topple their already shaky chessboard. The city of Author. Lith reached the massive gates made of solid wood and steel as the sun was slowly starting to set. Author was the biggest trade city in the Keller region, also known as the Warehouse. Food provisions were a big issue for cities without warp gates. Because of the North's harsh climate, settlements could remain isolated for weeks during the winter months. Blizzards were so powerful that even mages capable of flight would be stuck in their homes. The cold season was closing in, and merchants came from all the Griffin Kingdom to sell the food supplies they could spare for a price way higher than their market value. Every year fear bread crisis, which in turn provided to a few the opportunity to get rich at the expenses of many. Timing was of the essence, because to avoid panic and rioting, the local governor had the authority to fix a ceiling price. If a merchant sold too early, they would saturate the market and earn little. Too late and fixed prices would lead to the same result. Where is the nearest hotel? Lith asked one of the guards that were checking the incoming carriages and taking note of all the food entering Author. The guard's annoyed gaze disappeared the moment her eyes met Lith's. The ranger in front of him was way taller, more annoyed, and angrier than the guard. Thanks to darkness magic, Lith didn't stink, and water magic had allowed him to remain clean. Yet after a week without a single second of relax, during which he had been forced to do his business behind bushes, Lith would gladly kill anyone standing between him and a bathroom. Go straight, then turn left on King's Road. You can't miss it, sir. The woman stepped aside as her survival instinct kicked in. A word of advice, sir. Her shift would last hours, and she didn't want to see Lith again. Because of winter, dimensional magic is banned inside the city. Before entering, you should take out whatever you may need. Lith inwardly cursed against all the inhabitants of the North and their hate for dimensional magic. He took out a few coins, the gatekeeper, and both his communication amulets. Now I understand why the uniform comes with a utility belt, he angrily thought. While he walked towards the hotel, Lith reported his arrival to his handler. I'm sorry, sir, said a kid bumping into him while playing with her brother. I'm not, Lith replied while grabbing her arm and dislocating her shoulder to retrieve his pouch which she had just stolen. The desperate cries of the girl drawn the attention of several people who stared at him in anger. What was that noise? Camilla asked. An accident, over and out. Lith replied, eager to stop talking with his handler and get in touch with his girlfriend. She's just a kid, yelled an angry woman. Fucking rangers, they should be kept in the wilds with the beasts where they belong. A man added as several outraged voices joined the chorus. Lith didn't even slow down his pace. Maybe I should rob them and see if their charity extends to their own money or is limited to mine, he angrily thought. She is just a kid, maybe she was hungry. The popping sound kept echoing in Solas's mind. She felt terrible about what had happened. She could have just begged. I would have refused, you would have nagged me, and I would have given her some copper coins. She played with fire and got burned. A pebble struck the back of Lith's head, making him turn around. A small crowd was assembled around the two kids and were staring at him in defiance. Between the skinwalker armor and his enhanced physique, Lith had barely noticed the hit. Yet it had been strong enough to make a normal man bleed. "Who threw that?" he asked with a casual voice, and received no answer but middle fingers. "All guilty, then?" A wave of his hand and an earth spell made the crowd fall on their knees while holding their heads in pain. Each one of them had been hit by a small stone, repaying them in kind. "You are all under arrest for assaulting and slandering an officer." Another wave of his hand made their arms and legs sink into the ground. "If and when I bother reporting this to a constable, they will free you. Have a nice day." The moment Lith gave them his back, the two kids and their accomplices hiding in the nearby alleys robbed all those present blind. Was that really necessary? Solus had hoped that after Camilla, after being alone for so long in the wilds, Lith would have softened up towards people. "Poetic justice," Lith replied. "Look at the bright side. The girl now has more than enough money to get her shoulder fixed." He reached the Swan's Song Hotel in less than a minute. It was a 2-story stone building with a pitched roof and a banner representing a swan sitting near a maiden who was playing the harp. The door opened into a common hall, the pavement of which was made of hardwood. Colorful carpets were placed under the wood tables that occupied most of the space. A huge fireplace spread light and warmth for the customers that were enjoying their dinner or simply resting from their daily activities. Chapter 429, Mage Association, Part 2. "How much for your best room?" Lith asked the receptionist, a young man about his own age. He was too tired to care about money. A good bed and a hot bath were the only things she could think about. "1 silver coin per night," the man yelped. It was actually more expensive, but the gatekeeper at Lith's waist looked mean, and the man carrying it even meaner. "Excuse me, are you Ranger Verhen?" asked a mage in his 30s. He was of average height, with a lean build and kind, chestnut eyes. Judging from his silver robe, he worked for the Mage Association. "Depends who's asking." Lith gave the receptionist the money and his ID, making sure the stranger couldn't read it. "I'm Mage Dorian Fellhorn. I'm your liaison with the local branch of the association." Clearly, Fellhorn had recognized Lith. His earlier question was a formality. "I'm sorry, but even if I was who you think I am, I work for the army now. So unless you have written orders for me, I've no reason to listen to you." Lith took his room's key and walked towards the stairs leading to the first floor. "Wait, you don't understand. I may not have an official authorization yet, but I need your help. The association is in a pinch." Lith had to admit the guy was brave. Even when pressed by his Sunday killing intent, Dorian didn't flinch. He even had the gall to grab his shoulder. "I'm sure they are, but unless there's something in for me, I don't care." Lith shrugged the hand away. "Bottom line, I could come with you, it's just that I don't want to." Lith's annoyed tone achieved what even his meanest glare had failed to. The second Dorian was too shocked by Lith's disregard for whatever news he was the bearer of. The ranger disappeared upstairs. Dorian took out his communication amulet from one of his robe's pockets. "I'm sorry, sir, I've failed my mission." Great Mage Verhen was crystal clear in his refusal to even listen to me. The body count is already in the dozens and is bound to getting worse. "Damn, I hoped that him choosing to be promoted in our ranks rather than in the armies meant he would be more sympathetic to our cause," said a man voice coming from the amulet. The Mage Association was in dire straits for years. New and old noble families hated them for wiping them from Magur overnight, but most of all, because unlike the army it was impossible for non-mages to join their ranks. Ever since the plague event happened 5 years ago, the association's reputation was in steady decline. First, they had failed to cure or even contain the plague, leaving all the glory to the army and the White Griffin. Then they had been useless against Bulker's attack. Once again, the lion's share of the merits belonged to the White Griffin. The army had at least provided troops, while most mages had run for their lives along with their families. Last but not least, the Mage Association had failed to keep Hathorn in check, to find Headmaster Linnea who was still on the run, and even to prevent the mass production of slave items that had led to Nalar's attack. The association was on its last leg. Its political support dwindled every year. Even the Queen was considering the idea of turning the association in a branch of the army and redistribute their funds. After all, the heroes who had stopped the mad professor all belonged to the army. Lady Gianni, Commander Orion, and Captain Floria. The only exception was Lith Verhin, a free agent at best. Money or merits could buy his services, but not his loyalty. We have no choice. I'll contact the army and have them borrow him to us before the royal constable arrives. That way he will be our player. We need a big victory. Failure is not an option. If all else fails, we still have our ace in the hole. Technically, it's more like a double-edged sword. Dorian didn't like Archmage Quart's plan. Stealing a dragon's egg could force the beast to compromise, but it would also provoke its animosity. If we fail, a great mage's wrath will be the last of our problems. I'll keep you posted. Meanwhile, Lith was having dinner with his family. Thanks to the communication amulet, they could share the table even at thousands of kilometers of distance. Author sucks. This work sucks. Lith was complaining to his parents while consuming the food provided by the room service. Everywhere I go, people treat rangers almost like criminals. Despite all the time I spent in the wilds, I'm already sick of this place. I'll leave tomorrow, early in the morning. I read that the communities in the north are tight-knit. Roz had bought a book about the Keller region. He hated studying, but that way he was able to understand what his son was going through. It also allowed them to share a deeper conversation than small talk. You can't blame them for being suspicious. Even here in Lucia, we don't like strangers or cops. To them, you are both. By the way, Author is famous for its open market. You might find rare books or ingredients there. Good point, Dad. Thanks, I will give it a look. Lith had the same book in Saluspedia, but was grateful for Roz's thoughtfulness. Lena was proud of her husband going an extra mile for their son and jealous, because she felt cut out. I need to get hold of that damn book, she thought. Lith was dead tired after a week always being on full alert. He fell asleep the moment his head touched the pillow and was awakened a few hours later by an explosion coming from outside. Solus, he asked as his pajamas shapeshifted into his ranger uniform. Yes, you never called a constable. Those poor people are likely to be still stuck there, she pouted. Who cares about that? I meant what was that noise? Something is happening on the other side of the road, but it doesn't make sense, she replied. Lith looked through the window in his room and noticed that the door of one of the shops in front of the hotel had been blown to bits. A few seconds later, a poorly dressed woman came out of it, carrying bags full of food and money. You are right, it doesn't make sense. How can someone so malnourished beat up so many men? Lith pondered while staring at the scene. Several shops had already been robbed, and their owners were out cold in the middle of the street. It's not that, Solus replied with a sigh after noticing that Lith wasn't going to intervene. That woman has a red mana core and a human body, yet her mana flow is comparable to a yellow core. How is that possible? She's absorbing world energy at a rate comparable to yours when using invigoration. She might be an awakened. Chapter 430, Dragons, Egg Part 1. Why would an awakened need to steal in such a blatant way? Lith thought while going downstairs. Even a bit of spirit magic would be enough to get her what she wants without drawing so much attention. Maybe she just discovered her powers, Solus pondered. Otherwise, I can't explain how she still has a red core. Another thing I can't understand is how she can possibly keep invigoration active while moving. Lith found several guests of the hotel, staring at the scene through the windows. I told you we shouldn't have picked a hotel in the Outer Rim, you damn cheapskate. A middle-aged woman was angrily whispering to her husband, like she was afraid of drawing the attention of the crazed thief. The couple was wearing a gray dressing gown, with the hotel's insignia over their clothes. 1 silver coin per night is cheap. Lith shuddered at the idea of how much money more luxurious accommodations would require. Why does this happen often? He pointed his forefinger toward the events unfolding outside. Of course, it's the gods' damned Outer Rim. The woman was clearly annoyed at Lith's question, which forced her to state the obvious. Every year when winter approaches, all kinds of vagrants and lunatics fill the roads of the city to find shelter until spring. Because of those hungry beasts, the crime rate always spikes. Speaking of hungry beasts, why are you still here? Aren't you a ranger? It's your duty to uphold the law. Not inside Author. At the moment, I'm just a tired traveler. Lith wanted to investigate the mystery, but the woman's rudeness had almost changed his mind. The hotel would greatly appreciate your help in keeping its guests safe, someone promptly added. Lith turned around towards the voice. It belonged to a silver-haired man dressed like a member of the staff. According to the tags on his chest, his name was Pennon, and he was the night manager. Please help them, Solus pleaded him. Some of the people outside are badly wounded. They need a healer and you will get your money back. It's a win-win situation. Lith didn't care about a single silver coin. Pennon's offer was meaningless to him. Solus's plea and discovering how the heck someone of that age with no experience with magic could possibly awaken was another story. Lith came out from the hotel and extended his arm, using spirit magic to paralyze his opponent. He didn't expect it to work. To be able to knock down men way taller and heavier than her, the woman had to be able to use fusion magic. Lith's intention was to check how effective spirit magic would be against such a weak awakened. Best case scenario, he would manage to slow her enough to hold her in place and get some answers before the city constables arrived on the crime scene. Contrary to his expectations, his tendrils of mana were sucked by the woman's invigoration technique and completely nullified. What the heck, Lith thought. Invigoration shouldn't work that way. Absorbing someone else's mana is like drinking poison. The homeless woman screamed in pain before turning toward Lith and releasing a fire wave the size of a truck. The spell was powerful, but there was no technique or planning behind it. Like a child throwing a tantrum, its energies were violent but chaotic. Lith needed but a thought to take control of the fire wave and snuff it out. Before he could counterattack, the woman clenched her belly and collapsed to the ground. Lith had no idea what was happening. He wanted to use invigoration to study her body, but he knew that if she absorbed it too, she would die before she could answer his questions. Solus, it's just like you think. Your spirit magic has infected her core and it's killing her. It's already half gray, she replied. There was nothing Lith could do for mana poisoning. He could only hope the woman's core would recover while he took care of the wounded. All of them were badly burned, some almost to a crisp. Only because Lith could cure 2 people at once and was able to use invigoration to give them massive amounts of life force, no one died that night. No one except the woman. How is this even possible? Lith thought. Invigoration should be able to absorb only world energy. Plus, the mana I used to wasn't nearly enough to kill her, not even if I poisoned her on purpose, which I didn't. I know, Solus replied. Normally her mana flow should have countered the foreign mana all the way to her core. It would have caused her pain, but would have also weakened your mana to the point that even a red core could resist such measly pressure. Her invigoration technique carried it directly to her core, making it lethal instead. A few minutes later, a couple of constables and a mage arrived to the scene. Thanks for taking care of the problem for us, the senior officer said. Usually our response time is much better than this, but criminals like this one are popping up like mushrooms and we cannot move without a mage. We have already lost too many people. The officer spat on the homeless woman's corpse. It's terrible news, Lith said, eager to go back to sleep. Those people were severely injured. This is what the city owes me for the healings. The mage took a small piece of paper where Lith had listed the cares given and his fares according to the White Griffin standards. She put it in her pockets without even looking at it. What happened to her? The mage said while pointing at the corpse. Her honey-colored eyes looked tired and dispirited, like those of a soldier fighting a lost battle. Wish I knew. I used a simple air spell to restrict her and she died. The mage completed the phrase for him. Don't worry, it's not your fault. It happens every single damn time, no matter the element used. Once the constables managed to restrict one only for the poor guy to die under the effects of a diagnostic spell. That's great news. It means that whatever they are not awakened, which makes this none of my business, Lith thought. Solus would have liked to comment about his total lack of care for the well-being of the people of Author, but she had seen enough in one day to know it would be pointless. Maybe this is what that Fellhorn guy wanted to talk about. A lot of magic users committing crimes is something the association would have to deal with. It could fetch you a lot of merits. Solus tried a subtler approach on the matter. Too bad I don't need them. I've already got what I could from the association after I graduated. Otherwise, I wouldn't have joined the army. What I need is to finish my patrol as fast as I can. That way I can obtain a long leave and work on the crystal, Lith replied. The following morning, during a sumptuous breakfast served privately on the hotel's terrace for Lith only, he called his handler. This is Ranger Verhen. I need some time to restock my provisions, and then I'll be ready to leave Author. He actually had no need for food. His pocket dimension held enough to last him months. His aim was to look for rare books. Negative, you are not allowed to leave the city's perimeter. The commander has received a request for help from the association. Depending on his decision, your stay in Author might be prolonged until further notice. Chapter 430, One Dragon's Egg Part 2. Lith spent his morning visiting the small bookshops located in the city's middle rim. Author was divided into 3 areas. The outer rim, where Lith resided, was the biggest and the poorest one. It was where the commoners lived, and the warehouses were located. Unless one possessed many dimensional items, moving huge loads of merchandise required wagons and draft animals. The former generated intense traffic that made it almost impossible to walk during the busiest hours of the day, despite the large roads and sidewalks. The latter naturally produced a pungent smell that would make even a stable boy puke his guts out. The houses were 1 or 2 stories high, made of stone or wood based on the owner's income. There was not a single empty space between them. Warehouses were easily recognizable by their huge size and double doors to allow carriages to easily get in and out at all times. The closest a warehouse was to the city gates, the more expensive it was, whereas for housings the opposite was true. The smell was a big deterrent. That was why Lith's hotel was located in a small street where carriages couldn't pass, away from the warehouses. The middle rim was occupied by merchants' shops, craftsmen's, and artists' workshops. Only the middle class could afford a house there. They were all at least 2 stories high, each with a private garden. The middle rim streets were too narrow for carriages. Only stagecoaches were small enough to pass. Small parks were present every few blocks, to give some space for the children to play, and a place for the travelers to rest in the shade of trees during the hottest hours of the day. The inner rim was where the rich, the nobles, and the mages resided. There weren't houses as much as mansions. Unlike Belias, the taller a building, the richer was the household. Lith avoided big shops because they had the necessary staff to go through all their merchandise. They were bound to identify real books about magic and sell them to the association that held the monopoly of the mystical knowledge. Small shops, instead, would buy more books than they could handle. With a bit of luck, one could find a precious tome catalogued as a diary or even in the bargain bin. Many mages mixed research and personal life in their writings. Others used such convoluted technical jargon that a layman would easily mistake it for gibberish. It was the reason why, unless those books had some drawings, no one would give them a second look. Lith could only once again curse at the city arrays when his communication amulet interrupted his fruitless research. Normally, he would store a book in Soluspedia and search its contents in an instant before deciding if it was worth buying or not. The dimensional magic lock forced him to actually read them one by one in what he considered a colossal waste of time. The first call came from the army. Camilla notified Lith that the commander had agreed with the association's terms and ordered him to talk with their representative. The second one was from Mage Dorian Fellhorn, who gave him an appointment at the local branch of the Mage Association, located in the inner rim. The building consisted of a 3-story small castle built with reddish stones. Each of its 4 corners was occupied by a small tower surmounted with a blue mana crystal. A middle-aged clerk led Lith in an office located on the ground floor. The room's walls were covered by bookshelves. The only source of lighting was a magical chandelier hung in the middle of the ceiling. Dorian welcomed Lith and invited him to sit on one of the armchairs in front of his black mahogany desk. To Lith, Dorian said, "First of all, know that you are currently relieved from your role in the army until the end of the conversation. I'm not speaking with the ranger, but with the great mage." "Why am I here?" Lith asked, while feeling more comfortable. The association worked on a voluntary basis. They couldn't order around members that didn't seek an active role in their ranks. Dorian explained to him the reasons for the association's decline, and how they hoped to solve Author's current crisis to avoid being swallowed by the army. "That's the reason you need me," Lith shook his head. "I am asking you why I should accept." Dorian had yet to explain the nature of the crisis and felt already up against a wall. The association could award merits, not money, and Lith had no use for them. The knowledge he sought needed the approval of both the army and the association. He had already earned the necessary clearance level from the association's side, which left them with a bad hand. Merits could be traded in exchange for noble titles and their connected lands. Usually, they were the association's greatest bargain chip. Unluckily, Lith had already refused a noble title twice, so offering him one was meaningless. They couldn't afford to offer him money off the books. If exposed, the scandal would bury them for good. He doesn't care for the power balance in the kingdom. Judging from the invoice he submitted for healing innocents and how he left a dozen of people stuck in the concrete for hours, I'd say there is no better nature I can appeal to. Dorian inwardly sighed. It's time to let the dragon know we have his egg. The situation is dire. Countless lives are at stake, and if the news of it spreads, panic could make more victims than our invisible enemy. Someone is killing people for unknown reasons. We have lots of corpses, but so far we've failed to understand what's happening. If you refuse to answer, then I'll take my leave. Lith stood up, tired of hearing nonsense. We need the best diagnosticians in the kingdom. Dorian grabbed Lith's arm and felt his hostility growing. A saner man would have jumped away, but Fellhorn had no qualms putting his life on the line. That's why we have hired Professor Manohar from the White Griffin. Lith freed his arm and walked away. And Mage Verhen as his assistant. Those words froze Lith in place, and with him the mana in the room. What did you say? There was no rage in his voice, yet the room felt colder and the lights dimmed like a setting sun. Mage Tista Verhen volunteered the moment she heard about the situation. If I'm right, there is a monster hiding inside the walls of Author. If I'm wrong, we could be facing another plague. Dorian put emphasis in each of his words, yet he could tell that Lith wasn't listening. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Lith clapped his hands while a creepy smile appeared on his face. Well played, now I only have two choices. Either I walk away, leaving my sister in the hands of an incompetent paper pusher and a madman, or I help you. I accept the job. Beware, though, because this kind of tricks only works once. Once I explain Tista how you manipulated her, I can guarantee you that neither of us will ever help the association again. Also, now I know what to ask the next time the king wants to award me with something. Lith slowly passed his thumb along his neck, before slamming the door behind his back and alerting his handler he wouldn't leave Author for a while. Chapter 432, Duplicity Part 1. Before leaving the Mage Association, Lith collected the money they owed him for treating the people wounded during the last accident. Poor guy, it wouldn't surprise me if he was writing his last will right now. Your acting skills are impressive, Solus chuckled. Because most of what I said is true. I don't care about their problem, and unless I get properly compensated, I'll find a way to get even with them. The moment the commander ordered me to listen rather than to do something, I knew something big was going on. What I didn't expect was that they would drag Tista in this mess to force my hand. I tried twisting their arm to get a juicy reward and ended up with my own arm twisted. Whoever is behind this is going to owe me big time, Lith replied. Not Dorian. Dorian is just a mage. He hasn't the power to pull off a stunt like this. He is just obeying orders, and it's the one pulling his strings I'm after. Lith came out of the building and called his sister. Where are you? Good morning to you too, lil brother, Tista replied with a radiant smile, ignoring his cold tone. I've just reached your hotel. Your room is really nice. I was expecting you would sleep in a hostel to save money, and you picked a suite instead. The trip to Author must have been a nightmare. And thanks to you, the stay isn't looking good either. I'll be there shortly. He took off and reached the Swan's song less than a minute later. The moment he stepped inside, Lith was welcomed by a familiar vibe, envy mixed with hostility. Tista, Lith said with a sigh. Whenever they traveled together, she drew a lot of attention on herself and turned most men in Lith's sworn enemies. The fact she introduced herself with his same last name without ever saying she was his sister added fuel to the fire. Even the half-pint receptionist at the front desk was outraged enough to glare at him. Lith went upstairs and found the Do Not Disturb tag hanging off the doorknob. He was about to knock, just to be safe, when a voice inside said, "Come on in." Tista ran to him and hugged him tightly. Lith returned it for a second before pushing her gently away. "I missed you, big sis." "I missed you too, lil brother. Why the angry voice earlier?" she asked with a curious tone. "First things first, how did you get in here?" "As usual," she shrugged. "I told the receptionist I'm with you, and I showed him my ID. The one with my family crest and name. Now everyone will think we're married." He sat on the nearest sofa like a dead weight. "That was the plan. I've yet to find a creep or a wannabe playboy that dares to bother me after seeing you," she chuckled. "Fine, now would you like to explain to me how could you let yourself be dragged in whatever is happening here?" "You really don't know how grave the situation is." Tista was stunned. "I don't care about the situation." "Well, you should. We took an oath as healers, and even if they are just fancy words to you, they mean a lot to me. After all I went through as a child, I can't stay idle while people suffer." Tista was angry at his indifference. She wanted him to be better than this. "They fooled you to get my help. There isn't nothing noble in letting yourself being manipulated so easily," he replied with a snort. "How stupid do you think I am? I knew what the association was after the moment they mentioned the city of Author." "Then why did you accept?" Lith steepled his fingers with a look that made her feel like she was his student again. "For several reasons. After I received their offer, I contacted one of my classmates that lives here. He confirmed everything Mage Ren, my recruiter, told me. The city is on the verge of chaos. Every day, odd corpses are found lying around all the three rims. A lot of people have disappeared, and no one knows what happened to them. Last, but not least, rogue mages no one have ever heard about are pillaging Author. The association has managed to keep things under control only because the warp gate allows for backup to arrive instantly when needed. But if whatever is happening here spreads through the merchants back to their cities, once winter begins, no one will be able to help them until it's too late. So, Lith didn't bother to hide how underwhelmed he was. So I decided I could do some good and make it worth my while. By accepting, I got the chance to work together with two of the most brilliant minds of the kingdom, one of whom happens to be my always missing brother, and to join the Mage Association. 2 birds with 1 stone. Wait, I had to teach for 2 years at the White Griffin to join. Are they really that desperate? Lith had no need for merits, but maybe he could force the association to pay him in magical resources. Yes, Tista nodded. I also consulted Professor Vaster before making my demands. According to him, Archmage Quart, the current chairman, has led the association to the brink of extinction. He needs a big win to stay afloat, and he needs it badly. A ravenous smile appeared on Lith's face. He didn't like the hand he had been dealt, nor the game he was been forced to play. The pot, though, looked more alluring by the second. Army's headquarters, city of Belias. Commander Burian, Lith's commanding officer and sponsor in the army, had just been reminded how dangerous it was to underestimate a cornered prey. I should have never allowed Ranger Verhin to listen to their demands. General Morn Griffin is already out for my blood. I can't let more members of the High Command turn their back on me. It would be the end of my career, he thought. The army's upper echelons were already celebrating the association's funeral when Archmage Quart had thrown a monkey wrench into their plans. They were sure Lith would refuse. The association had nothing to offer him, and he wasn't the kind of man to work out of the goodness of his heart. No one expected Quart would manage to recruit Manohar, nor Tista Verhin. If Quart's ploy succeeded, Burian would be held accountable for that. Controlling the association would mean for the army to gain authority over the noble system and change the criteria to assign a title and the lands that came with it. The game had yet to begin, but he was already on his back foot. 2 of the major players were outside his reach, and according to their deal, Lith would be considered belonging to both factions. He was in desperate need to do damage control. "Excuse me, sir. First Lieutenant Camilla Yavel has arrived," his secretary announced through the amulet. "Let her in." Camilla's relationship with Lith wasn't a secret, nor it was the fact that the only one Lith was loyal to was himself. Burian knew that his poor decision had left himself exposed. She was his only chance to tip the scale in his favor. Chapter 433, Duplicity Part 2. Camilla had never been summoned in a commander's office except when she had been promoted from 2nd to 1st lieutenant. After years of hard work, she hoped Burian would give her an opportunity to prove her worth. "I don't want to spend my life being an analyst and a handler," she thought while giving him a salute. Commander Burian was a man in his early 30s, 1.8, 511 meters tall with pitch-black hair and eyes. His pale blue uniform could resemble a high-end coat with a standing collar over pants of matching quality and color. The only distinguishing features were the commander's silver epaulets on his shoulders and the insignias above his heart. "At ease, Lieutenant," Burian said while inviting her to sit down. He didn't mince words describing how bad was Author's crisis, nor how important it was for the army to not lose in the ongoing power play. "I need someone to keep me constantly updated on the situation. Someone with the necessary sensitivity and competence to make use of every opening to bring the balance back in our favor. I can't rely on Ranger Verhin alone. He's barely able to give 3 reports a day, and I'm afraid his judgment on this matter may be compromised. I've already made the mistake of relying on second-hand information and paid the price for it. Do you think you can rise to the occasion?" "Of course, sir," she said with confidence, even though she wanted to puke. "This isn't what I've hoped for. This is politics. The army and the association are more worried about their measuring contest than about the lives of the inhabitants of Author. If I refuse, I can kiss goodbye to any future chance of being promoted." She inwardly sighed. Camilla warped from Belias to the army's headquarters in Author. There she found a stagecoach waiting for her that went straight for the outer rim. "I think there is a mistake," she said to the desk sergeant accompanying her. Shouldn't we go to the association's branch? No, ma'am. Our orders are to bring you to Ranger Verhin's quarters. You'll be debriefed together once the rest of the team arrives. Son of a, Camilla inwardly cursed. The commander doesn't need a liaison officer with the association. He wants to exploit our relationship. Now I understand why he picked me and why that ridiculous claim about Lith's judgment being compromised. I'm just a fucking honey trap. I remember something about an academy sweetheart. Probably the association is playing the same game. I've never been so humiliated in all my life. Never before did Camilla resent the army. Her colleagues were her family, and her job as an analyst was all she had. In her head, the images of her mother and the commander overlapped. Both didn't care for her feelings or her career and were only interested in exploiting her for their ends. She wanted to cry, but aside from turning paler, her face displayed no emotion. Gods, I'm so stupid. I should have understood it earlier and turned down the offer. Now either I help the commander to manipulate Lith or I tell him the truth and risk losing my job. Albeit brief, the journey seemed to never come to an end. Camilla was torn between her sense of self-preservation and to rise above that mess by doing the right thing. When the stagecoach reached the Swan's Song, she had yet to make her mind. "Excuse me, what room is Ranger Verhin staying in?" she asked the receptionist, a short man about Lith's age who looked at her in a funny way. "Room 201, the honeymoon suite. He's about to have lunch with his missus. Who do I have to announce?" the man replied. At those words, Camilla really had enough bullshit for one day. She ignored the receptionist's question and went straight for the suite. She knocked at the door in a frenzy to the point she almost fell forward when it was abruptly opened. "Camilla, what are you doing here?" She barely registered that Lith seemed surprised and happy to see her before all hell broke loose. Sitting on the king-size unmade bed, there was the most gorgeous woman she had ever seen. She was 1.76, 59 meters tall with waist-length auburn hair that had several shades of red. Tista's oval face and her delicate features only emphasized the perfect proportions of her curvy body. Camilla was left speechless, incapable to decide if to be angry, envious, or just hope to wake up and discover it had all been a nightmare. "Oh gods, is she really that Camilla?" The fairy seemed happy to see her. "Nice to meet you, Camilla. I'm Tista, Lith's sister." At those words, Camilla discovered to be able to breathe again. Her lungs were just starting to burn. "His sister, he never told me you were so." She had no idea how to put it into words without making it sound a pickup line. "Thanks," Tista giggled. "You are identical to the image he showed us. That's how I recognized you." Lith waved his arms behind Camilla's back, while mouthing Tista to shut up. "Us who?" Camilla did her best to smile back and not blush. "The whole family. Our niece Lyria even asked if you are a princess." Lith facepalmed hard as Camilla turned beet red. Thanks," she stuttered. "So Lith can create images of people, not only flowers?" she asked, eager to change the topic. "Flowers, did he gift you the camellia?" Tista asked, making the situation even worse. Another facepalm ensued. "Did he really name it after me?" Both Lith and Camilla were unable to look at each other in the eyes. "Well, yes, but actually no," Tista said, trying to correct the mess she finally realized to have created. "That's how I call it because I really like your name, and I think it would suit the magic flower." "Thanks, you are too kind. Can I use the bathroom for a second?" The moment Lith pointed the way, Camilla closed the door behind her and sat on the bathtub edge, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "At least he is not married," she mumbled to herself. "Smooth move," Lith whispered with a voice oozing sarcasm. "Why you didn't tell her that Mom wouldn't mind the age gap if we gave her a grandchild while you were at it?" "I'm sorry, but it's the first time since Floria that I meet your girlfriend. I got carried away," she whispered back. "For the love of, don't call her my girlfriend." Lith was fighting the urge to strangle his own sister. "If she hears that, she'll dump me like a bad habit." They ordered another serving and consumed their meal in awkward silence until they received a call from Mage Fellhorn inviting them to the association's headquarters to be debriefed about the crisis with the rest of the team. Dorian led them to the morgue in the basement, where dozens of corpses occupied long lines of metal scaffolds. They belonged to people of different ages, gender, and social class. The only thing they had in common was the lack of any kind of wound. The girls gasped while Lith's attention was drawn to a familiar figure in his late 20s, with black hair and shades of silver. He was around 1.74 meters, 59 meters tall, and a slender build. He was standing near a metal stretcher, the occupant of which was covered by a heavy blanket. "Professor Manohar," Lith was happy to break the silence. Nice to meet you again. How come this time you didn't disappear? Manohar attempted to answer, but someone else beat him to it. Believe me, he tried, said Gianni Erna's, raising her right arm and revealing the cuffs linking the two of them. Chapter 434, Death from Above, Part 1. I resent the use of the disappear term, Manohar said with an indignant tone. I don't run away like a spoiled brat. I simply seek the isolation a complex matter like my endless research requires. You are a spoiled brat, Gianni replied as she opened the cuffs. Manohar had the habit of gesturing like a hysterical bird while he talked, almost dislocating her shoulder in result. Without constant supervision, you'd break more laws in a week than a serial killer in their whole life. You never fill your paperwork and neglect your students to pursue your own agenda. Manohar wanted to reply, but Gianni scared him. He decided that shutting up and hiding behind Lith was in his best interest. I know you said that you're a fan of my work, but this is more like stalking, Lith said while giving Gianni a bow. Don't flatter yourself, kid. This time I'm here for him. She laughed at the joke while pointing at Manohar. Once you geniuses find some answers, it will be my job to decide how to continue the investigation. From now on, you all work for me. Mage Fellhorn, explain to us what's really happening in Author. Gladly, Dorian stepped in the middle of the room and took a deep breath to calm himself. Death and madness plagued the room, making it hard for him to decide if to find more unsettling the corpses or the living. Aside from the two young women, he had the impression to be the only human in the room. It all started a couple of months ago when the first caravans arrived to exchange goods for food and vice versa. At first, the crime rate spiked. It's nothing alarming since Author's population doubles until winter ends. Then, things escalated from the usual routine to crimes of magical nature. People with little or no magical talent turned into powerful mages and settled old scores the worst possible way. He pointed at the corpses on the metal scaffolds. The phenomenon started from the outer rim and slowly spread to the whole city. The only thing we know is that receiving those powers is a double-edged sword. It makes their wielder very dangerous, but in exchange, they die when struck by a spell. No matter the element employed, a Tier 1 spell is enough to kill them. While we were still trying to sort things up, our analysts reported that the number of missing persons had spiked as well. It took us a while to notice because most of the victims were foreigners. Once it started to happen in the inner rims of the city too, the missing person reports led us to discover that the situation was even worse than we suspected. People come into Author every day. We don't know if we are looking for dozens or hundreds of kidnappings. Dorian was crestfallen, noticing the lack of reactions in the room. Tistas and Camilla's were genuinely worried, but the others seemed bored as if he had been talking about his vacations. We have been able to cover up both these issues and prevent panic from spreading until these things started to appear. He moved near the stretcher and pulled away the blanket hiding its content. It was a corpse, but unlike the others on the scaffolds, it was completely dried up. The eye sockets were empty, the nose was replaced by two small holes in the skull, and the skin was so stretched that the mouth was deformed into a crazed smile. Unlike the other anomalies, this phenomenon appeared at the same time in all the rims. Also, in some cases we have witnesses, so at least we know what happened even though we have no idea of how or why. The gentleman in front of you is, or better, was Sir Rosen Stern, Baronet of the Kingdom. He died in front of over 20 guests, and every one of them said the same thing. One moment they were having an amiable conversation, and the following a blue pillar descended from the sky enveloping him. When the pillar disappeared, he had become like this. Fascinating, Gianni, Manohar, and Lith said as one while coming closer to the body. We haven't been able to identify a pattern in the timing or in the places of the alleged murders. Everything appears to be completely coincidental. Our only certainty is that whenever a blue light pillar appears, someone dies. All the victims belong to the middle class or the nobility, which makes it impossible to cover it up, especially since some of them died in front of numerous witnesses or in crowded places. Gianni knew of substances capable of inducing hallucinations and venoms that could reduce the victim into a similar state, so she searched the body for puncture wounds. Lith used all of his and Solus's abilities to perform a full body scan of the corpse. The light pillar from the sky manifests when a magical beast is about to evolve. Usually it's of a golden color while mine was silver. I've never seen a blue one. What the heck could it mean? He thought. No idea, Solus replied. There's one odd thing though, the body is completely dry of mana. Check it with life vision. Everything on Magur was imbued with mana. Rocks, trees, even corpses. Yet only sentient beings developed a mana core and could use magic. Ever since his first meeting with Kala, Lith's life vision was capable of perceiving the mana permeating all things in the form of a faint wind of different colors. They emanated according to their nature. Green for the plants, gray for the stones, red for the animals, and black for the dead. Lith pretended to chant a spell, touched his eyelids, and activated life vision. His eyes, now burning with light magic, revealed that the corpses on the stretchers had no mana at all. There was no black wind. It was the most unnatural thing Lith had ever seen, a void that he couldn't even begin to understand. Even abominations were infused with mana. Manohar cast a few spells while examining the body, and after a while his eyes shone like those of a child staring at his carefully wrapped Christmas presents. The reason I called you here is to solve the mystery behind these anomalies. Our first priority is to understand what killed Sir Rosen and is still killing his peers. Dorian continued. What about the others? Camilla knew she was just a liaison officer and had no active role in the investigation. Yet she couldn't help but be outraged by such a manifest discrimination. Are their deaths less important just because they were poor or commoners? No, it's just that we have no leads, a problem that I hope our diagnosticians will be able to correct soon. Dorian said while giving a small bow to both Lith and Manohar, even though after all the troubles he had gone through to recruit them, he felt they didn't deserve it. Cases like that of Sir Rosen are so peculiar that, according to our experts, there are only 3 possible explanations, and they are as bad as each other. Chapter 435, Death, from Above Part 2. The first is that they were victims of an abomination. When those creatures feed, they leave behind a trail of corpses not different from the one I showed you. The second one is that we are facing a vampire. They can feed off people's emotional energies, in which case they are better known as incubus or succubus, their blood, or their very life force. A victim of the third kind of vampire would resemble Lord Stern. I'm not really convinced by this hypothesis, though, since some of the deaths happened in broad daylight. The third and the worst one is that we are against someone with the skills and the resources to employ forbidden magic right under our noses. It's a branch of magic that is universally outlawed because it requires living sacrifices to work. It allows you to break the rules of magic. You can create life, prolong your existence, become stronger, even steal a part of someone's soul. It's very risky and almost always lethal, but there are very few things you can't achieve with it. With the proper preparations, killing from a distance is hardly a problem. Dorian finished his explanation and hoped for the best. Maybe coming here wasn't a complete waste of time. I don't know who did this nor the why, but I think I know the how. Manohar said with a conceited smirk, like he was the only one with a brain in the room. Only a less competent mage than me could believe that nonsense. That's impossible, Dorian blurted out. We didn't manage to find a clue in weeks, and you're saying that with a glance you have already understood everything. Gods, you're really stupid. Manohar slapped his own face in annoyance. Even Linjo's, may the gods rest his soul, was brighter than this. No, I'm saying that I figured out what's happening, but since you'll have to explain it to that half-wit boss of yours, I'm dumbing it down for you. Ever since Balker's attack, we have conducted thorough studies about the abominations. Vaster and I are the leading experts in the field. Even without that Eggman, I can tell you that no abomination did this. Yeah, Lith agreed. There's too much waste here. When they feed, they only leave the bones intact. Exactly. Manohar performed a few hops of joy. Lith's explanation was dumb enough for everyone to understand it. The rest of the team tried to avoid thinking about how the duo could have performed their studies on the feeding habits of such deadly creatures. As for the vampire, not only they hate daylight, but also the organs of the victims would have already started to rot. This leaves us with only one possible explanation. We are dealing with forbidden magic. That's preposterous, Dorian said in outrage. It's not, Lith shook his head. I'm no expert in forbidden magic, but this corpse is unnatural. Have you checked it with magic? Of course not. Even the light element is useless on cadavers. It would have been a waste of time. We just performed a regular search of the body and took a few samples to have them analyzed by the alchemists. You noticed, Manohar said, ignoring everything Dorian said. Dear Lith, it's a shame you left the White Griffin. We had so much fun together. Lith had a hard time considering his role as Manohar's assistant as fun. He had to substitute for the professor's lessons, fill his paperwork leaving to him only to sign the documents, clean his messes, and take the blame for his actions whenever he lost sight of the professor. "Thanks, I guess. Tista, try to reanimate it with darkness magic," he replied. Tista did as instructed, but instead of turning into an undead, the corpse regained a part of its volume. The effect lasted only for a few seconds before it returned to its previous state. "This man hasn't just been killed. Somehow they have drained every single drop of mana he had," Lith explained. Then Manohar said, "If I had to take an educated guess, I'd say that someone is sacrificing their lives to create a cursed object. It's a task that demands an enormous amount of mana and a very complex array to contain the energies released in the process." Lith wasn't convinced by the professor's theory, but he couldn't voice his doubts. He needed to see one of the blue pillars to be sure of his theory. If they really are like those that appear during the evolution of a magical beast, then it's unlikely to be some sort of ritual. Harnessing the amount of world energy contained in a single pillar would be enough to create another black star. He thought while reviewing the cursed object's blueprints stored inside Soluspedia. Dorian quickly took a map of Author and marked the spots where the desiccated corpses had been found. If there was a pattern behind their position, Lith wasn't able to find it. Even after joining the dots with lines, the resulting image reminded him more a childish doodle than a magical circle. "Let's say it's the truth," Dorian sighed. "What about the other corpses? What about the missing people?" Manohar and Lith examined the bodies on the metal scaffolds for a minute, exchanged a few words, and then both shrugged. "These are regular corpses. If you want me to discover what killed them, bring me a live specimen. Even better, bring me as many as you can. Sometimes it takes a few failures before succeeding," Manohar said. "We are talking about people, not cattle. What you call failing is actually murder." "Well, I can't diagnose something without a patient," Manohar clicked his tongue. "This simple observation stands for both your regular corpses and your missing people. If you want me to make an omelet, give me some eggs." Before the bickering could continue, Gianni stepped forward. "Silence, you two. I hate to admit it, but Manohar has a point." At those words, the professor gloated. "That doesn't mean we're going to kill random people. At least now we have a lead, if he is right." "I always am," he said with a smirk. It would explain why the phenomenon is so recent. Forbidden magic requires more than evil thoughts and a maniacal laughter. The caravans are the perfect cover to smuggle rare ingredients inside Author. Luckily, most of those substances are strictly regulated. Buying them on the black market means spending a sum that can't go unnoticed, not with dimensional magic sealed. Our best line of action is to interrogate the witnesses and dig in the life of the victims, to find out if they have been chosen at random, or if they befriended the wrong person. As for the other cases, I want to be notified immediately if another of those frenzied mages appear. Do not engage them unless absolutely necessary until my or Lith's arrival. We need answers, and dead men tell no tale. Chapter 436, Investigation, Part 1. "There are 6 of us," Gianni said after a head count. "Usually I'd split us into groups of 2 to cover more ground without wasting time. However," she took a long look at the bizarre team she had to work with. 2 young women with no real field experience, an average mage who seemed to be more a political puppet than an asset, 2 feral monsters in human guise who didn't give a damn about the tragedy that was taking place inside the city of Author, and Manohar. She knew his personal file inside and out. Gianni would need to consult a thesaurus to properly describe the god of healing. "I can't take my eyes off of him, so he has to come with me," she said, cuffing Manohar to her wrist again. "I'm here as Manohar's assistant. I belong in your group." Tista walked to Gianni's side. "I'm here as her bodyguard. I go where she goes." Lith followed suit. "That's not our deal." Dorian was starting to get the royal constable's point. "You are here to support the association in whatever manner we deem necessary, not for spending quality time with your family." "I don't care about what you think. If I can't protect her, then our deal is off and I walk." Lith's tone didn't leave space for negotiations. "The army has nothing against Ranger Verhin resuming his duty." Camilla's words put the last nail in the coffin. Dorian glared at her, well aware that her role was to make the army's best interests, even if it meant sabotaging the mission. If Lith left, the team would lose one of its only 3 real players, and there was only so much Lady Ernez could do while babysitting Manohar. Once brought outside the lab, he was only a liability for the mission. "Which leaves me with an oversized team and 2 political lapdogs of no use," Gianni said with a sigh, making both the liaison officers turn red in embarrassment. I may have no magic power or any experience as an interrogator, but I've been a data analyst for almost 10 years. If you give me access to Author's Interlink, I'm confident I can provide you the information you need by the end of the day. Camilla said, referring to the magical network connecting the communication amulets to the various archives in the kingdom. Bank accounts, transfers of funds, everything that left a trail of paper could be remotely accessed through the interlink. Be they banks, merchants, or nobles, they needed to be able to explain every single dime or artifact they possessed. Otherwise, while being subjected to an investigation, everything that wasn't accounted for would be confiscated and added to the royal treasury. It was one of the many reasons royal constables were feared. Who will you report your findings first? To me or to Commander Burien? Gianni's eyes held neither trust or suspicion. She considered herself to be a good judge of character. There was only so much one could learn from a background check. Camilla's reply was to hand Lady Erna's her army's communication amulet, and then showing her civilian one, which held no contact rune related to the army besides Lith's. Gianni frowned at the sight for a split second. I stand corrected. One political lapdog of no use, she said while granting Camilla's civilian communication amulet access to the inner link and her contact rune before returning both communicators to her. Either you trust someone or you don't, she replied to her surprised expression. She said it while looking at Camilla, but I'm pretty sure she was talking to me, Lith thought. Under the constable questioning gaze, Dorian could only lower his eyes in shame. I have no skills that could be of use during the investigation, he admitted. I'll remain here to coordinate the efforts to prove Professor Manohar's theory. If anything happens, I'll relay it to you. Good, Gianni nodded. 4 people move faster than 6. We need to be firm but tactful, otherwise the witnesses may turtle up and slower the investigation. This means that unless you discover something strictly relevant to the case, you are forbidden to talk. At all. She said while glaring at Manohar, whose uninterrupted series of social blunders had become a legend throughout the kingdom. Can I be cuffed to Tister instead of you, Mom? I mean, ma'am. It would at least give me something nice to look at to pass time, Manohar said. Good point. Gianni's reply creeped Tister out. Lady Erna's dug inside one of her pockets, but instead of the key to the handcuffs, she took out a communication earpiece. Congratulations, kid. You have just been deputized to be my assistant, too. I'll talk to the women while you'll take care of the men. Just smile a lot and repeat the words I speak to you via the earpiece. It will make our job much easier. Lith couldn't help but chuckle at Manohar's dejected expression. From healer to honey trap, this is not the career I hoped for, Tista sighed. Her words stung at Camilla's heart, reminding her of the elephant in the room only Gianni and her were aware of. I can't let things fester any longer. I need to make up my mind once and for all, career or self-respect. She walked out of the room without even say goodbye. Between Gianni's words and Camilla's reactions, Lith's paranoia was piecing together the facts. The 4 of them flew from the association to Baroness Isra's mansion. She was among the witnesses of Sir Rosen's death and one of his closest friends. The Baroness was a plump woman in her late 30s. She had red hair, green eyes, and a gentle face full of freckles that not even her makeup could completely hide. She wore a simple light green silk satin dress, emphasizing her eyes and pale skin. Like any sane person, she was nervous while facing a royal constable. Her smile was forced and she couldn't stop wringing her hands. How can I help you, Constable Ernest? I need to hear from your voice your recollection of the events prior to Sir Rosen's death. Gianni smiled, trying to make the Baroness feel more comfortable. She had even switched Manohar's cuffs to Lith's wrist before entering the house. The rattle of the chain during the questioning could easily get the suspect defensive. There isn't much to say. She twisted a fan made of an exotic bird's plumes between her hands. We were just talking, mostly gossiping about our neighbors, when suddenly a blue pillar appeared from the ceiling and plummeted on the poor Rosen. The most dreadful thing was that we were all scared to death, whereas he was smiling and giggling like when his wife accepted his marriage proposal. We told him to get out of there, but he wouldn't listen. Baronet Sogg tried to grab him, but the light was as solid as a wall. There was nothing we could do. Lith and Tista roamed the room while using life vision. Several weak arrays encompassed the whole house. Even with their limited knowledge about non-combat magical formations, they couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. It was just the standard set of home defenses they had seen countless times. Chapter 437, Investigation Part 2. I hate prying in a gentleman's personal life. Gianni lied through her teeth while still sounding so sincere that she would manage to sell sand in the desert. Yet we suspect that Sir Rosen's death may be related to the practice of forbidden magic. I need to know if something changed in his life recently. Maybe a new acquaintance, a new hobby, anything at all. At the mention of the forbidden arts, even Baroness Isra's freckles turned pale. Forbidden magic was outlawed in all the countries of the Galen continent. The term usually referred to all kinds of spells or artifacts capable of altering the lives of their targets, benefiting only their caster. Examples of it were the slave collars or creating greater undead, since both would rob a living creature of their free will. It was considered the most inhumane thing a mage could do. The highest forms of forbidden magic required to use the life of others to empower spells or magical objects. Such magic could give birth to miracles, but only at the cost of many lives and posed huge risks. Forbidden magic was an unnatural process that allowed subverting the laws of magic by sacrificing vast amounts of life force and mana to upset the balance. It was very powerful, but also very volatile. One tiny mistake could turn the miracle into a nightmare, just like it had happened during the creation of the Black Star. Like any kind of magic, to perfect a single spell required several attempts, and each one of them could bring consequences comparable to a natural disaster. I know nothing of forbidden magic, and I'm sure neither did Rosen. He wasn't a perfect man, but he would have never consorted with someone capable of such a despicable thing. The Baroness squeezed her fan so hard some of the plumes fell off. Interesting. What do you mean when you say he wasn't a perfect man? Gianni's tone remained amiable even while noticing the witness tensing up in realization of the slip of her tongue. Well, like most of our common circle of friends, Rosen was born in a wealthy family. He never worked a day in his life, which made him easily bored. He would seek fun in the most disparate ways, sometimes even illegal ones. Like what? Nothing much. Brothels, clandestine fights, gambling clubs. He was just a baronet. He hadn't much to spend without endangering the sources of his annuities. Interesting choice of words. So, what could he have done if he had more money? Gianni pressed forward as her prey got more tangled up in her web the more she struggled. I've nothing to add. Isra stood up. Her expression was indignant because of Gianni's allegation, but her eyes were terrified. Now I'd like to be left alone. I'm still mourning. As you wish, Baroness. I'd answer my questions now if I were you. Otherwise, the next time I will not be so gentle. Gianni dropped the act like a live grenade and added a sliver of killing intent to her words to emphasize her threat. The Baroness withstood the constable's glare for a second before her eyes rolled up, and she fell onto the ground with a thud. Damn, I hate it when they faint. I can't question her more aggressively without proof. Forcingly waking her up is not an option. The only silver lining is that I now have a good medical reason to have her examined. Tista, Lith, and Manohar took turns using their diagnostic spells on the unconscious noblewoman. I think she and Rosen shared more than their social circle, Tista said when she was done. I found traces of abuse of drugs and alcohol in her system, both common and magical in nature. I wouldn't be surprised if she sniffed the dust instead of sweeping it. Lith nodded in agreement. When he had used invigoration on the Baroness, he had noticed an unnatural thinning of her airways, which together with the heavy damage to her kidneys and liver told him a history of searching for fun in the wrong ways for an extended period of time. That's it, Manohar scoffed. I can tell you she has 5 years at most left, maybe 15 if she stops abusing from today and keeps herself clean until the end of her days. How do you know it? Lith performed a second scan without finding any signs of impending death. Even death vision showed him that the Baroness was more likely to experience a violent death rather than organ failure or overdosing. A discoloration in her life force. It suffered such extensive damage to have permanently changed. Even if we cleanse her body and regenerate her organs, she may not recover. Lith used scanner, but found no trace of the discoloration Manohar had mentioned. Only after focusing on the melody of the life force, he noticed that its volume was slightly lower than usual. I guess he's not called the god of healing for nothing, he thought while they left the Baroness' house and moved to the next witnesses. Most men were so eager to impress Tista that they had no qualms in confirming the late baronet's vices. Sometimes they would incriminate themselves while trying to flaunt their knowledge of the local underworld. Gianni took note of everything but let them go. It was more useful to her letting them walk free. As soon as they realize what they have done, they will panic. I'll keep them and their communication amulets under surveillance. With a little luck, they'll lead us to whoever provides them their daily dose of fun. She had just finished talking when her communication amulet buzzed. A merchant is currently attacking the shop of her fiercest competitor. She is known to barely have a magico level of power, yet she is displaying abilities worthy of a lesser academy mage. I think... Dorian was cut short by Gianni's angry voice. Save it, just tell me where. A holographic map of Author appeared from her amulet, showing both Lith's groups was and the attackers' locations marked by one red dot each. They flew to their destination, finding a whole building on fire and a tall, middle-aged woman with chestnut hair, who was unleashing one spell after the other against everyone who attempted to put off the flames. There were several mages on the scene, but they followed Gianni's orders and never retaliated. They only blocked incoming spells and helped the residents to evacuate the building. Now this is an offer you can't refuse, the woman said with a crazy laugh. One fireball for free and the second one too. The explosions caused splinters and debris to fly everywhere. The angry merchant couldn't be damaged by her own magic, but the splinters pierced her legs, face, and torso. Yet she seemed to be immune to pain. Damn, with those wounds she'll die in a few minutes and we can't even heal her, Gianni cursed. There's no time to lose. Lith, draw her attention. I need to get close to paralyze her. What about me? Manohar complained as Gianni unlocked the handcuffs. I was once part of the Queen's Corps, you know. Why do I get to miss all the fun? Gianni ignored him and circled around the frenzied merchant. Thank the gods wannabe mages only know how to use one element. She inwardly sneered as Lith used fire magic to put out the flames. When she heard him chanting loudly, the woman turned around in outrage. Unfortunately, in doing so she spotted Gianni with the corner of her eye, and unleashed one lightning bolt for each of her new enemies. Or not, Gianni thought. Chapter 438, Specimen Part 1. The lightning bolts conjured by the frenzied merchant were Tier 1 spells, but their power was on par with those produced by a Tier 3-1. Lith was far enough from the caster to not have problems dodging the attack, whereas Gianni wasn't so lucky. Her royal constable uniform was able to tank a lot of damage before she would get seriously injured, yet she couldn't afford to get hit. It was because of her orders that no one had stopped the woman from laying waste to the building. If the target died before they captured her, it would have been all for naught. To make things worse, Gianni hadn't missed that the woman had been casting spells non-stop since their arrival. If she gets me once, she'll keep attacking until I'm dead, Gianni thought. She extended forward her right hand, with which she was holding in between her fingers the 3 needles she had planned to use to paralyze her target. They reacted to the incoming spell by turning into lightning rods that diverted and trapped the energy, making it harmless. Gianni exploited the surprise effect to get close enough to incapacitate her enemy, but the merchant reacted so fast that her movements were almost a blur. She dodged Gianni's needles and kicked her at the same time. The woman was no fighter. Her attack was sloppy and telegraphed, allowing Gianni to jump back to significantly reduce the impact. The kick was still too fast to avoid, and so violent that it squeezed the air out of her lungs. Lith too was in a pinch, but of a completely different kind. After extinguishing the fire, he had no idea what to do. He had countless ways of stopping the crazy merchant, but they all required him to use magic. I don't even know if I can get close without killing her, he thought. Life vision shows me that she is sucking even more world energy than the last psycho I fought. She might be able to feed on the mana I naturally emit as an awakened one and die of mana poisoning because of it. Any ideas? Violence is not an option, Solus pointed out. If 10 centimeters long blazing splinters piercing her body don't cause her any discomfort, I doubt even fractures could hinder her. I can block your mana flow, but that would mean no spirit nor fusion magic. You would be left with only your enhanced body as an asset. Lith inwardly nodded and joined the fray. Gianni was one of the few persons he really liked, maybe too much. They were so similar that it almost scared him, mostly because he was afraid to end up like her with a family of his own. Yet he didn't want to lose her, nor he wanted her relatives to experience what he had went through with Carl. They were all his friends, even Orion. The merchant saw Lith's approaching and reacted accordingly. Or at least she tried. The gap in height, training, and physique was overwhelming. Even without fusion magic, she was moving in slow motion in Lith's eyes. His right fist struck the tip of her chin with pinpoint precision to induce a concussion that would make her faint. The hit dislocated the jaw with a snap, but the woman kept standing. Lith followed through with a liver shot with his left that would have incapacitated a man triple her size. The jaw fixed itself with another snap, as the woman flexed her muscles, turning the splinters stuck in her body into deadly projectiles. Not a single drop of blood came from the open wounds, which instantly healed. Light magic too, this wasn't in any report, Gianni grunted while stopping the improvised bullets with her bare hands. They were no threat to any enchanted armor, but a single stray shot was enough to kill a civilian. More like a full elemental fusion, Solus explained. No sense of pain, rapid healing, and endless supply of world energy. I don't think we can take her alive. You are right, we can't, at least by ourselves. Lith cursed at his bad luck and unleashed a barrage of attacks. He adjusted their speed to make them slow enough for the merchant to see them, but too fast to be dodged. Once she was focused on the defense, Gianni closed in as silent as a ghost. She stabbed the merchant at the base of her neck with 2 needles, severing her spinal cord and making her fall limp like a puppet, the strings of which had been cut. I can feel her body regenerating so fast it's rejecting my needles. I can't let go of them or we'll be back to square one. Whatever you have to do, do it now, Gianni said. Solus released Lith's mana flow, allowing him to use invigoration after pretending to chant a short spell. Just as he had feared during his previous encounter with another, made mage. Whatever was force-feeding the woman with world energy attempted to suck his mana too. This time Lith was prepared, and true magic was all about willpower. The vortex located in the woman's mana core, and Lith fought a tug-of-war for his mana. He had to scan the merchant's body for anomalies while preventing his energies from reaching her core. Even with all his years of practice, and the new powers his blue core granted him, it was one of the hardest things Lith had ever done. Keeping the mana from invigoration in one place long enough for it to detect something required his utmost focus. Whenever even a small sliver of mana slipped out of his control, he was forced to reclaim it and start everything from scratch. Seconds turned into minutes as the constant strain on Lith's mind and body wore him out. In normal circumstances, invigoration would constantly restore his energies. Because of the vortex, however, the world energy would get stuck between him and the merchant, unable to replenish his core. In such a situation, Lith was no different from a fake mage using a Tier 5 spell. I can't do it anymore. Professor, you can give it a shot. Lith wheezed at every word. His face was pale and sweaty from the effort. Only use Tier 5 spells, otherwise you'll kill her, he warned Manohar. You make no sense, kid. Why would one use lesser spells? The professor made it sound like Tier 4 and below were just cantrips. The moment his hands finished performing the necessary hand signs, his expression changed. Manohar felt that something was trying to steal his mana and reacted accordingly. It wasn't his first rodeo, but he had never encountered such a fierce opponent before. Suddenly Manohar didn't look arrogant, bored, or excited. For the first time in his life, the god of healing couldn't even afford to have a stray thought. What usually came natural to him to the point of being trivial was now a demanding task. How long do you need? I'm getting tired. Gianni's muscles were sore from the constant strain. Tista would have liked to give her some life force, but she knew her spell would be disrupted before it could do any good. Don't worry, I'm done, Manohar said while pulling away from the woman. Gianni's needles blocked her body, but her face could still move. It turned into a mask of horror and pain as the professor pulled out a yellow sphere from her abdomen, killing her on the spot. Chapter 439, Specimen Part 2. Did he just rip her mana core out of her body? Lith asked, incapable to believe his own eyes. Yes, I mean no, Solus didn't know how to reply. Pick one, damn it. No, he didn't. Her core was orange, not yellow. What's terrifying is that after locating the substance that generated the vortex, Manohar exploited its effects to move it all in the same spot before extracting it. What we have just seen was him collecting the vortex after enveloping it in several layers of life force and mana. The sphere is not her core, but it resembles it because it's made of that poor woman's life essences. Did you just kill her? Gianni had no idea what had happened, yet she knew that whatever was the answer, she wasn't going to like it. Of course, because of these stupid arrays, I couldn't store the sample inside my dimensional amulet. The next best thing was to collect the sample together with enough life force to prevent it from degrading, and that's what I did. Manohar shrugged. A sample of what? Gianni asked. Good question. There was something inside her body that allowed her to absorb mana. That's why she could cast so many spells and why those like her die when struck by a spell. It's just mana poisoning, he explained. Was it really necessary to kill her? I was hoping to capture her alive and have her tell us how she gained her powers. It would have been a waste of time, Manohar objected. Her body was about to collapse from mana overload. This way at least we obtained something more than the ramblings of dying woman. What if we arrived here earlier? Would you have been able to save her then? She asked to both Manohar and Lith. Lith shook his head. He had been barely able to identify the presence of a foreign substance in the woman's system before almost collapsing. Not yet. Contrary to everyone's expectation, Manohar's usual unwavering confidence seemed to have taken a day off. I don't know if this is the result of a spell, an artifact, or alchemy, he said, pointing at the glowing sphere floating above his left hand. What I'm certain of is that, after studying the sample, I'll be able to find a solution. Lady Erna sighed while looking at the remains of the burned building. They had risked so much and obtained scraps in return. Let's call it a day. You go back to the association and find out what the heck we are dealing with. Until then, I'll instruct the city guards on how to deal with the maid mages in case another attack happens. Lith, Tista, and Manohar did as instructed. With a new toy at hand, Manohar wouldn't leave his lab until he found a solution to the enigma. They spent the rest of the afternoon studying the sample. There wasn't enough to conduct a complete analysis, but what they found was disturbing at best. The magical components of the unknown substance were all too degraded to be recognized. All but one, a small piece of human tissue that was able to grow as long as it was able to feed on mana. Fascinating, this is indeed forbidden magic, just as I predicted, Manohar said while placing it inside a locked array isolating it from the world energy. The specimen was surrounded by mana crystals that would provide it enough energy to live, but not enough to grow. Please, you also said that it was about a cursed object. Whatever that is, it's not an object, Tista mocked him. Maybe I'm wrong. Manohar pronounced the last word as if it was the worst insult he had ever heard. And maybe not. We'll resume tomorrow. He would have liked to continue, but he couldn't afford to be late for curfew. Gianni didn't trust him enough to leave him unsupervised and alone with such a potentially dangerous specimen. Once Tista and Lith left for dinner, he was forced to leave the lab as well. By the way, why you didn't buy a tent for your travels? That way you could always sleep, Mana Geyser or not. That or maybe you could make yourself an artifact, Tista asked. I wish it was that simple, Lith sighed. I'm paranoid, so forgive me if a wall made of cloth doesn't make me feel safe. I could set up an array, but my knowledge about non-combat formations is limited. Even if I learned one, to make it last a whole night I would need a lot of mana crystals. Otherwise it would crumble after a few hits. Don't let me start it about an artifact. The best I can do right now is replicating my own equipment. I lack the knowledge and the experience necessary for realizing such a thing. I might as well throw my money into the gutter. It would be much quicker and I'd obtain the same results. Do you think Camilla will be angry because of my babbling? I kind of messed up big time this morning. You sure did. Lith's tone turned sour. After dinner, Tista went to sleep in her own room while Lith decided to stay up. He was a bit worried since Camilla had yet to arrive, and he knew that something was wrong. Even with all of Tista's blunders, Camilla had been too tense and distant compared to her usual self. It was only an hour later that she finally returned to the hotel. Her smile was forced, and she looked like she was close to exhaustion. Do you want to order something for dinner? Lith had a vague idea about what was happening, but didn't want to pressure her to talk. Yes, please, I'm starving, she replied without looking him in the eyes. They spent the time before and during her meal making small talk about how they had spent their day. Lith avoided mentioning the dead woman or the living tissue since the mood was already gloom as it was. I don't think there is a nice way to put this, so I'll just say it, Camilla said while Lith poured her a cup of tea. The nicer he was to her, the worse she felt. I think we should slow down things a bit. Maybe take a bit of time to think about our relationship. Is it okay with you? She said in one breath, trying to relieve the burden she felt oppressing her chest. Absolutely not, Lith blurted out a bit too fast for his own liking. I mean, I'll respect whatever decision you'll take, but why? Is it because of what Tista said? No, of course not, she chuckled while remembering that silly conversation. Both her smile and her laugh made Lith sigh in relief. Then why? It's complicated. She had spent every minute she was away from her desk trying to make up her mind, but to no avail. Complicated as in, I don't want to talk about it, or more like, I don't know what to do. Lith hated riddles. He preferred to be blunt rather than to be left hanging. Both, Camilla replied, not knowing what to say. Chapter 440, Meet Puppet Part 1. Lith pondered for a while, thinking about why Camilla would have had such a change of heart so quickly. He remembered that she had never explained why she had been sent to author to him. His only real clues were Gianni's words about trusting Camilla and how she had reacted to them. "I'm aware we've known each other for barely 2 weeks and that you have no real reason to trust me," Lith said. "So if you need some space because something happened in your personal life, just tell me and I will not pry any further. Yet if someone from the army is pressuring you about our relationship, then I think I have the right to know. Because it wouldn't be just your problem, but our problem. You shouldn't be forced to shoulder such a burden alone. Whatever this is about, know that I'll not be part of your life unless you want me to be." Lith's words struck a nerve. Camilla's eyes wandered around the room, almost hoping she would receive a sign from the heavens, or at least find a way out of her predicament. She stared at the door for a second before looking him in the eyes. "I can't run away from my problems forever," she thought. "If I'm right and Commander Burian sent me here as his pawn, I should have been nice to Lith, smiled a lot, and even slept with him to further the commander's agenda. That's not who I want to be nor how I want to make my way up the army's ranks. Maybe Lith isn't as good as he appears, but at least he has been honest so far. If I have to live like a puppet, I might as well have never run away from my family. I won't sell my dignity out of fear. I owe myself that much." Camilla did her best not to tremble as she told him about her conversation with Burian before being dispatched to Author. Yet she failed. She was in an impossible situation where she had been forced to either lose her job, which had been the only safe harbor in her life, or herself. Lith listened without saying a word, nor trying to comfort her. "So now I'm screwed no matter what I do. If I put any distance between us, the commander will understand I'm not playing ball and punish me. If I stay with you, I will always ask myself if I'm doing it because I want to give us a chance or just because I'm too afraid to disobey." She didn't cry and her voice remained firm. Yet seeing her anguish made Lith feel some guilt, but mostly he was angry. He took a few deep breaths to calm down and assess the situation with solace. Only then did he tell her about the dead woman, the living tissue sample, and his doubts about Manohar's theory. "Why are you telling me all this?" she asked. "Because it's what I would have told you anyway as my handler. I didn't mention it before only because I noticed that the woman I hope will become my girlfriend was feeling down, and I didn't want to spoil her dinner with gory details," he replied. "I didn't mean to hide anything from you. I know how important your job is to you. Maybe you should wear a double-sided name tag, so I know when I'm talking with Camilla and when I'm talking to my handler." He smiled at his own joke. "Thanks, I'll think about it." Her lips curved up into a light smile as he placed one hand above her shoulder. She grabbed it, appreciating its warmth. At that moment, she was grateful for many things. To Lith for not getting angry with her, for continuing to talk about them in the present tense instead of the past, and for just being there for her instead of making promises he couldn't keep. It wasn't much, but at the moment it was all she had. Most of all, Camilla was grateful to herself for finding the courage to do the right thing. Her future was still scary, but no matter what would happen, she would be able to face it head-on. The next morning, Camilla and Lith woke up almost at the same time. The suite had more than one bedroom, which allowed them to sleep separately. "With my luck, it's only a matter of time before stuff starts to blow up in my face. I need to rest every night so that invigoration retains its maximum efficiency," he thought. "I keep thinking about that thing Manohar found inside the maid mage." Solus tried to keep his mind off Camilla's situation. She could easily relate to Lith's feelings. Both of them carried a deep sadness inside that was only aggravated by the constant feelings of isolation haunting them. Lith because of all of his secrets, Solus because she had no life of her own. Over time, it had become as much a part of their bodies as the mana that flowed through them. Why give someone magical powers, especially if they would be equally dangerous to their user as they are to those around them? To Solus, Lith replied, "Off the top of my head to create chaos to give birth to artificial awakened ones, or to test a forbidden spell on lab rats before using it on yourself. It's what I would do." The discussion had just gone from theoretical to disturbing in less than 1 second. Solus knew all too well how serious Lith was when talking about such things. In his mind, he was now killing Burian over and over for messing with his life. Luckily, before his vivid imagination could direct a full slasher movie, Tista knocked on the door. "Sorry to bother you guys, but with all the disgusting things that happened yesterday, I either need some company or I need to skip breakfast. Between old creeps and Manohar, my poor stomach is still doing flips." She noticed that both beds were unmade. "How is my favorite mistress? I could have used some of your dazzling smiles my brother is always talking about yesterday." Tista had no idea what was wrong between them. A slight sense of guilt made her attempt to remedy her previous blunders. "What do you mean, mistress?" Camilla chuckled. She was happy to have some company. Being alone with Lith was a bit awkward between what had happened and what hadn't happened last night. He had agreed to let her sleep in the suite to not alert Burian that she wasn't going to play by his rules and give her some time to think. Tister explained to her how she usually deceived people into believing that she was Lith's wife to avoid being bothered. "Some are brave enough to face a brother's glare, but a husband is much scarier," she winked. "So to keep the masquerade going, I booked my room under your name, and now the hotel staff thinks you are his mistress. You charging in here made quite an impression yesterday." Camilla blushed a little and laughed heartily. "Oh gods, that's why the receptionist looked at me funnily. Tista sure has a talent for embarrassing me." Yet the more time she spent with the two siblings, the less alone she felt. Chapter 441, Meat Puppet Part 2. The group spent the morning interrogating more witnesses, but neither Gianni's wits nor Tista's charm managed to find anything that could further the investigation. Embezzlement, illegal gambling, fencing, all things that would make today a field day if they weren't completely irrelevant for the task at hand, Gianni cursed in frustration. To add insult to injury, no maid mage had appeared since they had defeated the merchant the previous day. It left them with only one shot at cracking the mystery behind the specimen still stored inside the quarantine array. "Did you learn anything useful from that meatball?" she asked Manohar. "Many things. First, keeping it alive requires a steady supply of mana and flesh. Second, it uses part of the mana to convert the flesh it consumes into its own, and the rest gets stored somehow. Third." Lith, she cut him short, since Manohar seemed unable to understand the useful part. "Not much. We know that whoever made it is a genius and that they employ forbidden magic. So far we have no clue about its purpose or how to track its source," he replied, making her sigh. "There isn't much we can do right now. You three get back to the lab and please bring me good news. Mage Fellhorn and I have been summoned by Marquis Lanza, Author's ruler. He doesn't seem too happy with our results." Did he really expect us to solve the case in one day? Why not also demand that we turn hay into gold while he is at it? Tista said sarcastically. Before our arrival, he was the one the Crown held accountable for the ongoing crisis. I guess the old coot is eager to put the blame on us and wash his hands of the problem. Keep me posted, I'll do the same. Once they reached the Marquis office, both Gianni and Dorian had a clear idea of what to expect. "So much for your experts, Fellhorn. In less than 24 hours they managed to ruin months of my hard work. The Crown will be informed of it, and believe me, they will not be pleased," Lanza said while smoothing his black mustaches. The Marquis was a man in his late 50s, around 1.67 meters, 56, tall, with graying black hair and a wide belly that was a testament to his love for good food. Despite the cold weather and an open window, he was sweating profusely. His vast amount of excess body fat helped Lady Ernest to make up her mind. "Today I'll have roasted pork for lunch," she thought while pondering which side dish was better suited for her meal while she pretended to listen to his rants. "At least while I supervised the investigation, the collateral damage while handling the maid mages was minimal. You allowed a single one to burn down a whole building in broad daylight. Do you have any idea how many lives you have destroyed, or the panic you have caused?" He lied through his teeth. Maid mages had done plenty of damage already, and their victims' body count had reached the double digits. The only differences with the Marquis's crisis management were that the maid mages would die at the first spell, and the victims would be forced into silence. "Winter is coming, and I have 6 families that have lost everything, without even a place to live. Merchants came to me claiming the fire has destroyed hundreds of silver coins worth of merchandise. Who is going to pay for that?" The Marquis' voice was outraged, but his grin told another story. "The bigger their failure, the more negligible mine will appear in comparison," he thought. "The association will cover all the expenses," Dorian said with a nod of his head. "I bet a good part of that money will end up his pockets," was what he actually thought. "It's the least you can do," the Marquis said. "Your incompetence has caused incalculable losses to Author's establishments. Now everyone knows about maid mages. People are so scared that they prefer to stay at home all day rather than risk their lives. Even my poor Minna had to cancel the weekly gala we host in our home, because not one of our friends is willing to attend. I know you are upset, Father, but you're being unfair to these people." Minna walked into the room, followed closely by a housemaid. She was a stunning young woman in her early 20s, with light chestnut hair and blue eyes. Minna was as tall as her father, wearing a skin-tight yellow evening dress that emphasized her soft curves. What the heck? Minna's arrival interrupted Gianni's internal debate about the best-suited wine to accompany her lunch. They seem like they were pulled out of the Beauty and the Pig fable. The only reasonable explanation is that she is adopted. Between people going missing on a daily basis and the blue pillars reaping our peers, most of the members of our social circle left Author weeks ago. Even our friends don't trust your skills. Mage Fellhorn deserves the benefit of the doubt. Minna said with an angry tone. Definitely adopted, Gianni thought. But Pumpkin, the Marquis turned beet red from embarrassment. No buts, father, have you told them about Count Zolver? She cut him short. No, he didn't. Why do you think he should have? Gianni asked. Count Zolver is a lunatic. He is the only one in his family that was born without a shred of magic power. He's always been obsessed with the dream of becoming as powerful as his siblings. He wasted a small fortune to pay mages, alchemists, and every charlatan that promised him they could boost his talent for magic. When I heard about common people suddenly turning into powerful mages, he was the first suspect that came to my mind. Yet my father never listened to me, because the Zolver household is among his most loyal retainers. Watch your mouth, young miss. The Marquis seemed to have regained his spunk. I will not allow you to berate your father or our dear friends solely because you have no pity for an unfortunate gentleman. Go to your room now. Minna and the housemaid left the Marquis office, but not before the young lady accidentally bumped into the Marquis desk and spilled an inkwell over his documents. Hours of hard work were gone in an instant, and so was Minna. Gianni and Dorian ignored Lanza's desperate pleas for help and followed the young miss outside the office to obtain more details about the Count. Meanwhile, in the Mage Association's underground lab, the three healers kept studying the living tissue. The moment they had removed it from the quarantine array, it had resumed its growth. It kept getting bigger with each piece of game. They were forced to feed it while they performed their tests. I think it would be a good idea to seal it again, Tista said. Its growth rate is much faster than yesterday. Something is very wrong. Nonsense, Manohar replied. The more specimen we have, the more experiments we can perform. Without a host, this thing is powerless. A good healer is always cautious but never afraid of the unknown. Just as Manohar had finished talking, the living tissue that now was as big as a small dog started to writhe and twist until it assumed a humanoid shape made only of veins and muscles. Of the unknown, its pseudo-mouth echoed with a voice that sounded identical to the professor's. While Manohar performed a Tier 5 spell at breakneck speed to place the sample back inside the quarantine array, the living tissue shapeshifted again. Chapter 442, Thing Part 1. The new form the living tissue had assumed was that of a featureless human head with a slender neck which ended with the outline of a left shoulder. It would have reminded Lith of a broken mannequin if it weren't for its glowing blue eyes. This is bad, he said. I can't be sure of it, but the only time I've seen blue eyes was during necromancy classes. If I'm right and the principle is the same, we're being watched. The head's lips curled into a smile, confirming Lith's suspicions. Manohar had completed his spell, but nothing happened. Fascinating, remote control despite the association's arrays. The professor took the enchanted tray the specimen was set upon to seal it inside the quarantine array again. Suddenly, thin tendrils of flesh emerged from the severed neck and shoulder, wrapping around his arms. Nothing happened again. And Manohar grinned at the thing's surprised expression. The tendrils let go of his arms and went straight for his face, but a thin barrier of light surrounding Manohar prevented them from touching his skin. As I said, without a host you are powerless. You're not the first pest I've faced. I was just testing the limits of this form of yours. You really are just as annoying and arrogant as they say you are. The head replied with a soft, feminine voice that was identical to Tista's. Let's see how you respond to this. Tista and Lith stepped back while pretending to cast a fake magic spell. Manohar, on the other hand, didn't budge. You're just wasting my time. The door is closed, I've protected the three of us, and I'll not let my specimen die. You. Please, Professor, let go of me. Help, somebody help me. The face screamed with a terrified, crying voice. As usual, Tista had made quite an impression on the mages standing guard outside the lab, just as Manohar did for completely different reasons. As soon as they heard Tista screaming for help, they assumed the worst and opened the door while calling for reinforcements. Told you he is a creep. You owe me 20 copper coins, Mage Truan said to his partner, Mage Asa. Close the door, you dimwits. Can't you see I'm busy? Manohar yelled in outrage. The thing had shapeshifted again, assuming Tista's features and melting the half of the face not exposed to the guards. The melted flesh formed a naked shoulder and a part of an arm. Its tendrils were still clinging to Manohar's body, despite his best efforts to get free of the living tissue without damaging the specimen. So what the guards saw was a half-naked young woman whose body was covered by the professor's ample robes, screaming for help. "Help me, he tried to rape me," the head sobbed, sending the two guards into a frenzy. They didn't even notice the real Tista standing a few meters back, staring in horror at her doppelganger. "Nice try, but no one is dumb enough to believe." Manohar was cut short by two massive high-pressured wind blows that sent him crashing against a nearby column and made him lose consciousness. It was the Tier Tree Soft Blast, a non-lethal air magic spell devised in case of hostage situations. It all happened so fast that Tista and Lith barely had any time to react. The head sprung from Manohar's body and bolted toward the now shocked guards. Lith attempted to catch it with spirit magic while Tista conjured a 10 centimeters, 4, thick wall of earth to stop its advance. As soon as it perceived the pressure from the mana tendrils, the thing split itself into smaller pieces to escape from them and charged toward the barrier. The smaller bits remained stuck inside Tista's spell, but the impact created several cracks and weakened its structure enough to allow the two biggest fragments to reach the other side of the wall. "How the heck can they be so powerful?" Lith thought while staring in awe at the broken barrier. "That thing is full to the brim with world energy. The merchant first and our experiments later allowed it to feed to its heart content. Do you remember Manohar's words? Half the mana was stored all along," Solus explained. Tista didn't waste time and made the wall implode, destroying all the fragments still stuck inside it and clearing their line of sight all at once. Sadly, it was too late. The living tissue had turned the mages into its hosts and was merging the two bodies into one. "Fuck, we can kiss our specimen goodbye," Lith cursed the unknown enemy. "That thing made a magico as strong as a mage. I can't afford to discover what it can do to someone with a decent core." The guards both had bright green cores, Solus thought. "I have no idea how two mana cores in one body will interact, but based on what happened earlier, it should be like fighting a blue-cored mage." "Tista, I'll hit high, you hit low, we must." In the heat of the battle, Lith had completely forgotten that his sister had never seen an abomination, one of Balker's undead, or any of the monstrosities which had been his bread and butter for years. Tista was pale as a ghost, incapable of averting her gaze from the bodies of the two mages as they were twisted inside out. Their bones snapped and merged, forming thicker limbs. Their flesh writhed and bulged, spurting blood, whenever a blood vessel proved incapable of sustaining the increased pressure, just to be mended a split second later. Lith looked at Manohar, still on the floor with a small pool of blood forming under his head. "We don't have much time left," said the left head using Lith's own voice. "Let's play," said the right one, accomplishing the unbelievable task of making Manohar's voice even more annoying. "Count Lanza's mansion. Your allegations could put Count Zolver in some serious trouble. What makes you so certain that he could be the one behind the maid mages?" Gianni asked. "You don't know him like I do." Even if the corridor outside her father's office was pleasantly warm, Minna Lanza shivered while recalling their shared past. Eric has always been envious of anyone capable of lighting a fire without matches. He's not just talentless, he can't even use chore magic. Over the years, envy turned into hate. It's gotten to the point that he has forbidden his staff to use magic. The last time I visited him, Eric almost whipped a butler to death for conjuring a glass of water. Her beautiful blue eyes turned watery. He was yelling like a lunatic, babbling about restoring his honor. He had a feverish look in his eyes like he'd become insane. "Thanks for your help. I assure you will pay Eric Zolver a visit," Gianni said. At those words, Minna gave them a curtsy with a look full of gratitude before taking her leave. The housemaid accompanying Minna hesitated before following her ladyship. Gianni hadn't missed how the housemaid had kept staring at her constable badge during the whole conversation, nor that she had bitten her lower lip more than once to stop herself from speaking. Lady Ernest caught up with her before she could disappear around the corner and grabbed her by the shoulder. "Is there anything you would like to add, miss?" Gianni asked. The housemaid turned around nervously, making sure no one was in sight before answering. "Please don't listen to the Marquis. He's only telling you half of the story." Chapter 443, Thing Part 2. The housemaid introduced herself as Hessie from Namur. She was a plump woman in her mid-40s, with brown hair and eyes of the same color. Her maid uniform covered her from neck to toes. It consisted of a black dress with a full skirt and a white smock apron. "I'm Lady Lanza's personal maid. It's my duty to serve and follow her." Hesse had a high-pitched voice, which fear made it sound almost childish despite her age. "Her ladyship and her father have quarreled several times because he has falsified the numbers of missing people for months before the association took charge of the problem. That would explain why we underestimated the seriousness of the situation until it was too late," Dorian pondered. "This information may help us to incriminate him later, but right now we have other priorities. I'm really sorry." His eyes were sincere and he meant those words, but there was nothing he could do. "No, you don't understand. The problem's not only that people disappear, but also that some come back." Hesse's eyes dilated from fear. Her voice trembled to the point she started stuttering. "One of my neighbors, Mr. Rosa, went missing a month ago. He returned a week later, saying he had left Arthur for a job he had been hired to do. Yet he wore the same clothes that he disappeared in, and he was as broke as the day he left. I'm sorry, but I fail to see the relevance of your neighbor to our investigation," Gianni said with a kind tone. "I know this will sound crazy," Hesse stuttering got even worse. "But ever since people started going missing, everyone in my neighborhood is afraid to leave their homes late at night. Odd folks with glowing blue eyes walk around the streets. Once I watched outside my window, and I noticed several of them moving towards the old temple. I could swear that Mr. Rosa was among them." Gianni took note of everything Hesse said just to be polite, and reassured her they would look into it. The housemaid gave them a deep bow and left in a hurry to catch up with Minna. "Have you heard this nonsense before?" Gianni asked Dorian once they left the Lanza household. "Many times," he nodded. "It's related to an old legend about a necromancer that would send his revenants to capture people for his experiments. Whenever there is a drought, a bad harvest, or even a harsh winter, the people of Arthur start claiming that blue-eyed creatures are responsible. Suddenly, their communication amulets received a call at the same time. According to Dorian's secretary, there was something wrong with the underground lab. Unlike Traeus, the thing didn't wait to be fully formed before attacking. As soon as it finished its taunt, the creature jumped toward Lith with a maniacal laughter. At the moment, it was a humanoid skinless creature, about 2 meters, 7, tall with 2 heads, 4 arms, and 2 legs. The flesh and muscles were laid bare as they rearranged themselves to fit the new body. Veins as thick as a finger ran from its exposed twin hearts to its 6 limbs. They pulsed with a steady rhythm despite the frenzied assault the creature was performing. Its first set of arms was human-like, while the second one had been fused with part of the legs of the second guard. The result was a pair of deformed arms coming out of the creature's shoulders that ended in hands as big as coffee tables. Each hand only had 3 fingers that resembled the talons of a huge bird of prey. Thanks to life vision, Lith could see that, just like a made mage, the creature was now generating a vortex to suck all the world energy from its surroundings. "Idiot," he inwardly sneered, while conjuring a stone pillar from the ground which struck the creature while it was still in midair. "The vortex can grant you endless mana, but it also absorbs mine. One spell is all that it takes to kill you by poisoning your core." "No, not really," Solus pointed out. "The moment you cast your spell, the vortex disappeared. Whoever is controlling that creature can switch the vortex on and off at will." The creature ripped the pillar off the ground with its deformed arms and used it as a mace trying to squash Lith. "Tista, snap out of it," he yelled while dodging with a roll. The pillar came down, smashing the table full of expensive equipment they had used until a minute ago. Shards of wood, glass, and stone flew across the room. If not for their enchanted armors, only Lith would have survived the rain of deadly projectiles thanks to his enhanced physique. Tista only felt a prick on her skin, but it was enough to make her regain her cool. "Hang on, she tried to speak, but Lith interrupted her. "Watch out, remember the eyes, and watch out for its chanting." "Why my first monster has to be this hard?" Tista cursed her bad luck. "I must always pretend to chant and use hand signs because even if we kill it, the puppeteer will survive. I can't blow up our cover." The creature split what was left of the pillar in half. The room was too small for such a huge weapon. A simple earth spell turned the rocks into clubs, which the creature swung around, displaying a level of mastery that sent shivers down Lith's spine. One mouth kept laughing as the other one was chanting a spell, while the human-like arms performed the hand signs. "The silver lining of this nightmare is that at least we are not fighting an awakened one." Lith thought, wielding the gatekeeper with one hand while performing hand signs with the other one. "A mage knight," the first head stopped laughing from surprise. That wasn't in your file. Lith didn't bother replying and charged forward instead. The Night Mage Tier 4 spell, Full Guard, enveloped his body with a spherical blue aura with a radius of 1.65 meters, 5.41 feet. Thanks to Full Guard, he had no blind spots. Whatever entered the sphere would be detected, allowing Lith to strike and dodge without looking. I can't use fusion magic, whereas with its 4 arms Mr. Carpenter here has no trouble casting and fighting at the same time. I need all the advantages I can get, Lith thought. Even if the situation was dire, Lith's name of choice for the creature made Solus chuckle. You are insane, you know that, right? She said while using all of her senses to find a way to quickly kill the carpenter. I would have died years ago if I was any saner, Lith replied as he also conjured a tower shield made of ice and earth to block the enemy's Tier 4 lightning spell. Mage Knight's spells only required one hand and had a short cast time compared to other specializations. Their major downside was the very short area of effect, but in such an enclosed space it didn't matter. Lith had trained with Floria countless times. He knew the basic spells of her specialization like the back of his hand. The carpenter's left arm tried to block his advance, but Lith needed just a thought to send the tower shield intercepting the attack. The right arm swung its club with inhuman speed as the left one swatted the shield like a fly, shattering it into frozen pebbles. Lith managed to dodge by a hair's breadth, but was quickly forced on defense. The carpenter roared in triumph while it was driving Lith into a corner with its superior physical prowess and technique. The creature would finish him as soon as its next spell was ready. Chapter 444, Blue Pillars, Part 1. While dodging the club's swings that were raining on him non-stop, Lith still couldn't believe how things had escalated quickly. When the specimen had proved to be able to shapeshift, he had prepared contingency spells to restrain or contain it, not kill it. It was their only lead, and it was seemingly harmless. It could change its appearance, but not create weapons nor use magic, which together with Manohar's light barrier's protection made it nothing more than a creepy talking head. Lith had hoped that whoever was controlling the flesh puppet would say something that he could use to find the real source of the made mages. He would have never expected the guards to believe that something could happen to Tista on his watch, nor that Manohar could be so arrogant to not have prepared any kind of protection for himself. Lith had seen the professor ready another spell, but Manohar had been so focused on the specimen to not even glance at the wannabe heroes. Human stupidity never ceases to amaze me, he thought while rolling under one of the deformed arms and striking with the gatekeeper at the human hands, disrupting the spell. Its behavior doesn't make sense. Solus was dumbfounded as well. If its aim was destroying the specimen, then it could have just self-destructed. If it wanted to escape, why ignore the open door? What does it gain by fighting us? Lith was too busy avoiding to get cornered to even try to find a proper answer. The creature was physically stronger than him, and its fighting skills were better than most of his instructors demonstrated when he had trained in the army. If this person is so good while controlling a makeshift body that wields improvised weapons, I don't think I could win against their real body without going all out. Meanwhile, Tista had finished healing Manohar and was waiting for the right moment to strike. Her eyes were brimming with mana because of life vision. Why, it doesn't activate the vortex, she thought. Lith can't focus on a spell as long they are so close, but I can. Spirit magic is invisible to fake mages, and I've conjured enough to kill it in one go. Without the vortex, though, it would just give it a strong blow and reveal our ace in the hole. Much to everyone's surprise, the carpenter was getting weaker by the second. Most of the accumulated mana was spent, and a green core couldn't sustain its abilities for long, not without the vortex's boost. Before attacking, the creature said something about not having much time left. Maybe the vortex has some limitations we are still unaware of, Solus pondered. Lith grunted as he deflected the stone club coming from his left. He then raised the gatekeeper while switching to a two-handed grip before chopping off the deformed hand at the wrist's level. The carpenter's movements were getting sluggish. It tried to reattach the hand with tendrils of flesh, but the darkness magic the gatekeeper was infused with was corrupting the hand faster than the creature could regenerate it. Seems I have underestimated you a bit, the creature said with Manohar's voice while taking several steps back. Both heads were wheezing, gasping for air. Lith didn't let it get away. He kept close to the creature while swinging the gatekeeper. With its only arm left, the carpenter couldn't keep up with him. The bastard's sword was infused with darkness magic, and with each hit the creature's vitality dwindled. Yet its mouths continued grinning. The vortex reappeared, sucking all the world energy in its surroundings and filling the carpenter with new energy. Its wounds closed, even the stump started regrowing a new hand. Tista unleashed all the spirit magic she had accumulated, while Lith stepped back and conjured some of his own. The carpenters' heads kept their eyes on the siblings, ready to shut down the vortex the moment they cast a spell or activated a magic ring. Yet nothing happened. How disappointing. They are both frozen in terror. This has been a waste of... The creature's train of thought was cut short by a massive amount of foreign mana flooding its system. The carpenter stopped the vortex, but it was too late. Liths could only produce filaments on such short notice, but Tista's spirit magic had been densely packed. Her mana reached the creature's green core, degrading it quickly to yellow and then to orange. The carpenter laughed despite the pain, still looking around for the source of the attack. "Brilliant, I didn't even notice you setting up this trap," the creature while staring at Tista. "Too bad it's not enough." The carpenter reactivated the vortex, uncaring of the consequences. The moment Solus informed Lith that the creature's core was down to red, he resumed his attack. Even under the effect of mana poisoning, the creature's muscles were still growing, its wounds healing. Lith unleashed all of his rings, and the creature sucked the spells just as he expected. "Gray and fading now," Solus gave him his cue. The moment the carpenter's eyes stopped glowing, Lith used fire, air, and water fusion on himself with all the strength that had left. His movements turned into a blur. Each slash was perfectly chained to the following one with no delay thanks to water fusion. Lith was like a human blender. Even Tista couldn't follow the gatekeeper's speed. The only thing she could see was a flash of light each time a part of the carpenter flew away. First, Lith decapitated both heads with a horizontal slash while jumping. Then, he adjusted the blade's angle, and while falling down he amputated the creature's right arms. The moment Lith touched the floor, he changed stance again. He pivoted on his feet, chopping both legs at once while spinning on himself. Lastly, he used the momentum for removing the left arms with an upward slash as he returned facing the creature. When the second green core went online, the carpenter was still full to the brim with mana. Unluckily, being limbless, it could do nothing as Lith stabbed the chest and flooded it with darkness magic until it turned to dust. "Two assimilated guards, hence 2 cores, he explained to Tista's disgusted look. "Rule number 1, never stop until the monster is." He was about to wipe out the carpenter's remains when a blue pillar descended from the sky and pushed him away, like he was just a speck of dust. Under their astonished gazes, the pillar enveloped their enemy and sucked away all the mana it contained. "What the heck? This isn't at all like when a magical beast evolves, nor like when I refined the blue mana core. It feels empty, like Kajuria after I destroyed the Black Star. Could it be?" Lith's reasoning was interrupted by several mages storm the lab. What they saw was a bloodbath where the living tissue had assimilated the guards, Manohar lying unconscious on the ground in a pool of his own blood, and most of the lab equipment trashed. The colleagues they had come to help were nowhere to be seen, whereas Lith and Tista were standing unscathed. "Nobody moves," screamed Thane, the great mage leading the backup unit. "Drop the sword and get on your knees now. If you so much as to say a single word, I'll not hesitate to put you down." Chapter 440, 5 Blue Pillars, Part 2. City of Author, unknown location. What the heck? The one controlling the carpenter remained mildly amused, discovering that their creature was incapacitated. It takes barely more than 1 second to switch the main body after the first one becomes poisoned. The little bastard must have saved a Tier 4, if not even 5, magical ring for the grand finale. Otherwise, the ranger had no way to deal that much damage in such a short amount of time. They reviewed the whole fight, assessing each team member's threat level. Playing with them was the right choice. Manohar is just as dangerous as they say he is. No one has ever managed to extract one of my puppies from its host before. I've spent a long time to make sure it's something impossible to do, yet he pulled it off at the first attempt. He even managed to neutralize its assimilation abilities after less than a day worth of study. There's no telling what he could discover if they catch another made mage, and I can't hope for the same trick to work twice. I need to find out the weak point Manohar exploited, or the next time they could stop me. Yet instead of being worried about their plan being ruined, they smiled instead. It's refreshing finally meeting a worthy opponent. Fooling constables and leading healers by the nose becomes boring after a while. He seems the kind of man that would gladly join me. I need just 2. When they noticed that the sun was about to set, they were forced to interrupt their plans and prepare for the evening. Damn it, I shouldn't have chosen this ridiculous body. Between family and servants, I have barely the time to collect mana from my puppies. My next alias will be someone inconspicuous and with much fewer responsibilities. Tista and Lith had a hard time explaining they had nothing to do with the two guards' disappearance. It was the first time for her seeing two humans die in such a gruesome way. Compared to the carpenter, even the fallen races looked cute and cuddly. As for Lith, being found with a blood-stained blade while standing right in front of a pile of ashes made him the prime suspect. Their situation improved the moment Great Mage Thane checked Manohar's condition and discovered he was fit as a fiddle. Unluckily, things took a turn for the worse when he woke up. "Idiots, because of those idiots, I've lost a unique specimen," he yelled in a temper tantrum. "Not to mention your life." Lith was serving a tea spiked with a strong liquor, hoping to calm the mind of those present. "Who cares about my life? I mean, I survived far worse." Manhar corrected himself once he realized he was the one they were talking about. "If those incompetent fools weren't already reduced to dust, I would raise them from the dead just to have the pleasure to kill them myself." "How dare you?" After Manohar, Thane too spilled most of his tea. "Truan and Asa were good men. Truan had a wife and two small children. They died because of your crazy research. What I'm going to say to Truan's wife? That he should have followed his colleague's example and not spread his idiocy to the future generations." Lith and Camilla took good care of Tista while the two men quarreled like children. Tista was still in shock. Even covered by multiple blankets, she kept shivering with cold. "Does this kind of things happen often to you?" Once the adrenaline rush from the fight had faded, she turned pale as a ghost. "Gods, no. Aside from Bulker's thralls, I've never met a monster like that. If you start traveling like I do, though, sometimes you're bound to see people die." He shrugged, drawing to himself a reproachful stare from Camilla. "No, he is right." Tista drank a big gulp of liquid courage. "I don't plan on playing tourist. I'd rather hear the truth, scary as it may be, instead of lies that could coddle my feelings and get me killed." Soon Tista fell asleep despite the two mages yelling at each other. After Gianni and Dorian returned from the Marquis house, Lith shared his doubts with them. "As I told to Great Mage Thane, we witnessed a blue pillar. What I have left out is that, after it vanished, the surroundings were almost devoid of mana, just like Kajuria after I destroyed the Black Star. If my hypothesis is right, it means that someone is stealing huge amounts of world energy, just like the Black Star did. The process is faulty, though. The vessels can hold only for a limited amount of time, after which the energy dissipates in the form of a light pillar." "Are you crazy? Why did you hide such an important detail?" Dorian said. "Because this could mean that Manohar is right. Someone is using people to harvest mana, and only a cursed object or worse could require so many sacrifices," Lith explained, making the professor grin with pride. "Thane questioned us in front of his unit. If I told him the truth, one of them might have preferred to lose his job but save his family, and the news would leak. If people think that Author is going to become the next lost city, panic will kill thousands. Also, until we don't learn what's actually happening, we can't risk spreading those critters to the rest of the kingdom." "Interesting," Gianni mulled over his words. "Yet now I'm the one who thinks cursed objects have nothing to do with this story. Didn't you say that the creature had glowing blue eyes?" Gianni told them about the two new leads they had got from Marquis, Lanza home. "I just know the basics of lesser necromancy, but I don't think this is the work of a necromancer." Lith shook his head. "The vessels are all living beings, and so was the specimen. Sounds more like forbidden magic to me." "Maybe the blue eyes are just the sign of a mage's will controlling their creation, and maybe not," Gianni replied. "I'll request the Forbidden Magic and Necromancy Department to provide us all the information available on the matter. If what Hesse told us is true, then the made mages, the blue pillars, and the missing people are all the work of the same person." Chapter 446, Search Part 1. "This is much worse than I expected." Gianni paced around Dorian's office while assessing the gravity of Author's predicament in the light of the most recent developments. "Royal constables don't deal with mages. It's the duty of the Mage Association to prevent idiots with more power than brain from endangering the kingdom and its subjects. My problem is that if I call in the Knight's Guard without a proper cover story, panic will spread." Even if she wasn't referring to him, Dorian felt the need to justify himself anyway. "I assure you that there has been no early sign of a conspiracy of this magnitude. I performed background checks on every mage that entered the city during the last months. Also, the materials necessary to build a lab need special permission to be bought. There's no record of someone applying for one in years. It's not your fault. Necromancer or not, we are dealing with someone smart enough to cover their tracks. We don't even know what is their real agenda. Based on what Lith said, Maid Mages and Blue Pillars victims might be failed experiments. Even though I don't see what they could possibly achieve by giving powers to random people. But if Manohar is right, and we are dealing with the making of a cursed artifact, then only the missing people are relevant, and the rest it's just a diversion. Think about it. Small-time nobles dying in the middle of the day are bound to draw attention, and so are rogue mages bent on destruction. We need more information, and we need them fast. We don't know how close the mastermind is to bring their plan to fruition. Any ideas? We could require a copy of Brigadier General Vorg's report for the Kajuria events, Camilla proposed. Lith said that the aftereffects of the Black Star and of the Blue Pillar are similar. Kajuria's world energy was sealed by the arrays. Maybe after disabling them, the General noticed something that could help us understand what's happening here. Lith considered it a waste of time, but said nothing. I've never seen Blue Pillars before, not even after abominations absorbed small villages' worth of world energy. The phenomenon must be related to the kind of forbidden magic employed. Since we are clutching at straws, though, we might as well give it a try, he thought. Then, after pondering Gianni's and Dorian's words, Camilla took out her communication amulet and started browsing through her notes. Her hands moved on the holographic interface with the grace of a pianist during a solo. Her expression was so focused that Gianni stopped pacing to not disturb her work. I knew it, she said with a warm smile that reminded Lith the reason he had asked her out the first time they had met, right after she had finished reproaching him. There was something in her disposition that made her more than sunny, almost radiant. So far we have considered the nobles involved with the Blue Pillars as victims, but if we consider them part of a bigger scheme, then I think this could give us a lead. Camilla handed her communication amulet to Gianni. The data collected showed that every victim had renovated a part of their mansions during the previous months. Some had set new arrays, others had bought new magical commodities. Taken individually, each order was inconspicuous, but once put them all together, there were more than enough magical resources to build a decent lab. Excellent job, Lieutenant, Gianni said while returning the amulet. Do a reverse search and find me someone that fits the profile of the victims and the timeline of the purchases who is still alive. The first name I want you to check is Eric Zolver. Camilla frowned as soon as she typed the name. Count Zolver had been flagged by the Mage Association multiple times over the years, but there were no recent activities on his accounts. To Dorian, Gianni said, Damn, why didn't you check on him? He has an alchemical lab, a forge-mastering lab, and at least 2 others. With all this stuff, he could be doing everything by himself. We did. He has no magical powers, and whenever he built a lab, a certified magician worked for him. We didn't intervene because he has the means but not the skills to use them. When the problem started, I searched his place and checked his inventories. There was nothing missing, and he hasn't hired a mage in the last 2 years. I can send another team to make sure the magical equipment is still on the place too if you want. No, it's better to wait. We have no solid evidence he is related to this story. I can't just storm inside his house and interrogate him. Before we ask him questions, I need to know some answers, Gianni replied. While Lieutenant Yavel searches for more potential suspects, I want everyone to rest. We have to be ready if another Maid Mage appears, and if they don't, I want to take a look around the old temple to check for glowing blue-eyed people. It took Camilla a couple of hours to complete her task. Knowing what she was looking for and the time frame for the purchase of magical materials to be relevant allowed her to narrow her research greatly. Since it was almost sundown, the group decided to scout the area where Hessie lived and make sure that her claims weren't just born out of superstition. The building called the Old Temple was one of the rare relics of the time before Magus Lachra Silverwing gifted her legacy to the Garland continent. After mages learned to perform Tier 4 and 5 magic, religions had slowly disappeared. The temple was located in the outer rim of Author, in one of the oldest and poorest parts of the city. The district was too distant from the city gates to be of any use for the merchants. The streets were narrow, and the pavements were full of cracks and holes due to the lack of maintenance. Lith noticed the lack of beggars and street urchins that were common in all the other zones of the outer rim that he had visited. I wonder if it's because they got scared by the people going missing in the neighborhood, or just because the residents have nothing to worth stealing, Lith thought. The old temple belonged to Exhal, the god of healing. It reminded Lith of a Greek temple. It was a simple rectangular shrine with protruding side walls forming a small porch. The temple was composed of two sections, an outer space surrounded by columns, and the inner area which housed a stone altar engraved with runes belonging to a lost language and a statue of Exhal. Both areas of the temple were entered and exited through ornate niches. The god was depicted as a bearded man wearing an ample robe. His right hand held a human heart, while the left one was destroyed, either by time or thieves. "Is it me, or this guy resembles Arthun, the Mad King?" Lith had seen Arthun's picture more than once while researching for a cure for his reincarnation problem. The others had no idea of who Lith was talking about, and there was no time to explain to them the whole story, so they kept looking around the temple. Chapter 447, Search Part 2. The inner area of the temple was 30 meters long and 20 meters wide. Every step the group made echoed inside the empty hall. Dust and dirt covered the statue and the altar. Even the stone benches where once believers would sit on to pray looked like nobody had touched them for months. Everything of artistic value had been stripped from the walls over time. Where once were bas-reliefs and mosaics, now there were holes with jagged edges. "This is odd," Gianni said after checking the side rooms. "Despite the lack of maintenance, the temple is still in good shape. I would expect it to be a playground for the kids during the day and a shelter for the homeless during the night." The mages checked for secret passages with earth magic, but to no avail. Even using life vision and the array detecting spell revealed nothing. "When did you find the time to learn warden magic?" Gianni was surprised seeing Lith scanning the place, with spells belonging to different specializations. "I'm not a warden. I just learned how to detect arrays and how to cast the most useful ones for combat situations." Lith had been too busy with his research to have the time to become even an amateur warden. He knew how to cast the array detecting spell because otherwise he wouldn't be able to share what he discovered with life vision, which allowed him to see all kinds of hidden magic. The only arrays he knew were the so-called impossible arrays, formations that only an awakened could cast and which belonged to the legacies left by previous magi. After a full sweep of the temple which resulted in a bust, they split into groups of two. Gianni would go with Manohar, Camilla with Tista, and Lith with Dorian. They needed to cover as much ground as possible in the little time they had left. "The trick is to blend in," Gianni explained while her uniform and Manohar's shapeshifted into a simple cotton dress and a white shirt over brown pants respectively. "Mix up with the crowd and ask normal questions. People love to gossip when given the chance." She messed up her hair to make them disheveled and applied a fine powder that made them look shaggy. Then she put makeup to her face, neck, and hands until she lost any resemblance of nobility. She even dirtied her nails on purpose before doing the same to Manohar. When she finished, they looked like two daily laborers. "As long as he shuts up, I'll make my way while pretending we are a married couple just arrived in town who is looking for a cheap home. It'll give us a reason to ask about the neighborhood." "Don't flatter yourself, woman," Manohar scoffed. "Even while looking like this, no one will ever believe that a handsome man like me would marry an old bat like you. I'm not Lith, I don't like old-timers," he said while pointing at Camilla. "I'm younger than you, jerk," she replied in anger. "Tista Lith, no one in their right mind would ever believe you come from a poor upbringing, no matter how much makeup I apply to you. You have to improvise," Gianni explained as she executed a knee strike on Manohar's gonads, making him double over in pain. "Dorian, Camilla, usually people hate uniforms, but maybe they are desperate enough to ask for help. Pretend to patrol the streets and wait for people to talk to you. Any questions?" Aside from Manohar's groans, the temple was silent. "Good, let's meet here an hour after sundown." Tista and Camilla walked for about half an hour before giving upon Gianni's plan. Instead of seeking their help, people approached them to make sure they weren't lost, and warned them it was a dangerous place for two young women. To Camilla, Tista asked, "Do you know first aid?" "Of course, even non-operatives have to regularly attend classes in case of emergency." "Then we are set," Tista replied with a smile. They walked to the nearest clinic and introduced themselves as a healer and her assistant. The local practitioner was dubious because of Camilla's uniform, but he changed his mind as soon as he heard the work for free magic words. He provided Camilla a nurse scrubs and put them to work immediately. They followed Gianni's advice, not asking any question that wasn't medically relevant. Camilla monitored the waiting room, eavesdropping the patients' conversations, while Tista listened patiently to their worries whenever someone was willing to open up. Between Lith's build and Dorian's silver uniform, they had no problems following Gianni's script. At first, only a few were brave enough to approach them, but once word got out that they would deal with the requests immediately, a long line formed quickly. At first was just small stuff: pest infestations, minor injuries, quarrels between neighbors. Then people started reporting them all their fear and problems. "Please, my son disappeared 2 days ago. We reported it to the guards, but they barely listened," said a couple whose teenage son was gone. "It's the 3rd time my store gets robbed this month. Where are the guards when you need them?" asked an angry shopkeeper. "This neighborhood is a nightmare. Between muggers, drug dealers, and all those creeps walking at night, we need to barricade ourselves in after sundown." Lith was amazed by Dorian's patience while dealing with all those people. He would let them vent as long as they needed before making a question. Lith used that time for scanning his surroundings and looking for vortexes. "Even if a made mage gets blue-eyed only when they are mind-controlled, I should be able to perceive the carriers of a meat puppet. They can't turn off that pseudo-invigoration ability." As the minutes turned into hours, Lith discovered how unsavory the bread of knowledge was. During their rounds, he noticed several individuals emanating a vortex from their mana core. They were all very small compared to those of a rampaging made mage, but their sheer numbers were impressive. "Damn, I hate being always right. How do I explain to the others what I know without mentioning life vision or ditching Dorian long enough to create a believable cover story?" "You can't," Solus shrugged. "We need Manohar to extract the meat puppet, and if he asks you how did you diagnose it from a distance, he's not going to believe a far-fetched explanation. He knows light magic far better than you." Lith and Solus racked their brains for a solution, but when they found it, it was already too late. As soon as the sun started to disappear behind the city walls, the streets emptied, leaving him no choice but to go back empty-handed at the old temple. "This is actually a blessing in disguise." Solus sounded relieved. She had found a flaw in his plan. "Even if your idea may work, you were bound to fail. Knowing Gianni, she has turned off their communication amulets to not blow their cover. Without Manohar's help, you might have alerted the enemy and destroyed any chance we have of taking them by surprise. We have one shot at this. We have to make it count." Chapter 448, Masked Gala Part 1. "I've talked with everyone who had a room for rent, but I didn't learn anything useful," Gianni sighed. "Everyone complains about the high crime rate of the neighborhood, of the people going missing on a daily basis, and only a few talked about blue-eyed people. The silver lining is that those who did always saw them near the temple of Exhal. I have a suggestion about how to find people carrying a meat puppet," Tista said, beating Lith to the punch. "I noticed that some of today's patients had a mild adverse reaction to both my diagnostic and healing spells. They all presented the same symptoms, unease and stomach ache, the same of mana poisoning victims. I think Professor Manohar could give them a look, and if I'm right, extract the puppets safely from their hosts." All gazes turned to Manohar, who didn't seem to be impressed. "I discovered a few of them on my own, too. I just had to use air magic the whole time we were around people, and see who would suddenly feel sick after getting touched by my invisible winds. I even managed to examine a couple of carriers. The puppets were there, yes, but they were already dying on their own. Most of them were so undeveloped that they wouldn't survive the extraction process, and even if they did, I wouldn't have enough time to find a way to stabilize them. Despite the failure, the experience allowed me to collect some significant data. The carriers were both male and females, never than younger 15 years old. Some were even older." When Manohar noticed Gianni's glare as he was pointing at her, he almost choked on his words. His hands quickly moved to protect his groin. "I mean less young than Constable Erna's here. I performed the same experiment as Professor Manohar, but I didn't attempt to check on the specimen to not put at risk the patient's life," Lith said. "The ones I noticed, though, were mostly young." "Same for me," Tista confirmed. She had been very scared at the idea of using magic on someone with a vortex in their mana core. She didn't want to harm them, but had no idea how to refuse to treat them, since the other healer would do it anyway. She had used a weak diagnostic spell first, and when she noticed that the vortex was too weak to cause mana poisoning, she had cured the patients as fast as she could. The younger the patient, the milder was their reaction. Sometimes I wouldn't have even noticed their distress if they hadn't asked me if their symptoms were normal after being cured. Maybe there is a link between the age of the host and the puppet's growth. Gianni read the reports about the personal details of the made mages killed so far. Most of those gone on rampage were above 30 years old. Or maybe the younger ones get collected and the older ones don't. Lith and I received many missing persons reports today. Most were about youngsters. Also, if you remember Hesse's words, Mr. Rosa disappeared and then returned. Maybe we should pay him a visit, Dorian proposed. Already tried that? Gianni shook her head. His house was the first place we visited, and coincidentally, his landlord told me he left the building around the time you fought the creature. Another unfortunate coincidence is that no maid mage popped out since we extracted the meat puppet. Whoever is pulling the strings is not leaving loose ends. We must move with caution. If the enemy discovers we are getting closer, there's no telling what they could do. In the following days, no more maid mages appeared, whereas 2 more nobles died after being enveloped by a blue pillar. The group kept patrolling the zone nearby the old temple, looking for witnesses and blue-eyed people, but to no avail. The men of the Mage Association investigated all those who had purchased magical resources around the time the incidents had started. Once they had narrowed down the list to a few names, Gianni decided to act. With no clues at our disposal, we have only one move available. If we approach our suspects one by one, they might get spooked and disappear, or they may just get killed by our mysterious opponent. Since we can't detain and interrogate middle-importance nobles just because they have renovated their houses, we need to be smart about it. I've contacted Lady Lanza for help, and she has accepted. Tomorrow, she'll organize a masked gala, and all those on our list will be invited. The plan is to round them up in the same place, arrive there unexpected, and if Manohar, after examining them, confirms the presence of a meat puppet, we'll have all the reasons to perform a proper interrogation. Or if they die, we'll at least be able to collect a number of specimens big enough to locate our enemy. Questions. 1. Lith asked, how do we know that we can trust this Lady Lanza? We can't, Gianni shook her head. It's already suspicious how our only 2 leads all came from the Lanza household. It's a trap in the trap. I spoke directly to her, so Minna Lanza is the only one that knows will attend. If something happens to our suspects, we'll know she is involved. That's why I've put her under surveillance. Manohar will act as her surprise guest. The god of healing is still one of the most eligible bachelors of the kingdom. While you mingle with the nobles, you'll have to examine our suspects without them noticing. The gala is for tomorrow night. You'd better not screw this up. The following night, all the nobles who had yet to escape from Author despite its crisis were glad to attend to the gala hosted by the only daughter of the lord of the city. Lith still had his doubts about the plan. I don't trust this Minna. If one or more of her guests get arrested during the gala and the other nobles discover her involvement, her reputation will be ruined. What does she gain from helping us? He wondered. Maybe she is just worried about her city. Good people do exist, Solus objected. Lith ignored her naive remark and walked slowly through the ballroom. He was wearing a black tuxedo and bow tie with a silver mask covering his face. He hadn't worn one since the plague, and he discovered that he still liked the feeling it gave. Lith didn't have to worry about hiding his feelings or where his eyes wandered. Camilla was walking by his side while holding his arm. She wore a golden mask and a silk satin red evening dress with a V neckline. The dress left exposed her shoulders and emphasized her bosom. Why do you think Lady Erna's picked for me such a flashy dress? She asked with a whisper, glad that the mask would hide her embarrassment. Because most of our targets are men. If they keep their eyes on you, they will not notice me. Mask or not, my height is easily recognizable, he replied, glad for Gianni's choice. Look, isn't that Count Zolver? Camilla tugged his arm, nodding to her right. Count Zolver was wearing a black tuxedo too. Contrary to Lady Lanza's description, he had an amiable expression and spoke with a calm voice. Wasn't he supposed to be without any talent for magic? Camilla whispered in surprise. The Count was sipping his wine while his flute was floating on its own. That's not all, Solus pointed out. His deep red mana core could barely light a match, but his blood core is another story entirely. Chapter 449, Masked Gala Part 2. Lith had only met 2 individuals with a double core, and even if he wasn't aware of that, both of them had been artificially created. The first was Kala, with her blood core which was meant to expedite her turning into a true undead. The second was Gadorf the Wyvern, who had a black core to assist him to forcefully refine his mana core by feeding on the magical energies of others. Both the artificial cores had been placed far enough from the natural one to not alter its functions. According to Solus's mana sense, Count Eric Zolver's situation was completely different. The blood and the mana core so close that they almost overlapped. Unlike Kala's blood core, Zolver's wasn't stable and needed to drain small amounts of mana from the nearby mana core to sustain itself. This is odd, Solus pondered. It's not like the monster you created by accident. Zolver's blood is not getting drained while he uses magic. Only the blood composing the core gets consumed, but it doesn't get replaced. Thanks to the mask he was wearing, Lith could activate life vision without anyone noticing his eyes flare up with mana. The Count was alive, yet from his body originated both the red wind of the living and a faint black wind typical of the dead. His life force was stronger than anyone else's in the ballroom, except for Gianni and Lith, while his mana flow was weak. Lith had seen yellow-cored individuals with a stronger flow. He took notice that despite the vigor of his movements, the Count was sickly pale and had resorted to light makeup to make his skin appear rosy. Either he has obtained his powers recently, or he is overeager to show them off. Lith, though, while observing that Zolver was performing even the most menial task with magic. His mask was floating in mid-air, just like his wine glass and his plate. Classic rookie mistake. Using 3 spells at once requires a lot of focus and wastes mana you could need later. Him using silverware to eat shows that he is basically a one-trick pony. He can keep things afloat, but he can't move them. Lith looked around the room, keeping an eye on the suspects and his companions. Most of the nobles on Camilla's list had small vortexes coming out of their mana cores. By observing them, Lith and Tista noticed that they could adjust the vortex's strength at will. It would remain dormant while they were chatting and grow in size when they executed elaborate dance moves, like lifting their partners, which required a physical prowess they lacked. All the targets are in sight, Lith whispered in his communication earpiece as he danced around the ballroom with Camilla. Dorian and Tista were on the opposite side of the room, while Gianni watched everything from the gallery on the first floor. The ballroom's floor was made of white marble, which together with the pristine white walls reflected the light coming from the crystal chandeliers and made the room as bright as if it was in the sunlight. Aside from the musicians, who were performing from a small bandstand near the north wall, and the refreshment tables lined up along the west and east walls, the room was completely empty. 2 flights of stairs near the entrance lead to the balcony on the first floor, where sofas and armchair were arranged around small tables for those who needed a place to rest, or simply enough quiet to converse without yelling. Where is Manohar? We can't start without him. Lith was worried that the eccentric genius might have fled like usual. He is paying his due, don't worry, Gianni sighed. Look at your right. Lith turned around just in time to see the professor dancing with Lady Lanza, who kept him into such a tight embrace that he had barely the space to move without tripping on her legs. She was saying something to him that Lith was unable to hear due to the music and laughter, but judging by Manohar's flustered face, the young lady was hitting hard on him. She was as lithe as a feather, while he looked like a death row inmate. I had to promise Minna a bit of alone time with our resident genius to obtain her help. I hope she's only interested in his status of royal healer rather than in his personality. Otherwise, she's even more insane than he is, Gianni explained. The orchestra was playing a tune similar to a Viennese waltz, where the dancers had to hold each other closely. Camilla was short of breath due to the dance being fast-paced and her lacking exercise. How can you scout, dance, talk, and not even breaking a sweat? She panted. Practice, Lith lied. His enhanced physique made such a dance like slow motion, while water fusion allowed him to move with grace despite his natural aversion for ballrooms. They reached a refreshment table just in time before the following dance began. Camilla took off her golden mask to have something to drink, revealing her flushed cheeks. Her red lipstick matched her dress and emphasized her lips, making her quite attractive. Unluckily, Lith wasn't the only one seeing her that way. Count Zolver was so enthusiastic about his newfound abilities that he had been switching dames all night. He would only approach those who, after removing their masks, proved to be worthy of his consideration. The night is too short to waste it on ugly ducklings, he thought. There were several ladies he was keeping an eye on, but Camilla was the only one who had stopped dancing, so he followed them like a lion stalking its prey. Good evening, dear friends, he said, approaching the couple and making Lith curse his bad luck. Thank heavens Tista's dress is baggy and Gianni was adamant about never removing our masks. The two of us are too easily recognizable, even if for completely different reasons, Lith thought. The gala is an opportunity to mingle, Zolver continued while looking only at Camilla and ignoring Lith. Don't you think you are being rude hogging such a fair lady all by yourself? Let have her some fun, Zolver said while patting Lith's arm. Solus could see with mana sense a small thread of mana emanating from the Count's eyes. It was very similar, yet different, to spirit magic, and it quickly traveled along Zolver's cheeks, neck, and arm before entering Lith's body and go straight up to his brain. Lith felt a small nudge like he was tired of Camilla's company and wanted to stay alone for a while. "Thanks, but we're engaged," Camilla smiled while clinging to Lith's arm. "No way I'm letting this creep put his hands on me. Meat puppet or not, there's something wrong with this guy," Camilla thought. Her survival instinct was screaming at her. "Come on, just a dance. It's all that I ask." He took her hand too fast for her to dodge him, and another mana thread emanated from the Count's eyes. "Even your fiancé agrees, right?" This time Zolver grabbed Lith's arm and gave him a double dose, just to be safe. "Just one dance," Camilla echoed. Suddenly she felt very rude refusing such a gentleman's plea, yet she still refused to move. "Come on, they are about to start." Zolver was about to pull her when Lith's hand intercepted the Count's in a grip. "Nice try, but no," Lith said with a snarl. Chapter 450 Courts, Part 1. As soon as the physical contact was broken, Camilla snapped out of it and hid behind Lith so fast that she almost dropped her wine glass. Count Zolver's surprise intensified when he sent more and more waves of his willpower, only for them to crash against Lith's. The mesmerize ability required to make eye and physical contact with the target. It could nudge their will, making them more receptive to friendly advices. It couldn't force anyone to do something they weren't willing to do, though. It could only manipulate someone's feelings, not their nature. In Lith's case, it would have been easier to tilt Magus' axis than convince him to part from something or someone he deemed as his own. This guy must be mad jealous to resist that easily. Well, if the easy way doesn't work, the hard was will, Zolver thought while returning the grip. "I don't think you recognized me, dear friend. I'm Count Zolver, and I'm a very powerful man. You don't want to have me as your enemy." "Watch out," Solus warned Lith. "The blood core expenditure is much bigger than before. His life force is now even stronger than yours." For once Solus was happy to not have a body. Otherwise she would have kicked the Count to the curb and blown their cover. Her hate for creeps was only surpassed by that for super-powered creeps. "Really?" Lith remained unfazed by activating earth and fire fusion to even the field. "I think you should reconsider your actions." He let pure mana flow into his left hand, making the runes Kala had gifted him resurface on his palm. Despite their white glow, only Lith and the Count seemed capable of seeing them. According to Kala, they are an introduction letter. If Zolver is involved with the undead community, this should resolve the matter without him making a fuss, Lith thought. If the one controlling the meat puppets is really a necromancer, I can't risk exposing our plan. Sadly, the Count had no idea what they meant. His eyes flared red as a thin black fog formed a small dome around them which seemed to rob its surroundings of light and warmth. Those near to the scene unconsciously stepped away. No one was able to see or hear what was happening inside the fog dome unless they focused really hard on its presence. Camilla had no idea what was happening, but she was starting to get scared. "I'll ask you one last time. Let the lady come with me and I'll make it worth her while." At that point, the Count couldn't care less about Camilla. It had become a matter of power. He couldn't stand the idea of a lesser man disrespecting him. Not now that he had finally obtained the invincible power he had always dreamt about. His killing intent filled the dome, adding mental pressure to the physical one. Lith was tired of playing nice. Instead of replying, he activated invigoration, which allowed him to detect that there were two different kinds of blood flowing inside Zolver's veins. One was abundant, weak, and held less magical power than Lith's dirty laundry. The other was thin and of unknown origin, but it carried enough mana to make a mouse as dangerous as a tiger. Lith released small pulses of darkness magic that destroyed the undead blood coursing through his opponent's veins. Despite feeling weak, Zolver refused to budge and kept pumping more and more power until his blood core was on the verge of collapsing. "Peace, brother, please forgive my vassal. He's still unaware of the protocols among our kin." Another man stepped forward, so fast that Lith didn't even notice his appearance until it was too late. He was around 60 years old, barely 1.72 meters, 58, tall, with silver hair and goatee. His silver-rimmed monocle couldn't hide the red glow from his eyes as he grabbed Lith's wrist with enough strength to force him to let go of the Count. He had a bright blood core empowered by centuries of experience and abundant feeding. The man had gentle features and a warm smile, but in his eyes Lith saw a beast ready to attack. "You can call me Kalarn, I'm..." The newcomer only needed a second to understand that Lith was one of the living. Kalarn's pretense of kindness disappeared, replaced by a feral snarl as a second fog dome covered the scene. "What's a dog of the Dawn Court doing here? Who's your master?" he asked while his iron grip turned into a vice. Kalan released enough killing intent that Camilla almost forgot how to breathe. Lith was stuck into place. His wrist kept cracking and healing almost at the same time thanks to light fusion. He felt an immense pressure coming from the small man in front of him, with a force that closely reminded him of Scarlet the Scorpicore. Yet he refused to yield. He was stronger than 4 years ago and had learned many new tricks. He countered the killing intent by releasing his own while at the same time releasing a strong pulse of darkness magic that forced the undead to release his grip. The pain was so intense that Kalan growled in pain, baring for a split-second canine teeth too long to be human. "I was enjoying my evening like everybody else, until your Renfield here bothered me and my companion." Lith had no idea what the Dawn Court was, nor what vampire protocols might require. So he decided to bluff his way out by confusing his opponent as much as he was. Kalarn was indeed confused. He had never heard the term Renfield, but he was certain it had to be an insult. "My name is Scourge." He used his code word for help while activating his communication earpiece with spirit magic. "Calla the White sent me here." As soon as she heard Lith's safe word, Ginny tried to locate him and Camilla. The ballroom was reduced to a blur like she was looking through a distorting glass. Only her focus and training allowed her to see through the fog. "If I don't hear from you within a minute, I'll send the reinforcements," she said. Kalarn snarled again. His enhanced senses allowed him to hear Ginny's voice, but once again he had no idea who she was or what she was talking about. "I never heard of this Calla." He refused to back down to a human in his own turf, but Kalarn hadn't survived for so long by being stupid. "Just like I never heard about you?" Lith had noticed that the vampire had lost part of his edge right after Gianni's message. "There are too many people around us. I doubt he wants to fight at all costs. Time to raise the ante," Lith thought while powering up Calla's runes again. "These are my references. If you want to offend the Dawn Court for that lustful idiot, be my guest." Camilla felt like she was spectating two strong currents clashing against each other, each wave stronger than the previous one. Kalarn was amazed by the amount of killing intent Lith was releasing, amazed and intrigued. "Let's go, Zolver. We're done here," he said when the minute was almost over and the fog dome unable to hide the pressure they exerted. "I don't care who you are," he said to Lith as parting words. "Mess with the Night Court's plans and I'll make you pay." Then when he noticed Zolver's idiotic grin, he added, "Right after disposing of you for forcing my hand." Zolver's grin disappeared, and not even his makeup could hide his pallor anymore.